Star Odyssey Chapter 1722 to Chapter 1773. The woman snorted and stared at Luine. I don't care who he's working for now, but you have to hand over that thing. The Sixth Mainland doesn't even research such things. Give it to us, and we can give you what you need. We need 10 million androids, Luine said directly. The woman snapped, I'm not joking. Our technocracy has done a lot of research on such things, and one extra copy is only for mutual verification. It's not as valuable as you think it is. Don't use useless things in exchange for our friendship. This trade is beneficial to you, and we'll speak up for Vice City Lord Xianxia. Luine shook his head. You're just a half-android. Why should you speak up for us? Hey, half-android, can't you see me, little Leo? I'm the genius little Leo. Back off immediately. Little Leo shouted as he blocked Luine's path. The woman turned around and left decisively. Venus is a cruel place. I don't know what you're going to do, but I hope you can come back alive. Little Leo was furious. That's too much. How dare she ignore the genius little Leo? She must be punished severely. These half-androids are becoming more and more unruly. Luine patted little Leo's shoulder. Forget it, she doesn't matter. Don't let her affect our mood. Little Leo said, I'm sorry, 7. Not only did I fail to fulfill my promise to you, but I also made you suffer and threatened by a half-android. Don't worry, I won't let this matter rest. Luine smiled. Little Leo, I hope that you remember that our friendship is pure and untainted by benefits. Just let it go. If you speak up for me, others will think that you're being used by me, and that won't be good for my situation either. For my sake and for our friendship, don't worry about it. Be happy. Only when you're happy will you be inspired to research. That person is just a passerby in my life. You'll forget about her in the blink of an eye. Little Leo looked deeply at Luine, his eyes filled with emotion. 7. You're too open-minded. There's a term for that among humans. 7. You're too open-minded. Only someone like you would have the courage to come to Venus and stop the war. I'm sorry, I never thought that you had the ability to stop the war, but I take that thought back. 7. You can definitely do it. Humans have a fearless spirit. 7. You're one of them. Luine patted Leo's shoulder, I just don't want our friendship to be tainted by personal interests. Of course, if something happens to me and I can't deal with it myself, I'll definitely ask you for help. Of course, don't stand on ceremony, little Leo said excitedly. The Luo Emperor quietly watched the conversation between Luine and little Leo, but he couldn't take it anymore. He looked into the distance and saw the half-android woman staring at him from a distant spacecraft. Her eyes were icy cold. After separating from little Leo, Lu Yin's expression darkened. Who was that woman? The Luo Emperor replied, he's one of the managers of Ibn City's lower district. The lower district is below Ibn City, and it's made up of half-modified people. I was there as well. Was she the one you saw in the video? Luo Huang nodded. She's not the most powerful half-modified human, but she's the most scheming. She's the only half-modified human who can meet the city lord. Luine was astonished. You were able to escape from her? Back then, she wasn't as strong as she is now. She was about the same as me. Then how do you know that she can meet the city lord? The Luo Emperor lowered his voice. The entire lower district knows that she's the saintess in the hearts of the half-modified humans. She's the one who allowed them to live in Ibn City, and the lower district was specially built for them. It's all thanks to her. The saintess was a title that caused one's imagination to run wild. Anyone who could be called a saintess was a spiritual pillar, and that woman was the spiritual pillar of the half-modified humans. Why does she want the technology to create emissary-level androids? Luine asked. The Luo Emperor replied, she wants to work with a research team, but I don't know the specifics. There's more than one research team in Ibn City that has the technology to create emissary-level androids, but they can't produce them due to a lack of materials. Humans need to go through an origin tribulation to become an emissary, but androids need materials to reach the emissary level. Materials? That's the origin tribulation for androids. There aren't many emissary-level androids in the technocracy, so materials are too rare. Ever since he'd arrived in the technocracy, Lu Yin had heard the word materials the most, and he was increasingly convinced of his own conjecture. The Luo Emperor had been targeted, and he wasn't too far away from Vyr, so Lu Yin wasn't in the mood to wander around. Not long after, a bright flame appeared in the distance, followed by a huge explosion. Space itself was distorted, and the violent energy caused the spacecraft to shake. An alarm sounded, "Vyr, we've arrived." If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be impossible to imagine what it was like to have billions of mechanically modified lifeforms fighting in outer space. Spacecraft collided with each other, machines clashed with machines, and strange attacks that appeared out of nowhere. The Third Fleet didn't even have time to reorganize themselves before they were met with a fierce battle. Countless mechanical claws appeared and viciously grabbed at the spacecraft. Within the Third Fleet, countless spacecraft shot out beams of light that illuminated the universe and the distant sky. Giant shadows whistled through the air, and they were mechanical giants that charged towards the Third Fleet. They raised their hands, and giant swords extended from their mechanical arms. They slashed down viciously, and the swords tore through the void. They displayed power that surpassed an Enlighter's, and a row of spacecraft was destroyed. The destroyed spacecraft didn't completely shatter, but rather reassembled into a giant cannon that aimed at the mechanical giants. There was a boom, and the mechanical giants blocked the attack with their swords, but their bodies were sent flying as their swords cracked. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Lu Yin had seen all of this in an instant. The battle on Venus was far more intense than he had imagined. He suddenly had a feeling that the city had been holding back in its battle with the human star field. The battle with the Heaven Founding Academy was a battle of life and death. The human star field was not the city's enemy. The city's real enemy was the Heaven Founding Academy. The mechanical giants were the Genesis Academy's androids, and each of them was tens of thousands of meters tall. They were incomparably huge, and countless distorted mechanical lifeforms that resembled eight-clawed fish appeared within the Third Fleet, leaping towards the mechanical giants. Even further away, countless spacecraft appeared. The Third Fleet spacecraft turned around and launched attacks that distorted the void. The distant spacecraft also launched their own attacks. Boom. 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 Outer space boiled over. There were no planets here, and even if there were, they would have been destroyed long ago. Little Leo, Lu Yin, and the others were in the middle of the Third Fleet, and they weren't too far away from the captain. Although they could clearly see the battlefield and experience the intense brutality, they were still some distance away from the actual battle. Little Leo was nervous, and his face was pale. He had personally witnessed the destruction of battleships, and there were hundreds and thousands of androids within them. Although they were far from the strength of the androids he had created, they were still androids. They had been annihilated without being able to resist at all, and their fragments filled the sky. If the spacecraft he was in had been attacked, it probably wouldn't have been able to last much longer. Lu Yin, Jiashan, and the others looked into the distance. There were flashes of light, indicating that some spacecraft or mechanical lifeforms had been destroyed. All they could see was war, a feast of machines. This is the battle between the city and the Genesis Academy, Jiashan sighed. Even the human domain's battle with the city isn't this intense. There's no strategy to speak of here, it's just a fight to the death and a battle of attrition. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If he pulled the Lu Xianjun army into this battlefield, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage. Although the Lu Xianjun army was strong on average and their ability to protect themselves far surpassed any other army that Lu Yin had ever seen, they were too few in number and lacked absolute powerhouses. From time to time, attacks that surpassed an Enlighter's or even an emissary's level would appear from all directions. Lu Yin had seen more than one ancestor-level android in the Third Fleet, and when he had accompanied little Leo on a tour of the Third Fleet, he had seen many strange androids, such as walking cuboids and hot air with eyes. No one knew how strong these strange things were, but the Lu Xianjun army would definitely be at a disadvantage against them. This was just one wave of battle, and it took less than half a day to resolve. Lu Yin looked at the countless materials floating through space and asked little Leo, "Are these materials still useful?" Little Leo replied, "Some can be recycled, but some can't. Just give them to the scavengers." "I've always been curious. Which side does the scavengers belong to?" Lu Yin asked. Little Leo thought for a moment, both First City and the Genesis Court have them. The scavengers were jointly created to clean up the technocracy's trash. Otherwise, the fleet wouldn't have been able to move around Vayer for so many years. Where are the materials that the scavengers collected? Luine asked. Little Leo shook his head, I don't know. After a while, Little Leo said to Luine, Chi, we'll reach the main battlefield soon. The Fourth Fleet is retreating and returning to First City to replenish their resources. It's the Third Fleet's turn to take over, and the real battle is about to begin. Do you have any way to stop it? Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. I need to find the Genesis Court's commander in Vayer and have a chat with him. Little Leo nodded. Good luck, my friend. The war won't last forever, and there will be periods of rest. When that time comes, you can go as an envoy. I hope you succeed. Lu Yin smiled. Little Leo, if I succeed, can you come to my hometown to take a look? I, Chi, sincerely invite you. Little Leo was delighted. That's great. I've always wanted to visit the human world, so it's settled then. Right, I'll send some androids to protect you. Lu Yin shook his head. No need, we can protect ourselves. In the distance, a beam of light approached quickly, and the next moment, Little Leo's spacecraft was split in two. It wasn't just this one, the dozens of spacecraft behind it were all split in two as well. This was a dazzling slash that didn't come from a sword or blade, but from the metal itself. In the distance, the Genesis Academy and the Third Fleet were fighting. One of the spacecraft suddenly exploded, and the powerful force sent the metal flying in all directions. One of the doors flew past like a slash, creating the effect that had just occurred. This situation was too normal. This was a mechanical grindstone. Both sides were constantly expending their energy. Lu Yin stood in outer space and tilted his head. A piece of metal streaked past him, burning its surface to ash. The speed was too fast, and even the metal could not withstand it. Behind him, a mechanical claw viciously swiped at him. Lu Yin casually smashed it with his palm, grabbing the claw's fragments and throwing them forward. The immense strength combined with the overlaying stacks allowed the metal fragments to destroy a spacecraft in one direction. Compared to the entire battlefield, he was only in a corner, and no one paid attention to him. What was truly worth paying attention to was the battle between the two behemoths in the distance. It wasn't just Lu Yin, even the chief of World Mountain was shocked. From afar, the captain of the heavy battleship displayed his strength. He was clearly a sphere, yet he could emit a terrifying gravitational force that attracted everything in the surroundings, including light and sound. No one dared to get close to the captain, other than an incomparably gigantic mechanical giant. This mechanical giant was far larger than Kuan Luster, and its size was larger than a planet. It was about the same size as the heavy captain, and it smashed a fist in front of the captain. The force of the fist was offset by the terrifying gravitational force, and it was repelled in all directions as it swept across the battlefield. In both directions, regardless of whether it was Eben City or the Genesis Academy, all the spacecraft and mechanical creatures were destroyed. Even Lu Yin could feel the shockwaves that accompanied the collision. This was a collision between beings with power levels in the millions. Unlike the battles between humans with power levels in the millions, machines had their own way of fighting, and that was pure destructive power. Without entering the astral source universe, there were no battle techniques or innate gifts. What they competed with was their own destructive power and sturdiness. It was unimaginable that technology could create monsters with power levels in the millions. This was impossible in the human domain, and at most, they could create androids that could barely reach the level of envoys. Billions of androids were fighting, and the result was a sea of materials. Lu Yin looked at the floating materials around him, but his mind was filled with the data from Huansha's analysis. Some of these materials were bound to disappear. In the distance, the reflective materials on the surface of the heavy captain's body began to fall off. Every piece of material that fell off would create a terrifying gravitational force that swept in a certain direction. Before Lu Yin could react, the chief of World Mountain grabbed the material and disappeared. The gravitational force distorted space, turning everything into dust. Lu Yin appeared even further away and heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost been caught in the crossfire. Someone with a combat level of 1,000,000 is attacking. This area isn't that big. Be careful, said the chief of the Jia mountain. Luin looked into the distance and saw that incomparably huge mechanical giant that was facing off against the captain. He had no idea how the Genesis Academy had managed to create something like this. Do you still want to go to the Heaven Creation Academy now? Xianxia's chief asked. Luin replied, I'll give it a try. At the very least, I need to know the location of the Genesis court. Xianxia's chief shook his head. It's too dangerous. If all of these androids were used against the human domain, I wonder what would happen. Luin suddenly asked. The first seat of Xianxia's gaze turned cold, and there was extreme fear in the depths of his eyes. It's not just the androids. There's also an endless number of corpse kings. If those Eternals join forces with the astral beast domain, then the human domain won't even last a single round, Luin said. Xianxia's chief lowered his voice. It's impossible for the astral beast domain to do so. They also know about the Eternals. We all believe that the Eternals are our natural enemies, but they are also the natural enemies of the human race. To the astral beast domain, is there any difference between us humans and the Eternals? Xianxia's chief did not answer. There might be a difference. We humans are easier to deal with than the Eternals, Luin said. Xianxian sighed. As you can see, we've already arrived at the battlefield between Eben City and the Genesis Academy. However, it's impossible to investigate the Genesis Academy without being exposed. I still want to try, Luin said. He had no intention of going to the Genesis Academy at all. He was just waiting for an opportunity to complete his plan. Xianxia's chief did not know what Luin was thinking. From his point of view, if they could not secretly investigate, then it would be meaningless. The Neo-Human Alliance had been hidden in the human domain for many years without being discovered, so it would be even more difficult for them to be discovered in the technocracy. For more than a day, Luin watched from afar as the captain fought against the gigantic mechanical giant. The more he watched, the stranger the entire battlefield became. When humans fought, envoy-level powerhouses would enter the astral source universe to prevent the shockwaves from spreading to other cultivators. Regardless of whether they were on their own side or the enemy's side, the shockwaves would cause great damage. But here, both sides had no concept of damage from the shockwaves. No matter how the captain and the mechanical giant fought, there would always be an endless stream of androids around them, and they would be instantly destroyed by the shockwaves. This did not make sense. At the very least, a powerhouse like the captain should have avoided the battle. A few days later, the battlefield was temporarily repaired. The Third Fleet had suffered great losses, and the countless broken spacecraft and materials floating in space were enough to fill an ocean. Luin received instructions from his gadget and met up with little Leo. Little Leo's expression was ugly, and he hung his head dejectedly. Of the 100 androids he had created, only a dozen or so were left. Luin consoled him, as long as you're fine. Little Leo was depressed. 7. Only after experiencing the battlefield will you understand that many of my thoughts were too naive. I actually designed some things for the war and gave them to the Vice City Lord, but I never got a response. I even went to the Vice City Lord about it, and he said that he would find an opportunity to send me to the battlefield. I understand what he meant. Luin patted him on the shoulder. There are only a dozen or so androids left. The Third Fleet sent someone to ask if we want to continue fighting. What about you, 7? Luin replied, help me contact the captain of the Third Fleet. I want to become a special envoy for the Third Fleet and head to the enemy camp. Little Leo was shocked. You still want to go? Luin nodded. Little Leo was full of admiration. You're really brave, 7. Alright, I'll contact the captain. The Third Fleet was fighting against the Genesis Court's Astral Legion. The Genesis Court was different from the First Fleet in that they gave their troops human-like designations. The First Fleet, Second Fleet, Third Fleet, and so on. The captain of the First Fleet agreed to Lu Yin's request and contacted the Astral Legion. They also agreed to let Luin and the others go as special envoys. In the history of the Dimensional War, there were very few special envoys from either side, and the Astral Legion was very curious as to why the Sixth Mainland was looking for them. The Astral Legion is good at creating mechanical giants. They believe that big makes them invincible. Many of the things you saw in the Astral Legion are very big, so just praise them in that regard, little Leo said as he escorted Luin and the others to the edge of dimensional war. Luin nodded. Alright, we'll be back soon. Dimensional war was divided between the First Fleet and the Genesis Court. Past dimensional war was the territory of the Genesis Court. Here, Luin saw the Astral Legion. He didn't pay much attention to his enemies on the battlefield, as his attention was focused on the battle between the captain and the gigantic mechanical giant. At this moment, however, Luin was looking at the Astral Legion's warships and couldn't help but sigh. The Astral Legion's warships were much larger than the Third Fleet of the First Fleet, and such an army required a huge amount of resources. If the Genesis Court didn't have any support behind them, Luin found it hard to believe that they would be able to maintain their operations. Half of the technocracy's resources were not enough to support the Astral Legion, and the same was true for the First Fleet. Many pairs of eyes looked at Lu Yin's group. Luin, the chief of the Boundary Mountain, the Luo Huang, the 3 envoys from the Hall of Honor, and the cultivators who had followed the Valley Master's sword attendants to the technocracy were all going. There was a loud explosion that startled one of the 6th Mainland's cultivators, and his face went pale. Many of the Astral Legion's androids and half-androids laughed loudly. Above them, a giant head descended, revealing sharp teeth. The Luo Huang looked up, his eyes flickering with red light. This giant head belonged to an incomparably large astral beast, and half of its body had been modified into a machine. It was one of the half-androids. Human, I've seen you on the battlefield. You've dismantled many of our ships, the astral beast spoke in a dull but resonant voice that attracted many gazes. Luin looked up and met the astral beast's gaze. You're lucky that I didn't dismantle you. What did you say? The astral beast roared and pressed down with a claw. Luin raised a brow. Just as the claw was about to land on Lu Yin's group, the astral beast stopped. Its enormous body was grabbed by 2 fingers and then flung away. That's right, it was flung away like it was a bug. A mechanical giant appeared and looked down at Lu Yin's group from high above. It was 20,000 meters tall, and although it wasn't as tall as Kuan Luster, it was much larger than the astral beast, and its strength surpassed the envoys. The commander will not meet with you. If you have anything to say it to me. The mechanical giant lowered its head and stared at Luin. Luin looked up. The main reason for the war between Ibn City and the Genesis Court should be materials, right? The mechanical giant didn't speak and simply looked on. Luin continued, on behalf of the 6th Mainland, I hope that Ibn City will stop fighting with the Genesis Court. In exchange, the 6th Mainland is willing to pay the price of materials. Human, do you really understand the technocracy? The mechanical giant asked. Luin wasn't angered by the interruption. The Viking War happened too long ago, so long ago that we don't even know the reason for it. Materials? No. Earth? No, this is an ancient war that will only stop when one side completely disappears. You want to use materials to stop the war? Dream on, the mechanical giant shouted. Stop dreaming. Shouts came from all around. Stop dreaming, human. Get lost. My Genesis Court has nothing to do with the 6th Mainland or the human domain, nor do we have any enmity. Do not interfere in the technocracy's civil war, or you will become the Genesis Court's enemy. Luin was unwilling to give up. Is there no way to stop the war for a while? Even if it's 100 or 10 years. You can't do it. You don't have the right to talk about it. The mechanical giant punched the void. Go back. If we meet you on the battlefield, we won't hold back, no matter where you come from. Where's the Genesis Court? Luin shouted. The mechanical giant replied, it's not far behind. If you have the ability, break through the battlefield and find the Genesis Court, just like that baldy from the human domain called Hui Kong. Otherwise, there's no need to say anything else. Go back. It then leapt up and disappeared. Luin and the others were naturally sent out by the bewildering Voyager army. On the way back to the other side of Dimensional Veil, Luin turned back. Everything that had been planned was over, and he needed to start his own plan. Do we still need to go to the Genesis Court? I'm not confident that I can sneak in, Jiashan said. Luin asked, Senior, did you sense the Corpse King in the bewildering Voyager army? You sensed it? Jiashan was shocked. Luin shook his head. Jiashan relaxed. Since you didn't, then what are you talking about? Luin said, this junior isn't willing to leave just like that. What else do you want? It would be best if you could go to the Genesis court as a special envoy, but unfortunately, you can't. Lu Yin's gaze hardened. Then we'll stick to our original plan and charge through the battlefield. World Mountain's chief hesitated for a moment, and Luin looked up to meet his gaze. Senior, from the very beginning, we planned to follow Emperor Luo's route into the technocracy and then approach the Genesis court to investigate. Now that we're not that far from the Genesis court, we have to give it a try, even if it's dangerous. Jiashan nodded helplessly. In the endless weaves, Luin had tried to convince him on the way to a city, and this was the 4th time. He had no reason to refuse. Little Leo had expected Luin to return in failure, and he could only console him. It's good that you're back. 7. The war in Dimensional Veil has been going on for too long, and no one can resolve it. You've done your best, and the 6th mainland will see your efforts. Luin was bitter. Thank you, little Leo. Although I failed, I won't give up. What else do you want to do? Little Leo didn't understand. Luin clenched his fists. I want to go to the Genesis court. Little Leo was surprised. You want to go to the Skyfounding courtyard? Ah chi, don't mess around. The Heaven Creation Institute isn't one of our cities, and they won't be friendly to you. It'll be very difficult to leave once you go there, and it'll be very difficult for you to get close to the Heaven Creation Institute. Luin stubbornly replied, I have to try, for the sake of my people and the 6th mainland. Little Leo stared blankly at Luin for a long time. Lil Leo, why are you looking at me like that? Luin was puzzled. Why? Little Leo replied, you're clansman. As he spoke, he opened his gadget, and an image appeared. On the image was a person lying flat on a mechanical bed. Half of his body had been modified into a machine, and his eyes were closed. There were all sorts of lights attached to the body. Little Leo said apologetically, I'm sorry, 7. This is your clansman, but I used him as an experiment. Your words just now made me realize my mistake. Your clansman is very important to you, right? I'll return him to you. Luin stared blankly at the person on the screen. Was this Patriarch Autumn Frost? How could this be? Wasn't Patriarch Autumn Frost in the Outerverse? Little Leo, what happened to him? Luin hurriedly asked. Little Leo thought that Luin was angry and felt even more apologetic. I'm sorry, 7. I used him as an experiment. I felt that this corpse was very powerful when he was alive, so I wanted to use him as an experiment. I didn't think that you would care so much about your clansman. I'll return him to you. Are you saying that he's dead? Luin frowned. Little Leo nodded. He was already dead when I picked him up. Impossible. Luin stared at Patriarch Autumnfrost on the screen. This person was Patriarch Autumnfrost. If he remembered correctly, when the 6th mainland had joined forces with the technocracy to invade Endless Weave, Patriarch Autumnfrost had joined forces with Patriarch Majiang to fight against Xianxia. Xianxia had heavily injured both of them and killed Patriarch Majiang while Patriarch Autumnfrost had escaped. To this day, Patriarch Autumnfrost was still alive, and he dominated the Bloodburn realm. The D family's patriarch, one of the Daosaur sect's 10 great elders, had died at the hands of the Eternals. Patriarch Majiang had died at Xianxia's hands, and only Patriarch Autumnfrost was a world imprinter. Because of this, some of Majiang's bloodline had sided with the Autumnfrost family. But why had Patriarch Autumnfrost died here? Little Leo, when did you pick him up? Luin asked. Little Leo thought about it. 9 years ago. That's right, 9 years and 1 month ago. How do you remember it so clearly? 7. When we do research, we need to record dates. From the time I picked him up to the time I started experimenting, every step has a date, Little Leo explained. 9 years ago was during the war in Endless Weave, and it was around the time that Patriarch Autumnfrost and Patriarch Majiang had been heavily injured by Xianxia. Had Patriarch Autumnfrost died at that time? Then who was the current Patriarch Autumnfrost? Luin looked at the outerverse of the human domain. One of these people had to be a fake. He did not think that little Leo would lie to him for no reason, and little Leo probably did not even know who Patriarch Autumnfrost was. In that case, there was only one possibility: the current Patriarch Autumnfrost who was overseeing the Autumnfrost family was a fake. 7. Take this person away. I'm really sorry, little Leo said apologetically. Luin smiled. It's fine, little Leo. There are wars between humans, and not everyone from the same race is a friend. I'm not familiar with this person, so let's talk about it after we return to the city. Alright, little Leo agreed. Luin had gone to the Genesis court to negotiate and seek a truce, but he had unsurprisingly failed. However, this had not caused much of a stir in the Third Fleet, as no one had believed that he would succeed. From start to finish, Luin had not even seen the heavy captain. He had only spoken to him when he had requested to go to the Lost Sailor Army, but the captain had not cared about him at all. The only person who had attracted Luin's attention was the half-android woman. She was the saintess of the half-androids, and her name was Xianxia. I really underestimated your courage. You actually dared to go to the Lost Sailor Army, Xianxia said coldly as she found Luin's group. Luin looked at her. What are you doing here? Xianxia looked at the Luo Huang. Your strength is due to that blueprint. As long as you hand it over, I can ask the Half-Moon City Lord to send more androids. In the outerverse of the quasi-star system. Is it that difficult for a city to create an envoy-level androids? Luin asked curiously. Xianxia looked at Luin. You don't understand at all. Every breakthrough in technology is accompanied by countless experiments, and the information left behind by predecessors is extremely precious. It might even bring about inspiration, which is something that cannot be valued. She then looked at the Luo Huang. His manufacturing technology might be useless, but it might bring about a transformation. It's just like how you humans unlock source boxes. You might be able to reach the heavens in a single step, but it might also be worthless. You humans? You're not human? Luin mocked. Xianxia coldly replied, it doesn't matter if I'm human or not. Just hand over the blueprint, and I can help you complete what you want to do. Just don't go overboard. Luin and Jiashan's eyes met. If the Luo Huang's manufacturing technology could really bring about some help or inspiration to the city, then it was even more important that they did not hand it over. Leave, Luin shooed her away. Xianxia frowned and stared at Luin. This war will last for a long time, and I know that you'll return to the city in a few days. You'd better think this through. Since you're already here, if you can't complete the mission, how will you explain it when you return? I can help you, and I have the ability to. She then left. If Luin and the others truly represented the Sixth Mainland, then they would naturally be willing to exchange a blueprint for Xianxu's help. It would also be good for them to take away more androids, but they were not. In fact, they were even the Sixth Mainland's enemies. They could not wait for Xianxu to view the Sixth Mainland as an enemy and secretly cause trouble. Not long after, the war continued. Countless explosions, attacks, spatial tears, and even black holes appeared in outer space. In this sort of battlefield, life was nothing more than grass. Luin was targeted by the semi-mechanized astral beast that had the strength of an enlighter. Luin could not reveal his full strength, so he had to contend with it. This went on for half a day. The astral beast grew impatient, and the more it fought, the more agitated it became. In the end, it was crushed to death by the Third Fleet's walking cube. No need to thank me, human, the walking cube greeted Luin before smashing into the Lost Voyager spacecraft. The Third Fleet had too many strange modified lifeforms, and the Lost Voyager's forces also had some. However, most of them were gigantic androids. In the distance, a shockwave swept through the void and tossed many spacecraft over. Luin raised a hand and used a series of empty palm strikes to tear apart a spacecraft, but he was met with a terrifying gale that forced him back a great distance. This was the strength of an emissary. The heavy captain and the mechanical giant were still fighting, seemingly unwearied. Occasionally, shockwaves would sweep out in all directions, but Luin was much more vigilant this time. Every time a shockwave swept out, he would avoid it, and he did not need the help of the Boundary Mountains chief. After a round of attacks, the gigantic mechanical giant accidentally smashed one of the Palace of Honor's envoy-level androids to pieces with a single punch. It then roared, "Despicable. Your city is becoming more and more despicable. You actually hit envoy-level androids. What nonsense are you spouting?" the heavy captain barked. The mechanical giant growled, "You know what I'm talking about." An emissary had been destroyed just like that, and Lu Yin's heart ached. The Hall of Honor had long since grasped the technology to create emissary-level androids, but because of the limited materials, they could only create a few. Now that they had lost one, it would not even cause a ripple. The Boundary Mountains chief was also heartbroken, and his gaze towards the mechanical giant grew increasingly unfriendly. If not for the fact that this was the technocracy, he would have torn the mechanical giant apart. "When do we leave?" Xianxia's chief asked in an unpleasant tone. Lu Yin replied, "Let's wait a little longer. We're still attracting attention." Xianxian was unhappy, and he ordered the other two envoys to retreat. Right now, they needed to hide and cross the battlefield to head to the Genesis court. If they were discovered, they could say that they were representing the Sixth Mainland, but it would be better if they weren't discovered. Lu Yin was also secretly estimating the time, and it was about time. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he moved. He quickly approached the battlefield between the heavy captain and the mechanical giant, and a leaf appeared in his hand. He used the secret art, and the leaf disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already attached to the mechanical giant's body. That leaf was the origin item that he had obtained with the die. He wanted to use the origin item to push the Heaven Founding Academy to the forefront of the storm. This was his plan. He had taken the risk to come to the technocracy in order to expose the Genesis court to everyone. Even if the cosmic tree sent someone, Lu Yin would know immediately, and the Sixth and Fifth Mainlands would also know. Since he couldn't stop the cosmic tree on his own, then he would drag everyone down with him. The origin item was too valuable, and even the cosmic tree had to fight over it, let alone the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands. He believed that once news of the Genesis court's origin item spread, the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands would be in an uproar, especially the Sixth Mainland. Perhaps even progenitors would be attracted. The origin item was essential to becoming a progenitor, and its value was immeasurable. It was just a pity that it was his own. As the leaf attached itself to the mechanical giant's body, an obscure and indescribable aura spread out. When Lu Yin had obtained it with his die, that aura had already spread out, and he had only been able to stop it by storing it in his cosmic ring. This was the aura of the origin item, and he believed that it would be sensed quickly. Even if it couldn't spread out of the technocracy, it would still be sensed by Jiashan's chief. He wasn't worried that news of the origin item's appearance wouldn't spread, as there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Although the technocracy was mysterious, Lu Yin believed that the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands would find a way to learn more about it. Otherwise, all these years of war would have been in vain. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Lu Yin found Jiashan's chief and excitedly said, "Senior, I saw the origin item." Jiashan's chief was stunned at first, and his eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" Lu Yin was excited. "I saw it. It's on the mechanical giant's body." *T, why would the origin item be on the mechanical giant? Even though he didn't quite believe it, the chief of the Boundary Mountain still hurriedly looked over. If he could obtain the origin item, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. An origin item was equivalent to a progenitor realm that had the potential to appear in the future. It was too important for the Fifth Mainland. At the same time, the leaves on the surface of the gigantic mechanical giant's body radiated an aura that grew faster and faster. Very soon, it swept past the battlefield. Ordinary cultivators couldn't sense it at all. Only those at the level of envoys would be able to sense it. For example, Xianxia, she could feel the exuberant vitality, as if she was reborn. Jiashan's first seat also sensed it. He stared fixedly at the enormous mechanical giant, seeing a leaf attached to the surface of its body. Why would the origin item be there? Lu Yin exhaled, as he had succeeded. His aura was spreading, and the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands would definitely receive the news. What happened next would have nothing to do with him. His heart ached for his origin item. In fact, at first, he had planned to expose himself and take it away, but the others were not stupid. Sure enough, there was no real origin item, so how could the Heaven Creation Academy become the focus of attention? Luin had no choice but to give up the origin item and let it become a supreme treasure that everyone would fight over. Only then would he be able to make everything logical and not be set up by someone else. He had never thought that he was much smarter than others. If he wanted to scheme against everyone, he would eventually fall into the scheme himself. In any case, he had obtained the origin item for free, so he could just pretend that he had never obtained it. The appearance of the origin item did not affect the androids at all. They did not understand the origin item at all, nor could they sense it. The gigantic mechanical giant was even fighting with the captain, not even noticing that it had an extra leaf on its body. Only Xianxia's first seat and the half-androids cared. Xianxia's first seat was eager to try and snatch it away. Suddenly, the leaf disappeared from his line of sight. It wasn't just Xianxia's first seat. Xianyu and the half-androids from the Lost Voyager army were all stunned. The leaf was gone. Luin was also stunned. Where was the leaf? Why was it gone? It couldn't have been turned to ashes by the captain's attack, right? The next moment, a figure walked out of the void, holding a woman in one hand and the leaf in the other. He smiled proudly. I didn't expect to get such a good thing as soon as I arrived in this abandoned land. What kind of person would wear an origin item on their body? How extravagant. It's a good thing this old man saw it, ha ha ha. Luin stared blankly at the old man who had walked out of the void. Kue Luo? He had never imagined that Kue Luo would appear at such an important juncture in his plan and even take away the origin item. And the person he was holding was Wang Yun? Luin instantly understood that Kue Luo had kidnapped Wang Yun and used him to come to the technocracy. Kue Luo's appearance attracted the attention of many, and Xianxia's first seat immediately acted, vainly trying to snatch the origin item back. At that moment, Kue Luo's spiritual force swept through the heavens, causing Xianxia's first seat to freeze and go pale. Kue Luo was just as shocked and turned to stare at Luin. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual force and discovered Luin, Lu Xiaoxian. Luin met Kue Luo's gaze and said, "Put the leaf back." Kue Luo was taken aback. What do you mean? Luin grew anxious. Put the leaf back, it's mine. Kue Luo was about to speak when he suddenly turned to look in another direction, his expression changing. So fast? Not good, they're coming. He looked at Luin. Don't expose yourself, Old Whitehead and Wang Si are coming. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Old Whitehead and Wang Si were both ancestors. The heavens shook as an incomparably terrifying power came from afar, causing the entire dimensional battlefield to freeze. The Wanderer Army's commander, the giant mechanical giant, looked back. This power? Kue Luo, stay. Wang Si's voice transformed into a howl that swept through the heavens, causing many of the androids to explode. Lu Yin's face went pale as he clenched his fists. Xianxia's first seat's expression turned solemn. The shaking of the heavens was unbearable. This was an inner world, and this was the power of a half-ancestor. Another half-ancestor had arrived. Kue Luo laughed maniacally. Old woman, chase after me if you dare. He then left. Kue Luo, you're courting death. Old Whitehead shouted, a half-ancestor from the Bai family of the Frigid Immortal sect. Kue Luo provoked, you want to deal with me with just the two of you? Stop dreaming, even if you're having an affair, it's useless. The next moment, Wang Si and Old Whitehead both descended. They stared into the distance, but did not give chase. Their main goal here was to kill Luin, not to deal with Kue Luo. It was a coincidence that they had run into Kue Luo, but they could not keep him here. Luin panicked. That damned old man Kue Luo had actually lured these two here, but he had not lured them away. This was going to be troublesome. Once the power of a half-ancestor swept through the heavens, he would definitely be discovered. Luin panicked, but the captain did not. Instead, he stripped off all the materials on his body and released his strongest gravitational force, isolating the void as he tried to suppress Wang Si and Old Whitehead. The androids did not understand the power of a half-ancestor, and the giant mechanical giant was the same. Wang Si and Old Whitehead's sudden appearance on the battlefield made them enemies. However, the two had walked out from the Genesis Quartz direction, and the giant mechanical giant did not attack. He knew who the court was cooperating with. The captain did not have any misgivings. The gravitational force formed a storm on the battlefield, trying to pull Wang Si and Old Whitehead over. Old Whitehead frowned. Noisy. He waved his hand, and an invisible force pressed down on the captain, causing his body to disintegrate. This scene caused the entire battlefield to fall silent. That was the captain of a heavy ship, a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. How could he be disintegrated just like that? The giant mechanical giant looked at the two in shock, but they ignored him. Let's go to the abandoned lands and deal with Lu Xiaoxian. Kue Luo is also looking for him. We can't let him hide Lu Xiaoxian first, Old Whitehead said. Wang Si frowned. There are half-ancestors in the abandoned lands as well. When Wang Sheng was defeated, it means that Lu Xiaoxian has quite a bit of influence here. Don't forget that kid stirred up trouble in the astral tree domain. Don't underestimate him. He's just a kid. Even if Lu Xiaoxian hadn't lost his memories, he still wouldn't be a match for us. I'm talking about the half-ancestors in the abandoned lands. Luin, World Mountain's chief, and the rest remained silent. They hid in the damaged spacecraft, not even daring to look at Wang Si and Old Whitehead. This was especially true for Luin, as these two had come to kill him. If he was discovered, he would be doomed. At this point, Kue Luo returned. He had wanted to lure Wang Si and Old Whitehead away, but he found that they were ignoring him. Old woman, you don't want your granddaughter anymore? Kue Luo shouted, picking up Wang Yun as he spoke. Wang Si stared at him coldly. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't save Lu Xiaoxian. Isn't it better to live peacefully? Kue Luo sneered. Peacefully? With traitors like you? Wang Si's gaze was icy. What relationship do you have with the Lu family? Back then, you didn't hesitate to enter Dragon Mountain to save Lu Xiaoxian, and now you've chased him all the way to the abandoned lands. They didn't hide their words. From their point of view, these androids weren't even humans. They were just machines. I like him, but I don't like you. Is that okay? Kue Luo rolled his eyes. Old Whitehead's eyes narrowed. Cut the crap. I'll deal with you first. He then pointed out with immortal guides the way. Wang Si acted at the same time. Kue Luo vaguely glanced at Luin and retreated without hesitation. As long as these two were lured away, Lu Xiaoxian couldn't be discovered. Luin was thinking the same thing. Regardless of whether it was Luin, Kue Luo, or Wang Si, they all had their own plans. However, they had neglected one thing, this was the technocracy, and they were constantly under surveillance. Even Elder Chan and the others were extremely wary of this place. Elder Chan had once said that there was a power in the depths of the technocracy that they did not want to provoke, and that power would not appear easily. Huikong had been causing trouble in the technocracy for so many years without appearing, but that did not mean that it would not appear. With Old White Ghost and Wang Si's eruption of power, a terrifying power hidden deep within the technocracy was revealed. The sky was collapsing. The skies of the technocracy changed greatly, and a net appeared above the entire technocracy. It looked like a net, but Luin had once merged with an emissary, so he knew that this was not a net. It was a consciousness, a materialized consciousness, the consciousness of the mainframe. The entire technocracy was under the control of the mainframe's thoughts. The mainframe's thoughts had created a city, the Heaven Creation Academy, and a physical mental network that spread throughout the entire technocracy had appeared. This was the terrifying power of the technocracy that even Old Zen and the others didn't dare to explore. Although it was not a progenitor, it was not far from it. A progenitor could change the heavens and the earth, and the consciousness that had descended and replaced the technocracy's consciousness had changed the heavens and the earth. Wang Si, Old White Ghost, and Kue Luo all looked up in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this an inner world? No, this is the power of a progenitor? How can there be such power here? Wang Si was shocked. Her Wang family had cooperated with the Genesis court for many years, but she had never known that the technocracy had such a power. A net materialized from his thoughts passed through the entire dimensional battlefield and swept through the battlefield, imprisoning all the non-androids. Luin was no exception. Wang Si, Old White Ghost, and Kue Luo were no exception. They were imprisoned within the net and disappeared from the dimensional battlefield. With the disappearance of the consciousness net, only the androids remained. The Third Fleet and the Lost Legion remained unchanged. Little Leo blinked. Where was 7? Where were the people from the 6th mainland? They were all gone. Above the battlefield, in an invisible void, the consciousness net had formed another part of the starry sky. The mechanical claws were hidden in this part of the starry sky, monitoring the entire technocracy. Luin and the others were imprisoned here, unable to move at all. Their bodies had been imprisoned by the consciousness net. The same was true for Jiashan's chief. Ever since Kui Luo had appeared, his worldview had been overturned. 3 unfamiliar half-progenitors had appeared all of a sudden. His strength that could dominate the technocracy was nothing more than a joke. He was still thinking about when to go to the Sky Founding Court and how to return to the human domain. Not too far away, Wang Xi and Old White Ghost stared blankly at Luin. They could see him from where they were because they weren't too far away. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the person they were chasing was right under their noses. Luin looked up at the two. Accident? Old Ghost Bai's pupils constricted. He moved his fingers and tried to break free, but he found that he couldn't. Wang Xi growled, even if it isn't the progenitor realm, this power isn't something that we can break free from. It has existed for too long, and the owner of this power is infinitely close to the progenitor realm. Old White Ghost stared at Luin. Lu Xiaoxian, you killed my frigid immortal sex junior ancestor and colluded with the Eternals. You deserve to die. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Old man, your body has been hollowed out by that old woman, and your brain has been hollowed out as well. How would you have known that your eyes would see me colluding with the Eternals? Impudent, shouted Wang Xi angrily. You're the one who's being impudent, old woman. Back when my Lu family was still around, you were like a dog. Even if my Lu family has been exiled, you're still a dog in my eyes. Wang Xi was infuriated. The Lu family is a tyrant. Occupying the resources of the astral trees and acting arbitrarily should be exiled. Ha ha ha, old woman, don't make it sound so nice. Have you forgotten how you dealt with the Lu family? Do you want me to remind you? Kui Luo laughed. Wang Xi's eyes were bloodshot. Shut up, Kui Luo. Lu Xiaoxian, if you're still human, then kill yourself. Otherwise, the entire human race will kill each other because of you, and that will only benefit the Eternals. This is your only way to prove your innocence. As long as you kill yourself, my frigid immortal sect will announce to the entire astral trees that you did not betray humanity, and that your Lu family did not collude with the Eternals. Luin looked at him like he was an idiot. Old man, are you crazy? Who do you think you are to slander my Lu family? Do you believe that in 10,000 years, the entire astral trees will curse the Lu family for colluding with the Eternals? You, Lu Xiaoxian, will be cursed for billions of years. This was a threat to the frigid immortal sect's reputation. If the frigid immortal sect was still at the top of the 4 cardinal scales, they would be able to do it. Luin stared at the old man. You won't have that chance. I'll raise the frigid immortal sect to the ground. Arrogant, the old man sneered. Elsewhere, the World Mountain's chief was quietly listening to the conversation between the frigid immortal sect, the Lu family, and Lu Xiaoxian. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. He just stared at Luin. Kui Luo and Wang Xi were still exchanging insults, and Luin couldn't bear to listen to some of their words. They were all fabricated on the spot, especially when Kui Luo came up with a rumor about Wang Xi and the old man. Wang Yin was stunned, but it seemed like he believed it. That's why the two of you were right to split up. It was good for both the Wang family and the Bai family. Kui Luo was still rambling. Wang Xi was so angry that her body trembled. The old man only stared at Luin. Right, don't the two of you have an illegitimate child? Kui Luo asked. Shut up. Wang Xi roared. The old man turned to Kui Luo and gritted his teeth. I swear that I'll skin you alive one day. Kui Luo laughed strangely. Sorry to be exposed. He then looked at Luin. Did you enjoy listening? Do you want another round? Luin was helpless. How do we get out? Kui Luo was helpless. I don't know. The method used to imprison us is very strange. It's similar to an inner world, but it's much stronger than us. We can't leave unless they're willing to let us go. Aren't you worried that you'll die here? Luin was puzzled. Kue Luo sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Luin fell silent. Kue Luo fell silent as well. Wang Xi was even more silent now. No one could do anything here, and they could only wait. Words were weapons, and Kue Luo's words had left a shadow in Wang Xi's heart. She didn't dare to provoke him, and the same went for the old man. Luin sensed the chief's gaze, and when he looked over, he saw the shock and confusion in the man's eyes. He knew that his secret could not be hidden any longer, and his identity as Lu Xiaoxian would soon be exposed in the Fifth Mainland. This was not in line with his original intentions, as no one had expected Kue Luo and the other two to appear, which had completely disrupted his plans. It could only be said that everything had happened too quickly and too coincidentally. Does Elder Chan know of your identity? The chief asked, looking at Luin with a complicated expression. To the people of the Fifth Mainland, especially those who knew the past, the Astral Tree of Trees was a traitor who had abandoned the Fifth Mainland. Among them, the Lu family was the leader. The Lu family, the Frigid Immortal sect, the Bai family, the Wang family, the Xia family, the Lu family, and the School of Agriculture had all abandoned the Fifth Mainland, which was why the Fifth Mainland hated the primeval surnames. The people at the bottom did not understand, and they thought that the primeval surnames were the Fifth Mainland's enemies. In reality, only the World Mountain's chief and the rest knew that the primeval surnames had abandoned them, but they were not mortal enemies. This was why Luin, as someone with the primeval surname, had been able to avert danger time and time again. If the primeval surnames were the Fifth Mainland's mortal enemies like the Neo-Human Alliance, then Luin would not have been able to survive until now. Elder Chan, Eversky Island, and the other major powers would not have allowed him to grow. Luin had the primeval surname, and he had stayed on Earth before, so he was a legitimate primeval surname. However, no one had expected him to be from the Astral Tree's Lu family, and from the looks of it, his status was not low. Luin shook his head. I don't know. I didn't tell anyone. The chief said bitterly, the Lu family was overthrown by the four-way scales. Did you come to the Fifth Mainland to deal with the four-way scales? Is that why you unified the Outerverse, and now you want to unify the Innerverse? The one who unified the Outerverse is Luin, not Lu Xiaoxian. I don't even have any memories of the past, Luin said seriously. How could the chief believe that? Very few people with Lu Yin's talent would unify the Outerverse. What is your status in the Lu family? The chief continued to ask. Luin did not know how to answer. In the distance, Old White Ghost sneered. It seems like your wastelands don't know Lu Xiaoxuan's identity. Let me tell you, his name is Lu Xiaoxian, and he's the successor of the Lu family. The Lu family has already been destroyed, and Lu Xiaoxuan's existence is the fuse that instigated the civil war in the Astral Tree. The chief looked at Old White Ghost, and his eyes flickered. He had not expected Lu Yin's status to be so important. It was no wonder that 3 half-progenitors had appeared. You old bastard, you're shameless. As long as the Lu family returns, the monarch descends into the Astral Tree. What civil war is this? Kue Luo scolded. Old White Ghost stared at Kue Luo. You're definitely related to the Lu family. Kue Luo, what is your relationship with them? With your nature of bringing disaster to the world, you were willing to fake your death and hide after the Lu family was destroyed. What is your goal? Luin looked at Kue Luo, as he could sense that Kue Luo's attitude towards the Lu family was different. He had thought that Kue Luo had saved him at Dragon Mountain for the sake of the Elder from Driftcharge Planet, and that was indeed the case. However, after learning of Lu Yin's identity, Kue Luo's attitude had changed drastically. It was a subtle change that was difficult for ordinary people to notice, but Old White Ghost, Wang Xi, and Luin were all extraordinary people, so they naturally noticed it. Kue Luo was protecting the Lu family's reputation. Kue Luo laughed strangely. My goal is simple. Old White Ghost and Wang Xi stared at Kue Luo with solemn expressions. Kue Luo sneered. I'm just here to see you make a fool of yourselves. Old White Host's eyes went wide as he stared at Kue Luo. This bastard was the biggest troublemaker in the Astral Tree realm. They should have gathered all of their forces to destroy him back then. Old White Ghost no longer paid any attention to Kuei Luo, as he would not be able to obtain any information from him. He stared at the chief of World Mountain. What is your status in the abandoned lands? You're at 7 origin tribulations, which makes you second only to us. You must have an extremely high status in the abandoned lands. Tell the person in charge of the abandoned lands to eliminate Lu Xiaoxian. Otherwise, not only will the astral tree realm fall into chaos, but your abandoned lands will also be threatened. Lu Xiaoxian is enough to attract a large number of loyal followers of the Lu family. The everlasting race is also happy to see us humans fight amongst ourselves. Lu Xiaoxian must die. This is his fate. World Mountain's chief fell silent. Luin looked at Old White Ghost. Old man, are you done? Old White Ghost stared at Luin. Bastard of the Lu family, your fate was sealed from birth. You must die to give the Astral Tree sect and everyone else an explanation. Do you want the Lu family to be cursed for billions of years? You can't resist the 4-way scales. Everything you've done is whittling away at humanity's strength. You're helping the Eternals, and you're a traitor to humanity. You're just a bunch of dogs that used to only know how to bark. You're not qualified to become masters, Luin said coldly. Old White Ghost snorted and stared at Jiashan's chief. Did you hear that? Tell the people in charge of the abandoned lands to eliminate Lu Xiaoxian and eliminate humanity's greatest threat. That crazy woman, Wang Si, must have sucked your brain dry. We don't even know if you'll be able to escape. What are you talking about? Kuei Luo scolded. Wang Si gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Kuei Luo. She had been implicated without saying anything. Old White Ghost said, Did you hear that? If Lu Xiaoxian has the slightest chance of escaping back to the abandoned lands, tell the people in charge to eliminate him. Jiashan's chief suddenly looked up and glared at Old White Ghost. Old man, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Old White Ghost was stunned, and so was Wang Si. Even Luin was taken aback as he looked at Jiashan's chief in astonishment. He had never thought that the man would dare to speak to a half-ancestor like that. This was a half-ancestor. In theory, no one would want to offend such a person without enmity, especially someone like Jiashan's chief, who was both cautious and afraid of death. Luin had never imagined that he would dare to berate a half-ancestor. What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? Old White Ghost shouted angrily, looking at Jiashan's chief with an even colder gaze than Lu Yin's. His dignity had been challenged. Luin was Lu Xiaoxian, and his status was only higher than Kuei Yin's. Furthermore, the two of them were mortal enemies, so whatever Luin said was within his expectations. Kuei Luo's status was similar, and he was born with a foul mouth. However, this World Mountain's chief dared to berate him, which was something he had never expected. How dare someone who wasn't even a half-ancestor scold him? And someone from the abandoned lands. A piece of trash from the abandoned lands dared to berate him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt like he had been humiliated. Jiashan's chief clenched his fists and stared at Old White. You're just a bunch of cowardly deserters who abandoned your ancestral land. How dare you come back? Impudent, shouted Wang Si angrily. Who gave you the guts to talk to us like that? Jiashan's first seat said sternly, Who do you think you are? You clearly escaped, yet you want to come back and show off? Do you really think you're that strong? If the sky hadn't been swapped, if you hadn't run away, how could you be stronger than us? On what basis have you all reached the half-martial ancestor realm? If you hadn't run away, you would have turned into dust by now. You don't even have the right to talk to me. Also, this is the 5th mainland. It's not a wasteland. It's your ancestral land. The pupils of Old White Ghost and Wang Si changed, their anger almost materializing. Luin looked at World Mountain's chief with admiration. Senior, well said, especially that last line. It was brilliant. Kuei Luo also looked at Jiashan's chief in astonishment. He had never taken this person seriously, but he had never expected him to be such a ruthless person. Jiashan's chief looked at Luin coldly. You shut up as well. Your thoughts are impure. You want to use the 5th mainland to deal with those deserters and help your family? Do you know how much war this will bring to the fifth mainland? You're all deserters, so don't come back. Why come back and implicate the fifth mainland? Kue Luo pursed his lips. Jiashan's chief was speaking to all of them, berating all of them. Although Kue Luo's mouth was cheap, he couldn't retort. Lu Yin's fingers trembled. Jiashan's chief's words had hit the nail on the head. If they had run away, why had they come back? If they had abandoned them, why had they come back? Why had they implicated them? Lu Yin couldn't refute this, as this was what everyone on the fifth mainland was thinking. An abandoned land is an abandoned land. We didn't run away, we just abandoned it. This region of the universe has no value. You're nothing but ants, Wang Xi said coldly. Jiashan's chief didn't argue with her, as their standpoints were different. No one could convince the other. He had only said what he wanted to say because he had been forced by old Whitehead. Of course, he was also sullen because Lu Yin had concealed the truth from him. Senior, you're right, Lu Yin said softly as he looked at Jiashan's chief. I've always wanted to unite the fifth mainland and counterattack the cosmic trees, but I never considered their feelings. I thought I was Lu Yin, but in reality, I'm also Lu Xiaoxian. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Jiashan's chief frowned. If I can go back, I will definitely tell Elder Chan and the Elysian Celestial Master that if I am willing, I will always be Lu Yin. I am the same Lu Yin who walked out from Earth in the human domain's outerverse and walked step by step to reach where I am today. If I am unwilling, I will not blame anyone. I will leave the fifth mainland and return to the cosmic trees. Regardless of whether I am hunted down or seek revenge, it will have nothing to do with the fifth mainland and will not implicate them. The rules of the universe were that only the fittest survived, and the strong were king. Lu Yin could unite the innerverse and outerverse and forcefully use the power of the Great Eastern Alliance to resist the cosmic trees. Regardless of whether he won or lost, this was his path. However, he had forgotten about the wishes of the Great Eastern Alliance and the fifth mainland. Were they really willing to accompany him? This kind of thinking was unnecessary, as Lu Yin's status meant that he didn't need to consider so many things. However, Jiashan's chief's words had affected him. No matter how high one's status was or how strong one was, everyone had their own wishes and thoughts. To the fifth mainland, Lu Yin was still an outsider. Lu Yin's words caused Jiashan's chief's gaze to soften. Kue Luo rolled his eyes, as Lu Yin was spouting nonsense. His identity had already been exposed, so what else could he do but come clean? Lu Yin had only needed to say a few words, and everything was gone. There was no need for him to come clean. This brat was becoming more and more hypocritical. Old White Ghost and Wang Xi exchanged glances, and they both saw the disdain in each other's eyes. Counterattack against the cosmic tree's four-way scales? What a joke. Lu Xiaoxian, do you know what you're saying? You're indulging in fantasy. What's the use of this wasteland's trash? Wang Xi sneered. Jiashan's chief stared at Wang Xi. Shut up, you old slut. You're extremely ugly. Wang Xi was furious. You're courting death. She continued to struggle as she tried to break free from her corporeal thoughts and attack Jiashan's chief. Jiashan snorted. Trash like you won't even be able to cause a stir in my fifth mainland. Bastards. Old White Ghost barked. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. You two idiots. Why did the four-way scales send you here? Because there's no one else left. The others will only be stupider than them, Lu Yin replied. Lu family bastard, you'll die without a grave. The four-way scales won't let you off. The wasteland will be buried with you. Trash like you won't even be enough for my hall of honor to slaughter. While Lu Yin's corporeal thoughts continued, Venus's war continued. It continued. Little Leo contacted Vice City Lord Little Bear and pleaded for Lu Yin's rescue, but to no avail. When Half Moon City Lord learned of this, he fell silent as well. Corporeal thoughts controlled the entire technocracy. This was the power of the mainframe, and it had not been used for many years. Now that 3 half-progenitors had appeared, it was enough to alarm the mainframe. Among Lu Yin's group, Luo Huang and 2 other emissary-level androids from the Hall of Honor had not been restrained by the corporeal thoughts. They were androids and would not be restrained. However, as a result, they were exposed. Luo Huang was fine, but the other two emissary-level androids had surprised the entire city. The Third Fleet had no choice but to temporarily detain them. Half a month quickly passed, and during this time, Kuei Luo joined forces with Jiashan's chief to berate Old White Ghost and Wang Si. Wang Yin watched from the side and could not interject. Luin would occasionally interject, but his words were more vicious. There were still a few cultivators from the Sixth Mainland further away, but they did not care about them. They were too far away and could not even hear Lu Yin's conversation, which saved them a lot of trouble. After that, another month passed. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he no longer had the mood to berate Old White Ghost and the others. He did not know if he could escape from this place. He had asked Kuei Luo, but the latter's answer had left him in despair. Wang Si and Old White Ghost were also not in the mood to talk. They tried to escape, but they could not. The group remained silent for more than 10 days. On this day, Kuei Luo sent Luin a message. "Do you still remember the full text that person gave you?" Luin was stunned. "Yes, I recite it often." "Recite it in its entirety," Kuei Luo said. Luin did not know what Kuei Luo wanted to do. The Stonewall scriptures were very important, and he had relied on them to survive many times. He hesitated to recite it to Kuei Luo. "Forget it. If you don't want to recite it, then don't. In any case, your identity as Lu Xiaoxian is confirmed." "Did that person tell you the name of the text?" Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "No. Do you know?" Kuei Luo fell silent for a moment before transmitting, "The primogenitor scripture." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The Stonewall scriptures were called the primogenitor scripture? Only now did he know the name. "What you're reciting right now has been disrupted. I'll tell you the correct order." "Recite it again and learn it again," Kuei Luo said. Luin was astonished. "You know the correct order? How do you know how that person messed up the order?" Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. "Of course I do. We had an agreement long ago. When it's time to reveal it, we'll mess it up in a specific order. As long as it's that person who taught you, there's no problem. But if it's not him..." Kuei Luo looked at Luin meaningfully. "Then you're in trouble. Who are you people? What's your relationship with the Lu family?" Kuei Luo replied, "You'll know when it's time. I can't tell you now. The earliest I can tell you is when you become an emissary. I'm already strong enough to defeat a second tribulation origin emissary. With both the general appointment platform and the Reaper transformation, I can fight against several second tribulation origin emissaries." Kuei Luo shook his head. "I'm not comparing you to ordinary cultivators. Even the weakest of them should be progenitors. Do you think you're a genius? I don't dare say anything else, but there's one thing I can guarantee, you can't compare to Lu Xiaoxian." Luin was taken aback by Kuei Luo's words. What did he mean? "Your memories have disappeared, your bloodline has been sealed, your bones have been reconstructed, and your innate gift has been reborn. You're Luin, and Lu Xiaoxian is Lu Xiaoxian. When Lu Xiaoxian was your age, he created the overturning sky palm, an ultimate technique of the Lu family that attracted ancestor Lu's attention. You, on the other hand, couldn't have done it." It was strange to compare himself to himself, but Luin was Luin now, and he wasn't convinced. "Are you saying that I can't beat myself when I was the same age as Lu Xiaoxian?" Kuei Luo replied, "I don't know, but you can't compare to Lu Xiaoxian. Your cultivation is too messy. Think carefully, are there any techniques that you've created yourself?" Lu Yin's heart trembled, and he lowered his head to recall everything he had learned. None of his techniques had been created by himself. He was indeed powerful, unrivaled in the same realm as him, able to challenge emissaries above him. His strength was enough to go down in history, but all of this had been left behind by his predecessors, including his lock-breaking techniques and spiritual force. Lu Xiaoxian upheld the Lu family's orthodoxy and cultivated the Lu family's methods from a young age. He walked step by step with his feet firmly planted on the ground. Even though he used the roll call platform and learned the Lu family's ultimate techniques, he never gave up on creating his own battle techniques. Finally, one day, he created the overturning sky palm, which shocked the entire astral tree realm and attracted ancestor Lu's attention. He created an unprecedented record. He wasn't an emissary, but he was able to create a battle technique that could be ranked among the Lu family's ultimate techniques. No one had ever done this before him, and he represented the pinnacle of that realm. If you were to fight him, I can't say for sure who would be stronger, but in terms of pure cultivation, you're far inferior to Lu Xiaoxian. You're relying on the strength of others to fight him. For example, the Reaper transformation is the legendary inheritance of the god of death. It's an ultimate inheritance that can rival everything Lu Xiaoxian has grasped, but it's not your own strength. Kuei Luo's words echoed in Lu Yin's mind. It wasn't his own strength. Looking back at the past, he had constantly fought, and fought. He had relied on his emptiness palm, his spiritual force, his battle force, his domain, and his lock-breaking techniques to advance step by step. Step by step, he had become a paragon, and his Reaper transformation had shaken the universe. But none of this had been his strength. Suddenly, Lu Yin recalled what Crown Prince Gui Qian had said. Ancestor Gui Yuan had once said that a type of power could change the heavens and the earth when it reached its peak. There was no need to cultivate an astral source, as death qi was enough to replace astral sources for the Spectre clan to cultivate. Rune lines could also replace astral sources for the Rune Technology clan to cultivate. The Grim Reaper and the Rune Progenitor could both change the heavens and the earth, and they used their own powers. What about himself? Lu Yin was a little confused. What was his own strength? What? Seeing Lu Yin's confusion, Kuei Luo knew that things weren't looking good. He quickly shouted, "Old woman, old bai, is Wang Yun your illegitimate daughter?" Kuei Luo's shout startled everyone. Wang Xi's face paled, and she glared at Kuei Luo. "Just you wait, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Kuei Luo, I swear I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces." Lu Yin was startled awake by Kuei Luo's shout, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. He'd been lost in some sort of mental state flaw, and if he'd continued thinking about it, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, Kuei Luo's shout had woken him up. Lu Yin looked at Kuei Luo, who smiled strangely and glared back at Wang Xi and Whitehead. Kuei Luo watched Lu Yin out of the corner of his eye and relaxed when he saw that Lu Yin had recovered. Kuei Luo had almost been finished. He had said too much, but he still had to say it. Kuei Luo had wanted to say back in the astral tree realm that Lu Yin's cultivation was too complex. If he tried to cultivate everything, he would end up with nothing. It wasn't too late to think it through now. After 2 more days of peace, Lu Yin sent a message to Kuei Luo. "It's not difficult for me to break through to Envoy. Tell me, who are you and that old man?" Kuei Luo replied, "I told you, break through to Envoy first." "Not difficult? You're underestimating the origin tribulation. The more powerful a genius is, the more terrifying their tribulation is. When Bai Xian'er broke through to Envoy, the commotion was earth-shattering. Even progenitors were drawn over, let alone half-ancestors. The Eternals even launched a large-scale attack to prevent her from breaking through, but she still broke through in the end. Your breakthrough will definitely cause as much of a commotion as hers. I advise you to prepare yourself before breaking through. The Lu family's hope of returning lies in you." "Hope of returning? What do you know?" Lu Yin asked anxiously. Kuei Luo pursed his lips. He'd said too much. "Nothing. Are you going to learn the primogenitor scripture or not?" Lu Yin stared at Kuei Luo for a while, knowing that the old man wouldn't say anything else. "Yes." Kuei Luo took a deep breath, and his expression turned solemn. He sent a message to Lu Yin. "Lu Xiaoxian, always remember that the primogenitor scripture is not to be taught to outsiders unless absolutely necessary. It should have been passed down to you from the very beginning. This is a cultivation method that has been passed down in your Lu family for generations, and it was fated by the heavens. Perhaps it was the blessing of your ancestors, but you still managed to learn it. Remember the correct order: 1 to 4 transformations, 2 to 7, 3 to 21, 4 to 15. Lu Yin listened quietly. 1 to 4 transformations started with Spear of the Heavenly Tao, and 2 to 7 was Swallow and Spit Rivers. When the Elder on Drift Charge Planet had asked Lu Yin to recite the Stonewall Scriptures, he hadn't been able to memorize them all even after the order had been disrupted. Even now, he still couldn't recite them in a coherent manner. However, he had long since memorized the entire scripture, and as Kue Luo spoke, he began to recite the true Stonewall scriptures. No, it was the primogenitor scripture. As Luin recited the scriptures word by word, the disordered order of the Stonewall scriptures on Drift-Charged Planet displayed its true might. Lu Yin's spiritual force was unconsciously mobilized, forming a rhythmic beat that struck his body and his surroundings. It followed his physical thoughts and extended outwards. Kue Luo quickly sensed it, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Sure enough, only the direct descendants of the Lu family could display the primogenitor's scripture's might. Even he wanted to control this strange rhythm. Soon after, Old White Ghost and Wang Xi sensed that something was wrong, but they didn't know where it was coming from. They only knew that there was a mysterious force pulling at their spiritual force, attempting to control some sort of rhythm. The mastermind is making a move. Wang Xi shouted, looking up. Who is it? We are the four sides of the starry sky of the tree. Release us immediately, don't make a mistake. Jiashan's chief also sensed the strange rhythm. He looked around, but he didn't know where it was coming from. Wang Yun and the other cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had already been influenced by the rhythm. Their spiritual force pulsed along with Lu Yin's recitation of the primogenitor scripture, as if it was controlling their heartbeats. And this was only the beginning. As he recited more lines, Lu Yin's spiritual force began to change. If it had been like fog that could be blown away before, then it was now like fog that had solidified. Even though it hadn't increased, it was still a world of difference from before. Celestial demons were widely acknowledged as the race with the most terrifying spiritual force, but as Lu Yin's spiritual force transformed, he realized that he was no longer a threat. He no longer feared the Celestial Fae tribe. No matter how terrifying the Celestial Fae's spiritual force was, like a hurricane, it couldn't shake a piece of rock. Unless the hurricane was so powerful that it could uproot an entire mountain range, the rock would remain undamaged. Lu Yin's current spiritual force was like a piece of rock. It was as if he had placed 100 origin opening arrays on himself. The Stonewall scriptures had transformed Lu Yin's spiritual force into a rock. Even though it was small, it was sturdy. He really wanted to test it out with the second Night King and see how strong his spiritual force could be. In any case, it was far more resilient than the one he had encountered in the Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin stopped reciting the Stonewall scriptures. He still couldn't completely recite the altered Stonewall scriptures, let alone the altered order of the primogenitor scripture. However, even though he had only recited a small portion of the scriptures, it was enough to change him greatly. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with an indescribable radiance. Wang Xi and Old White Ghost couldn't have imagined that the change had come from Lu Yin. As soon as Lu Yin stopped reciting, the changes stopped as well. Wang Xi shouted, but there was no response. She had tried to call out Sen's name from the very beginning, but there had been no response. Lu Yin looked at Kue Luo, who heaved a sigh of relief. This kid hadn't lied. How do you feel? Kue Luo asked curiously. Anyone who knew the primogenitor scripture could learn it, and Kue Luo had learned it. It was thanks to the primogenitor scripture that his spiritual force had reached its current level, allowing him to easily escape from the encirclement of multiple ancestors. However, the true inheritor of the primogenitor's scripture was someone from the Lu family, and only someone with the Lu bloodline could unleash its full potential. Kue Luo was curious about what had happened to Lu Yin. That change had affected even him, and this kid hadn't even reached the level of an envoy. Lu Yin transmitted, "It's very comfortable." And then? Kue Luo asked. Lu Yin blinked. And then what? Kue Luo stared at Lu Yin. Did your spiritual force change much? Very much, Lu Yin answered truthfully. Kue Luo nodded and didn't ask any more questions. This is a technique that belongs to you in the first place. Don't slack off. So what if I practice it? I still can't escape. Lu Yin felt helpless. He looked around and coincidentally met Wang Yun's gaze, which was filled with hatred. Kue Luo said helplessly, who would have thought that this wasteland would have such a strange inner world? Even I don't know what's trapping us here. If even Wang Xi and I are trapped here, then there should be very few half-ancestors in the starry sky tree who can escape. Like the myriad Daos ancestor? Luin inquired. Kue Luo nodded. The myriad Daos ancestor is the closest to the progenitor realm. Half-ancestors are also divided into different levels. People like you and I who have broken through the 3 stages have the ability to enter the progenitor realm. There's a huge difference between those who haven't broken through the 3 stages and will never be able to enter the progenitor realm. Old White Ghost hasn't broken through the 3 stages. What about Wang Si? Luin asked. Kue Luo replied, I don't know. That woman didn't have much hope of breaking through to the half-ancestor realm from the very beginning. She didn't accumulate enough power as an enlighter, and she barely managed to step into the envoy realm. She relied on the Wang family's resources to slowly accumulate power. Later on, she actually managed to reach the half-ancestor realm. I don't know what happened, but it definitely has something to do with your Lu family. When he heard this, Lu Yin's gaze turned even colder as he looked at Wang Si. This woman's achievements had been built on the foundation of the Lu family. He had already been trapped for 2 months, and he didn't know how much longer he would be trapped for. Luin had already thought of a way to escape, but that would expose his innate gift, which he didn't want to do. What had trapped them was a corporeal thought, which could trap them because they were part of it. If Luin rolled 4 pips, he would enter the time-stop space, which meant that he would be out of this space for less than a second. This also meant that he would disappear from the corporeal thought for less than a second. No matter how long it took, as long as he disappeared, the thought would no longer exist, and Luin would be able to escape. This was the only method he could think of, as he was the only one who knew that the corporeal thought was trapping them. Kue Luo, Wang Si, and Old White Ghost didn't know. However, if he wanted to escape this way, he would have to roll his die in front of everyone. Doing so would expose his greatest secret, one that even Mr. Mu didn't know about. Luin was conflicted. Another half a month passed, during which Luin recited the primogenitor's scripture every day. He had no choice, as he had nothing else to do. Every time he recited the primogenitor's scripture, it would affect Kue Luo and the others. Wang Si and Old White Ghost always believed that the technocracy had done something. They threatened and enticed Luin, even revealing the Wang family's cooperation with the Genesis court, but there was still no response. Luin knew about the relationship between the Genesis court and the Wang family, but he didn't understand. If the Genesis court needed materials from the Wang family, then what could the Wang family get from the Genesis court? He didn't see any cyborgs in the cosmic tree. On this day, Luin was still reciting the primogenitor's scripture when his surroundings suddenly turned gray. The space was still the same, and in the distance, Wang Si, Old White Ghost, and Kue Luo were all motionless, maintaining their previous postures. Only Luin could move, he had escaped. Luin slowly looked up, and when he saw a familiar figure, he relaxed. Master, you're finally here. The person who had appeared before Luin was naturally Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu looked at him calmly. You're quite the troublemaker. Luin was helpless. Master, I had no choice. The cosmic tree sent a half-step ancestor after me, and if I wasn't lucky, I would have been killed by them. They wanted to kill your disciple, Master. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and he wanted to deepen the story of the cosmic tree's attempt to kill Mr. Mu's disciple. Mr. Mu said calmly, You've obtained many opportunities, so it's only natural that disasters will follow. It's not strange. Luin was stumped, and he did not know how to respond. Mr. Mu's words had left him speechless. By the way, Master, how did you know that I was here? Luin asked. He did not have any jade stones with him, so could it be that Mr. Mu had been watching him all this time? Mr. Mu calmly replied, I was just passing by and happened to see it. Passing by? This was the technocracy, so how could anyone be passing by? Luli recalled what Mr. Mu had said when he had met him in the starry sky of trees. If I want to come, I'll come. The two of them had different worldviews. The technocracy was mysterious to Luli, and half-martial ancestors feared it even more. However, Mr. Mu was just passing by. Luin looked at Kue Luo, Wang Si, and Old White Ghost, who were all half-progenitors, and then at Mr. Mu. The difference between them was extraordinary. Have you met your senior brother? Mr. Mu said lightly. His tone was very calm, as if he did not care about anything. Lu Ying replied respectfully, "Yes, I've seen you before, senior judge." "He's too powerful." Mr. Mu looked at Lu Ying. "I'm talking about the other one." Lu Ying was taken aback. "The other one? Which one?" Mr. Mu looked away again. "It's fine if you don't know." Lu Ying was curious. "The other one? He had met him before? Who was it?" He knew that he definitely had more than one senior brother, but the only one he had confirmed so far was the senior judge. Who was the other one? He hurriedly tried to recall. "Since you've met him, I'll give you a mission," Mr. Mu said, but then he suddenly fell silent, as if he was hesitating about something. Lu Ying had never seen Mr. Mu like this before, and he suddenly felt that he might be able to help. He quickly smiled and said, "Master, if there's anything you need, please tell me." Mr. Mu thought about it. "This mission is too dangerous for you, but it's most suitable for you." "Master, please tell me." "This disciple is not afraid of danger," Lu Ying volunteered. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Ying seriously. "The Eternals have had a plan for a long time called Xue. I hope that you can find out about this plan." "The Eternals' plan?" Lu Ying was astonished. Mr. Mu calmly explained, "The Eternals are humanity's greatest enemy, and they have done many things against us. Although we humans have given birth to many geniuses, we are still at a disadvantage. This plan might be the most insidious one that the Eternals have ever planned against us. If it succeeds, humans might no longer be humans. I've investigated this for many years, but the Corpse Kings cannot be forced to confess, and it's even more impossible for them to plant spies within the Eternals. Thus, aside from the name of this plan, I haven't been able to find anything. I hope that you can find out more, as you seem to be quite proficient in this area." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Don't worry, Master. This disciple will do his best to investigate." Proficient in this area? Of course he was proficient in this area. He rolled his dice 6 pips wildly. As long as he could fuse with a Corpse King, he would know everything, and the Corpse King would be at his mercy. The only problem was that with his current cultivation, he could only fuse with a Corpse King with a power level of around 600,000. Corpse Kings at that level could not possibly know about this plan. The 7 sky gods were more likely. "Master, it might not be easy for this disciple to find out in the short term," Lu Ying said. "However, this disciple promises that as my cultivation increases, I will do my best to investigate. This matter will be my most important mission in the future." Mr. Mu nodded. "There's no need to rush. Do your best." If it had been anyone else, Lu Ying might have negotiated with them, such as protecting them from the cosmic astral tree or giving them some external items. However, he had no such thoughts when it came to Mr. Mu. His master's kindness was as heavy as a mountain, and Mr. Mu had saved his life many times. Without Mr. Mu, Lu Ying would have died a long time ago. He would not refuse any of Mr. Mu's requests. "Is there anything else?" Mr. Mu asked. Lu Ying smiled. "Master, there are a few people trapped with this disciple. Please save them as well. Otherwise, this disciple will not be able to return to the Innerverse." Mr. Mu looked up. "That's simple." Lu Yin's lips twitched. Their views were different. "By the way, Master, this disciple has something to ask." Mr. Mu replied, "Speak." Lu Ying thought for a moment and then asked, "Is this disciple's cultivation a little too complicated?" Mr. Mu looked at him. "Why do you ask?" Lu Ying recalled what Kue Luo had said to him. Those words had been lingering in his mind all this time. "You know my identity. Before I lost my memories, Lu Xiaoxian had his own life. When he was young, he created an ultimate technique that could even summon progenitor Lu. It was called the overturning sky palm, but this disciple still has nothing. Progenitor Chen created the Sirius technique, and the talisman progenitor created rune lines. The legendary Grim Reaper used death energy to replace astral sources. Every powerhouse has a power that belongs to them, and it's a power that they created themselves. This disciple has no clue what to do." Lu Yin's eyes dimmed as he spoke. He had always believed that his innate talent was top-notch, but that was just someone else's. He had only learned from others. So what if he could challenge those at a higher realm? So what if he could break through to become an emissary? He did not have a power that belonged to him, and Lu Xiaoxian had achieved that long ago. At that moment, Lu Yin was filled with self-doubt. He did not know what he could create, and he really had no clue. Master, this disciple is useless, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Mr. Mu raised a hand and placed it on Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin was stunned, and he stood in a daze in outer space. Everyone has their own path, and only you know your own path. There's no need to compare it to others. You have no clue what to do with a power that belongs to you alone? It's just that the time is not right yet. One day, you will find that power that belongs to you alone. You're very outstanding because you're my disciple. I've acknowledged you, so you're very outstanding, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin hesitated. If this disciple did not establish the Great Eastern Alliance and just continued to cultivate, would I have been able to find my own path faster? Mr. Mu retracted his hand and looked at Lu Yin. Your current path is your path. You might be leading everyone you meet along the way, but they might be able to push you along in the future. In the past, there was progenitor Chen who fought against the world by himself. At the same time, there was the rune ancestor who cared for all living beings and created a rune-line civilization. Cultivation is not about you alone. Humans are different from the Eternals because of their ties. Even though progenitor Chen fought against the world by himself and lived alone his entire life, he still fought to protect humanity. His life and death is a mystery, and everything that he did in the past might become an opportunity for him to return in the distant future. Mr. Mu's words cleared up the fog in Lu Yin's mind, and those familiar words rang out in his head. Lu Yin, you should be the one in charge of the Great Yu Empire. I'm not suitable. Master, you're back. Master, Little Wei misses you so much. Your Highness. Where are my snacks? Delicious snacks. I'll follow the Alliance Master's orders. Greetings, Alliance Master. Greetings, Alliance Master. Brother Lu, I miss you so much. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Kuei Luo's words had made him doubt himself and deny his innate gift. Gradually, he began to deny everything that he had done in the past, including the Great Eastern Alliance and those related to him. Fortunately, Mr. Mu had dispelled his doubts in time. Who said that one had to cultivate day and night without any distractions? Who said that managing the affairs of the Great Eastern Alliance and unifying the innerverse and outerverse would delay one's cultivation? Who said that one had to search for opportunities and blessed lands to cultivate and constantly exchange pointers with others? Others had their own cultivation methods, but Lu Yin had his own. He had almost forgotten that if he hadn't established the Great Eastern Alliance, where would he have found so many star essence for his own cultivation and for his dye? If he hadn't established the Great Eastern Alliance, how would he have gained such great influence? How would he have resisted the pursuit of the Cosmic Tree Tribe in the future? How would he have been valuable enough to be used by the Eternals? Perhaps he would have been captured by the witch spirit god and transformed in the battlefield on the other side. That's right, this was his path. He wanted to lead everyone who followed him to the peak. Seeing that Lu Yin's eyes had regained their clarity, Mr. Mu smiled faintly. Master, disciple has thought it through. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu calmly replied, your senior brother doesn't have such doubts, because he knows that being acknowledged by me means that he is the most outstanding. Lu Yin grunted, Master, your disciple has learned so much that it's very complicated. What should I do? You'll be fine as long as you train all of them to the peak, Mr. Mu said calmly, and then his surroundings returned to normal. Before Lu Yin could even react, his body fell down along with Kuei Luo, Realm Mountain's chief, and the two cultivators from the 6th mainland. As for Wang Si, Old White Ghost, and Wang Yun, they were still trapped in the materialized consciousness. Kuei Luo was stupefied. What was going on? The huge mechanical giant came crashing down. Kuei Luo subconsciously moved his fingers, and the mechanical giant shattered. We're free, Lu Yin said excitedly. Kuei Luo's pupils shrank. Escape? He grabbed Lu Yin. Let's go. Don't panic, those two old bastards aren't here. Kuei Luo released his essence, energy, and spirit, sweeping across the Wei Shan battlefield. Wei Yan was still fighting. As Kuei Luo's spiritual energy swept across, the entire battlefield came to a standstill. Currently, it was not the Third Fleet that was fighting in Vair. The Third Fleet's heavy captain had been destroyed, so they could only switch to another fleet. The one fighting against them was not the Lost Sail Army. Lu Yin's group had suddenly appeared, and Kuei Luo's strength had shaken the entire battlefield. The cyborgs from both the city and the Genesis Academy were all staring at him. "Let's go. Take me to a city," Lu Yin ordered. Kuei Luo subconsciously wanted to refuse. "We've already escaped. Why are we leaving this damned place? If you want to leave, you need their permission. They can take you back at any time," Lu Yin said. Kuei Luo thought about it and agreed. His heart was filled with fear. He couldn't understand how there could be such a terrifying expert in this abandoned land. To be able to trap a few half-martial ancestors like them in an instant, he was probably at the same level as Myriad Daos' old ancestor and was about to become an ancestor. "I'll go to First Home City and have a talk with them. Otherwise, if I get captured again, who knows when I'll be able to break free," Lu Yin said. He was also afraid of being captured again, but he had yet to achieve his goal in coming to the technocracy, so he could not just leave like that. Otherwise, he would have made a wasted trip. Now that Wang Xi and Old White Ghost were trapped, the weakest powerhouse from the Starry Sky Tree would be a half-martial ancestor. He had to find a way to monitor the Heaven Creation Courtyard at all times. When Jiashan's chief heard that Lu Yin wanted to go to another city, he immediately refused. "Where?" Kuei Luo asked. He had no intention of asking the chief. "Monk of Boundary Mountain. Over there." Lu Yin pointed in a direction, and Kuei Luo led him, Jiashan's chief, and the two cultivators from the Sixth Mainland towards a city. With a half-martial ancestor like Kuei Luo taking action, they arrived at a city in the blink of an eye. The surveillance in the technocracy was no joke. Kuei Luo's group had been detected the moment they arrived in a city. Jiashan's chief had an ugly expression as he stared at Lu Yin. "You're still doing it? It's not like you don't know about the power that imprisoned us. Do you think that we'll be able to escape the technocracy without being imprisoned?" The first seat of Jia Mountain was speechless. Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry. That half-progenitor is even more afraid of death than you are. Kid, don't spout nonsense. I just don't like being controlled by others." Kuei Luo was annoyed. Jiashan's first seat snorted coldly, finding Kuei Luo an eyesore. "Old brat, what's with that look? Are you asking for a beating? Do you want me to dig up all the times you wet your bed when you were young?" Kuei Luo threatened. Jiashan's chief ignored him. Finding Kuei Luo an eyesore was one thing, but he couldn't beat Kuei Luo in a fight. Kuei Luo had always been afraid of death, but now, he was even more afraid. Kuei Luo cackled. The group stood in outer space, right outside a city. Soon after, Vice City Lord Little Bear walked out of the void and faced Lu Yin. "I thought that you had left the technocracy, but you actually dared to return. Our people were captured by you, so we had to take them away," Lu Yin said calmly. He was referring to the Luo Emperor and the two emissaries from the Hall of Honor. Vice City Lord Little Bear's large eyes swept across the group, and he glanced at Kuei Luo fearfully. "You think that you can take people away from my city with the support of a half-progenitor? Human, you're underestimating my city too much." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm not underestimating you." He then returned to his original appearance. His appearance had been altered by Jiashan's chief, and it was ineffective against half-progenitors. However, Vice City Lord Little Bear could not see through him. Now that Lu Yin had returned to his original appearance, it could be considered an official showdown. Vice City Lord Little Bear was shocked. "Lu Yin, the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master? So it's you. No wonder you're so bold. Vice City Lord, aren't you going to invite us in? I'd like to meet the half-progenitor." Lu Yin smiled. Vice City Lord Little Bear sneered. "Is the City Lord someone you can meet just because you want to?" Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice rang out. "Let them in, Little Bear." Vice City Lord Little Bear was embarrassed, and he glared at Lu Yin. "Let's go in." Lu Yin smiled politely and led Kuei Luo and the rest into the city. This was Kuei Luo's first time seeing such a strange city. There were numerous brains in the air tubes, and there were also many modified people that were like tools. He had never even dreamed of such a scene. Bi-City Lord Little Bear was still very vigilant when Luin and the rest entered the city. After all, there was a half-progenitor among them. Half-progenitors were known to be peak existences second only to the progenitor realm. Unless the mainframe took action, no one would be able to trap a half-progenitor, and this city was no exception. Bi-City Lord, how are my people? Right, what happened to the Valley Master Swordsman? Luin asked. Bi-City Lord Little Bear coldly replied, they've all been captured. Have you interrogated the Valley Master Swordsman? Luin was curious. That's none of your business. Bi-City Lord Little Bear was annoyed. This time, they entered the city where they had stayed before. At this moment, there was only one person here, a very ordinary modified person who was curiously sizing up Lu Yin's group. The two cultivators from the 6th mainland and Xianxia's chief had been left behind. Only Luin and Kuei Luo had entered. Xianxia's chief was sullen. He was a powerhouse second only to a half-progenitor, but he had been ignored. In fact, he was confident that he could make it out of this city, as he was very strong. City Lord, they've arrived, Bi-City Lord Little Bear said respectfully. The modified person looked past Luin and at Kuei Luo. When did the human domain have another half-progenitor? And he paused and looked at Luin. And he's one of your people. Luin spoke up. Bi-City Lord, let's not beat around the bush. I know some of the truth about the technocracy. Do you really not know where this half-progenitor came from? Bi-City Lord Little Bear's curiosity was piqued. Alliance Master Lu, you said that you know the truth about the technocracy. Tell me more. Luin thought for a moment. Thought, materialize. These words caused the city lord to fall silent. Bi-City Lord Little Bear's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. How did this human know? Impossible. No matter how this human knew, Bi-City Lord Little Bear could not let him leave the technocracy alive. Bi-City Lord Little Bear's eyes filled with murderous intent. Luin glanced at him and smiled confidently. Bi-City Lord, you should know what happened to us. My being able to escape was not within your expectations. Since that's the case, do you think that you can keep us here? Bi-City Lord Little Bear's paw trembled as he looked at Bi-City Lord Little Bear. Bi-City Lord Little Bear looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Alliance Master Lu, we can talk now. He gestured for them to sit. Luin and Kuei Luo looked at each other and then sat down. Kuei Luo was very curious about Bi-City Lord Little Bear. Given his personality, if not for the fact that he had been restrained earlier, he would have used his spiritual force to search the entire city. Why would he sit down and listen to their conversation? Alliance Master Lu, why did you disguise yourself as someone from the 6th mainland and sneak into our city? Just to take a look at the battlefield? Bi-City Lord asked. What if I say yes? Luin asked. Bi-City Lord Little Bear was astonished. Really? Luin nodded. One of my goals was to go to Wei Yan, and the other was to find something. Bi-City Lord Little Bear looked at Luin and listened quietly. Origin item, Luin said. Bi-City Lord Little Bear asked, the origin item that the Lost Voyager Army's commander had? Luin nodded. The Genesis Academy has one. You saw it on the battlefield. Bi-City Lord Little Bear said, we can't be sure if it's the origin item. Who would place it on the Lost Voyager Army's commander? And it disappeared in an instant. There's something wrong here. Kuei Luo looked at Luin with interest. The origin item was with him, and Luin was the one who had thrown it away. He wanted to see how Luin would spin this story. I can't explain why the Lost Voyager Army's commander would have an origin item, but I'm certain that it's the origin item, Luin said with certainty. Bi-City Lord Little Bear laughed. This matter is too strange. To be honest, I don't believe that it's the origin item, even though the aura is very similar. Bi-City Lord Little Bear, you've seen an origin item before? Luin was astonished. He had thought that only Jiashan's chief would be able to recognize an origin item on the battlefield. Logically speaking, even if an envoy-level cultivator could sense the origin item's aura, they shouldn't be able to recognize it. This was the truth. When Luin had told Jiashan's chief that he had sensed the origin item, the captain and the others hadn't recognized it at all and were still fighting. Vice City Lord Little Bear said, "I've always been paying attention to the battlefield, but because the distance was too far and the time was too short, I wasn't able to sense that aura. However, others told me that exuberant vitality could even affect envoys. Furthermore, I've seen an origin item before, and it's almost the same. That's why I've guessed it." Guesses are guesses, but I still don't believe that it's the origin item. It's too preposterous and unbelievable. Luin shrugged. It's very preposterous. An origin item is enough to make a half-ancestor go crazy, but it mysteriously appeared on the battlefield on a mechanical giant. It's inexplicable, but I don't need an explanation. I just need to obtain it. Origin items shouldn't be of much use to you. Vice City Lord Little Bear looked at Luin. Regardless of whether it's true or not, if your goal is the origin item, then why did you come back to Yiden City? Is it just for your subordinates? Luin answered seriously, "I want to cooperate with Yiden City." Kue Luo was not surprised, but if Jiashan's chief had heard this, he would have been shocked as well. Iben City had always been at odds with the human domain, and there had been people who had tried to stop the war and cooperate, but they had all failed. Iben City did not have a good impression of the human domain, but now, Luin wanted to cooperate. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong immediately laughed and looked at Luin mockingly. Half-Heaven City Lord was interested. Cooperation? Alliance Master Lu, are you joking? Very serious, Luin said solemnly. Half-Heaven City Lord continued, "The Hall of Honor has also tried to cooperate with us, but we rejected them. Iben City has been at war with the human domain for countless years, and there has never been a possibility of cooperation. What gives you the courage to talk about cooperation?" Luin calmly answered, "Because the sixth mainland is gone." Half-Heaven City Lord looked at Luin calmly. Luin continued, "Iben City cooperated with the sixth mainland for materials. The sixth mainland told me that if we cooperated with them, Iben City would have to go to war with the human domain. Now that the sixth mainland is gone, you no longer have a basis for cooperation. So, it's our turn. What, does the human domain have materials that can satisfy us? Even if you do, what gives you the right to represent the quasi-star domain? You won't be able to get past the Hall of Honor. Although I don't know much about the human domain, I know that their hatred for us is no less than the sixth mainland's. You want to provide us with materials?" "What a joke," Half-Heaven City Lord replied. Luin moved his finger. "The human domain is not cooperating with you, but me." Half-Heaven City Lord and Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong looked at Luin in astonishment. "You?" Luin nodded. "That's right. I'm not from the human domain, nor am I from the Great Eastern Alliance. It's me, Luin. I'll provide you with materials." "What gives you the right?" Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong could not help but ask. Their cooperation was equivalent to the sixth mainland's massive amount of materials. Even if they cooperated with the human domain, the Hall of Honor should be the equivalent. No matter how rich or powerful Luin was, he could not compare to an entire continent's worth of materials. Luin stared at Half-Heaven City Lord. "I don't have any ordinary materials, but I have some rare materials that normal people can't obtain, including rare materials that even the sixth mainland can't get. I can help you get them." The Half-Heaven City Lord's eyes flickered. "Even the sixth mainland can't get their hands on these materials, yet you can?" Luin smiled. "How should I put it? It's a personal gift. I can separate certain materials perfectly and recreate their original appearance." "Impossible." Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong shouted as he glared at Luin. "You're lying. Even with my city's technology, I can't do something like this. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't. You don't believe me? Give it a try?" The city lord stared at Luin, but his rationality told him that this was impossible. Those rare materials all originated from ancient times and had long since been used. They had indeed obtained many ancient items, but they had been unable to decompose those materials and could only stare at them blankly. They couldn't find new materials even if they wanted to, as they had long since been lost to the river of time. This person in front of him actually claimed that he could perfectly decompose them. cultivators fought for their lives. Once they reached a combat power of 1,000,000 or even a half-martial ancestor, they would be as powerful as a god. However, there were things that even a god could not accomplish. Kue Luo also looked at Luin in astonishment. Was there really someone who could perfectly separate the materials of an object? Ordinary objects were very simple, and even external objects with a combat power level of 1,000,000 or more could be done by those who were proficient in this field. However, for something to be called a rare material, and with the city's technology at that, it was impossible to decompose it. Since it couldn't be broken down, it was obviously not that simple. Some external objects might seem ordinary, but because they were too ancient or because their manufacturing methods were too complicated, the materials themselves could not be decomposed. No one could perfectly decompose them, so it was impossible. You can try, Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong. Find some things that you need but can't find. Let's see if I can get them for you, Luin said confidently. The city lord looked at Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong and gave him a look. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong left. There was a moment of silence. Right, Alliance Master Lu, there were some strange events in the city a while ago. Was it related to you? Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong suddenly asked as he stared at Luin. Lu Yin's expression did not change. Not related. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong and Luin looked at each other for a long time, but he could not tell if Luin was lying. Actually, Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong believed that Luin was not related, as Luin had been in seclusion at the time and could not have sent a clone to another place. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong might have believed that Luin was related to the human domain Xia family, but that did not seem likely. Not long after, Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong arrived with a broken stone and tossed it to Luin. Luin caught it and raised a brow as he looked at it. This stone is very ordinary, but there's a material inside called tear dust. As long as you can extract the tear dust, I'll believe you, Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong said in a low voice. Kue Luo was astonished. Tear dust? Luin was curious. Senior, have you heard of it? Kue Luo nodded and looked at the stone in amazement. Tear dust is an extremely ancient material that can no longer be found in the current era. I never thought that there would be one here. He then looked at Luin. Are you sure you can extract it? You should know that tear dust is very fragile. Even someone who has just started cultivating can erase tear dust if they're not careful, let alone someone like you. What does it do? Luin was curious. Kue Luo replied, plant it and grow it. Luin blinked. That's it? Kue Luo nodded. That's it. It's actually a type of soil. Then why is it so precious? Even Senior has heard of it. It's said that the plants grown with tear dust are more spiritual than other plants of the same species. Right, I heard that Ancestor Huey's first wisdom root was grown with tear dust. Lu Yin's expression changed, and then he was delighted. Really? Alliance Master Lu, please help yourself. How long will it take? Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong interrupted. Luin looked at him. Is there anything else? Bring it all over, I don't have time to wait. As long as Alliance Master Lu can extract tear dust, our cooperation will begin. Alliance Master Lu doesn't need to wait in a city. I'll give you the item, and you can bring it to me when you extract it, Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong said seriously. Luin smiled. That's a deal. However, I didn't mention any conditions for cooperation. I just said that I'm willing to cooperate. Let's talk about it after we extract tear dust. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong didn't believe that Luin could do it and left. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong hurriedly chased after him. City Lord, aren't you afraid that he already has tear dust? Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong replied, if it's that coincidental, then cooperating with him is the will of the heavens. There's no need to go against it. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong seemed to understand. Kue Luo left as well, leaving Luin alone. Luin went back to where he had been in seclusion, and his gaze turned cold. Kue Luo took action to prevent Luin from being monitored by a city. No problem, Kue Luo replied. Luin looked up, as if he could see that invisible thought form. He didn't know if the mainframe could see it, but even if it did, it wouldn't matter. He only needed to use 2 pips from his die, and the rest could be hidden. Although his innate gift of disintegrating materials was rare, it wasn't enough to cause a stir. He placed his cosmic ring to the side and didn't leave a single star essence on him. Luin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, causing it to spin and slowly stop at enhance. Luin was helpless. Kue Luo and Jiashan's chief both had innate gifts, but he didn't dare to touch them in the next 10 seconds. He recovered his die and continued rolling it. On his second try, he rolled 3 pips. Looking at the 2 screens, Luin shook his head and tried again. On his third try, his luck wasn't bad, and he rolled 2 pips. A disintegration vortex appeared, and Luin threw the stone into it. The stone passed through the vortex, and several different materials fell out. Luin could only recognize the most ordinary stone fragments, but there were also red and gray fragments beside them. Once again, he threw these fragments into the decomposition vortex, but nothing was decomposed. He had reached the bottom. That meant that one of these fragments was definitely tear dust. The gray fragments were the most likely, as there were too few of them. Regardless of what kind of fragment it was, Luin collected some, as he needed tear dust to help him disintegrate materials. Taking some wasn't excessive, as they didn't know how much there was anyway. The disintegration vortex could last for 5 minutes, so Luin wasn't in a hurry to leave. Being too quick would arouse suspicion. As the vortex disappeared, Luin closed his eyes and began cultivating Sirius. 2 days passed, and Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong came to check on Luin twice, but he didn't see him come out. His expression grew colder each time he left. When Vice Governor Xiaoxiong came for the 3rd time, Luin walked out. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong hurriedly stared at Luin. "You failed, didn't you?" Kue Luo and Jiashan's chief also looked at Luin curiously. Luin smiled and raised his hand, revealing several fragments. "Can I trouble you to take a look and see if there's any tear dust?" Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong looked at the fragments in Lu Yin's hand, especially the gray ones. He was stunned. Bantian City Lord arrived, this time with a modified human body that was much more powerful than the previous one. When he saw the gray fragments in Lu Yin's hand, he looked up. "Alliance Master Lu, welcome to work with Citadel." Lu Yin handed the gray fragments to Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong and smiled under Jiashan's stunned gaze. "Please come in." "Please." Bantian City Lord's tone had completely changed. Jiashan's chief was stunned, and he stared at Lu Yin and Bantian City Lord in a daze. How was this possible? For a long time, the Hall of Honor had sought a ceasefire or even a cooperation with Citadel, but they had never succeeded. However, Lu Yin had actually succeeded. How had he done it? The times made heroes. The separation of the innerverse and outerverse had allowed Lu Yin to unify the outerverse, and the destruction of the 6th mainland had also allowed Lu Yin to cooperate with Citadel. Compared to the 6th mainland, which could no longer satisfy Citadel's material needs, Lu Yin, who could allow them to obtain rare materials, was more worthy of cooperation. Lu Yin had already become a treasure in Bantian City Lord's eyes. To the technocracy, materials were like battle techniques to the technocracy. To the human domain, Lu Yin was like a walking secret technique to the humans. Even Vice City Lord Little Bear's gaze changed when he saw Lu Yin. His guess that Lu Yin just so happened to have tear dust was shattered the moment another red fragment appeared. Although this red fragment was not as precious as tear dust, it was still an incomparably precious material. Little Bear had not mentioned it in the beginning because he wanted to be careful. The moment he saw the red fragment, he was certain that Lu Yin really did have tear dust, and that it wasn't a coincidence. It was impossible for someone to possess 2 precious materials at the same time. Even someone who could see the future might not be able to obtain them. At this moment, Little Bear's gaze towards Lu Yin had completely changed. It was the same way he had looked at the cultivators of the 6th mainland before it had been destroyed. Lu Yin and Half Heaven City Lord chatted for a long time, but no one knew what they were talking about. Even Kue Luo didn't listen, as he wasn't interested. He still felt that Lu Yin's path was wrong, and that a cultivator should focus on cultivation instead of wasting time on such trivial matters. The next day after Lu Yin's conversation with Half Heaven City Lord, Little Bear had someone bring the Valley Master swordsman out. The swordsman had an apprehensive expression, and his face was pale. He looked like he was seriously ill. When we captured you, you said that you didn't know who those people were, right? Little Bear asked coldly. The swordsman's voice trembled. I really don't know. I don't know them. Little Bear sneered. You don't know Luin? The swordsman was shocked, and his heart sank. It was over. Luin and the others wouldn't think that he was the one who had told them, right? He didn't want to die, so he hurriedly said, By City Lord, this has nothing to do with me. Luin and the others planted an innate gift in me, which is why I was forced to bring them here. I don't want to lie to you, but if I tell you, I'll be dead. Little Bear calmly looked at the swordsman, stood up, and walked behind him. You've planted an innate gift? The swordsman nodded. That's right. An elder's innate gift is extremely powerful. His innate gift ignores distance, and he can kill me instantly. If that's the case, why aren't you dead? Because I didn't tell you. But we already know. How can Luin be sure that you didn't tell him? The swordsman was stumped, unable to answer. By City Lord, Little Bear disdainfully said, Ignore distance? Let me tell you, Luin and the others have already left the technocracy. They can't control you. The Valley Master's sword servant was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed. Really? Did they escape? By City Lord, Little Bear stared at him coldly. Are you very happy? The Valley Master's swordsman hurriedly lowered his head. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. By City Lord, Little Bear sat down again. Tell me, what's their goal? Since the city already knew their identities, the Valley Master's swordsman no longer hid anything and revealed everything he knew. By City Lord, Little Bear listened quietly and looked in Vyr's direction. It seemed that Luin hadn't been lying, and his goal was indeed to go to the Vyr battlefield. How had he known that the origin artifact would appear? Did someone tell him? That's all I know. By City Lord, Luin and the others never thought of coming to Iba. They only wanted to go to the battlefield between Iba and the Genesis Academy. I don't know their goal, the Valley Master's sword servant said bitterly. He admitted that he was very unlucky. There had been so many paths from Endless Weave to the technocracy, but he had run into Lu Yin's group. I know their goal, By City Lord, Little Bear said. The Valley Master's sword servant was astonished, but he didn't ask. Lu Yin's goal is the origin item that appeared in the dimensional battlefield, By City Lord, Little Bear said in a low voice. The Valley Master's sword servant was confused, as he didn't know anything about the origin artifact. By City Lord, Little Bear looked at him. Lu Yin's matter isn't your fault. You can only say that you're unlucky. However, if you want Iba to send cyborgs to the human domain's outerverse to help you, don't even think about it. We don't have a single cyborg. The Valley Master's sword servant's face went pale. By City Lord, Iba's cooperation with the Sixth Mainland has never been a problem. Even if Luin made a mistake this time, it has nothing to do with the Sixth Mainland. This. By City Lord, Little Bear stopped the Valley Master's sword servant from continuing. If there's a first time, then there will be a second. The next time someone from the Sixth Mainland is forced to bring someone into Iba, do you expect us to not care? Don't forget that Iba is in trouble this time. The Valley Master's sword servant thought back to when he had been interrogated by Iba's people. At the time, he had guessed that Lu Yin's group might be behind this, but the investigation had concluded that it had nothing to do with Lu Yin's group, which had relieved him. But now, regardless of whether Lu Yin's group was behind this or not, this debt would be placed on Iba's group. Who had brought Luin here? It had to be him. When he thought of this, the Valley Master's sword servant's entire body went cold. If Iba's cooperation with the Sixth Mainland was severed because of Luin, then even 10 lives would not be enough to compensate for it. The more he thought about it, the more terrified the Valley Master's sword servant became. By City Lord, please be lenient. What happened to Iba before was definitely not Lu Yin's group's doing. This lowly one doesn't ask for as many androids as you want, and will do as you say. Please, if Iba's cooperation with the Sixth Mainland is severed, then this lowly one will die. By City Lord, Little Bear coldly watched the Valley Master's sword servant plead. After a long time, By City Lord, Little Bear said, It's not that we can't cooperate with the Sixth Mainland, but because of Lu Yin's matter, our previous cooperation will have to be restarted. The Valley Master Sword Servant was confused, as he did not know what Vice City Lord Little Bear was talking about. However, he could only listen and wait for the results. The dimensional battlefield is constantly spreading towards us, and Iba is at a disadvantage in the war against the Genesis Court. Thus, I need the 6th mainland to support Iba and attack the Genesis Court from another direction, Vice City Lord Little Bear said. The Valley Master Sword Servant was shocked. Attack the Genesis Court? Vice City Lord Little Bear nodded. That's right, attack the Genesis Court. Of course, you'll have to give us the materials as well. Only then will we have a basis for cooperation. The Valley Master Sword Servant was troubled. Attacking the Genesis Court was not something he could decide. If you don't want to, then forget it, Vice City Lord Little Bear said coldly. The Valley Master Sword Servant begged again. Vice City Lord Little Bear's tone softened slightly. Actually, we've met a few times before. In the words of you humans, we're already acquaintances, and I don't want you to go back and throw away your life. The Valley Master Sword Servant hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Forget about thanking me. I can help you facilitate the cooperation, but whether or not you're willing is up to you, Vice City Lord Little Bear said. The Valley Master Sword Servant did not understand. I mentioned the origin item to you before. You just need to tell the person behind you about it. The origin item is currently in the Heavenly Founding Academy. Our first city will be cooperating with the 6th mainland once again. The basis is for the 6th mainland to attack the Heavenly Founding Academy. In the end, we don't care who gets the origin item. What you say is up to you, Vice City Lord Little Bear said. The Valley Master Swordsman had no idea what an origin item was, but since Vice City Lord Little Bear had given him a way out, then he knew that it might make sense. Left with no other choice, the swordsman borrowed a gadget from the city and contacted Endless Weave. He then used Endless Weave to contact one of the Daosaur Sect's 4 reverends, Mr. Guanxing, who was located in the Southern Weave. Mr. Guanxing was one of the Daosaur Sect's 4 reverends, and he was also the master of the Martial Immortal Realm's Upper Temple. Origin Artifact? An origin item has appeared in the Vira battlefield? Mr. Guanxing lost his composure. As one of the 4 venerables, there were very few things that could make him lose his composure. However, the news sent back by the Valley Master Sword Servant did. An origin item was related to becoming a progenitor. Not every half-progenitor had an origin item, and not everyone could break through the 3 stages. The 6th mainland also had people who could break through the 3 stages, or else the 3 progenitors would not have been born. Among the current 6th mainland's top powerhouses, there were not many who could break through the 3 stages and become a progenitor. The reason why no one had attempted to break through for so many years was because they lacked an origin item. Now, the person who had been sent to negotiate with First City had actually returned with news that an origin item had appeared in the Vira battlefield. Mr. Guanxing's first reaction was disbelief. Then, he heard that First City's condition for cooperation was for the 6th mainland to attack the Heavenly Founding Academy, which made Mr. Guanxing even more skeptical. However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, he had to be honest with the other 3 reverends. The 6th mainland's Daosaur Sect's 4 reverends had gathered. They were Blood Homage Realm's Old Man Xianxia, Martial Immortal Realm's Mr. Guanxing, Stone Realm's Medicine Immortal, and Fan Realm's newly promoted Guru Qinghua. When they heard that an origin item had appeared, the 4 of them did not hesitate to gather. Old Man Xianxia was the first to express his disbelief. How could an origin item appear in the technocracy? Our 6th mainland has been passed down since ancient times, and we don't have any extra origin items. How could the technocracy have one? Mr. Guanxing replied, that's right. The martial ancestor once said that the 5th mainland's half-progenitors all have the aura of an origin item. That aura has been left behind by the 5th mainland for many years, and it is also our true goal in attacking the 5th mainland. It cannot have been left behind, and it is even more impossible for it to appear in the technocracy. Those mechanical creatures have no use for an origin item. It's not impossible, the Medicine Immortal said. He was the most low-key of the Daosaur Sect's 4 reverends, and he rarely participated in decision-making. However, no one dared to overlook him, as his seniority even surpassed that of Old Man Xianxia and Mr. Guanxing. Don't forget that although an origin item has appeared in the Vira battlefield, it belongs to the Heavenly Founding Academy, and those people are connected to the Heavenly Founding Academy. Old man Xianxia looked up. The fifth mainland split? The primeval surnames? The medicine immortal calmly explained, the primeval surnames did not split, but rather were abandoned. In a previous battle, our sixth mainland changed the fifth mainland sky, but that was because the primeval surnames abandoned the fifth mainland. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle would have been clear to everyone. The reason why we sent people to guard the upper three gates was to prevent the fifth mainland from using that region of space to change the sky. Now, the fifth mainland sky has changed, and people from that region of space are appearing more frequently. When that region of space was mentioned, everyone's expressions became somewhat solemn. Even though they looked down on the fifth mainland, they knew that if the primeval surnames had not abandoned them, the sixth mainland would not have been able to win that ancient war. They did not even dare to imagine how powerful that region of space was now, but they were certain that it had more progenitors than the sixth mainland. If it really did come from that region of space, then it would make sense. However, how could the origin item of that region of space be given to the Heavenly Founding Academy? Origin items are rare, and they are related to becoming progenitors, so no one would waste them. Mr. Guanxing was confused. The appearance of the origin item in the dimensional battlefield is just Ibn Sidi's claim, and no one can prove it. We can't attack the Genesis Academy because of something that's unlikely to exist, especially since it involves that region of space, Old Man Xianxia said. He then continued, let's talk about the Great Eastern Alliance. We've already given them enough time. It's time to chase them away or submit. When the Great Eastern Alliance was mentioned, Old Man Xianxia glanced at Xianxia. If the plan had gone smoothly, this person would not have been one of the four sovereigns. Luin had agreed to cooperate with Madame Red on the surface, but he had secretly broken the agreement. The Great Eastern Alliance would either have to leave or submit, and the 5 weaves that had been agreed upon would not have been given to them. However, Madame Red had never revealed the whereabouts of progenitor Wushang's hide. Had Luin not given it to her? No, she had only agreed to give Luin 5 weaves before the incident with Xianxia. Luin had used progenitor Wushang's hide in exchange for 5 weaves, and Madame Red did not have the qualifications to agree. Thus, she had used Xianxua's incident to reasonably give Luin 5 weaves. There had been some time between the two incidents, so progenitor Wushang's hide must have been given to Madame Red. Otherwise, she would not have tried so hard to obtain 5 weaves for Luin. Progenitor Wushang's hide was in Madame Red's hands. As he thought about progenitor Wushang's hide, Master Guanxing's words jolted Old Man Xianxia back to reality. There's another person who saw the origin item, Luin. Luin? Old Man Xianxia, Xianxia, and even the medicine immortal were shocked. Why would Luin appear in the dimensional battlefield? Old Man Xianxia asked. Master Guanxing told them about how the Valley Master Swordsman had been coerced. The Valley Master Swordsman did not dare to hide this matter, and they could not hide it anyway. They only concealed the fact that Ibn Sidi had wanted to sever their cooperation with the Sixth Mainland because of this matter. Now, the conditions for continuing the cooperation had been proposed by Ibn Sidi, and the Sixth Mainland could not possibly know that Ibn Sidi had wanted to sever their cooperation. They only knew that Ibn Sidi's demands had been increasing, from materials to attacking the Genesis Academy. This was very normal, as the Sixth Mainland had been destroyed, and the materials could not be provided. Luin went to the dimensional battlefield because of the origin item. He must have received some news. It seems like the origin item is real, the medicine immortal said. Mr. Guanxing looked at Old Man Xianxia and asked, what do you think? Old Man Xianxia became uncertain. Everyone knows about Lu Yin's personality. He doesn't do anything without benefits, and even though he's young, he's good at planning before acting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current accomplishments. It has to be said that no one in the younger generation of the Sixth Mainland can compare to him, regardless of whether it's innate talent, strength, or scheming. Since he appeared in the dimensional battlefield, the authenticity of his origin item is very high. The human domain has always been enemies with a city. If it wasn't for the origin item, he wouldn't have risked his life to go to the Vientiane battlefield. Master Guanxing shook his head. But this child should have obtained an origin item in that region of space. None of them could figure it out. Let's not talk about the origin item first. Cooperating with E-City is inevitable. In that case, even if there is no origin item, should we agree to E-City's request? Asked the Medicine Immortal. If we attack the Heaven Creation Academy, it's very likely that we'll bring about the murderous intent of that part of the universe. They've already abandoned the fifth mainland, and I don't want them to return. The primeval surnames are not to be trifled with, Guru Qinghua said. He was an undisciplined person, and he didn't care about cooperation. He was more concerned about the safety of the sixth mainland. His words were approved. They all agreed, and after a final discussion, they communicated with E-City, hoping that E-City would change their conditions. In fact, they had originally planned to find a way to obtain materials from the fifth mainland, such as purchasing materials from the Hall of Honor. However, Lu Yin had threatened the Valley Master Swordsman and learned of their plans. Purchasing materials from the fifth mainland was not likely, and the Hall of Honor might even find out about their goals. None of them mentioned this possibility, as they were well aware that if the fifth mainland knew that they had asked E-City for help with the androids, their attitude towards them would be completely different, and they would most likely associate this with war. At the same time, they also decided that the four sovereigns would guard the Endless Weaves and kill Lu Yin if they discovered him. The sixth mainland was not stupid, and before they could confirm that the origin item that had appeared in the Vientiane battlefield was real, they would not easily agree to E-City's request to attack the Heaven Creation Academy. The price was too high, and even if the origin item was real, Lu Yin was not confident that he could lure the sixth mainland into attacking the Heaven Creation Academy. This was just bait. It all depended on whether or not the sixth mainland could resist the temptation of the origin item, and it also depended on whether or not they were willing to cooperate with E-City. After staying in E-City for a few days and separating several rare materials for Half Heaven City's City Lord, they finally confirmed their cooperation. Out of Lu Yin's conditions, the most important one was to have E-City keep an eye on the Heaven Creation Academy and immediately contact Lu Yin if anyone from the Cosmic Tree Society appeared. This was also Lu Yin's main goal in coming to the technocracy. He could not constantly worry about being hunted down, and even if Kuei Luo was here, he could not guarantee that Kuei Luo would definitely be by his side to protect him. Lu Yin did not have the confidence to have a half-progenitor protect him at all times, even if Kuei Luo was once related to the Lu family. If he did not want to be constantly on guard, then he would have to keep an eye on the Heaven Creation Academy. No one understood the Heaven Creation Academy better than E-City. After his trip to the technocracy, Lu Yin had cooperated with E-City and had them keep an eye on the Heaven Creation Academy. For Lu Yin, he had done everything he could during this trip. As for Jiashan's chief, even if he did not confirm that the Heaven Creation Academy was cooperating with the Neo-Human Alliance, knowing Lu Yin's identity and the appearance of Kuei Luo, a half-progenitor from the Cosmic Tree Society, would be easier to explain when he returned. He also knew that Lu Yin was cooperating with E-City, which meant that it was unlikely that E-City would become an enemy of the human domain. This information was also very important. On the way back, Jiashan's chief was silent. The fifth mainland hated primeval surnames, so he did not know how to face Lu Yin, especially since this person could bring disaster to the fifth mainland. When he thought about the possibility of Kuei Luo having a primeval surname, Jiashan's chief felt both resentment and apprehension. Kuei Luo was rather relaxed. Wang Si and the white-haired devil were still imprisoned, and the Cosmic Tree Society would not send experts to hunt them down for the time being. They could live comfortably for a while, and Kuei Luo had always wanted to come to the fifth mainland. "Kid, take me to that wall," Kuei Luo said. Back in the Cosmic Tree Society, Lu Yin had told Kuei Luo that the elder from Drift Charge Planet had carved the Stonewall scriptures onto the wall. The elder was already dead, but Lu Yin could take Kuei Luo to him. It was because of this that Kuei Luo had been willing to help Lu Yin escape from the Cosmic Tree Society. Lu Yin replied, "He's dead. You won't be able to find him." Kuei Luo stopped, forcing Lu Yin, Jiashan's chief, and the two emissaries to stop at the same time. "You lied to me?" Kuei Luo's gaze was gloomy and filled with hostility. Lu Yin asked in a low voice, "Did I recite it correctly?" Kuei Luo's eyes narrowed. "Aside from the person you care about, who else knows?" "Aside from him, who else can tell me?" Didn't you already confirm it? I didn't lie to you. It's just that the planet was destroyed the moment he died, Luin said. So what you said back in the Central Realm was that you wanted me to help you, Kue Luo said through gritted teeth. Luin nodded. Kue Luo sighed, his expression sullen. He had lied his entire life, and he could kill anyone with a single lie. He had never expected to fall into this kid's trap. Luin felt helpless. You didn't know who I was back then. If I hadn't said that, you might not have helped me, right? Kue Luo looked into the distance and shook his head bitterly. I went through so much trouble to come to this abandoned land just to sweep his grave, but I didn't think that there wouldn't even be one. How pitiful, how pitiful. Luin was curious. Who is he? Why does he know my Lu family's inheritance? Back then, he said that he wanted me to go to the Neoverse to help him pass the Stonewall scriptures to someone else. Who was that person? Later on, he didn't even need me to look for that person. Kue Luo laughed. That person? It's just a backup plan. He must have hidden someone who might be able to preserve that scripture. That's not important. The reason he didn't want you to look for that person is probably because he saw a greater chance of preserving the scripture on you. Who would have thought that by chance, he would actually hand it over to the person who should be the most suitable? Who exactly is he? Luin was curious. The elder from Drift Charge Planet had been the greatest opportunity of his life. Using the arcane art of life and death had allowed him to come back from the brink of death multiple times. The Stonewall scriptures had helped him survive multiple calamities, and the tattoo on the soles of his feet had allowed him to obtain the Sirius sex assistance. In the future, he might even obtain the assistance left behind by progenitor Chen. Without the elder from Drift Charge Planet, Lu Yin's path of cultivation would not have been so exciting. He really wanted to erect a monument for the elder. Kue Luo glanced at the chief of Realm Mountain and then at Luin. He thought about it and then spoke to Luin alone. My name isn't Kue Luo. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Not Kue Luo? You're not Kue Luo? That can't be. Many people recognized him, and besides Kue Luo, there was no other half-ancestor with such a foul mouth. Kue Luo slowly replied, Kue Luo is actually two people, Kue Luo and Luo. I'm Kue Luo, and that old man is Luo. Luin was shocked. Is that so? Kue Luo nodded. That's right. When the Lu family was in trouble, the two of us were implicated and ran away separately. Luo might have been captured, and I've been looking for him ever since. But didn't you fake your deaths a long time ago? Why did you still encounter trouble? I already said that we were in trouble with the Lu family, and no one knows who we are. This old man searched the astral tree domain for so many years, but I couldn't find any trace of Luo. I didn't expect him to be in this region of space. What's your relationship with the Lu family? Why does Luo have that scripture? Luin asked. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. I've told you many times. I'll tell you once you become an emissary. Until then, you should just focus on your cultivation. Luin pursed his lips and didn't say anything. But where did Luo's grandson come from? Do you know about this? Kue Luo was curious. When Luin had told him that the elder's grandson had died on Drift Charge Planet, Kue Luo had been very curious, but he hadn't had the chance to ask. Luin roughly explained what had happened in the Sirius sect, but he didn't reveal the diagram on the bottom of his feet. Kue Luo was shocked by Lu Yin's words. He's probably an adopted grandson. He caused such a ruckus over an adopted child. His temperament has changed so much. Temperament? Luin thought back to the first time he had met the elder from Drift Charge Planet. That elder had used a hidden technique on Luin and forced him to memorize the Stonewall scriptures. He had even threatened Luin that he ate white meat. That old man's temperament had not been good, but that did fit Kue Luo's temperament. It's no wonder why the Astral Tree Society's encirclement has been useless. Two half-progenitors, who can resist them? Luin muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered something and stared at Kue Luo. Give me ye. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. You threw it away. I'm thinking of a way to bring enemies to the Genesis Court so that I can cause trouble for the experts from the Astral Tree Society. It's useless. That's because you took Easy away. Don't worry. Anyone who wants to break through to the progenitor realm won't give up hope. At the very least, the Genesis Court must have an item of origin. Do you think those half-progenitors are idiots? They're not that smart. You stirred up trouble in the Astral Tree Society, but in the end, you were seen through by a girl who met you. Even the White Dragon ancestor didn't notice your weakness. Don't think that others are so smart. They're not stupid. Give it back. You threw it away. You lack an item of origin? Nonsense. I want to break through to the progenitor realm too. You don't have one? Who else has one besides the four-way scales? Not long after, the group left the technocracy. Kue Luo was startled. There's an expert here. He's not weak. Jiashan's chief grew serious. It should be the 6th mainland celestial imprint. Luin had already expected this. The Valley Master Swordsman must have contacted the 6th mainland, and it seemed like both sides were discussing this. The 6th mainland did not want to let him return so easily, so they probably wanted to hide the fact that they had requested help from a city. Kid, should we make a move? Kue Luo asked. He was rather curious about the 6th mainland's imprint. Luin shook his head. Try not to alert them. The 6th mainland has progenitors. Kue Luo's heart sank at the mention of progenitor realm. Let's go. With Kue Luo leading the way, even the All-Heaven imprint wouldn't be able to discover them. Moreover, the World Mountain's first seat was also a super expert who could rival the All-Heaven imprint. It wasn't long before Lu Yin's group left the Endless Weave and arrived at the Southern Weave. The celestial imprints had gone to the Endless Territories to block them, so the Southern Territories were no longer in danger. Kue Luo was about to leave after confirming that there wasn't much danger. Leave? Where are you going? Luin asked. Aren't you going to the Innerverse with me? Kue Luo rolled his eyes. What's the point of following you around? Hee, I've grown tired of staying in the starry sky of the trees, and I've never been to the abandoned lands before. Of course I'd like to walk around and see the local customs. Luin raised an eyebrow. Local customs? He was aware of Kue Luo's reputation in the starry sky of trees. That old man was hated by almost everyone. He was a wicked man with a foul mouth and was good at making up stories. Given his strength, ordinary people would look down on him. If he wanted to dig up something, it would be something earth-shattering. This was interesting. There were still many secrets that Luin wanted to know about the 5th mainland. However, this old man wouldn't dig up his own secrets, would he? Ahem, that. Don't be rash. This is a civilized society. Take it easy, we can't take it. Why don't you just stay in the Outerverse? At this moment, Jiashan's chief raised his gadget and looked at Kue Luo. Elder Chan would like to speak with you. Kue Luo and Luin looked over. Elder Chan? That name sounds annoying. Who is it? The boss of the abandoned lands? Jiashan's chief frowned. Was this how a half-ancestor behaved? Luin whispered, Elder Chan is the master of our 5th mainland's Hall of Honor. He's infinitely close to becoming a progenitor, and he should be around the same level as the myriad Dao ancestor. Kue Luo was shocked. There's such a powerful person? Luin didn't know how strong Elder Chan was, but he knew that there was nothing wrong with scaring Kue Luo. Elder Chan once spoke with the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors on equal terms, Luin added. Kue Luo grew serious, as the myriad Dao ancestor could speak with progenitors on equal terms. This was because all progenitors were certain that he would become a progenitor. That was an unparalleled confidence, and Elder Chan had actually achieved it. Kue Luo still spoke with Elder Chan, and Luin overheard their conversation. Elder Chan hoped that Kue Luo wouldn't act rashly on the 5th mainland and that he wouldn't reveal the matter of the cosmic tree domain. When Liu Yefei had first arrived, a sourcebox array had been planted in her body, and it could determine her life or death. Kue Luo was a half-ancestor, and no one else had the ability to do so. He could only hope that Elder Chan would try his best not to act rashly. Kue Luo's attitude was still quite good, and his tone was still quite displeased. However, he didn't tear off all pretense of cordiality. Luin was thinking about his upcoming conversation with Elder Chan. Xianxia's chief had already told Elder Chan everything, and Elder Chan would definitely want to speak with Luin. His conversation with Elder Chan would directly determine the survival of the Great Eastern Alliance. If Elder Chan hated Lu Yin's identity, then the Great Eastern Alliance would immediately vanish. After all, the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor was the true ruler, and many of Lu Yin's accomplishments had been established with the Hall of Honor. Without the Hall of Honor, no one would fear Lu Yin, and many people would be able to act without restraint. Not long after, Kui Luo tossed his gadget to Xianxia's chief. I don't even know what that old bastard is talking about. What a mess. He then left under Xianxia's furious gaze. Kui Luo had also taken away the origin artifact, and Lu Yin would not be able to obtain it. That old bastard had refused to give it to him, and Lu Yin had no other choice. A dignified half-ancestor was acting shamelessly, and only a progenitor could suppress him. Kui Luo's behavior was rather rude to Elder Chan, but he was on the same level as Elder Chan, so Xianxia's chief could not say anything. He looked at Lu Yin, only to find that Lu Yin had activated his gadget. Elder Chan, Junior, Lu Yin apologizes to you. Xianxia's chief was speechless. This brat had acted quickly. Elder Chan had not expected Lu Yin to act so quickly. He had just ended his conversation with Kui Luo when Lu Yin had contacted him in less than 2 seconds. Should I call you Lu Yin or Lu Xiaoxian? Elder Chan asked in a low voice. Lu Yin was bitter. Before I lost my memories, I was Lu Xiaoxian. Now, I'm Lu Yin. Elder Chan remained silent. Lu Yin said, I'm sorry, Senior. The Fifth Mainland has given me too much support, but I've disappointed you. Elder Chan replied, you'll be disappointed if you don't break through to the progenitor realm. I'm from the astral trees, and I have a true primeval surname, Lu Yin said bitterly. Elder Chan asked, are the primeval surnames in this region fake? Lu Yin did not understand. Actually, there are many primeval surnames, and many of the primeval surnames in this region share the same ancestry as you. Although we detest them, we do not hate them. The primeval surnames abandoned the Fifth Mainland, causing this region to lose its luster. This was your choice. Did you see the Hall of Honor hunting down the primeval surnames? Elder Chan countered. Lu Yin solemnly replied, this junior understands. Lu Xiaoxuan's identity will bring about war, Xianxia's chief spoke up, his voice not soft. Lu Yin's finger twitched, as this was what he was most worried about. Elder Chan was silent for a moment. Lu Yin. Yes, Senior, Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Elder Chan continued, humans cannot afford internal strife. No matter who is right or wrong in this region of the universe, we cannot let the Eternals benefit. Do you understand? Lu Yin clenched his fists. I understand. Don't worry, Senior. I'll think of a way to resolve this. Elder Chan ended the call. Neither of them had said anything, but they both knew that Lu Yin would not resign himself to his fate, and Elder Chan would not allow the Fifth Mainland to launch a counterattack against the astral trees. It all depended on what Lu Yin would do. The moment Lu Xiaoxuan's identity was exposed, he had already guessed that this would be the outcome. Elder Chan was the master of the Hall of Honor, and he knew of the Eternals' existence. His choice had not been wrong. Lu Yin only knew one thing: if he wanted to lead his people against the four-way scales, there would be an additional obstacle. However, this obstacle would come sooner or later. Even if he did not expose himself now, Elder Chan would still find out when the astral trees sent reinforcements. It was just a matter of time. There was one thing that Lu Yin had not expected: Elder Chan had let him off so easily. He had not pursued the matter of the Great Eastern Alliance, and he had no intention of chasing Lu Yin away from the Fifth Mainland. Elder Chan and the other half-ancestors had supported Lu Yin because he had broken through 3 stages and was one of the Fifth Mainland's hopes of becoming a progenitor. His status was almost equal to that of the other half-ancestors. Now that Lu Yin had become a progenitor, he represented the Lu family of the astral trees. Lu Yin had not expected that Elder Chan would actually not mind. Neoverse, Jiashan. Elder Chan put down his gadget and stepped out to the adjudicator realm. It was not that he did not mind, but rather that he valued Lu Ying not only because of Lu Yin's hopes of becoming a progenitor, but also because he had to consider someone else. There were many geniuses in the universe. Back when Upper Sage Wudi had brought Lu Ying to wreak havoc at Jiashan, Lu Ying had not been able to compare to the prime clear lineage. At least, in the eyes of those from the Hall of Honor, Lu Ying was no match for the prime clear lineage. At the time, Elder Chan had openly supported Lu Ying, which was why Lu Ying had such a background in the Hall of Honor. Elder Chan was not worried about Everlasting Island, nor was he worried about the Great Eastern Alliance, which was a loose alliance that could be easily destroyed. Instead, he was worried about the person behind Lu Ying, who was also the person behind the adjudicator. Within the adjudicator realm, a voice came from the darkness. Lu Xiaoxian? Elder Chan clasped his hands behind his back. That's right, Lu Xiaoxian. That region of space has undergone a great change, and the Lu family was destroyed by the four cardinal scales, which included the frigid immortal sect. Lu Xiaoxian survived and changed his name to Lu Ying. Do you know about this? Junior brother. Elder Chan looked into the darkness, almost as if he could see through it and see the adjudicator himself. Your master already knew about this? I'm not sure, but he's my junior brother. It has nothing to do with his status. Elder Chan sighed. I thought that he was an absolute genius, but who would have thought that he would actually come from a top family? And a top family at that, the Lu family. Do you know that because of him, the Fifth Mainland might be attacked by the four cardinal scales? He wants to lead the Fifth Mainland in a counterattack against the four cardinal scales. Does your master know about all of this? I'm not sure. I only know that he's my junior brother. If he causes the Fifth Mainland to be plunged into misery and suffering, or if the Eternals benefit from it, then I will become a sinner for all eternity, Elder Chan said. The darkness surged, gradually revealing the scales. This was the adjudicator's innate gift. In cultivators, the strong prey on the weak, and there is no right or wrong. However, I believe that this world needs right and wrong, and it needs fairness. Even if I can never achieve it, this is still my goal. Even if my body is crushed, even if my life is destroyed, even if the human race never existed. Humans are not walking corpses. Lu Yin's counterattack on the four cardinal scales is correct for the Lu family, as he can take revenge. If the human race is destroyed by the Eternals because of this, then he is guilty. If I am still alive on that day, I will judge him and give him justice. If he is convicted in advance because of something that has yet to happen, then the scales will be left for whoever decides. Elder Chan looked at the scales with a complicated expression. Is this also your master's intention? I don't know. This is my decision. Elder Chan nodded. I understand. Everything will be up to fate. He then left the adjudicator realm, leaving behind one last sentence. This is not an abandoned land, but rather an ancestral land. A deserter will always be a deserter. Lu Ying did not know what had happened in the Neoverse, so he naturally did not know about the change in Elder Chan's attitude. To him, no matter what Elder Chan's attitude was or what he should do, he would not give up on the Fifth Mainland's counterattack just because of a few words from Elder Chan. Lu Ying would respect the decision of those who followed him, but he would not allow them to do as they pleased. Part of what Elder Chan had said was from the bottom of his heart, but part of it was because he had no other choice. Humans were not allowed to have internal strife. Elder Chan was wary of this, but the sorcerer god was looking forward to it. In the end, it all depended on their own methods. The sorcerer god's scheme would definitely succeed, but the result might not be what he wanted. He had to drag the Eternals down with him. How could he let the Eternals just watch from the sidelines? Not long after Kuei Luo left, Lu Ying sent a message to Qing Tan. Qing Tan, who was far away in the Realm Mountains, was confused when she saw Lu Yin's message. Origin item? She did not know what an origin item was, but she still did as Lu Ying said. In the endless weaves, Songqiong old man's eyes were closed. With four sovereigns present, even the Fifth Mainland's half-ancestors might not be able to save Lu Ying. Killing this person might be a huge concern, but capturing this person was even more valuable. Progenitor Wushang's hide, origin artifact, the 9 cauldrons battle techniques, and so on. This kid had too many secrets. Most importantly, he had suddenly opened his eyes. The legendary death god's inheritance. The Grim Reaper was a legend that no one believed in. However, Lu Yin's performance in the Sovereign Tournament had attracted a lot of attention, and Old Man Xianxia was one of them. Just because he didn't say anything didn't mean that he wasn't paying attention. Once he captured Lu Yin, he would have to interrogate him about the god of death's inheritance. While Old Man Xianxia was deep in thought, he received a message from Qin Tan. When he saw the message, his expression changed drastically. Lu Yin has returned from the technocracy and informed the Board of Governors of his whereabouts. He mentioned that he found an origin item in the dimensional battlefield. Old Man Xianxia and the others didn't quite believe that an origin artifact would appear in the dimensional battlefield out of nowhere, but Qin Tan's information had shaken them. They could not figure out why Lu Yin had taken the risk to go to the technocracy, but it was not impossible for him to claim that it was for the origin item. Could there really be an origin item? Old Man Xianxia's eyes flickered. An origin item or progenitor Wushang's hide, which was more important? Both were important to him. The heavenly imprint was not a half-progenitor, but some heavenly imprints had reached the half-progenitor level, while others had not. Old Man Xianxia did not have one, but he was ambitious. He was one of the few cultivators who had broken through the lower and middle finger stages without reaching the half-progenitor level. He had the desire to become a half-progenitor, and he was very eager to do so. Otherwise, he would not have captured Madame Red. Once this matter was exposed, it would easily lead to a war with the progenitor of Combat Realm. Now that the news of an origin item had been confirmed, Old Man Xianxia could no longer sit still. Whether or not there was an origin item, he had to send someone to Ibn City. Now that the 6th mainland's cultivators in Ibn City had come from the progenitor of Combat Realm, he had to send his own people. There was no need for Lu Yin to guard Ibn City, as he had already returned. As for the Great Eastern Alliance, there was no need to pay attention to them for the time being. If it was confirmed that there was an origin item, then the balance of the war would tilt towards the Genesis Academy. Nothing was more important than breaking through the progenitor realm. The astral river was majestic, and from time to time, strange fish would emerge from it. Occasionally, there would also be unfathomably large creatures that swam by, causing the astral river arc to sway. The older generation had once said that some superclustered creatures could even capsize the astral river arc when they passed by. Ever since the 6th mainland had entered the Outerverse, most of the Outerverse weaves had gradually been taken over, and no one could control them. However, the astral river arc had always been under the control of the 5th mainland, and the 6th mainland's cultivators had never fought over it. This was true even for the West Astral River arc, which could reach the Outerverse western weaves. As long as one boarded the West Astral River arc, they would be able to reach the Outerverse western weaves. The 6th mainland's cultivators were confident that they would not fear any cultivators from the 5th mainland, but the 5th mainland's innerverse did not allow the 6th mainland's cultivators to easily enter. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, the 6th mainland's average strength was stronger than the 5th mainland's. When Lu Yin had gone to the Pegasus Manor to rescue the giant's bloodline, he had passed through the Astral River Arkansas. When he had been brought to the technocracy by Jiashan's chief, he had also passed through the Astral River Arkansas. Now, he still had to pass through the Astral River arc on his way back. As he looked at the swaying Astral River arc in the distance, Lu Yin grew curious. Does the 6th mainland not have the right to use the Astral River arc? Jiashan's chief replied, I'm not sure. I don't care about worldly affairs. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Ever since Lu Xiaoshuan's identity had been exposed, Jiashan's attitude towards him had changed. There was less closeness and casualness, and there was more vigilance and distance. This could not be helped, as the difference between regions could not be ignored. The same went for Elder Chan. Soon, the group boarded the Astral River Arkansas. With Jiashan's strength, he could easily bring Lu Yin and the others across the Astral River arc, but there was no need for that. Cultivators did not need to constantly reveal their strength, as accidents could happen at any time. As he looked at the surging Astral River, Lu Yin recalled the terrifying number of rune lines he had seen before. There were powerful creatures hidden within the Astral River. Soon, the Astral River arc moved, heading towards the Innerverse. Many spacecraft lined up to board the East Astral River arc, but there were very few people on this particular Astral River Arkansas. After all, very few cultivators dared to come to the Sixth Mainland's territory. The Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Innerverse had caused too much hatred, and almost no cultivators from the Fifth Mainland were willing to come. Most of the cultivators on this Astral River arc came from trading companies or independent cultivators. They could not survive here and could only try their luck. There were also some cultivators from the Fifth Mainland's Outerverse who wanted to break free from the Sixth Mainland's rule and enter the Innerverse. Another spacecraft is coming, but it's too late. Someone sighed when they saw another spacecraft in the distance. It doesn't matter. The arc can travel back and forth very quickly. Wait, look. Those people should belong to some power from the Sixth Mainland. Luin heard the sounds of discussion, and he looked over. Not too far away from the Astral River arc, there was a spacecraft that had stopped, and it was surrounded by a few cultivators. The clothes that these cultivators were wearing were very familiar. That emblem? The Autumn Frost family? Luin was shocked. How had the Autumn Frost family cultivators chased him all the way here? They were quite far away. There was a boom as the spacecraft exploded. Two figures rushed out in different directions, trying to escape. The cultivator from the Autumn Frost family attacked and imprinted an imprint on Uncle Hua, killing intent bursting forth. Many people on the ark saw this, and although they were curious about who was trying to escape, they were not too surprised. They had seen such a scene too often. In outer space, a youth's left arm was twisted at an irregular angle, and his body was covered in dried bloodstains. A blade slashed out, and the youth raised his hand. Black Inferno Palm. Black flame-like patterns spread out from his palm, forming a giant black flaming palm print that was accompanied by three-lined battle force that attacked the blade. The blade slashed out, tearing apart the black flaming palm print, and then slashed towards the youth's neck. The youth was helpless, and his face paled. He still could not escape. Was he going to die? Suddenly, the blade stopped, and an unimaginable heavenly might descended. Neither the youth who was trying to escape nor the cultivator from the Autumn Frost family who had attacked them could move. Space was torn apart, and Luin slowly walked out. He looked at the youth excitedly. "Senior, little pal?" The youth's eyes widened when he saw Luin, and then they turned red with excitement. "Junior. Junior Lu." The youth who had tried to escape and used the Black Inferno Palm was Little Pao, a former senior from Astral 10. The other youth was naturally Big Pao. Back when Luin and his group had escaped into the Starfall Sea to avoid Feng Mo's pursuit, Big Pao and Little Pao had been left behind. After the Sixth Mainland's invasion, the Innerverse and Outerverse had been cut off, and Luin had never seen these two seniors again. He had thought that these two seniors had died long ago, but he had not expected to see them here. "Junior Lu, it's really you." Big Pao cried out excitedly. Luin was delighted. "Seniors, I didn't expect you to still be alive." "That's great." "We didn't expect to see you alive either," Little Pao said excitedly. Now that Luin had appeared, Big Pao and Little Pao's safety was no longer an issue. He casually dealt with the cultivators from the Autumn Frost family, which left Big Pao and Little Pao stunned. When he saw their puzzled expressions, Luin felt strange. "You guys don't know about me?" "About what?" The two were confused, but Big Pao suddenly said, "Junior, now's not the time to talk about this. Let's go. The people from the Autumn Frost family are dead, so we need to escape back to the Innerverse." Luin hurriedly comforted the two, as he could see that these two had suffered greatly. He did not know where they had been all these years, and they did not even know what had happened to him. The two would not feel at ease if they continued to talk here, so Luin turned around and said, "Senior, please take us to the other side of the Astral River." Big Pao and Little Pao were confused. "Senior? Where was this person?" World Mountain's chief walked out and easily brought Lu Yin's group across the Astral River to the Innerverse. This scene overturned Big Pao and Little Pao's understanding of the Astral River. How could it be so easy to cross the Astral River? There had indeed been rumors that once one reached a certain level of cultivation, they would be able to swim across the Astral River, but it should not be this easy. "Junior Lu, we're here?" Little Pao was stunned as he looked back at the Astral River. It was so far away. Luin replied, "Don't worry, we're not in the Sixth Mainland's territory. Big Pao was stunned. This? He looked at World Mountain's chief and asked softly, could this senior be a legendary imprinter? The chief monk of Jiashan turned around and disappeared. Imprinter? This was an insult to him. Lu Yin replied, more or less. By the way, what exactly happened to the two seniors? Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other and bitterly recounted their past experiences. After they had parted ways with Lu Yin at the Starfall Sea, they had stayed at the Sea King's dome and lived a carefree life. No one had chased after them there, so they had been able to cultivate in peace. However, when the Sea King had changed the skies, the Innerverse and Outerverse had been cut off, and a disaster had descended. The sixth mainland had invaded, and the Starfall Sea had suffered a calamity. They were the first batch of unlucky fellows to be captured by the sixth mainland. The ones who had captured them were not the Autumn Frost clan, but the Righteous Manor. The Righteous Manor belonged to the Grand Martial realm, and it was on the same level as the Flying Horse Mountain Manor. A few years after they were taken to the sixth mainland's Righteous Manor, they were transferred to the Autumn Frost clan. As for what happened in the outside world, they knew nothing about it. The sixth mainland had been invaded by the Eternals, and they had been brought to the Outerverse. In any case, no matter where they went, they did not know anything. The sixth mainland's people had retreated to the fifth mainland's Outerverse, so why had they brought along Big Pao, Little Pao, and the others? What are you doing for the Autumn Frost family? Lu Yin asked. Big Pao replied, we don't know what we're doing either. Anyway, it's a very sophisticated and large. How should I put it? You can describe it that way. It's huge and covers a star system, but it's also very precise, Little Pao continued. We studied at the Autumn Frost clan for 3 whole years before we were qualified to participate in the production. Now, we're all veterans. Because of that, the Autumn Frost clan let down their guard, allowing us to escape, said Big Pao. It was no wonder why they had been brought out by the Autumn Frost family. Even though Big Pao and Little Pao were explorers, they still had to study for 3 years. One could imagine how difficult it was to create them. The Autumn Frost family could not possibly have too many explorers, and Big Pao and Little Pao's value was not ordinary to them. They definitely surpassed the value of the sixth mainland's ordinary cultivators. Big Pao and Little Pao's experience was not complicated. From the beginning to the end, they had participated in the creation of the device. However, they did not know what the device was used for or what it looked like. The fact that it could cover a galaxy piqued his curiosity. Although the concept of a star system was very small for cultivators of their level and could be easily crossed, that was only relative to the distance. Up until now, he had never seen any instrument that could reach the size of a star system. The technocracy's existence was the giant mechanical claw that could monitor the situation. However, that giant mechanical claw only existed in a physical mind. Without a physical mind, it was impossible for it to exist. The sixth mainland did not care about the development of technology, so what kind of huge instrument could the Autumn Frost family create? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Patriarch Autumn Frost was dead, and Big Pao and Little Pao should have been sold to the Autumn Frost family after Patriarch Autumn Frost's death, and the impostor became Patriarch Autumn Frost's successor. Did the Autumn Frost family create such a device before you? Lu Yin asked. Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other and shook their heads. Absolutely not. We're the first batch to learn. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as it seemed that this was the impostor's decision. The original Patriarch Autumn Frost had nothing to do with the device, which was interesting, as it covered the entire solar system. Junior Lu, what's your current cultivation level? Big Pao asked curiously. Lu Yin's attack just now had been unimaginable to them. Lu Yin felt that he should be a little more modest. As for my realm, I'm an enlighter. Big Pao and Little Pao were shocked. An enlighter? Lu Yin nodded. Big Pao and Little Pao were stunned. Junior, you broke through to the enlighter realm? How? How long have you been cultivating? That's an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Over 200,000? No, his true strength was enough to solo an emissary with a power level of over 600,000. However, he decided not to say it out loud, as it would easily agitate his seniors. The two of them were already very pitiful, or rather, miserable. They had not been able to cultivate for so many years, and they could only create devices and live out their lives as slaves. Junior Liu, you should be very close to the 10 arbiters, right? Little Pao said something that they did not dare to think about, and then he stared at Luin. The 10 arbiters were unreachable existences in the eyes of those of his generation, and they did not even know what level the 10 arbiters had reached. As he spoke, the astral river arc docked in the distance, still quite a distance away from them. Luin thought about it. Actually, I can easily take on one of the 10 arbiters. Big Pao and Little Pao were speechless, as this junior was becoming more and more exaggerated. Luin gave Big Pao and Little Pao his gadget so that they could understand what had happened over the past few years. He then sought out Xianxia's chief and requested to go to the Autumn Frost family to take a look at the device. Xianxia's chief glared at him. Go by yourself if you want. I don't have the time. Luin could sense that Xianxia's chief was unhappy. The man had been tricked by Luin many times, and he was already very vigilant. Senior, the 6th mainland sent people to Ibin City to request for reinforcements, and they sent such a large number of people, which means that they're up to no good. Don't you want to know what they're up to? Luin asked. Xianxia's chief snorted and ignored Luin. Luin continued, there are no powerhouses in the 6th mainland that can threaten Senior, and we're only going to the Autumn Frost family. We won't get close to the Southern Weaves or the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect, and we definitely won't encounter the Celestial Imprint. With Senior's strength, you can dominate the 6th mainland, but what if that device poses a great threat to the 5th mainland? That's a free contribution. Xianxia's chief sneered and looked at Luin. Kid, you can say whatever you want. It's useless. A free contribution? I don't need any contributions. Your status is enough for me to complete this mission successfully, and that's enough. From now on, it's unlikely that I'll lead Jiashan. Don't forget that I'm Jiashan's chief, not the interstellar arbitration, and definitely not someone from the Board of Governors. Luin was helpless. No matter what he said, it was useless. This old man was determined not to go. Since Jiashan's chief was not going, Luin did not dare to take the risk of going alone. After all, Elder Autumn Frost was there, and although he was an imposter, his strength was definitely not weak. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control the Autumn Frost family. The imposter had placed so much importance on the device, and Big Pao and Little Pao had also escaped. The security must be very tight, and it would be easy for him to be discovered if he went. Right, Luin suddenly remembered that Uncle Hua and the others had accepted the D family's invitation to reclaim Aegis. He had fought with Uncle Hua, and Uncle Hua's imprint had been on Elder Autumn Frost. Since Elder Autumn Frost was dead, why would Luin be able to imprint it? Alright, I'm going back to Jiashan, Jiashan's chief said. He then looked at Luin. Take care of yourself. Luin bowed. Thank you for your protection during this trip to the technocracy. Jiashan's chief shook his head and left with the 2 envoys. Only Luin, Big Pao, Little Pao, and Luo Huang were left behind. Luin looked at Luo Huang. Luo Huang hurriedly bowed. I'll do as the Alliance Master commands. He had personally witnessed Lu Yin's actions in Ebon City, and he had thought that Lu Yin's identity had been exposed. He had not expected that Luin would forcibly cooperate with a city, and he even had a half-ancestor by his side. A half-ancestor was an unimaginable powerhouse. Although Luo Huang did not understand anything about the heavens or the Lu family, it did not matter. He was very clear that Lu Yin's background was as great as the heavens. The Ross Empire was finished, and he could either continue being imprisoned in Kuan Swamp or follow Luin. Luin would not let him go. Luin said, stay in the Great Eastern Alliance from now on. Yes, Alliance Master, Luo Huang respectfully replied. Right, did the Dark Beast contact you of its own accord? Luin asked. When he had first conquered the Ross Empire, besides Luo Huang, there had also been a dark beast from the Astral Beast domain in the Ross Empire's stronghold. It had been sent to clean up the traitors of the Sylvan Dragon clan, but it had been imprisoned by Luin and had not been released. To this day. This was a secret, and no one knew about it. Luo Huang respectfully replied, it was indeed the one that contacted me. Based on the human domain's understanding of the astral beast domain, such an astral beast does not exist. Is there any way to subdue it? Luo Huang shook his head. The dark beast came here to eradicate the Sylvan Dragon clan. Since the Celestial Beast Empire allowed it to come, it must be confident that it will not betray us. After all, it is too dangerous to come to the human domain. Luin was disappointed, as he had hoped that the Great Eastern Alliance would have as many envoys as possible. After all, cultivators at the level of envoys were too rare. Unfortunately, if he could not use them, then he would have to destroy them. Lu Yin's group boarded a spacecraft and headed towards the blazing mist flow zone. Before leaving, Luin looked back at the outerverse western weaves. He could not be sure if the Sixth Mainland would attack the Genesis Academy, but with a city keeping an eye on them, it would be worth the risk. The origin item had appeared in the Vizier battlefield, and with Qingtan's information, Old Man Songqiong and the upper echelons of the Sixth Mainland would definitely pay attention to it. However, if they could not confirm that the Genesis artifact was in the Genesis Academy, then they might not attack. This sort of thing was up to fate, and Luin could not force it. He naturally hoped to lead the Genesis artifact in the Genesis Academy and lure the Sixth Mainland in. Facts spoke louder than words, and just like the witch spirit god's scheme, this was also Lu Yin's scheme. Unfortunately, it had been foiled by that old fellow, Kuei Luo. However, if Kuei Luo could break through to progenitor realm, then it would be a good thing for Luin, as he would have a progenitor to back him up. One day later, Big Pao and Little Pao finally digested all the major events that had happened in the past few years. Almost all of the major events were related to Luin, to the point where they could not believe their eyes when they saw him again. Luin was amused. Why? Don't you two seniors recognize me? Big Pao was confused. You're Luin, right? That's me, Luin replied. Little Pao blinked. You're a Supreme of Supreme? Just a fluke. Great Eastern Alliance leader? Of course. The Interverse public enemy? Ahem, that's a misunderstanding. Invading the blazing mist flow zone? Just quelling wars. Raising prices? That's not true. You like starting wars? I'm a lover of peace. The illegitimate son of the Interstellar Arbitration's Inquisitor? Who dares to spread rumors? The universe's #1 male god? There was a moment of silence. Of course. You're full of lies? I'm the most honest. Big Pao and Little Pao exchanged glances. They looked at Luin with a strange yet familiar gaze. Lu Yin's answer was different from what was described on the internet. As the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance and a paragon of the younger generation, Luin was not arrogant at all. He was just like a newbie who had just entered the academy. He was sincere and shameless. Junior Lu, do you know what's the most popular comment about you online? Big Pao asked. Luin was curious. What? Greed, Little Pao answered without hesitation. Lu Yin's expression changed, and the two thought that he would retort. However, Luin smiled. That's right. The two were speechless. We haven't seen each other in 12 years. Luin sighed. Big Pao nodded. That's about right. Senior, you've suffered. Have you contacted Astral 10's mentors? Big Pao was excited. I have. The mentors are very happy. Junior, we're going back. Luin smiled. Of course, I'll send you off. With Lu Yin's spacecraft speed, it would take more than half a month to reach Astral 10. During this time, Big Pao and Little Pao had learned more about the Fifth Mainland, and the more they learned, the more amazed they were at Luin. They had watched Lu Yin's battles against Lan Si, Knight King Zhenwu, and Lu Tianmu over and over again. Their impression of the outside world was still that of the 10 Arbiters' former glory. Now that they had been defeated by Luin, it was an indescribable feeling that overturned their worldview. However, they also felt proud that Luin was from Astral 10. Senior, I'm still one of the 10 Arbiters, Luin said helplessly. He was indeed one of the 10 Arbiters, and no one dared to strip him of his title. However, that title alone was enough for the Universe Youth Council to not seek him out. They were no longer on the same level. Luin also did not need to rely on the Universe Youth Council to achieve his goals. His relationship with the universe's major flow zones was that he was either a ruler or an enemy. The Universe Youth Council was useless against him. Right, Junior Lu, I remember now. When the Autumn Frost family asked us to create that device, I accidentally saw something that Ancestor Autumn Frost personally guarded, Big Pow said as he recalled something. Luine immediately had him draw it down. Luine frowned as he looked at the irregular black crystal on the paper. Is this what you saw? Isn't it just a normal crystal? Fire? Lightning? Or something? Many ordinary cultivators use these crystals to cultivate or use battle techniques. It's very common, Little Pow said. Jerlin's brother, Jerbok, had used a thunder crystal to unleash the thunderbolt arrow, leaving a deep impression on him. Big Pow replied, what do you know? Normal crystals aren't important, but this thing is definitely important, and it's huge. How old? It's as big as a planet. The size of a planet? Luine was shocked. Big Pow nodded and said cautiously, it's precisely because he's so old, and because that was the first time I saw Patriarch Autumn Frost, that's why he left such a deep impression on me. It should have been 10 years ago. Why haven't I seen it before? Little Pow was puzzled. Big Pow replied, at that time, we were taking turns to rest, and I happened to see it when it was my turn. Luine muttered to himself. An irregular black crystal that was as large as a planet was indeed rare. Given Elder Autumn Frost's status, it was impossible for him to personally guard it. Furthermore, that Elder Autumn Frost was a fake. He fell into deep thought as he looked at the irregular black crystal. The practitioners leave their homeland, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was normal for someone to go out and train for decades or even centuries without returning, but Big Pow and Little Pow had been captured and sent to the Sixth Mainland. From the moment they had been captured, they had never thought that they would ever return. Now that they had returned, the closer they got to Astral 10, the more complicated their feelings became. Astral 10 wasn't just a place for them to cultivate and learn, but also a place for them to grow. The instructors of Astral 10 were like their teachers and fathers. Even though they had already contacted them, they still couldn't calm down. Astral 10 was right in front of them, and Big Pow and Little Pow were excited. There really are a lot more people. Back in the Astral Combat Tournament, Junior Lu won first place and made Astral 10 the top academy. It attracted countless geniuses to come and study here. Now that I think about it, it all seems like yesterday. Luine also sighed. Back then, Astral 10 had been desolate, and the instructors were still irresponsible. The 10 arbiters were still high and mighty, and enlighters were still rare. Emissaries were even more unheard of. But now, everything had changed. Sometimes, people wished that they didn't have to look so far. The further they looked, the more troubles they would have. Luine parked his spacecraft at the space station and left the Luo Emperor inside while he, Big Pow, and Little Pow entered Astral 10. As they looked at the familiar teleportation device, the two grew even more nervous. Which instructor do you want to meet first? Luine asked with a smile. Big Pow and Little Pow answered without hesitation, the Rainmaster. Of all the instructors in Astral 10, the Trial Master was deaf and constantly hovered between hearing and not hearing. The Sand Master was strict, the Star Master was taciturn, Old Kai was wretched, and the Dean was crazy. Only the Rainmaster was normal. When Luine had first entered Astral 10, the Rainmaster had also been the first person he had met. Raindrops fell onto the mossy stone floor of the Rain Observatory as Big Pow and Little Pow bowed to the rain. Instructor, your disciples have returned. The Rainmaster walked out of the rain with a calm expression, but Luine could tell that he was very happy. It's good that you're back. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good. He had sent Big Pow and Little Pow back just as the Astral Combat Tournament, or rather, the 9 Astral Combat Tournament. Astral 3 had already been destroyed. Big Pow and Little Pow met their instructors while Luine walked over to the Trial Master and bowed. The Trial Master opened his eyes, revealing a murky gaze. It's you. Instructor, your disciple has been invited to observe the Astral Combat Tournament, Luine replied respectfully. The Trial Master nodded. Go. Over the years, Astral 10 has produced quite a few talents. Luine nodded. Then, he entered the space behind the Trial Master, which was the entrance to the 3 realms and 6 daos. The astral combat tournament was held within the trial zones. When he saw the towering cliff once more, Lu Yin's expression became complicated. It had been more than 10 years since he had last been here. There were many Astral 10 students sitting on the cliff, including the Sandmaster and Old Kai. This was different from the previous Astral Combat Tournament, as there were many more instructors watching. Lu Yin found a corner, sat down cross-legged, and entered the trial zones. This time, the Astral Combat Tournament was held at the Heavenly Dao's Machine Tomb, and the place was currently bustling with activity. 2 figures were fighting fiercely within a giant gear. Both were men, and one of them was using a sword technique while the other was wielding a crossbow. They were either fighting in close combat or using ranged attacks to wear down their opponents. Sometimes, they would widen the distance between them, but other times, they would close the distance between them. This was the scene that greeted Lu Yin when he arrived. He had not wanted to come, but the Rainmaster had told him to. After all, Lu Yin was a guest instructor of Astral 10. Even though he had not graduated yet, it was his duty to watch the tournament. The machine tomb was filled with all sorts of huge components, broken spacecraft, battleships, and even tall buildings. It was like a highly advanced place. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. An apocalyptic world. The students watched from a closer distance, while the instructors watched from a little further away. However, it was not too far away, and the students could all see it. Lu Yin arrived at a square metal block that was about 100 meters tall. Many instructors from the 9 academies were gathered here, including Old Kai and the Sandmaster. Lu Yin's arrival surprised many of the instructors, as no one had expected him to appear. Old Kai was astonished. "Why are you here?" Lu Yin smiled. "I'm sending my 2 seniors back and watching the Astral 9 tournament." "Thank you for letting those 2 return alive," Old Kai said with a complicated expression. The Sandmaster also said, "Thank you." Lu Yin casually replied, "That's too formal." There were instructors from the 9 academies on the metal block, but Lu Yin did not recognize most of them. However, there was one person who surprised him, Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun exchanged glances with Lu Yin and nodded as a greeting. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Why are you here?" Lu Xiaoyun calmly replied, "I'm Astral 7's acting instructor." Acting instructors were different from guest instructors, as they dealt with miscellaneous matters. With Lu Xiaoyun's strength, she did not have the qualifications to become a guest instructor. "You'll be staying in Astral 7 from now on?" Lu Xiaoyun nodded. Lu Yin did not say anything else, as this was good as well. He wanted to reclaim the Sword Sect, and this was something everyone knew. If Lu Xiaoyun stayed in the Sword Sect, she would definitely become his enemy. In the end, she would only submit, so it was better for her to stay in Astral 7. The Astral Combat Academy on the 5th mainland was a little special. Lu Yin could not forget the crazy headmaster's words. The Astral Combat Academy represented an inheritance, while the 10 deans were all envoys. This was something that no power could achieve, and even the Hall of Honor might not be able to produce 10 envoys at once. This was the uniqueness of the Astral Combat Academy. Even now, Lu Yin did not know how the 10 deans were chosen. The most special one was the crazy headmaster, and his strength left Lu Yin uncertain. "Watch the tournament. You'll be surprised," Old Kai said. Lu Yin was curious. "What kind of surprise?" Old Kai smiled. "There's a new faction amongst the students of Astral 10 called the Surface Faction. The students in this faction are all from Earth, and their performance is not bad." Lu Yin was astonished. There was such a thing? He looked in the direction that Old Kai was pointing and saw a corner where the machine mound was watching the tournament. There were a few youthful students standing on top of a broken screw, and the leader was a girl. Her back was facing them, so Lu Yin could not see her face clearly since he did not use his domain. Earth is a strange place. Many students have come here over the years, and almost all of them have innate gifts, the Sandmaster said. "That's right. Guan Yu even made a trip to Earth a few years ago. There's nothing special about it, but there are cultivators with innate gifts," Old Kai said. Lu Yin knew that Earth was special, but he did not know why. After them, the first batch of cultivators from Earth had left the universe and joined U Academy. There were quite a few geniuses among them, and Luin had heard of them before. They were not weak and had made a name for themselves in the universe. They had joined Astral 10 right after graduating from U Academy, and it seemed that they had already touched the top 100 rankings. The current batch of students was very young, around 16 or 17 years old. The oldest was no more than 20 years old. Within Gear, the battle between the two students ended. Astral 5 cheered, their classmates had won. Next was the battle between Astral 9 and Astral 2. End of chapter. The Astral Combat Academies would determine the rankings based on the Astral Combat Tournament, but the rankings had remained the same for many years. Only Astral 10 insisted on calling itself Astral 10, even though it could have been called Astral 1. Luin watched each match with relish, and he was reminded of his past self. There were no less than 5 people with 4-lined battle force, which was even more than Lu Yin's batch. There were also many cultivators with domains and other innate gifts. However, there were no top-notch experts. Lu Yin's batch had produced the 13 swords, Night Queen Yanqing, and Star Sibyl, but there were none in this batch. However, what made everyone's eyes light up was the appearance of a genius from the Mavis family. From what Luin could tell, this genius' strength was even greater than Grandine Mavis, and she was also publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest people in this astral combat tournament. After watching for a while, Luin lost interest and decided to leave. "You're leaving? There's no rush. Earth's genius is about to fight. Don't you want to watch?" Old Kai asked. Luin stopped in his tracks and looked over. With the end of the match, the next group of participants stepped onto the stage. This was the round of 16, and the top 8 of the 9 academies would be decided. In the distance, the leader of the group of students from Earth disappeared and reappeared at the top of the gear. In front of her was a man covered in tattoos from his neck down. His gaze was sinister, and his fists were twice the size of a normal person's. Only then did Luin see the girl's face. He was shocked. It was her? Zhou Cixi, Zhou Shan's daughter. Luin had not expected Zhou Cixi to be his old friend's daughter. Was she already this old? When he had left Earth after the apocalypse, Zhou Cixi had not even been born yet, but she had grown so much in the blink of an eye. She should be around 16 years old. Time flew by. The match began, and 3-lined battle force appeared on the tattooed man's body. He charged at Zhou Cixi in an overbearing manner without using any technique. He threw a punch, but Zhou Cixi's expression remained cold as she met the overbearing punch with 3-lined battle force. She easily dodged it, and the wind from the punch did not even affect her. The man spread open his fingers and swept out with his palm, using overlaying stacks. Ever since Lu Yin's glory days, overlaying stacks had shone brightly in the universe. Countless people had learned from him, and when the words emptiness palm had appeared, it had aroused the desire of countless people to learn it. Emptiness palm was not only powerful, but it was also imperceptible. It was the best attack technique. The man's overlaying stacks was not bad, and when combined with his 3-lined battle force, it would have been enough to attract attention even during the astral combat tournament. However, it was still useless against Zhou Cixi. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Zhou Cixi was much more fortunate than he was, as she didn't need to worry about resources. Zhou Shan was the dean of Earth Academy, and Earth was Lu Yin's hometown. He had a special status in the Great Yu Empire, and the amount of resources he received was second only to Yu academies. As for battle techniques, there was no need to even mention them. Luin had once given a large number of battle techniques to Yu Academy, and Zhou Cixi had been able to learn them all. Her experience was not something that a normal Astral Combat Academy student could compare to. Even the disciples of the Wen and Lu families might not be able to compare to her. Very quickly, the man was defeated, and Zhou Cixi had won easily. She looked around and clenched her fists. This person had not achieved anything by winning. What she wanted was to become the top student of the 10 academies and walk the same path that Uncle Lu had taken. She wanted to enter the Great Eastern Alliance as the strongest student in the Astral Combat Academy and stand in front of Uncle Lu. Her father's biggest regret was that he couldn't leave Earth with Uncle Lu. She didn't have the right, so she had to replace her father. One day, she would be able to help Uncle Lou and not just be an old friend. Eh? Suddenly, Zhou Cici's eyes widened as she saw Uncle Lou standing with the mentors on the metal block in the distance. Luine and Zhou Cici? Cici looked at each other, smiled, and nodded. Zhou Cici was excited, and she left the arena and headed straight for the metal block. She was very excited, and she attracted a lot of attention. After all, she was one of the strongest seeds in this year's Astral Combat Tournament. Uncle Lou! Zhou Cici shouted excitedly as she leaped onto the metal block and arrived in front of Luine. Luine smiled. I didn't expect you to be so old already. Uncle Lou, why are you here? Did you see Cici's match? Zhou Cici asked excitedly. Luine grunted. Not bad. Zhou Shan has taught you well. Zhou Cici was pleased. Uncle, just watch. Cici will definitely become the champion. You were the champion back then, so Cici can do it too. Haha, then do your best. The Mavis girl isn't weak. Yes, Uncle. Around the arena, many Astral Combat Academy students stared in shock at Luine, who was chatting happily with Zhou Cici. They were all shocked. It's Senior Lou. It really is Senior Lou. I didn't expect him to come. The leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, Astral Master Lou. He's actually here to watch our Astral Combat Tournament. Senior came from Astral 10. It looks like he's a nostalgic person. He has to work hard in this tournament. You've already been eliminated, so what's the point of working hard? Only the top 8 can enter Senior's eyes. I really hope that you can join the Great Eastern Alliance and show off. Look at those people on the surface. Their eyes are shining. It can't be helped. After all, Senior came from Earth. Luine had originally planned to leave, but Zhou Cici kept pestering him, forcing him to watch a few more matches. Uncle, the finals are in half a month, and Cici will definitely win. Will you stay and watch? Zhou Cici asked expectantly. She looked at Luine with excitement. Luine replied, I'll try my best. He had always felt that something was strange, but now, he had figured it out. It was the title of uncle. He looked similar to Zhou Cici, so he felt a little helpless being called uncle. At that moment, Old Kai and the Sandmaster suddenly disappeared. Luine frowned. Something must have happened. An external force must have interfered with them. He then told Zhou Cici, focus on the competition. I'm going out for a bit. With that, he left the trial zone. He opened his eyes and leaped out of the void. The trial master was not around, but a few students were shouting in the distance, the director has gone crazy. The director has gone crazy again. Where is he? Luine asked loudly. At the Rain Observatory. Luine vanished. That person just now looked familiar. Who is he? I remember him. Senior Lou, right? In the Rain Observatory, rain continued to fall. In the distant sky, a figure laughed maniacally. You guys started this war. And now you're eating your own medicine. Ha 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 ha. You guys started this war. This person was the crazy director, and as he spoke, trees collapsed one after another. A terrifying sound wave swept through the Rain Observatory before rushing out of Astral 10 and shaking the void. Outside the Astral Combat Academy, the void was torn apart layer by layer as the surrounding planets exploded. The Lockbreaker Mentor, Old Kai, the Rain Master, the Sand Master, and the Star Master all acted at the same time. It was unknown what they were doing, but all they did was surround the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster did not move, and the madness in his eyes did not disappear, but his body remained frozen in place. Luine arrived at the Rain Observatory and watched the scene with a strange expression. Astral 10 was different from the other 9 academies. Old Kai and the others were not real mentors, as the previous mentors of Astral 10 had all disappeared. If not for this, the director would not have needed to beg them to teach Luine and the others. Astral 10 was the lead ship, lead battleship, and lead humans. After a long time, the crazy director gradually recovered. He did not even look at Luine before disappearing. Old Kai and the others landed tiredly. I don't know when these days will end. The Rainmaster asked, do you think it will end? Old Kai rolled his eyes. It would be great if it was just a simple cage, but I still have to take on the boundless responsibility of teaching those students. It's so troublesome. Lu Yin then walked over. Does the director do this often? The Star Master, Trial Master, and Sand Master left, and Old Kai grumbled, sometimes. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Yin said. Old Kai grumbled, you should be rewarded for your hard work. If it weren't for your batch, Astral 10 would have been crippled a long time ago. We wouldn't have so many things to do, but look at how busy we are now. We can't even watch the competition in peace. Lu Yin laughed dryly. He was very curious about the crazy director's words, but he knew that the mentors would not tell him. He was about to leave, but Zhou Cixi arrived through a teleportation device just as he turned around. Uncle Lu. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on and smiled helplessly. Cixi, what's the matter? Zhou Cixi had not come alone, she had brought a large group of students with her. They all looked at Lu Yin with adoration, and this was not the first time he had experienced such a thing. He had also experienced it when he had schemed against Xia Jiuyou. Uncle, they want your autograph, Zhou Cixi said crisply. Lu Yin was speechless. Autograph? As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of students surrounded him. Some offered their clothes, while others offered their hands. What made Lu Yin feel awkward was that one student actually wanted to take off her clothes and sign his autograph on her chest. It was a girl. Before Lu Yin could say anything, Zhou Cixi chased the girl away angrily. Tui, shameless. Lu Yin felt awkward, that girl was quite pretty. After finally sending the students away, Zhou Cixi hugged Lu Yin's arm. Uncle, you're leaving, right? Lu Yin nodded and patted Zhou Cixi's head. Yes, I'm leaving. I'll come see you next time. Zhou Cixi felt regretful. I knew it. Uncle is too busy to wait for your competition. Lu Yin reassured her. Don't worry, Uncle will watch. Zhou Cixi nodded obediently. Then, Uncle, can you accompany me to Stargazing Deck? You've never been there before? Lu Yin was surprised. According to the rules, students could only visit Stargazing Deck once. Even if they went again, the scene would be the same. Zhou Cixi whispered, I heard that the stargazers of the other 8 academies aren't there, so I want to sneak in again. Maybe the stargazers of Astral 10 aren't there either. Lu Yin laughed, you'll be disappointed. The stargazers are here. Wait, he suddenly realized something and asked, the other 8 academy stargazers aren't there? Zhou Cixi nodded and blinked, that's what the students said. Lu Yin had always been concerned about the stargazing towers. He had even thought of visiting all of the Astral Combat Academy's stargazing towers just to learn the Sky Beast Claw. However, he had only been to Astral 9's stargazing tower and had never been able to visit all of them. He had almost forgotten about it, but now he suddenly recalled it. The stargazing tower allowed one to see the past and present. He hadn't paid much attention to it in the past, but now, he felt that the tower was even more mysterious. It was no small matter that all 8 stargazers had left at the same time. Uncle, let's go. Can I go with Cixi to the stargazing tower? Zhou Cixi pleaded, her eyes full of hope. She was afraid that she would be discovered if she went alone, so she felt safer with Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded, as he also wanted to take a look at the stargazing tower. How many times had he been there already? Lu Yin thought about it, and it seemed like this was the 4th time. He had gone up twice and had been rejected once. Zhou Cixi was disappointed when she saw that the stargazer was there. He's really here. Forget it, I can't watch anymore. Cixi, I have something to say to the stargazer. You can go back first. Zhou Cixi looked at Lu Yin. Uncle, you'll definitely watch Cixi's competition, right? Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Of course. Go on. Zhou Cixi grunted and left, looking back every few steps she took. After Zhou Cixi left, Lu Yin respectfully said, Student Lu Yin requests to ascend the Stargazer Tower. The Stargazer looked over. Your 4th request was rejected as well. Lu Yin was helpless. I haven't graduated yet, and my strength has changed greatly. Can the Stargazer make an exception? I'm confident that I can see a different past. The Stargazer asked, if that's the case, then Enlighters and Envoys have all requested to ascend the Stargazer Tower. How do you reject them? I haven't graduated yet. The stargazer replied, "It's precisely because you're a student that you cannot ascend the tower repeatedly." Luin replied, "I've been invited by the headmaster to be a guest mentor." "You haven't agreed." Luin shouted, "I have to agree. The headmaster is crazy." The stargazer looked deeply at Luin, and Luin met the stargazer's gaze. After a while, the stargazer calmly said, "Guest mentors can ascend the stargazer tower once, but only once." Luin was delighted. "Thank you, Star Master." He thought back to the scene he had seen back then, and he was confident that he could see even deeper, further, and see different things. Luin took a step forward and placed his foot on stargazing deck. Suddenly, his body froze, and in that instant, he felt a burning sensation in his chest. Then, the fate sand that had melted into his body suddenly appeared. Stargazing deck was still stargazing deck, and Luin maintained his posture of stepping on the deck with one foot. However, the only thing that he could see was stargazing deck, and Astral 10 was no longer there. The earth shook and the sky shook. Luin saw many images in that instant, but he could not see any of them clearly. It was as if time had flown by, but it was also as if time had left behind silhouettes. He tried his best to see a scene clearly, but he couldn't do it. At the same time, in a corner of the universe, Xianxia, who was enjoying the delicious food, spat out blood. His face was pale, and he couldn't help but hold his head and scream. In the astral beast domain, Imperial Preceptor Bution spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. In the distant astral tree domain, there was also a woman with blood dripping from her mouth. She opened her eyes, and they were filled with coldness and dignity. All for naught. Who triggered fate? Luin didn't know what had happened to the others, but he knew that he was trying his best to see a certain scene. He was trying so hard that the corners of his eyes were bleeding. Finally, a certain scene froze, and Luin could see it clearly. He saw a general appointment platform that had been casually placed in a courtyard that hadn't been cleaned in a long time. There were mottled bloodstains on the platform, and he saw that it wasn't too far away from the platform. Someone was kneeling on the ground. It was a man, and he looked very familiar. The man's gaze was uneasy as he knelt on the ground. Luin didn't know how long he had been kneeling, but when he saw this person's face, Luin felt that it was both familiar and unfamiliar. The scene suddenly disappeared, and Luin felt as if he had traveled through endless time to return to Astral 10. His head spun, and he almost fell over. At the same time, the fate sand in his chest scattered, and the black and white fog of death seeped out of his body. Luin wanted to stop it, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He could only watch as the fate sand flew off in different directions. Fortunately, this was Astral 10, and the scattered fate sand couldn't travel very far. The Star Master had trapped it here. Luin panted heavily as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His body felt weak, especially in his chest, where the death aura had completely dissipated. He had clearly replenished it in Kuan's swamp, but now it was gone. What happened? He looked at Stargazing Deck. Was it related to Stargazing Deck? He had clearly ascended Stargazing Deck before. Could it be the Star Master? Luin looked up and looked at the Star Master. The Star Master looked at Luin solemnly. It has nothing to do with me. Luin didn't understand. Mentor, what was that just now? The Star Master shook his head. I don't know what you saw, but... At this point, he raised his hand, revealing the 39 grains of fate sand that had scattered from Lu Yin's body. Perhaps it was because of this that you triggered fate. Luin was confused. Triggered fate? The Star Master returned the grains of fate sand to Luin, and Luin fused them back into his body. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened. The ancients often entrusted their unfulfilled wishes to the gods. Legend has it that fate is the god entrusted to them, and Stargazing Deck was built by the ancients as a place to worship the gods, the Star Master slowly explained. Luin listened quietly. Fate, it was fate again. But these are all just legends. No one knows how Zhai Xinglu is related to Fate San, or whether they have anything to do with the legend of destiny. Perhaps destiny really did exist, or perhaps someone deliberately made up stories based on the fact that Zhai Xinglu and Fate San were connected. As long as there's no proof, they're all legends. Luin asked, Mentor, do you believe in this legend? The Star Master looked at Luin. What difference does it make whether I believe it or not? It has nothing to do with me. Why is stargazing deck in the Astral Combat Academy? Humanity's development and inheritance are eternal. The Astral Combat Academy has an inheritance that no one can destroy unless they encounter a calamity that no human can withstand. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. From what he knew, Astral 9's president was an emissary, and although Astral 3 had been destroyed, the 6th mainland's imprinter had been killed. There was no need to even mention Astral 10, the crazy president had even forced Xiaoming to retreat. The presidents of the 10 Astral Combat Academies were all powerhouses above the emissary level. That was terrifying. Even the Day-Night clan at its peak had only had 2 or 3 emissaries in the Innerverse. Even the colossal Sirius sect in the Neoverse did not have more emissaries than the Astral Combat Academy. The Star Master was right, the Astral Combat Academy had an inheritance that could not be destroyed, even if the Innerverse joined forces. Astral 3 had been destroyed because the 6th mainland had attacked, which had brought calamity to the 5th mainland. Stargazing deck. The trial zones are places of inheritance that are unique to the Astral Combat Academy. Do you have any more information about Stargazing deck? Luin was curious. Ever since he had obtained more fates in, he had become more and more involved with fate. He was eager to learn more. Xianxia's words still echoed in his ears, do not be tainted by fate. But just now, he seemed to have triggered fate. No. Legends are just legends, and they are too ancient. The stargazing deck's only use now is to guide new students when they enter the academy. You were guided once before, and that is enough. The Star Master then climbed back up the deck, sat down, and closed his eyes. Luin was helpless as he looked at the deck. The moment he climbed up, many images appeared. Were those images the guidance of fate? Why was fate guiding him? He had seen the general appointment platform, but how did fate know that he was from the Lu family? Was it his bloodline? Innate gift? Or was it time? Aside from the general appointment platform, there were many other images. What were those images? Were they still related to him? Or was it that he could see other people's matters besides his own? Was this fate? Everyone had their own privacy, but the scene that had just happened had left Luin terrified. Could fate pry into everyone's privacy? Even though he was terrified, he still wanted to see it again. Luin sighed and looked up. Mentor, the stargazing deck is very important to the Astral Combat Academy, right? The Star Master did not answer. Is the stargazing deck really just a guide? Then why did the other 8 academies' mentors leave? If I'm not wrong, they must have gone to search for Astral 3's lost stargazing deck. The Star Master still did not speak. Luin knew that the Star Master would not say anything, so he bowed helplessly and left. After Luin left, the Star Master opened his eyes with a complicated expression. Triggering fate? I never thought that there would be such a person. Perhaps it's not a bad thing. After leaving the stargazing deck, Luin visited all 10 academies' mentors to learn more about the place, but no one could answer him. Old Kai lazily replied, the stargazing deck? Who knows what's going on? In any case, that thing was right there when I came to Astral 10. I can see the guidance, but who knows how it works? The Rainmaster was astonished. The stargazing deck? I don't know, but it doesn't exist anywhere else in the universe. Only the Astral Combat Academy exists. The Sandmaster punched a student into the sea of sand. The stargazing deck? How would I know? I've never been there. Curious? Of course I'm curious. The stargazing deck, ported battles, and the 3 realms and 6 daos. Explain to me what's going on. The Trial Master's eyes widened. The stargazing deck? There's such a place? Luin had no choice but to bid farewell to Big Pao and Little Pao before leaving Astral 10 with Luo Huang. The Astral Combat Tournament was still ongoing, but he had to head to Earth's swamp to replenish his death aura. Without the death aura, he would not be able to use the death transformation, which would leave him feeling uneasy. There were only 2 places where he could replenish his death aura, Earth's swamp and the folded space on Aegis Planet in the Outerverse. Aegis Planet was located at the border between the Outerverse 6th mainland and the Great Eastern Alliance. It was not convenient to go there, so he could only go to Earth's swamp. It was a bit far, but it was convenient. As for the stargazing deck, Luin did not know much about it, but he was sure that it was related to fate. If the Grim Reaper had existed, then fate must have existed as well. They were all ancient progenitors, so perhaps he could obtain fate's inheritance by gathering the fatesan. Luin had some ideas. Although he was afraid of fate, the feeling of being able to see the unknown was too tempting. There was also the general roll platform and the person kneeling beside it. There was still someone in the Lu family, and Luin wanted to know where that person was. 2 days after Luin left Astral 10, something major happened in the Outerverse. The Outerverse should have been taken over by the Sixth Mainland, but due to the issue of time, it was impossible for the Sixth Mainland to take over the entire Outerverse all at once. Thus, the Great Eastern Alliance had the time to prepare. Under the arrangements of Chief Commander Shui Chuanxiao, the western border was confirmed. Other than the Fourth Alliance army guarding the border, there was also Master Yuan. On this day, at the borders of the Great Eastern Alliance, Sigmund Mathers, the commander of the Fourth Allied Army, looked at the increasing number of cultivators from the Sixth Mainland in the distance. His face gradually turned pale, and he urgently contacted Enya. Sigmund Mathers had originally belonged to the Lu Pavilion and had been stationed in Grand Top Weave. As the Great Eastern Alliance grew stronger and more talented, Sigmund Mathers had been reassigned to the position of commander of the Fourth Allied Army. This had nothing to do with his ability or strength, but rather because he was trustworthy. The cultivators of the Sixth Mainland's D family, Emojiang family, Chohan family, and Yen family appeared at the border of the Great Eastern Alliance. All of them were from the Bloodburn realm. Then, the blood-worshipping realm's Farmer clan, the Black Blood realm's Eyeless clan, the Martial Immortal realm's Yungu, the Grand Martial realm's Righteous Matter, and so on appeared. Almost all the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland's 3 ancestral realms had appeared. Forefather Autumn Frost, the corpse guardian of the mortuary, Forefather Eyeless, Cloud Valley Sword Valley Master, and the forefather of the School of Agriculture appeared together, shaking the starry skies. The Fourth Alliance army was silent. They didn't dare to move in front of so many experts. Sigmund's face was pale as he looked at the starry sky. The ship's combat prowess detector had long since exploded, and he saw an unimaginable powerhouse descending. Any one of these experts could easily wipe out the Fourth Alliance army with a flick of their finger. At this moment, his life was no longer in his hands. Fortunately, Master Yuan appeared in time and dissipated the heavenly might that engulfed the Fourth Coalition army. So many experts from the Sixth Mainland have arrived. What advice do you have for us? Master Yuan spoke with a solemn expression. The Eyeless Old Ancestor, the Cloud Valley Sword Valley Master, and the School of Agriculture Old Ancestor were all cosmic imprinter, and their strength was on par with his. He had no confidence in defeating any one of them. After all, the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland had an advantage over the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland. Now that there were 3 of them, even Master Yuan felt pressured. Sword Valley Master's gaze swept across the Fourth Alliance army. As his gaze landed, the cultivators of the Fourth Alliance army were all terrified. It was as if they were being cut by sharp blades. No one dared to look him in the eyes. Finally, the Sword Valley Master's gaze met Master Yuan's. Leave the Outerverse. My Sixth Mainland will take over. Master Yuan frowned. The Outerverse is huge, and even if your Sixth Mainland wants to take over. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sword Valley Master. Whether or not I can take over the Outerverse has nothing to do with you. Withdraw from the Outerverse for 1 month. Those who don't withdraw from the Outerverse will be considered to have voluntarily stayed behind, and they will be ruled by my Sixth Mainland. Master Yuan's gaze turned cold. There were too many people in the Great Eastern Alliance, and countless people in the Eastern Weaves wanted to leave. They were not willing to be ruled by the Sixth Mainland. How could a mere astral river arc take them away in a month? Even if it took 1 year, 2 years, or even 10 years, it would still be very difficult. There were also countless people in the Western Weave who wanted to leave, but they didn't have the time to do so. Is this your decision, or is it the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect's decision? Master Yuan asked. Sword Valley Master replied, the Daosaur sect's decision. 1 month is impossible, Master Yuan said. The Sword Valley Master's eyes narrowed. The sixth mainland has given you too much time. If you don't leave, then it has nothing to do with us. It's only a month. Master Yuan shook his head. I already said that 1 month is impossible. If you insist on doing so, then my fifth mainland will view this as a provocation. The Sword Valley Master laughed, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It had a 5-colored pattern, and a terrifying aura swept towards Master Yuan. The Sword Valley Master's aura was incomparably sharp, while Master Yuan's aura was vigorous. The two enormous auras intertwined, causing the heavens to tremble and stars to sway. At this moment, Ancestor Isla stepped forward. He was also a cosmic imprinter, and his appearance together with the Sword Valley Master immediately suppressed Master Yuan. Master Yuan clenched his fists, as he alone could not stop the sixth mainland. The sixth mainland had decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. Master Yuan had heard that Luyin had learned that the sixth mainland had requested reinforcements from a city and that they wanted to bring more androids to the Outerverse. There was no need to mention their motive, it was definitely related to the war. Now that this matter had been exposed, the sixth mainland was no longer restraining themselves, and they wanted to make a move. The hatred between the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland ran too deep. The sixth mainland had won a war in ancient times and had changed the fifth mainland's sky. However, the fifth mainland's ancestor Hui had schemed against the sixth mainland, causing the sixth mainland to be destroyed. The hatred between the two sides far surpassed the hatred between the human domain and the astral beast domain. They had agreed to give the Outerverse to the sixth mainland because the fifth mainland needed to borrow the three progenitors' strength to resist the Eternals. They had no other choice, as the Hall of Honor would rather watch the sixth mainland fight the Eternals to the death than give them any room to survive. Both sides knew that the sixth mainland was eager to conquer the Outerverse, and their next step would be to covet the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, and the Neoverse. This was something that could not be controlled. Hatred could not be resolved in a short period of time, and greed could not be resolved either. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. Sigmund clenched his fists. Once the battle began, the Fourth Allied Army would not even be able to retaliate against the numerous experts from the sixth mainland. At this moment, there was a cough. An old farmer walked out with a helpless expression. Gentlemen, we haven't finished talking yet. Why start a war? The Sword Valley Master and Master Yuan looked at Old Farmer. What else is there to talk about? The Sword Valley Master's tone was cold, as he had always looked down on Old Farmer. The man had only been lucky, but in terms of power, he was trash. The sixth mainland's Old Farmer was a legend. His luck was heaven-defying, and he had been endlessly lucky. It was precisely because of this that he had been able to break through and become a cosmic imprinter. As for his battle prowess, very few people had seen him fight, as he was not adept at it. The Sword Valley Master had only sent him here to keep up appearances. Old Farmer said, Sword Valley Master, have you forgotten what the Firmament Sovereign said? The person in charge of the Great Eastern Alliance is still Alliance Master Luyin. He then looked at Master Yuan. We need to speak with Alliance Master Lu. The Sword Valley Master was disdainful. Luyin? He was just a junior. That's right. Let's speak with Alliance Master Lu, Ancestor Isla said. Since the two cosmic imprinters were speaking, the Sword Valley Master did not want to interrupt them. Master Yuan had not expected them to want to speak with Luyin. Although Luyin was very famous and had an extremely high status, he was still a junior who did not have the qualifications to decide the fifth and sixth mainland's affairs. Why would they want to speak with Luyin? Speak with Luyin? About what? Master Yuan asked. Old Farmer smiled. Master Yuan, right? Although you're a powerhouse, you're just a protector. You don't have the authority to decide whether the Great Eastern Alliance stays or leaves. Let Alliance Master Lu come. Who knows, he might even make the entire Great Eastern Alliance join our sixth mainland, haha. Master Yuan could not understand what the sixth mainland was trying to do. You must guarantee that you won't act against Luyin. Old Farmer was solemn. Even if the war starts, we can still give Luyin some time to safely leave as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack. Master Yuan thought about it and then had the Fourth Allied Army contact Luyin. After all, the Great Eastern Alliance belonged to Luyin, and it was not his place to make decisions. Many cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had arrived at the Great Eastern Alliance's borders not long ago, but Luin had already received the news. When he found out about this, he immediately headed towards the Outerverse. At the same time, he contacted Wang Wen, Xianxia, and the others and asked them to think of a way to delay as much time as possible so that the Great Eastern Alliance would have enough time to enter the Innerverse. He had not expected the Sixth Mainland to act so quickly. Wang Wen and the others felt helpless when they heard the news. They were smart, but they could not go against the general trend. The Sixth Mainland had mobilized so many experts, and it was clear that they had made a decision. No matter what they did, it would be useless. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and Luin answered the call. The Sixth Mainland wishes to speak with you. Are you coming? It was Master Yuan's voice. Luin replied, of course. Before I arrive, Senior, try not to clash with the Sixth Mainland as much as possible. They might wish to start a war. I've already informed the Hall of Honor that the Neoverse will send experts over. The 3 progenitors are outside, and without any progenitors, the Sixth Mainland does not have much of an advantage over my Fifth Mainland. Feel free to discuss, Master Yuan said. This junior understands. Luin then ended the call. Aside from the 3 progenitors, the Sixth Mainland also had many envoy-level experts. However, Luin did not know how many half-ancestors there were. The Fifth Mainland had 7 half-ancestors in the human domain. Mavis had died, but there were still 6 left. With the Astral Beast domain and the Technocracy's strength, the Sixth Mainland should not be any weaker than the human domain. If that was the case, then the Sixth Mainland was definitely hiding a half-ancestor powerhouse who was specifically trying to break through to the progenitor realm. Once the Sixth Mainland and the Fifth Mainland went to war again, the Great Eastern Alliance would be the first to bear the brunt, which would not be a good thing for Luin. He did not want to start a war. Small matters were small, but big matters were big. Madame Red and the others could fight with him through Qing Tan and other schemes, but in the face of the Sixth Mainland's power, such schemes were useless. While Luin waited for the Second Night King and Emperor Lu to meet up, he also looked at the star chart. Big matters, big plans. How could he resolve this crisis? More than 10 days later, Luin reached the Great Eastern Alliance's border as quickly as possible and met up with Valley Master Sword and the others. He looked at the boundless rune lines in outer space. Too many experts from the Sixth Mainland had arrived, and the Great Eastern Alliance would not be able to stop them. Even if they gathered the entire Innerverse strength, it would still be difficult to stop them. Valley Master Sword and the others looked at Luin and gave him a deep look. They had never met Luin before, but they had all heard of him. They had even seen him in the Sovereign Tournament, and they knew that he was a legend. What they cared about the most was the 9 Cauldrons battle technique that had been found in the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect, as well as the legendary Grim Reaper's power that he possessed. He had single-handedly defeated all the experts of his generation. This was a power that only a young progenitor would possess. If nothing unexpected happened, then this person would have the greatest chance of becoming a progenitor, as he already had the potential to do so. Luin greets the various seniors. Lu Yin's expression was calm and filled with confidence as he looked at Valley Master Sword and the others calmly and arrogantly. Valley Master Sword asked coldly, "You're Luin? Junior, take your Great Eastern Alliance and withdraw from the Outerverse within a month. Otherwise, my Sixth Mainland will act, and everything that remains after a month will belong to my Sixth Mainland." Lu Yin's lips curled up. 1 month isn't enough. Whether it's enough or not is not up to you to decide, Valley Master Sword said coldly. To the side, Old Farmer looked at Luin curiously. It was truly rare for a youth to be able to do what Luin had done. More importantly, this kid had stolen something from Old Farmer. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the Sword Valley Master, Old Man Gnome, Ancestor Autumn Frost, and the Corpse Keeper. "Senior, do you wish to start a war with the Fifth Mainland?" The Sword Valley Master's eyes narrowed, and a deep chill appeared in the depths of his eyes. "You're threatening me." "Of course not. According to what you said, the Outerverse will be under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance in a month. In other words, this place should be under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance or the Fifth Mainland for a month. Does Senior currently belong to the Fifth Mainland?" Luin smiled. Junior, you don't have the right to speak nonsense with us. So what if we do as you say? What can you do about it? Ancestor Autumn Frost barked. Luin looked at Ancestor Autumn Frost. I'm just curious. You don't want to talk to me, and you've clearly given me a month. Why are you waiting for me to come before talking? He then looked at the Sword Valley Master. What does Senior want to talk to me about? Do you want me to submit, or do you want me to personally agree to retreat within a month? The Sword Valley Master coldly replied, Swordsman, thank you for your hospitality. Luin suddenly understood. So that's what you're talking about. You're welcome. I accidentally bumped into them, and they almost died in the technocracy. I just happened to pass by and saved them. After all, we're all humans. The Sword Valley Master raised a brow. How shameless. The Sword Valley Master looked at Lu Yin's serious expression, and he believed that if he did not know the inside story, he would have been deceived. This kid's expression when he was lying was very accurate. Why did you go to the Vientiane battlefield? The Sword Valley Master's swordsman asked. Master Yuan was astonished. Vientiane battlefield? If he remembered correctly, that should be a battlefield within the technocracy that was located between Eben City and the Genesis Court. Where had Luin gone? Luin shrugged. I don't want to talk about it. Withdraw from the Outerverse within a month, the Sword Valley Master said directly. Luin was amused. So that's Senior's goal. If I tell you, will Senior take everyone from the 6th mainland and withdraw? Impossible. The Outerverse belongs to the 6th mainland, and we've already given you a long time. At most, we'll give you a few more months. As long as you tell us, we'll tell you everything. Luin shook his head. What's the difference between a few months and a month? That will depend on how much you are willing to pay, Valley Master Sword said loudly. Luin looked at him, as this was a trade. The Sword Valley Master's goal was not just the reason why Luin had gone to the Vientiane battlefield, but also other things, such as the 9 Cauldrons battle technique and the secrets that Luin possessed that others did not know about. The 6th mainland had used the Great Eastern Alliance to threaten Luin. Luin raised a hand and spread his fingers. Old man Xianxia promised to give me 5 weaves of the Great Eastern Alliance. Does this promise still stand? The Sword Valley Master did not hesitate at all. Of course, but the 5 territories must be designated by us. Back then, Luin and Madame Red had discussed the 5 weaves that were close to the Astral River Arc, but they had not specified the specific names. If the 6th mainland had designated 5 weaves, then it would have been impossible for them to be connected together. 5 separate weaves would have been meaningless to Luin. Furthermore, he believed that even with the 5 weaves, the people living in them would not have an easy time. This was equivalent to living under the enemy's blade. Once war broke out, they would be the first to suffer. I don't want all 5 weaves, but I want 5 years to retreat, Luin said. The Sword Valley Master sneered. Impossible. If you want the 5 weaves, then we'll give them to you. Those were the Honored One's original words. As for the time, that depends on what price you can pay. What if I announce the exchange of the 5 weaves? That's up to you. You can try. The 5th mainland had its own internal strife, and so had the 6th mainland. Even if Luin announced that he had promised old man Xianxia to kidnap the blue heroes to deal with esteemed blue hero, it would be pointless. It would be the same as someone announcing that the Sword Sect had dealt with the Day-Night clan. To the 6th mainland, conquering the entire Outerverse was not that urgent. The reason why they were acting this way was because of the necessity of conquering the Outerverse, and they were also forcing Luin to do so. Luin knew too many secrets, and the Great Eastern Alliance was something that Luin cared about the most. It all depended on whether Luin was willing to reveal those secrets. When Luin arrived in front of the Sword Valley Master, the 1-month countdown began. Within the spacecraft, Master Xianxia looked into the distance. Even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 was at his wit's end. Senior, in your heart, who is more of an enemy, the Astral Beast Domain or the 6th mainland? Luin suddenly asked as he looked at Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia did not understand. What do you mean? Luin replied, I just want to know, if you had to hand Iron Blood Weave over to one side, who would you be more willing to hand it over to? Master Xianxia stared at Luin and muttered to himself, the sixth mainland. Why? Luin raised his brows. Master Xianxia was helpless. Regardless of whether it's the sixth mainland or the astral beast domain, both share a deep enmity with the human domain. However, in terms of standpoint, the sixth mainland is still a human, and it's better for humans to rule over humans than to be ruled by a mutant. What if I don't consider standpoint? Luin continued to ask. Master Xianxia replied, just tell me what you want to do. Not long after, Lu Yin's gadget rang out with Ironblood Weave's elder Lohar's voice. Alliance Master Lu, do you really want to do this? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Do as I say. Elder Lohar ended the call and immediately contacted the Hall of Honor's board of directors. Lu Yin's actions were too radical, as he actually wanted to hand Ironblood Weave over to the astral beast domain. For so many years, Ironblood Weave had been the battlefield where the human domain had resisted the astral beast domain, and they had never been defeated. Now, they had to hand it over to the astral beast domain. What Luin wanted to do was very simple. He wanted to hand Ironblood Weave over to the astral beast domain and open up the border between the sixth mainland and the astral beast domain, which would inevitably lead to war. As for the ordinary people who had not been able to escape in time, they were all part of the conditions. The fifth mainland could hand over Ironblood Weave to the astral beast domain, but if they did not agree, then the fifth mainland would have a perfect border with the sixth mainland, and Ironblood Weave would no longer belong to the astral beast domain. The astral beast domain would then face an even more powerful enemy. Luin had already thought of this on his way to the border, and he wanted to find an opponent for the sixth mainland to wage war against. At the same time, he would also do his best to use a city to force the sixth mainland to attack the Genesis Academy. No matter how powerful the sixth mainland was, they would not be willing to open up a third battlefield if they were to open up two battlefields at the same time. This would be the opportunity for the Great Eastern Alliance to safely withdraw from the Outerverse. If the sixth mainland could threaten the Great Eastern Alliance and force them to hand over their secrets, then Luin could also think of a way to force the sixth mainland to do the same. War was like this. Sometimes, taking a step back was the only way to gain a tactical advantage. Just like how Shui Chuanxiao had given up half of Endless Weave and connected the entire human domain to the internet, which had changed the human domain. Luin had also given up Ironblood Weave to give the Great Eastern Alliance some breathing space. This plan had come from Wei Rong, who was an intelligent person who was proficient in external warfare. In any case, regardless of whether it was the sixth mainland or the astral beast domain, they were both enemies. If they started a war, Luin would gladly oblige. As long as he could protect the ordinary people, that was his bottom line. Right now, his biggest headache was Frostwave Weave. Frostwave Weave was very close to the north, and it was also home to Earth and Xinyu Star. It would be very difficult for him to give up on it. Perhaps it would be fine to preserve this weave. In Ironblood Weave, Elder Lohar turned off his communicator and looked towards the north. We've persisted for so many years, but in the end, we have to give it to them, Elder Lohar said bitterly. Behind him, Han Fei asked in a low voice, Elder, are we really going to give Ironblood Weave to those beasts? This is the board's decision, Elder Lohar replied. Han Fei was furious. So many people have bled to protect Ironblood Weave. Here, there's only one theme, and that's war. Everyone was born for war, and they will never back down. Even the children born here know that they will never back down in the face of those beasts. Now, they're actually giving it away? What is the board thinking? Elder Lohar looked at him. The decision of the higher-ups is not something that you or I can change. Pass down the order, everyone is to immediately withdraw from Ironblood Weave. The time limit is 15 days. Han Fei was unwilling to accept this. I cannot accept this, and the people below me cannot accept this either. Consider the big picture. Screw the big picture. What do you mean by big picture? The board's big picture? You want us, who have guarded Ironblood Weave our entire lives, to become deserters? Is this the big picture? If this is the big picture, then I'd rather die here. Elder Lohar had a complicated expression. He was even more unwilling than Han Fei, as he had arrived at Ironblood Weave much earlier than Han Fei. He did not want to retreat either, but what could he do? The decision of the higher-ups was not something that he could change. Luin did not hide his plan, and he could not hide it anyway. He wanted to find an opponent for the sixth mainland. The astral beast domain would definitely not be satisfied with just seizing Iron Blood Weave. Once Iron Blood Weave was broken, their next target would be the entire Outerverse, which would be a huge headache for the sixth mainland. Luin had given the astral beast domain a huge opportunity. Regardless of whether or not the two sides went to war, they would still have to be wary of each other. This was the big picture, and taking Luin into consideration was in line with the board's decision. This would weaken the strength of the sixth mainland and the astral beast domain. No matter how one looked at it, this was beneficial to the human domain. However, had those people ever considered them? They had guarded Iron Blood Weave for their entire lives, but in the end they had to become deserters. How could their subordinates accept this? Elder Lohar took a deep breath and activated his gadget once more to contact Luin. He then shared his thoughts and concerns with Luin. Luin did not reply, and after a while, Lu Yin's voice came from the other end. The Innerverse and Outerverse are separated. What is it that allowed Iron Blood Weave to defend against the Astral Beast Domain's invasion? Elder Lohar did not understand why Luin had suddenly brought this up. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Luin answered, "It's the Outerverse Alliance. Every cultivator with a name, including myself, went there. Why were we able to arrive in time? It's because the network was connected. Elder, do you know how great of a price Commander Xianxia paid in order to connect the network? He sacrificed half of Endless Weave. Some say that he betrayed humanity, while others say that he's crazy. No matter how you evaluate him, you cannot erase the contributions that the network brought to humanity. His contributions cannot offset his faults, which is why he was imprisoned in Earth's swamp. However, Iron Blood Weave must remember Commander Xianxia's kindness. He was the one who gave Iron Blood Weave the chance to defend its borders, and this chance was obtained at the cost of half of Endless Weave. Now, I also need to use Iron Blood Weave in exchange for the human domain's future victory against the sixth mainland. There are some things that I shouldn't tell you, but since Elder has so many misgivings, I can only tell you." At this point, Luin grew solemn. The sixth mainland has requested reinforcements from the technocracy, and they've sent tens of millions of androids into the Outerverse. They plan to wage war against my fifth mainland. Elder Lohar was shocked. "What did you say?" Luin answered, "The sixth mainland and tens of millions of androids. This is a force that the Innerverse cannot withstand, and it would be difficult for the entire fifth mainland to do so. Elder, you should understand why we gave up Iron Blood Weave." Elder Lohar understood. Giving up Iron Blood Weave was not just for Luin, but also to cause the sixth mainland to go to war with the Astral Beast domain. This would relieve the pressure on the fifth mainland's human domain, which was why the Board of Governors had agreed without hesitation. This was the big picture. They had lost a city and a territory, but they had brought hope for the future. Is defending Iron Blood Weave to the death the resolve of some people? Is defense the only thing they believe in? Elder, help me pass on a message to all the cultivators in Iron Blood Weave. I, Luin, will lead them out of Iron Blood Weave one day, into the Primal Zone, into the Astral Beast Domain, and into the Celestial Beast Empire. Elder Lohar had cultivated for many years, and he had seen through many things. However, Lu Yin's last sentence still ignited his passion. He could almost see the future of breaking into the Primal Zone and forcing the Astral Beast Domain into a defenseless state. How many cultivators in Iron Blood Weave wanted to do that? That was the wish of countless cultivators. I understand. Alliance Master Lu, rest assured that no resistance will appear in Iron Blood Weave for half a month, Elder Lohar said solemnly. Luin ended the call. Not too far away, the Second Night King and Emperor Lu, who had disguised themselves to avoid being detected by Master Yuan, looked at Luin with complicated gazes. Just a few words had been enough to sway an old man's passion. This was the charm of a ruler. If anyone else had said those words, Elder Lohar would have slapped them, but it was different when it came from Luin. Everyone believed that Luin would be able to do it one day, and even the Second Night King believed him. What Luin had accomplished so far was simply too shocking and unbelievable. The Sword Valley Master had only given Luin 1 month, which was more than enough. 1 month was enough for all the human cultivators in Ironblood Weave to leave and for the Celestial Beast Empire to see an opportunity to enter the Outerverse. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast domain. The Sixth Mainland had not only invaded the human domain, but also the Astral Beast domain. Their enmity was not small, and Luin would only add fuel to the fire. If he waited a few more days, he would be able to negotiate with the Sword Valley Master in 9 days at most. If they continued to talk, the initiative would be in his hands. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Luin checked his gadget to see a message from the Luo Huang. Time was up. Luin took a step forward and arrived in outer space. Is the Sword Valley Master here? Across from him, many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were glaring at Luin, their ferocious gazes seemingly wanting to tear him apart. Sword Valley Master tore open the void and walked out. Beside him were Old Man Nong and the others. Alliance Master Lu, have you thought things through? Old Farmer stood beside Sword Valley Master and looked at Luin with interest. Luin and Sword Valley Master exchanged glances, and Luin spoke in a relaxed tone. I've thought it through. Let's retreat. The Sword Valley Master sneered, only 1 month. No, only half a month remains. That's enough. Sword Valley Master and the others were stunned. Enough? We can evacuate Ironblood Weave in 6 days. That should be enough time, Luin said. Valley Master Sword was stunned at first, but then his expression changed. You want the people of Ironblood Weave to retreat? How dare you collude with the giant? Beast Starfield. What do you mean by colluding with the Astral Beast domain? What are you talking about? This junior doesn't quite understand. Luin, evacuating Ironblood Weave is the same as allowing the Astral Beast domain to invade the Outerverse. You are betraying humanity. Elder Autumnfrost barked. Old Farmer frowned. This kid was ruthless. Luin shrugged. Ironblood Weave is also under my Great Eastern Alliance. What's wrong with asking them to retreat? Sword Valley Master was furious, as he had never thought that Ironblood Weave would evacuate. Although Ironblood Weave was nominally under the Great Eastern Alliance, it was impossible for it to be controlled by the Great Eastern Alliance. When necessary, the Great Eastern Alliance had to provide reinforcements to Ironblood Weave. Ironblood Weave was a special place that directly belonged to the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor. Ironblood Weave's existence had prevented the Astral Beast domain from invading, but Sword Valley Master had never expected Luin to be so ruthless as to allow the Astral Beast domain to invade. Alliance Master Lu, if news of your actions spreads, how will you explain this to the humans? Sword Valley Master asked coldly. Luin smiled. I didn't do anything. You told the Great Eastern Alliance to retreat, so we did. What? Is there a problem? Right, let me remind you that the strongholds in Ironblood Weave have not been completely cleared out, and it will take at least 6 more days. 6 days is enough time for you to send people over. Sword Valley Master looked at Patriarch Autumnfrost. Take your Autumnfrost family and head to Ironblood Weave immediately. You must arrive there within 6 days. Patriarch Autumnfrost's expression turned ugly, as his Autumnfrost family was the closest to the north. Elder, Ironblood Weave should not belong to my Autumnfrost family. My Autumnfrost family. But before he could finish, Old Farmer interrupted him. We're only letting the Autumnfrost family temporarily defend Ironblood Weave, and we'll send someone to take over after a while. We won't let the Autumnfrost family stay in Ironblood Weave forever. Going to Ironblood Weave meant that they would be bordering the Astral Beast domain. Although the Sixth Mainland did not fear the Astral Beast domain, they did not want to start a war with them. The Sixth Mainland's memories of their invasion of the Astral Beast domain were still fresh in their minds. The Astral Beast domain was just too desolate, and after invading, the benefits they had received were not proportional to the cost. Starting a war with the Astral Beast domain was a thankless task that no one was willing to do. Patriarch Autumnfrost was naturally unwilling to do so, but his Autumnfrost family was the closest to Ironblood Weave, and they could not just let the few of them defend Ironblood Weave. The path of cultivation had a clear hierarchy, and even if a progenitor could easily resolve a war, they would not easily intervene. In the eyes of a progenitor, war was just a game. Similarly, in the eyes of Sword Valley Master and the others, the Astral Beast Domain's invasion of the Outerverse was only worthy of fighting with the Autumn Frost family. That was unless the Celestial Beast Empire mobilized all of its forces. Wait, the Celestial Beast Empire? Sword Valley Master suddenly stared at Luine. Does the Celestial Beast Empire know about Ironblood Weave? Luine was astonished. This Sword Valley Master was not stupid, as he had actually guessed it. With the strength of the Primal Zone, Patriarch Autumnfrost alone could sweep through them, so there was no point in attacking. Thus, Luine had thought of a way to send a message to the Celestial Beast Empire before arriving at the border of the Great Eastern Alliance. Only by sending experts from the Celestial Beast Empire could they pose a threat to the Sixth Mainland. Regardless of whether it was the Sixth Mainland, the Fifth Mainland, or the Astral Beast Domain, they could all see through Lu Yin's plan, but they could not refuse it. The Astral Beast Domain could not resist the temptation of the human domain's outerverse, and they could not resolve their enmity with the Sixth Mainland. Similarly, the Sixth Mainland could not allow Ironblood Weave to fall into the Astral Beast Domain's hands. If Lu Yin's plan failed, then there was only one reason for it: he had misjudged people. Humans were born with both good and evil intentions. Lu Yin had viewed the Astral Beast Domain and the Sixth Mainland with evil intentions. If both sides were on good terms, then the Astral Beast Domain would not enter Ironblood Weave, and the Sixth Mainland would not have any conflicts with the Astral Beast Domain. Then, his plan would fail. But was that even possible? Lu Yin had never considered that possibility, as he had only considered adding fuel to the fire. He would add fuel to the fire when the Autumnfrost family was about to reach Ironblood Weave. The Autumnfrost family was already there. I'm asking you, does the Celestial Beast Empire know about Ironblood Weave? Sword Valley Master's tone was awe-inspiring, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Lu Yin could feel that this pressure, which surpassed a power level of 1,000,000, was not something that he could withstand. Fortunately, Master Yuan had appeared in time to help Lu Yin block the pressure. They know, Lu Yin replied, and then he looked at Sword Valley Master. It's just a guess. Sword Valley Master's eyes narrowed, and a bone-chilling killing intent flashed through them. He nodded. Good, you're ruthless enough. As expected of the Alliance Master who unified the Outerverse. I've seen your methods, but do you think they'll work? So what if the Sixth Mainland goes to war with the Astral Beast Domain? The Autumnfrost family, the Farmer family, and a few other families will be enough to stop the Astral Beast Domain's invasion. Do you really think that the Astral Beast Domain dares to fight with the Sixth Mainland? Lu Yin smiled. I only know that it's unwise to steal food from a beast's mouth. When have you ever seen a beast spit out the meat it's offered? Ironblood Weave was the meat in the Astral Beast Domain's mouth, and Lu Yin had personally gifted it to them. Elder Lohar and the others' obsession with Ironblood Weave was the same as the Astral Beast Domain's. Just like how Elder Lohar desired to slaughter his way into the Primal Zone, the Astral Beast Domain also desired to slaughter their way into Ironblood Weave. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? Lu Yin had immediately raised his conditions with the Primal Zone, and the other party had immediately agreed. Lu Yin knew that the war between the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast Domain was about to begin. During their second conversation, the Sword Valley Master was no longer as calm as he had been during their first conversation. He had underestimated Lu Yin's ruthlessness. He did not know that Lu Yin had not come up with this plan, but rather that it had come from Wei Rong. If he had known, he would have charged into the Innerverse and killed Wei Rong with his own hands. This external war had forced the Sword Valley Master into a passive position. Although the Sixth Mainland did not care about the Astral Beast Domain, once the war began, the amount of manpower and resources that they would need would not be easily taken out. Wei Rong had opened up a battlefield in Ironblood Weave for the Sixth Mainland, and Lu Yin wanted to open up a battlefield in the Genesis Academy for the Sixth Mainland as well. On his way to the Great Eastern Alliance's border, he had contacted the androids at the Technocracy's border and used them to contact First City. He had the city think of a way to force the Sixth Mainland to attack the Genesis Academy as soon as possible, and in exchange, Lu Yin was willing to help First City decompose materials for half a year. Lu Yin was currently waiting for First City to make a move. Once the Sixth Mainland opened up two battlefields, they would no longer have the time to care about the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Great Eastern Alliance would have time to retreat. Luin really wanted to keep the Great Eastern Alliance in the Outerverse, as the Outerverse was his territory. However, he could not change the general situation, and the Sixth Mainland was not something that he could resist. The Board of Governors, the Interstellar Arbitration Office, and even Elder Chan would not fall out with the Sixth Mainland for his sake. In Iron Blood Weave, above Broken Blade Fort, Sharon touched a dark red stone and looked up at the endless sky. "Sharon, it's time to go." Lin Lu arrived and looked at Sharon. He was the senior disciple of Myriad Sword's Peak, and he had been a cruiser when Luin had still been fighting in Iron Blood Weave. Now, he had broken through to the Hunter realm. As for the genius lockbreaker Sharon, he was Lu Yin's classmate, and he had already become a one-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. It was a pity that he had stayed in Iron Blood Weave, so his reputation was not as prominent. Otherwise, he would have been able to fill in the ranks of the Interverse 5 lockbreakers. "Big Brother Lin, are we really leaving?" "This is Iron Blood Weave," Sharon said bitterly. Compared to when he had been a student, he had matured a lot. Lin Li's eyes flashed with desolation. "Let's go. Don't think too much. Just follow orders." Karen sighed. "Why did you leave?" "I can smell the disgusting scent of those wild beasts." "If we leave, what will happen to the commoners outside the territory?" "Don't worry, I've already asked. The Hall of Honor has long since made preparations. They'll be fine," Lin Li said. Karen smiled bitterly. "Seems like they've reached an agreement." "How laughable. We're risking our lives on the battlefield. Did those big shots see it? Did they ask us before they reached an agreement?" Lin Li looked afar. Not only Karen, everyone who was guarding the fortress was confused. Why retreat? This was Iron Blood Weave, and if they left, who would protect the Outerverse? The people in Iron Blood Weave did not know much about what was happening in the outside world, as they were afraid that it would affect their troops' morale. They did not know that the Sixth Mainland was about to completely take over the Outerverse. Karen's group was the last batch of people to leave. Looking back at Broken Blade Fortress, how many skeletons of heroes were buried here? Dead or alive, everyone worked hard to keep this fortress from being destroyed. But now, they were the ones who gave up. Behind Broken Blade Fort, countless shadows appeared. They were the astral beasts, and each of them had bright, blood-red eyes. They passed through Iron Blood Fort, then the other forts. Broken Blade Fort was the last one they had passed through. Once they passed through it, it would mean that they had conquered Iron Blood Weave. The humans. Iron Blood Weave had held them back for countless years, but it was finally about to be broken. When Elder Lohar saw the giant beasts of the starry sky, his eyes turned cold. Then, he turned his head. Just as they were about to leave, a terrifying aura swept over. It was the aura of an emissary. Elder Lohar and the other cultivators from Iron Blood Weave were aghast. Envoys were not existences that they could deal with, so how could there be an envoy-level astral beast blocking their path? Behind Broken Blade Fort, countless astral beasts were excited. An envoy-level astral beast had appeared, and it was still at the edge of the humans' Iron Blood Weave. The astral beasts could not wait to cross over to Broken Blade Fort so that they could meet up with it and truly attack the humans' outerverse. Broken Blade Fort quickly crumbled under the giant star beast's attacks. Karen and the others clenched their fists and looked at this scene sadly. The envoy-level astral beasts that had appeared at the edge of Iron Blood Weave were naturally dark beasts. Elder Lohar and the others had seen them, and so had the astral beasts. All of a sudden, a figure appeared behind the dark beast. He raised his hand and slashed down with a claw. It was a battle technique, Sky-Rending Claw, a battle technique of the Autumnfrost clan. The heaven-rending claw tore through the dark beast's body, and blood splattered through space. The starry sky was completely silent. "It's an imprint, someone from the sixth great continent's Autumnfrost family." Someone shouted fiercely from the retreating human cultivators. His words ignited the fury of the giant beasts behind Broken Blade Fort. Coincidentally, the Autumnfrost family's cultivators had arrived outside Iron Blood Weave. Elder Lohar immediately led the retreating cultivators in another direction. The Autumnfrost family's cultivators had arrived just as Elder Lohar was retreating with the last group of people, and it was also around the time that the astral beast had crossed over Broken Blade Fort. In other words, the Autumn Frost family was currently blocking the astral beast domain's path to the Outerverse. The dark beasts were dead. They were in the hands of a powerhouse from the Sixth Mainland who could imprint, and the Sixth Mainland was blocking the path to the Outerverse. To the astral beasts, this was a sign of war. Perhaps the Celestial Beast Empire had smart people who did not want to clash with the Sixth Mainland, but at this moment, no one could stop the astral beasts. The Primal Zone's astral beasts were too eager to charge into the human Outerverse. Elder Autumnfrost snorted, unwilling to waste any more words with these astral beasts. With the strength of a world imprinter, he could easily wipe out these astral beasts. There was a furious roar as an incomparably large astral python slithered out from the depths of Iron Bloodweave, its eyes staring at Elder Autumnfrost. The Celestial Beast Empire's experts had also arrived. The war in Iron Bloodweave had begun once again, but this time, it was between the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast domain. Elder Lohar led the retreating cultivators away from the battlefield and towards the Innerverse. This war did not belong to them. As the war in Iron Bloodweave began, in a city in the distant technocracy, Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong rejected Dijun's request for a discussion. Qing Tan had given Old Man Songqiong's information, which had allowed him to confirm that an origin item had appeared on the Vientiane battlefield. Thus, he had sent Dijun to First City for a discussion. He wanted to request reinforcements from First City, as well as to confirm the location of the origin item. Dijun had confirmed that the origin item was in the Genesis Academy, but he was not satisfied with the Sixth Mainland's request for reinforcements. His only request was that they attack the Genesis Academy. Dijun had sought out Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong many times, but Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong had only said, if First City is defeated by the Genesis Academy, where will the reinforcements come from? This statement was impeccable, especially since the Vientiane battlefield's location was constantly changing. First City was indeed at a disadvantage. Helpless, Dijun could only contact Old Man Songqiong, who wanted him to stay in First City for a discussion. However, half a month ago, First City's attitude had changed, and they had forced the Sixth Mainland to immediately attack the Genesis Academy. The reason given was that the Genesis Academy had strengthened their forces on the battlefield, and First City was powerless to defend. Dijun had no choice but to contact Old Man Songqiong again, but in the end, he returned to the Sixth Mainland. In the technocracy, Dijun's eyes flickered as he left First City and headed towards the Vientiane battlefield. Before leaving, he had inadvertently revealed that he wanted to confirm the situation on the Vientiane battlefield so that he could explain things to Old Man Songqiong. However, in reality, he wanted to go to the Genesis Academy. The Sixth Mainland needed reinforcements from the Genesis Academy, but it did not necessarily have to be First City. This was what Old Man Songqiong wanted. Dijun now wanted to go to the Heaven Founding Academy to discuss cooperation with them and ask for help from the androids. It was also for the origin item. As long as the origin item was really in the Genesis Academy, Old Man Songqiong would be willing to pay a huge price. Old Man Songqiong was very smart, and he did not plan to hang himself on a single tree. Instead, he wanted to cooperate with the Genesis Academy, but First City was not stupid. When Dijun arrived at the Vientiane battlefield, he was met with a fatal blow from Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong. They had plenty of ordinary materials, and since the Sixth Mainland had been destroyed, there was nothing that could attract First City's attention. Only his perfect decomposition of rare materials could attract First City's attention. Half a year's worth of decomposition was a huge temptation for First City. No matter what Dijun's true goal was, he was definitely going to die. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong's goal was clear, to force the Sixth Mainland to start a war with the Genesis Academy. Not long after Dijun's death, Old Man Songqiong received a call from First City. I'm Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong, Songqiong. Venerable One, long time no see. Old Man Songqiong's eyes flashed. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong, what's the matter? Dijun is dead. He died in the Weiting battlefield, said Vice City Lord Little Bear. Old Man Songqiong's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew cold. What's the reason? He was affected. There are many powerhouses on the Vientiane battlefield, and the so-called cosmic imprinter from the Sixth Mainland was fighting there as well. He wasn't familiar with the terrain, so he was affected and died. Old man Xianxia did not believe such nonsense. He knew what kind of person Dijun was, and even though he was just an ordinary imprinter, he was very cunning. Even Dizu had died, but Dijun had fled to the outerverse with the Di family. He was a smart person, or else old man Xianxia would not have sent Dijun to First City. How was it possible that Dijun had been affected and killed? Since that's the case, I'll send someone to discuss this matter with your city, old man Xianxia said. He did not care about Dijun's death, he just wanted to modify people and obtain the origin artifact. Vice City Lord Xiaoxiong asked, Venerable One, aren't you curious about where Dijun died? What's the point of that? Dijun died on the Vientiane battlefield near the Genesis Academy. It seems like he was heading there. Old man Xianxia frowned. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing, and even he can't control where he ends up. He should be heading to the Vientiane battlefield to confirm the situation. If your city is really being suppressed by the Genesis Academy, then my sixth mainland will naturally send someone to help you. After all, we've worked together for many years. I hope that's the case. Everyone says that humans are cunning, but we can see sincerity in the Venerable One. I just hope that the sixth mainland does not disappoint us. Of course not. Then, Venerable One, when will you send someone to attack the Genesis Academy? Old man Xianxia replied, We'll wait for the four venerables to discuss this matter. Alright, we'll wait for your answer. After the call ended, old man Xianxia immediately contacted Master Guanxing. Of the four venerables, only the two of them shared the same stance. We can't attack the Genesis Academy right now. Iron Bloodweave has already started a war. If we start a war with the technocracy, then we'll be in a passive position against the fifth mainland, Master Guanxing said. Old man Xianxia did not mind. The Astral Beast Domain's Celestial Beast Empire is nothing in our eyes. Any one of us is enough to prevent the Astral Beast Domain from taking even half a step into Iron Bloodweave. Don't underestimate the Astral Beast Domain. The fifth mainland has quite a few half-ancestors in the human domain, but they're still in a stalemate. When we attacked the Astral Beast Domain, we also suffered heavy losses. The Astral Beast Domain is not that simple, or else they wouldn't have dared to start a war with us. Have you forgotten about the fourth mainland? Master Guanxing's words caused old man Xianxia's expression to change, and he recalled the fourth mainland's past. Then what do you think we should do? Don't worry about the technocracy. If the origin item is in the Genesis Academy, then it won't escape. What we need to do now is to bring the entire Outerverse under our rule. Also, I keep feeling that Ibn City's attitude is off. There's something wrong here, Master Guanxing said. After ending the call, Xianxiang old man looked in the direction of the ophthalmology star field. He wouldn't be able to meddle with the matters there for the time being, but he still needed to confirm the origin item. Aside from the Genesis Academy, there was another way to break through, Luin. He had discovered the origin item because he had gone to the Vientiane battlefield. Luin had confirmed that the origin item had appeared there. As long as he could get Luin to tell him the truth, then old man Xianxia would be able to determine how to treat Ibn City and the Genesis Academy. With that in mind, he opened his gadget. The war in Iron Bloodweave was within Lu Yin's expectations. The Astral Beast Domain would not be able to resist the temptation of entering the Outerverse, and the sixth mainland would not just hand over Iron Bloodweave to the Astral Beast Domain. It was only a matter of time before war broke out. Now, it all depended on what Ibn City would do. If Ibn City could force the sixth mainland to declare war on the Heaven Founding Academy, then he would have the upper hand. Right now, there was no need for him to negotiate with the sixth mainland, and he could just wait for news from the technocracy. However, Luin did not want to just wait. Since he had come to the border and was not far from Aegis, he could replenish the death aura. Luin led the second Night King and the Lu Emperor towards Aegis planet. The border was still guarded by Master Yuan. Many of the sixth mainland's cultivators who had been confronting the Great Eastern Alliance left and headed towards Iron Bloodweave. The Astral Beast Domain had come with a vengeance, and it was only thanks to Lu Yin's advance warning that the Celestial Beast Empire had sent experts over. Otherwise, Elder Autumn Frost would have been able to slaughter the entire primal zone on his own. But now, they were in a stalemate. It was only half a day's journey from the border to Aegis. Although it was called a border, most of the regions in the universe were not easy to pass through. The routes that cultivators often took were all developed. Although Lu Yin's route to Aegis wasn't considered secretive, it was still rather remote. He didn't expect to meet someone he knew. Up ahead, a spacecraft shaped like a giant claw drew closer and closer. It was on the same line as Lu Yin's spacecraft, and they passed by each other. The distance between them was less than 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers was nothing in the universe. In order to avoid being detected by the sixth mainland, Lu Yin had intentionally kept a low profile. As for the claw-like spaceship, it was obvious that it belonged to the Autumn Frost family. The Autumn Frost family should be heading to Iron Bloodweave right now, and the route to Iron Bloodweave should be further north instead of here. Logically speaking, if the members of the Autumn Frost family were not going to Iron Bloodweave, they should be meeting up with the cultivators from the sixth mainland at the border. However, Ancestor Autumn Frost was not at the border, so what was the point of the Autumn Frost family going there? As the two spacecraft drew closer, Lu Yin suddenly felt his heart palpitate. "There's an emissary on that spacecraft," the second Night King said. "Power. Not strong." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "Stop him." He didn't care what the emissary in the spacecraft wanted to do. Even if the emissary was going to meet up with the Sword Valley Master and the others at the border, it would only increase the sixth mainland's strength. It would be better to destroy it here. The second Night King looked at the clawed spacecraft, and his gaze turned cold. His spiritual force erupted, shaking the heavens. The clawed flying shuttle exploded with a boom. A middle-aged man pulled a young man and rushed into the distance. His face was pale. Just a moment ago, he felt an incomparably terrifying spiritual energy. An extremely powerful expert had appeared. This flying ship belonged to the Autumn Frost family. Since someone had attacked them, it was obvious that the person was an enemy and did not fear the Autumn Frost family. With a swoosh, the sword chi tore apart the stellar source universe. The middle-aged man was shocked. There was another expert? He turned around and saw the spaceship. He saw many pairs of cold eyes. There was more than one expert. The imprint shone outwards. The middle-aged man's left arm was hacked off by sword energy, his body flung into the distance. Meanwhile, that youngster fell down, long unconscious, floating in the starry sky. Half of the middle-aged man's body was bleeding. He gritted his teeth and stepped into the stellar source universe to escape, ignoring the young man. The second Night King sneered as he stared at the astral source universe. In an instant, the starry skies rippled, and the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. Falling into an illusion, his entire body trembled. It had only been a few seconds since the second Night King had made his move, but an emissary was already severely injured and on the verge of death. Lu Yin looked at the youngster floating in the air. It was actually him, Autumn Frost Qing. Within the spacecraft, Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the middle-aged man with interest. Autumn Frost Qing was still unconscious beside him. "I am from the Blood Homage Realm's Nan family," the middle-aged man said with great difficulty. Half of his body was stained with blood, and beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. He glanced at the second Night King and Lu Huang before his gaze finally landed on Lu Yin. His pupils shrank imperceptibly. Lu Yin asked, "Your name?" "Nan Qi." "You know me, right?" Lu Yin asked. Nan Qi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Lu Yin, Alliance Leader Lu." Lu Yin looked at him. "Where are you going?" Nan Qi calmly replied, "To the border. The various families have been ordered to send imprinters to meet up with the Sword Valley Master and the elders to suppress the Great Eastern Alliance. My Nan family sent me, but the other families' imprinters are still on the way. They should be arriving soon." "You've said too much." "What, have you already thought of how to answer me?" Lu Yin laughed. Nan Qi's expression changed slightly, but he remained silent. Lu Yin looked at Autumn Frost Qing. "I'll wake him up. Do you think he'll be able to remain conscious under the illusion created by this expert beside me? Won't you say anything? If what he says is different from what you say." Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Nan Qi. "I'll torture you to death." Nan Qi's face turned even paler, but at that moment, Autumn Frost Qing's fingers twitched. Nanqi's pupils shrank as he looked at Luyin. We're going to Frost Wave Weave. Lu Yin's originally smiling expression sank, and his expression turned ugly. Frost Wave Weave? Nanqi nodded and helplessly replied, we've received orders to go to Frost Wave Weave's Earth and Xenu star. What are we going to do? Luyin asked in a low voice. Nanqi shook his head. I don't know the specifics. Although I'm from the Nan family, I've long since submitted to the Autumn Frost family. This time, the Autumn Frost family has received orders, so I'm accompanying Autumn Frost Qing. You can ask Autumn Frost Qing about our objective. Luyin woke Autumn Frost Qing up, and when Autumn Frost Qing saw Luyin, he was stupefied. He never would have dreamed that he would run into Luyin when he was supposed to go to Frost Wave Weave to take revenge on Luyin. He had even become Lu Yin's prisoner. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have come out. Actually, he could have stayed out, as he wasn't the one who had received the orders. It was his father, the Autumn Frost family leader. Luyin had no interest in wasting words with Autumn Frost Qing, so he directly used the Day-Night's tribute to control the illusion and caused Autumn Frost Qing to fall into an endless trance. He quickly revealed the truth. The orders had come from Elder Autumn Frost, and he had ordered the Autumn Frost family to head to Frost Wave Weave's Earth and Xenu star to force Luyin to reveal a few things. Elder Autumn Frost did not specify the specifics, as he had only told them to wait until they completed their mission. The Autumn Frost family leader had wanted to head out himself, but Autumn Frost Qing had coincidentally overheard the conversation. Nanqi had also arrived, and Autumn Frost Qing had been ordered to head to Frost Wave Weave. Autumn Frost Qing had volunteered to head there, all for the sake of revenge against Luyin. They were unlucky to have run into Luyin midway through their journey. Lu Yin's face darkened. Earth and Xenu star were places that he had to protect, but the Autumn Frost family had actually set their sights on them. This shouldn't have happened. What could Elder Autumn Frost have asked him about? Luyin could only think of Elder Xianxia, the person behind Elder Autumn Frost. Elder Autumn Frost Qing had most likely come for the origin item, as Luyin had gone to the dimensional battlefield for the origin item. Elder Xianxia and the others also did not understand why Luyin knew that the origin item had appeared. Only the origin item could cause Elder Xianxia and the others to be so concerned about it. Otherwise, Iron Blood Weave had already started a war, and even if they forced Luyin, he would not be able to chase the Astral Beast domain out. Elder Autumn Frost had no reason to threaten him. More importantly, this Elder Autumn Frost was a fake, and Luyin did not know his true identity. Elder Autumn Frost did not need to cause trouble for Luyin for the sake of the Sixth Mainland, as it was meaningless. Unless, of course, Elder Autumn Frost knew that Luyin knew that he was an imposter. Lu Yin's mind raced, as the Autumn Frost family's actions had touched his bottom line. Since that was the case, no one would have an easy time. Take care of them, Luyin said. Nanqi was aghast. Alliance Lord Lu, please don't. I can rely on you. I can. Before he could even finish speaking, he was killed by the Second Night King's spiritual force attack. Autumn Frost Qing's death was not as painful, as he had been directly drowned in an illusion. On the surface, Nanqi was a member of the Blood Homage Realm's Nan family, but in reality, he had sided with the Autumn Frost family. Now, he had unhesitatingly joined Luyin. Luyin would not want such a two-faced person, even if he was an emissary. As for Autumn Frost Qing, he was an old enemy, so Luyin would just kill him and help Fatty Huang vent his anger. Let's change directions and go to the Autumn Frost family, Luyin said. Since the Autumn Frost family wanted to touch his bottom line, he would make the first move. Right now, it was very safe to attack the Autumn Frost family, as he would not run into Elder Autumn Frost or the Four Sovereigns. Furthermore, Luyin was curious as to what kind of device the Autumn Frost family was making. He was even more curious about Elder Autumn Frost's true identity, and he hoped to discover something in the Autumn Frost family. The Autumn Frost family was the closest to the Great Eastern Alliance's border, and it was not far from Aegis Planet. Lu Yin's group of 3 hurried to the Autumn Frost family as quickly as possible. At this moment, only Autumn Frost family head Autumn Frost Chen was an imprinter. Uncle Hua and the other imprinters who had joined the Autumn Frost family had all gone to Iron Blood Weave. In the Bloodburn realm, the D family's patriarch had died at the hands of the Eternals, while Patriarch Mo Jiang had died at the border of Endless Weave. In the end, the Autumn Frost family had benefited. The D family and Mo Jiang's imprinters had all joined the Autumn Frost family, causing their strength to skyrocket. Once Elder Autumn Frost broke through to become a cosmic imprinter, his strength would surpass the D families, and they would dominate the Bloodburn realm. This was also why the Autumn Frost family was qualified to go to Iron Blood Weave to fight the Astral Beast domain. At this moment, the Autumn Frost family was very quiet. Many cultivators had gone to Iron Blood Weave, causing the Autumn Frost family to relax like never before. No one had expected Luin to show up at this time. Within the Autumn Frost family's study, Autumn Frostchen looked at the star chart tiredly. No matter how he looked at it, the family would not benefit from going to war with the Astral Beast domain. He could only hope that Elder Autumn Frost would be able to break through during the war in Iron Blood Weave, and that the Dowsource sect would be able to see the Autumn Frost family's efforts. Family head, we still haven't been able to contact young master, an old servant respectfully reported from outside the study. Autumn Frostchen frowned. Continue to contact him. Yes. Autumn Frostchen felt uneasy, and he regretted sending Autumn Frostching out. After all, that place belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance, and Luin was known for his ruthlessness. If he was threatened, it was hard to guarantee that he would not do anything. He had to contact Autumn Frostching and ask him to return. Such a risky task could be left to Nan Qi. Autumn Frostchen shook his head and waved his hand, causing the star chart to dissipate. He was just about to leave when he suddenly turned to look at a corner. At some point in time, another person had appeared there. It was a youth that caused Autumn Frostchen's expression to change. Luin? Autumn Frostchen was aghast, and he stared at the youth in disbelief. Why was this person here? Luin smiled. Family head Autumn Frost, it's my first time meeting you. I've heard a lot about you. Xianxia did not hesitate to imprint, and his bloodline was stimulated. His body expanded as he tried to attack, but as the sword chi swept past him, Xianxia felt a bone-piercing pain in his legs. He lowered his head, and his pupils shrank as he realized that his legs were gone. An elder appeared in front of him, holding a Starsource sword and looking at him coldly. An absolute expert. That was Xianxia's only thought. His body fell to the ground, and blood flowed everywhere. Xianxia could not help but tremble as he stared at Luin. What do you want, Luin? Luin sat down. Your Autumn Frost family wants to go to Frostwave Weave to threaten me, and you're asking me what I want. Xianxia's expression changed. How did he know? No matter how fast Nan Qi and the others were, they could not have reached Frostwave Weave by now. Luin should not have known, but now was not the time to think about this. Where's Qing? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual force was doubt. As expected, Xianxia sank into the illusion. With Lu Yin's current spiritual force cultivation, only an emissary with a power level of 600,000 or above could withstand it. Xianxia, who was an imprinter with a power level of 500,000, would be able to withstand the illusion. Furthermore, the Xianxia family did not specialize in spiritual force cultivation. Xianxia could not hide any secrets while trapped in the illusion. Not only did he reveal the location of all of the Autumn Frost family's resources, but he also revealed the family's battle techniques and the origin of their bloodline. Luin was not interested in the Autumn Frost family's battle techniques and bloodline. He was more interested in the family's resources and Patriarch Autumn Frost's situation. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not know much about Patriarch Autumn Frost and only knew that he was an ancestor. He did not know that the real Patriarch Autumn Frost was already dead. With Xianxia's death, the Autumn Frost family's purest bloodline had also disappeared. No one knew that Xianxia was dead, and Lu Yin's group of 3 had come and gone without a trace. No one had been able to detect them. Before leaving the Autumn Frost family, Lu Yin had taken all of the resources that he could take. What surprised him was that the Autumn Frost family actually had a lot of resources. He did not know how they had obtained them, but they actually had 600 million star essence. Compared to the Autumn Frost family, which had a world imprinter and several envoys, 600 million star essence was not a lot, and it was not even as much as the Sylvan Dragon clan. However, that was only for the Autumn Frost family in the 6th mainland. The everlasting invasion had destroyed the sixth mainland, and the Autumn Frost family had lost most of their resources. Aside from the star essence, there were also many other materials, as well as the Skypillar Overlord's bloodline. If this bloodline was sold, it would be worth quite a bit. Luine took them all and headed in another direction. That was where the Autumn Frost family's equipment was being manufactured. Xianxia did not understand that instrument and was only following Patriarch Xianxia's instructions. Luine was not surprised, as the real Elder Autumn Frost had already died, and this instrument had been created by the impostor. How could Autumn Frost possibly know anything about it? The location of the instrument was not far from Autumn Han's house. The three of them quickly arrived. Luine was shocked as he looked at the endless stretch of metal that was connected to planets. He could not imagine what an instrument that could traverse galaxies was used for. These metals were very common, and they were not even qualified to be sent to a city. What use could such materials be? Luine did not even need to exert any strength to crush them. However, the manufacturing process was quite meticulous, and it was no wonder why Big Pow and Little Pow had taken 3 years to learn how to make them. Through the heavens, Luine was able to make out the shape of the entire instrument as it traveled through the galaxies. The instrument looked like a pot, and there was a huge metal panel in the middle that was connected to all 4 sides. Countless people were working on it. Although Autumn Frost did not know what this instrument was used for, he knew that the Autumn Frost family had used all of their manpower and resources to construct it. Even the imprinter had contributed. Luine did not know what this pot-shaped instrument was used for, so he decided to destroy it. The Autumn Frost family was an enemy, and so was the impostor. Luine would never show mercy to his enemies, and if his enemies wanted something, he would either steal it or destroy it. There was no third option. "Let's do it," Luine said. Lu Huang raised a hand, and sword chi swept out, tearing through the galaxy and distorting it. The metal instrument was instantly shattered. At the center of the instrument was a black crystal that was as large as a planet. Just as Big Pow had said, it was much harder than metal, but it was still shattered by Lu Huang's attack. Luine picked up the fragments of the black crystal, but he could not tell what they were used for, so he casually put one away. Just as he was about to leave, a strange color entered his eyes. Luine looked over and saw that there was a bubble in the center of the shattered black crystal. There were traces of red liquid within the bubble that was only the size of a finger. The bubble looked like it would shatter with a single touch. Luine hurriedly told Lu Huang to stop and walked over to the bubble. The second Night King and Lu Huang looked on curiously. "Can you tell what it is?" Luine asked. The two looked at it for a long time, but eventually said, "Nope." Luine could not tell either, as there were no rune lines within the bubble. Perhaps it had been blocked by the bubble. He raised a hand, intending to crush the bubble. Just as his finger was about to touch the bubble, he paused, thought about it, and then stored it in his cosmic ring. "Let's go." The second Night King and Lu Huang did not ask any questions, as they were not that curious about the bubble. Only Luine knew that Patriarch Autumn Frost was an impostor, and he knew that the impostor's real reason for pretending to be Patriarch Autumn Frost definitely had something to do with the instrument. Luine wanted to see Patriarch Autumn Frost's reaction to determine the importance of the liquid within the bubble. If it was important and disappeared because of the bubble, then Luine would feel that it was a pity. From start to finish, no one knew that the 3 of them had come to the Autumn Frost family, killed the family head, destroyed the instrument, and stolen the bubble. When Patriarch Autumn Frost, who was far away in Iron Blood Weave, heard that the instrument had been destroyed, he was shocked. He immediately abandoned the 6th mainland's cultivators and returned to the Autumn Frost family. How could the astral python from the Celestial Beast Empire allow Patriarch Autumn Frost to leave? Its huge body swept over, but Patriarch Autumn Frost ignored it and rushed out of Iron Blood Weave. "If you dare leave, I'll slaughter everyone here," the astral python roared. However, Patriarch Autumn Frost acted as if he did not hear it, and he left without hesitation. The remaining cultivators from the 6th mainland looked up as the astral python pressed down on them, causing them to howl in despair. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Sword Vassal Master was reading a message on his gadget and roaring furiously. The message came from Iron Blood Weave. Following Patriarch Autumn Frost's sudden departure, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had suffered heavy losses, and they had been slaughtered by the Astral Beast domain. The Astral Beast domain had directly attacked Ironblood Weave and invaded the Outerverse. Although most of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had come from the Autumnfrost family, there were also people from Yungu and other families among them. More importantly, once the Astral Beast domain invaded the Outerverse, he would be the first to be blamed. Sword Vassal Master immediately contacted Patriarch Autumnfrost, but the latter did not pick up. "Brother Nong, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the Autumnfrost family and capture Qihanfeng," Sword Vassal Master said angrily. Qihanfeng was Patriarch Autumnfrost's name. Old Nong did not understand. "What's wrong with Qihanfeng?" Sword Vassal Master gritted his teeth. "He abandoned the battlefield and left without permission, causing Ironblood Weave to be occupied by the Astral Beast domain. At the same time, the Astral Beast domain invaded the Outerverse." Old Nong was shocked. "Has Qihanfeng gone mad?" Sword Vassal Master looked at Old Nong and said, "Qihanfeng must pay the price for this. Our Sixth Mainland took over the Outerverse, and the Astral Beast domain invaded. This is a humiliation to us, and we will be left at for tens of thousands of years. I'll immediately rush over to Ironblood Weave, and Ilis will stand guard there. Brother Nong, I'll leave Qihanfeng to you." Old Nong was helpless, as he did not want to do such a thing, but things had already gotten to this point. "Alright, I'll go to the Autumnfrost family." Sword Vassal Master led a group of Sixth Mainland's cultivators towards Ironblood Weave while Old Nong headed to the Autumnfrost family alone. Only Ilis and the Corpse Keeper remained behind. News of the battle in Ironblood Weave not only reached the Sixth Mainland, but it also reached the Great Eastern Alliance. Master Yuan's face was solemn, as the Astral Beast domain had actually managed to force the Sixth Mainland out and occupy Ironblood Weave. The Celestial Beast Empire would not give up so easily, and they would definitely send some experts. Although he had given up on Ironblood Weave because of his strategy, he still felt a little upset when he saw that Ironblood Weave had truly fallen into the Astral Beast domain's hands. Lu Yin's strategy had not been to give up on Ironblood Weave, but rather to have the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast domain wage war there. From what he knew, the Sixth Mainland's strength far surpassed the Astral Beast domains, and it was impossible for the Astral Beast domain to completely occupy Ironblood Weave. However, he could never have imagined that one of his unconscious actions would lead to the complete defeat of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators in Ironblood Weave. Lu Yin brought the Second Night King and Lu Huang to Aegis Planet. Because Aegis had left, there was no one else on the planet besides a few Sixth Mainland's cultivators. These Sixth Mainland's cultivators were probably independent cultivators who had not been able to find a better place to cultivate, so they could only stay here. It should be known that the only reason Aegis had been able to establish itself on this planet was because of the folded space within the mystic sect. However, these Sixth Mainland's cultivators did not know anything about the mystic sect, and they had simply stayed on this planet because they had nowhere else to go. Lu Yin did not disturb them and instead directly entered the planet's core. He had the Second Night King and Lu Huang stand guard while he entered the mystic sect. The Second Night King and Lu Huang were both astonished, as they had never imagined that there would be a folded space here. They were both curious as to what Lu Yin was doing inside. After entering the mystic sect once more, Lu Yin looked up and saw that the black sun was still hanging high in the sky, and no one could approach it. Lu Yin leaped up and charged towards the black sun. When he could no longer approach it, the fate zen in his chest shifted. In an instant, his body trembled as the black sun grew slightly larger. He was approaching it, and at the same time, the black sun released a deathly aura that stretched across the sky and gradually connected with Lu Yin. The deathly aura frantically surged into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin exhaled, and the deathly aura in his chest began to circulate, and the black and white fog gradually returned to normal. While Lu Yin was absorbing the deathly aura, Patriarch Autumnfrost traversed through space and hurried back to the Autumnfrost family as quickly as possible. Autumnfrost Chen was dead, but he did not care. All he cared about was the device. Looking at the shattered metal device in space, Patriarch Autumnfrost's expression turned ugly. He quickly went to the center and saw the countless black crystal fragments floating in space. He roared and began to frantically search for something. "It's not here, and it's not broken. It must have been taken away." "Who?" he muttered to himself. In the distance, a spacecraft approached. It was the Autumn Frost family's device maker. Patriarch Autumn Frost looked over. Who did this? The Autumn Frost family members in the spacecraft were terrified, and they did not know anything. Patriarch Autumn Frost was enraged, and he destroyed the spacecraft without leaving a single person inside. It was as if he had gone mad, and he tried his best to find the person who had destroyed the device. However, he could not find anything. Old Man Nong arrived and looked at Patriarch Autumn Frost, who was still searching for something. He helplessly asked, "Autumn Frost, why did you leave Iron Bloodweave without permission?" Patriarch Autumn Frost ignored him. Old Man Nong raised his brows. "Autumn Frost, I'm talking to you. Why did you leave Iron Bloodweave without permission? Do you know that because of your departure, Iron Bloodweave has been occupied by the Astral Beast domain, and they have invaded other weaves of the Outerverse? Do you know what this means to the Sixth Mainland?" Before he could finish, Patriarch Autumn Frost roared, "Scram!" Old Man Nong was stunned, and then he grew angry. He was an amiable person, and he was not good at fighting with others. Thus, he did not have a high status among his peers in the Sixth Mainland. However, he was still a universe imprinter, and all universe imprinters treated him with respect. They did not dare to underestimate him, and Patriarch Autumn Frost had been the same in the past. But now, this Autumn Frost had truly gone mad and dared to curse him. No matter how good-tempered Old Man Nong was, he could not control himself. "Autumn Frost, you are unrepentant. Surrender." He then raised a hand and used his terrifying strength as a universe imprinter to forcefully attack Patriarch Autumn Frost from the Astral Source universe. Patriarch Autumn Frost clenched his fists, and his aura distorted. When Old Man Nong's palm fell from the Stellar Source universe, Old Man Nong suddenly raised his head. His eyes were scarlet, and his pupils turned red. An incomparably powerful aura soared into the sky and shattered Old Man Nong's palm. Old Man Nong blurted out in shock, "Third transformation Corpse King?" Patriarch Autumn Frost turned and glared at Old Man Nong. "You're courting death." Old Man Nong was stunned for a moment, but then he ran off without looking back. The Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King transformation was an extremely terrifying battle technique. With each additional transformation, one's physical strength would increase by 10 times. A Corpse King's physical strength was already much stronger than a normal person's. Now that he had undergone the third transformation, which increased his physical strength by 1,000-fold, even if Elder Autumn Frost was only a world imprinter, he still didn't want to face him, let alone whether or not this person was Elder Autumn Frost. He was stunned. Patriarch Autumn Frost shouldn't be a Corpse King. Patriarch Autumn Frost took a step forward, shattering space as he punched out at Old Man Nong. His terrifying physical strength formed a shockwave that pierced through the Stellar Source universe. Everything in its path was shattered, and nothing could stop it. Old Man Nong could sense Patriarch Autumn Frost's attack coming from behind him, and he could even hear Patriarch Autumn Frost's breathing. His eyes were bloodshot, and the crimson eyes of a Corpse King caused his scalp to go numb. He turned and lifted his hand. "Heaven Sealing Diagram," he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, a circular diagram appeared in front of him. Patriarch Autumn Frost slammed into the Heaven Sealing Diagram. He had thought that he could shatter it, but he had underestimated Old Man Nong and his universe imprinter. After all, there was still a gap between their realms. Patriarch Autumn Frost was trapped by the Heaven Sealing Diagram, and his 4 limbs were bound by the astral chains. He was firmly suppressed within the diagram. Old Man Nong turned around and left once more, showing no desire to attack. Even if Patriarch Autumn Frost was trapped, it would still be the same. 1,000-fold increase in physical strength wasn't just for offense, but also for defense. Old Man Nong wasn't confident that he could break through Patriarch Autumn Frost's physical defenses. Roar! With a furious roar, Patriarch Autumn Frost used his powerful physical strength to shatter the Heaven Sealing Diagram and charged at Old Man Nong once more. Old Man Nong looked back and saw that Patriarch Autumn Frost really couldn't be killed. He had been trapped for less than 10 seconds. Helpless, he attacked again and pushed the Heaven Sealing Diagram away. This time, Patriarch Autumn Frost dodged. Although he could shatter the Heaven Sealing Diagram, he didn't want to be trapped again. However, even though he had clearly avoided the heaven ceiling diagram, it still turned around and slammed into him from behind, trapping him inside. Old Man Gnome took this opportunity to speed away. Universe imprinters were faster than world imprinters. When Patriarch Autumn Frost shattered the heaven ceiling diagram again, he couldn't find Old Man Gnome anymore. Old Man Gnome ran far away, panting as he contacted Old Man Xianxia. Old Man Xianxia was shocked. "What did you say? A corpse king?" "Yes. Patriarch Autumn Frost is a corpse king from the Fifth Mainland's Neo-Human Alliance. He used the third transformation and almost left me there." Old Man Gnome was still afraid. Old Man Xianxia's expression was solemn. The Sixth Mainland also knew that the Neo-Human Alliance was an enemy, but they didn't have the same attitude as the Fifth Mainland. Back then, they had even cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance to deal with the Fifth Mainland, but that had been limited to occasional cooperation. This was the Sixth Mainland's attitude before the Eternals destroyed it. After the Sixth Mainland was destroyed, the Sixth Mainland's attitude toward the Neo-Human Alliance completely changed. Just like the Fifth Mainland, they had to exterminate the Neo-Human Alliance. In fact, they were even more resentful than the Fifth Mainland. The Fifth Mainland had a feud and rules that had been passed down since ancient times, but the Sixth Mainland had a new grudge that far surpassed the Fifth Mainland. After learning that Patriarch Autumn Frost was a corpse king in disguise, Old Man Xianxiang immediately ordered Patriarch Lingtong to cooperate with Old Man Nong and Patriarch Wu Mu to kill him. As for the Great Eastern Alliance, that was far less important. Old Man Nong hadn't told Old Man Xianxiang because he wanted to deal with Patriarch Autumn Frost. "Venerable One, Patriarch Autumn Frost's third transformation corpse king is not something we can match up to. He's too powerful, and we'll need at least a universal imprinter to deal with him," Old Man Nong said dryly. Old Man Xianxiang replied, "He's just a world imprinter. Even if he's a third transformation corpse king, 2 universal imprinters will be enough to deal with him. Do you want us to take action ourselves?" Old Man Nong opened his mouth, as that was exactly what he was thinking. However, he decided to forget about it, as Old Man Xianxiang clearly didn't want to take action. "Venerable One, Patriarch Autumn Frost should have fled by now, and we can't find him," Old Man Nong said helplessly. "It doesn't matter if you can find him or not. Find him for me," Old Man Xianxiang said resolutely. Old Man Nong felt even more helpless. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Patriarch Wu Mu had also left, leaving behind only the Corpse Keeper. The Corpse Keeper's presence was extremely weak, and everyone he saw looked like a corpse. Master Yuan didn't know how to communicate with him, and he couldn't even be bothered to ask. On Aegis planet, death energy poured into Lu Yin's chest, transforming into a black and white fog that swirled around him. The amount of death energy he had absorbed this time far exceeded what he had absorbed in the past, and Lu Yin's body was being pulled towards the black sun. Suddenly, as a large amount of death energy entered his body, Lu Yin's eyes snapped open, and he saw the shattered heavens as well as the setting sun that accompanied them. He also saw a huge, strange creature that had no eyes or limbs. It seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth, and it swayed its body as it charged towards him. Lu Yin's gaze traveled from far to near, and he saw a lonely figure sitting on the ground. A black scythe was stabbed into the ground by its side, and its arms were naturally resting on its knees. Its chin seemed to be pressed against the back of its hands. Even though Lu Yin couldn't see its face, he could still feel the loneliness of that figure, as well as its calmness and indifference towards that strange creature. The lonely figure and the setting sun were instantly drowned out by the boundless black fog. The next moment, the black fog condensed into a giant black sphere that appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on the strange creature's back. The strange creature couldn't resist at all as it was pressed into the ground. There was no sound, but Lu Yin seemed to be able to hear the creature's anguished wails and unwillingness. However, all of this was drowned out by the black fog. Finally, the black fog dissipated, and the setting sun in the starry sky gradually disappeared along with that figure and that drop of blood. Lonely blood, setting sun transformation. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened in confusion. What was that scene just now? That figure, and that familiar scythe. Could that person be the legendary Grim Reaper? Did that scene take place during the era of the Grim Reaper? Everyone said that the Grim Reaper was a legend. Even though Luin had cultivated death energy and could transform into the Grim Reaper, he wasn't absolutely certain that the Grim Reaper had truly existed. Perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination, and he just so happened to cultivate the image of that figment. Even though Xianxia had seen it in that book, and even though the Bai family of the Frigid Immortal sect had confirmed the existence of fate, Luin still couldn't be absolutely certain that the Grim Reaper had existed. But at that moment, he could be sure that the Grim Reaper really did exist, and he almost saw the Grim Reaper's appearance. As he slowly descended, the death energy in his chest had been replenished, and the black and white fog had expanded a little. Correspondingly, the Grim Reaper transformation would definitely increase his strength. Luin felt rather regretful that he hadn't been able to see that figure's appearance. If he had, he might have been the only person to know what the Grim Reaper looked like since it had become a legend. Lu Yin's gadget beeped as he walked out of the Oddity sect. He glanced at it and was shocked. There was such a thing? Patriarch Autumnfrost had actually abandoned the battlefield in Ironblood Weave, which had led to the Astral Beast domain occupying Ironblood Weave. The Sword Valley Master had even personally gone to Ironblood Weave. At that moment, another message arrived. Patriarch Ilis had also left, and only the corpse guards were left at the Great Eastern Alliance's borders. Something must have happened. The 6th Mainland's matters couldn't be reported to the 5th Mainland. If the matter was serious, it would gradually reach Lu Yin's ears. But right now, he wanted to know what had happened. Thus, Luin raised his gadget and contacted someone he hadn't seen in a long time, Susan. Susan was a lackey that Luin had brought from Earth, and he had disappeared to the Cosmic Sea. When the 6th Mainland had invaded, Susan had caught the eye of Patriarch Lingtong because of his innate gift of polychoria. He had been accepted as a disciple and had become the crown prince of the Lingtong clan in the 6th Mainland's Blackblood realm. Luin had met Susan in the Cosmic Sea, and at that time, Susan had promised to help Luin and the others as a form of repayment. After that, they had stopped contacting each other. However, after the 6th Mainland had been destroyed, Susan had shamelessly taken the initiative to contact Xinyu Star and Luin. Luin had not contacted him in order to prevent him from being discovered, but now was the right time. The call connected, and before long, a loud shout came from the other end. "Who is it?" The tone was filled with arrogance and narcissism, as well as an almost undetectable trace of dominance. Luin laughed. "It's me." The person on the other end was silent for a moment, and then he lowered his voice. "Be boss?" Luin grunted in acknowledgement. Susan was excited. "Boss? It's really you." "That's great, boss. You finally remembered your little brother, Ah-san." Luin replied, "Didn't you say that you didn't want to have anything to do with us?" "When did that happen?" "Boss, who tried to drive a wedge between us? Was it that idiot Ling Ke? Or that scheming girl?" "Boss, Little Third's loyalty to you is undeniable. Little Third contacted us as soon as he arrived in the Outerverse. Little Third misses you." Susan loudly complained about how miserable his life had been. Luin was speechless, as he knew how comfortable this guy's life had been. Even if the 6th Mainland had been destroyed, as long as Ancestor Lingtong was fine, this guy would always be one of the strongest members of the Blackblood realm. Ancestor Lingtong was an expert who was just one step away from breaking through to become a cosmic imprinter. Once that happened, he would immediately become an elder of the 6th Mainland's Daosource sect. Even now, he was a protector of the 6th Mainland's Daosource sect, and his status was extremely high. "Alright, enough with the nonsense. Let me ask you, what happened to the Autumnfrost family?" Luin asked. Susan was stumped, and he felt that something was strange. "The Autumnfrost family? I don't know. Is that the answer you're giving me?" Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Susan hurriedly replied, "Boss, wait a moment. Little Third will ask them immediately." He then hastily ended the call, and Luin did not know who to ask. Luin met up with the Second Night King and Lu Huang, and after waiting for half a day, his gadget beeped. Susan's voice sounded, and his tone was grave. "Boss, Ancestor Autumnfrost is a corpse king." Luin was shocked. "What did you say?" Susan earnestly explained, "The Autumnfrost family was exterminated, and Patriarch Autumnfrost Chen and his successor, Autumn Frost Qing, both died. The Autumn Frost family's resources disappeared, and Patriarch Autumn Frost was supposed to be an Iron-Blood Weave resisting the Astral Beast domain. However, because of this incident, he returned to the Autumn Frost family, causing Iron-Blood Weave to be defeated and occupied by the Astral Beast domain. A cosmic imprinter was ordered to punish Patriarch Autumn Frost, but he was beaten back. Ancestor Autumn Frost is using the third transformation, Corpse King. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as the imposter was actually the Corpse King. The Corpse King had impersonated Patriarch Autumn Frost for the sake of that device, and Patriarch Autumn Frost had given up Iron-Blood Weave to join the Autumn Frost family for the sake of that device. That instrument was so important. What was its use? Boss, several experts have joined forces to go to the Autumn Frost clan to kill Patriarch Autumn Frost. The Autumn Frost clan is finished, continued Susan. How do you know all this? Luin asked. Susan was pleased with himself. I've been in the 6th mainland for many years, so I have some connections. Ever since the D family and Mo Zhang's bloodline declined, the Autumn Frost family became the dominant force in the Bloodburn realm. Many people don't like them, and now that something like this has happened, the news has spread throughout our circle. I kept you waiting because I wanted to know more about the situation. Alright, I got it. He was about to end the call. Susan hurriedly said, Boss, I heard that the Great Eastern Alliance isn't doing too well right now. Is there anything that I can help with? Just tell me. Luin was puzzled. Even if the 6th mainland is destroyed, the Outer Alliance's members aren't weak. The people who came to the Outerverse aren't weak, and they've been following Ancestor Lingtong for their entire lives. Why would they contact me? Susan was just about to flatter Luin when Luin coldly said, I want to hear the truth. Susan coughed awkwardly and muttered to himself for a moment. Actually, Patriarch Lingtong is about to break through. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Breakthrough? That meant going from a world imprinter to a cosmic imprinter? Breaking through is a good thing, but if it fails, then it'll be a tragedy. Boss, you should know that if something happens to Patriarch Lingtong, then I'll be finished in the 6th mainland. Not to mention the people I've offended in the outside world, even the Lingtong clan will cause trouble for me. Don't be fooled by 16th's bootlicking attitude, but that's only because Patriarch Lingtong is around. If Patriarch Lingtong fails to break through, then 16th will definitely be the first to hammer me to death. Luin calmly said, at least you know your own limits. Then, if Patriarch Lingtong succeeds in breaking through, then do you plan on not having any more dealings with me? Susan hurriedly said, Boss, you have to believe in little Sanzi's loyalty. He's definitely not an ungrateful person. Boss, you have to believe in me. Luin could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense and immediately ended the call. Susan was very smart, and he had already paved the way for himself. Even though some people placed benefits above all else, Luin did not mind. Even if Patriarch Lingtong succeeded in breaking through, Susan would not be able to shake Luin off. It was impossible for him to do anything big, but he could at least gather some information. A corpse king? Lu Huang looked at Luin inquisitively. Luin nodded. Patriarch Autumn Frost is a corpse king. If he's a corpse king, then he shouldn't be willing to expose himself for the sake of the Autumn Frost family, the second Night King said. Luin knew that it was because of the device, but he also knew that it was very likely because of the bubble that he had taken away, or rather, the liquid within it. Let's go back to the border, Luin said. Lu Yin's trio headed east while Old Man Nong, Patriarch Ilis, and Patriarch Lingtong, who was closer, headed towards the Autumn Frost family. Along the way, Patriarch Ilis asked Old Man Nong about Patriarch Autumn Frost's third transformation Corpse King strength. A third transformation Corpse King can't even be beaten or trapped. You and I have no chance of winning alone, Old Man Nong said with lingering fear. Patriarch Ilis said, a world imprinter actually managed to suppress you with a third transformation Corpse King. Those everlasting monsters are truly terrifying. Patriarch Autumn Frost definitely isn't in the Autumn Frost family right now. Brother Ilis, do you have any way of finding him? Old Man Nong asked. Patriarch Ilis shook his head, I'm not good at this. Old Man Nong relaxed, that's a pity. I'm not good at this either, but our mission is to find and destroy Patriarch Autumn Frost. If we're lucky, we might run into him. At that time, we'll have to rely on you, Brother Ilis. Patriarch Ilis frowned, but he did not refute. Although Old Man Gnome was a cosmic imprinter, he was known for being a good person. Battle was rare, but he had many opportunities, and he had even left behind legends. Old Man Gnome could not count on such a person. Furthermore, Old Man Gnome's words about a third transformation corpse king's strength were not very convincing. After all, Old Man Gnome was far too weak, and he was definitely at the bottom of the cosmic imprinters. The two quickly arrived at the Autumn Frost family's territory, and they were stunned. They had only come here to follow the clues to find Patriarch Autumn Frost, but they had not expected that Patriarch Autumn Frost had not left. Patriarch Autumn Frost was still in the shattered star system, searching for something. His eyes were scarlet, and when Old Man Gnome and Patriarch Ilis arrived, he attacked without hesitation. "You're courting death." Old Man Gnome was stunned. This was too arrogant. He was actually not leaving? "Brother Ilis, it's up to you." Old Man Gnome shouted. Patriarch Ilis attacked, and a formless halo enveloped Patriarch Autumn Frost. This was his innate gift, and he could move everything within the halo to a place where he could see. Patriarch Ilis was not in a hurry to move Patriarch Autumn Frost. When faced with Patriarch Autumn Frost's third transformation corpse king's fist, he raised his hand. With a bang, the sky was shattered, and a huge shockwave swept out in all directions. Countless shattered black crystals were sent flying. Even Old Man Gnome was forced back. The Ilis race had one of the unparalleled bloodlines, the Ilis silkworm bloodline. When they broke out of their cocoons, they would be perfectly reborn. Every time they broke out of their cocoons, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Patriarch Ilis had been reborn several times, and his strength was at the pinnacle. Few people in the same realm could match him. In the minds of many people in the Sixth Mainland, Old Man Gnome represented the lower limit of a cosmic imprinter, while the Ilis ancestor represented the upper limit of a cosmic imprinter. This was because no one knew whether or not he could break out of his cocoon and be reborn. If he could do it again, perhaps he really would be invincible as a cosmic imprinter. The Ilis silkworm bloodline's uniqueness allowed the Ilis race to improve in all aspects. Whether it was cultivation or physical strength, they were incomparable to ordinary people. Even the third transformation corpse king's fist could not suppress Patriarch Ilis, but Patriarch Ilis was still forced back. It could be considered a draw. Patriarch Ilis was shocked. He was a cosmic imprinter, while Patriarch Autumn Frost was merely a world imprinter. There was a difference of one level between them, and Patriarch Ilis himself was one of the best cosmic imprinters. Even so, he had not been able to force the corpse king back. This was the power of the third transformation. An instant later, Old Man Xianxia's imprint appeared behind Patriarch Ilis, and his strength increased once again. Patriarch Autumn Frost's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged forward once again. Relying on his impenetrable physical strength, he was able to fight Patriarch Ilis head-on without losing out. In the distance, Old Man Gnome was forced to retreat further and further. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Patriarch Ilis used his bloodline imprint and the Ilis race's battle techniques to suppress Patriarch Autumn Frost, but he could not win. He could not even injure Patriarch Autumn Frost. Every time Patriarch Autumn Frost's third transformation corpse king landed an attack, it would injure him. Old Man Gnome, attack! Patriarch Ilis could not help but shout as he blocked Patriarch Autumn Frost's attacks. Old Man Gnome retreated a little more. "Brother Ilis, I won't attack. I don't want to disrupt your rhythm." Patriarch Ilis was furious, and he glared at Old Man Gnome. While he was distracted, Patriarch Autumn Frost's fist landed on his chest, and he could not help but cough up blood. Taking advantage of the momentum of Patriarch Autumn Frost's attack, he attacked Patriarch Autumn Frost as well. However, Patriarch Autumn Frost was only forced back. He could not be injured, his physical defenses were too strong. Seeing that Old Man Gnome was watching from the side, Patriarch Ilis used his innate gift to teleport Patriarch Autumn Frost over. He threw Patriarch Autumn Frost in front of Old Man Gnome, who was only a meter away from him. Old Man Gnome was stunned at first, and then he was shocked. Patriarch Autumn Frost kicked Old Man Gnome from the astral source universe. Old Man Gnome's abdomen emitted a cracking sound, and immediately after, glass-like fragments fell to the ground. It was a power vessel that Old Man Nong had used to protect himself, but it had been shattered by Patriarch Autumn Frost's kick. Old Man Nong's face paled as he quickly used the sky ceiling diagram to trap Elder Autumn Frost before retreating. At this moment, a ray of light cut across the starry sky from afar. One end of the ray came from afar while the other attacked Elder Autumn Frost. Elder Autumn Frost was hit by the ray of light and was pierced through. Elder Wumu and Old Man Nong looked into the distance. This battle technique? Seniors, let's work together. A third transformation corpse king is hard to kill. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He had a jade-like face and was extremely handsome. His tone was steady, a stark contrast to Old Man Nong's fear. This person was Elder Lingtong, Su San's master. In the Black Blood realm, the strongest was the Heaven Imprinter, Wu Mu, who had died a long time ago. Next to Wu Mu was Elder Wu Mu, and below him was Elder Lingtong. Although Elder Lingtong was a world imprinter, his strength had already reached the level of a half-step cosmic imprinter. Elder Autumn Frost could fight against a cosmic imprinter with his third transformation corpse king's characteristics, and so could Elder Lingtong. As for Elder Lingtong, even Elder Wu Mu couldn't see through him. When Wu Mu was still alive, he had said that once Elder Lingtong broke through to the cosmic imprinter, other than the Heaven Imprinter, few could match him. Elder Wu Mu was also excluded. This was Elder Lingtong's strength. Elder Lingtong had always stood at the top of his peers since he was young. His seniority was far below Elder Wu Mu's, but now, they were almost on the same level. Elder Wu Mu thought that Elder Lingtong's arrival was more useful than Old Man Nong's. Especially the battle technique just now, which penetrated the corpse king's body, its power was stronger than his attack. At this moment, Elder Autumn Frost broke free from the sky ceiling diagram and stared at Elder Lingtong with his scarlet eyes. Elder Wu Mu put the halo on Elder Autumn Frost again and said, "Attack." Old Man Nong pushed the sky ceiling diagram, and Elder Autumn Han charged towards Elder Wu Mu. The sky ceiling diagram cut in from a strange angle, trapping Elder Autumn Han once again. In Elder Lingtong's eyes, the polychoria scattered and then converged. She stared at Elder Autumn Han's forehead and pointed out a finger, bright light finger. In the next moment, the light gathered and dispersed, striking Elder Autumn Frost's forehead. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Luin stealthily returned, and Master Yuan immediately sought him out. The latest news is that Ancestor Autumn Frost has been killed. He was actually a corpse king, and he can even use the third transformation. Patriarch Autumn Frost is dead? What's going on? Master Yuan's information network came from the Hall of Honor. Since the Sixth Mainland had entered the Outerverse, how could the Hall of Honor not know about them? While the Sixth Mainland was thinking of ways to infiltrate the Hall of Honor, the Hall of Honor was also thinking of ways to infiltrate the Sixth Mainland's Daosource sect. Luin had Su San as his source of information, but Su San's level was too low, and it would take some time for him to understand the information. The Hall of Honor's information network was even faster than his. After listening to Master Yuan's report, Luin frowned. The situation was getting serious. That instrument was more important than he had imagined. What kind of item would make Elder Autumn Frost, whose combat power exceeded 800,000 and who could use the third transformation corpse king, be willing to expose himself and be killed rather than waste a single second to search for it? Clearly, that item was far more important than Elder Autumn Frost himself. This imposter Elder Autumn Frost had only been building the device for about 10 years. The device itself was not worth his time. At most, he would build it for another 10 years. The most important thing was definitely the black crystal. The item within the black crystal. What exactly was it? Luin had a premonition that even if the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse were destroyed, that item would still be far more important. Luin took out a fragment of the black crystal and focused on it. Not long after, he found the Second Night King. "You're going to the Autumn Frost family again?" The Second Night King did not understand. "What for?" Luin answered, "Nothing much. I'm just going to keep an eye on those black crystal fragments and see who's there." The Second Night King replied, "That's where the Corpse King and the powerhouses with power levels in the millions are fighting. Many people have gone there to watch. Let's take a look around." Who knows, we might be able to find something interesting, Luine said. Elder Autumn Frost would rather stay in the same spot and search, even if it meant his death. However, he was not the only Corpse King in the Neo-Human Alliance who would do such a thing. The second Night King reluctantly left. After returning to the border, the second Night King and Lu Huang had to avoid Master Yuan, as there was no point in keeping them here. After sending the second Night King away, Luine checked the reports on Ironblood Weave. The Celestial Beast Empire had not disappointed him, as they had sent powerhouses with power levels in the millions to join the Primal Zone's astral beasts and occupy Ironblood Weave. The Sword Valley Master's strength was outstanding, but it was still difficult for him to repel the astral beasts. Luine sighed as he looked at the star chart. He felt very guilty, as Ironblood Weave was a border that the human domain had protected for countless years. Now that it had been occupied, he felt like he had let down all the heroes who had died in battle there. Don't worry. What's ours will be ours. I, Luine, am a man of my word. One day, I'll lead you all into the Primal Zone and the Astral Beast domain, Luine muttered to himself. Although the Sword Valley Master was an Ironblood Weave, it was not him who was forcing the Great Eastern Alliance, but rather the four sovereigns behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 1-month deadline was up. Elder Ilis and Old Gnome had already returned to the border. When the 1-month deadline was up, they all stepped out to pressure the Great Eastern Alliance. Luine looked at the sky with a stern expression. Alliance Master Lu, the 1-month deadline is up. Please leave the Outerverse, Elder Ilis said loudly. Luine raised his head. Senior Xianxia Old Man promised to give the Great Eastern Alliance 5 weaves. Does that still count? Elder Ilis replied, since the Sword Valley Master has already said so, it naturally counts. However, the 5 weaves will be up to us to decide. Luine raised a finger. There's no need for 5 weaves. 1 is enough, and we'll decide which one we want. Elder Ilis did not reply, as he could not make the decision. He needed to contact Old Man Xianxia. At that moment, Old Gnome, who was standing not too far away from Elder Ilis, looked at his gadget, and his expression changed. A Corpse King has appeared in the Autumn Frost family again. Patriarch Ilis' expression changed. When? Not just a moment ago, but the second Night King from the 5th Mainland's Day Night clan also appeared. Elder Ilis and the others were not the only ones who knew that a Corpse King had appeared in the Autumn Frost family again. Luine also knew that it had come from the second Night King. The second Night King had actually encountered a Corpse King in the Autumn Frost family, and the two had fought and exposed each other's identities. Luine looked at the information on his gadget. The second Night King had sent a message saying that he and the Corpse King had only fought to test each other's strength, but they had also exposed each other's identities. Their identities were too easy to identify, one had scarlet eyes while the other had black and white hair. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Sure enough, a Corpse King had gone to the Autumn Frost family, and that item was extremely important. This information was dismissed. She was far more important than the Great Eastern Alliance, so Elder Ilis immediately reported this to Old Man Xianxia. A day later, the second Night King quietly returned to the border and met with Luine. What happened? Luine asked. The second Night King stretched out his right arm and saw that there was a bloody wound on his wrist that was so deep that the bone was visible. An absolute expert. A Corpse King? Luine was shocked. Although the second Night King had not fully recovered, his power level was close to 1,000,000. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hide from Master Yuan. For someone with such power to be injured in a single exchange showed just how strong the opponent was. The second Night King explained, I accidentally bumped into him. The Autumn Frost family has offended too many people, and one of them went to the Autumn Frost family to kick them while they were down. I wasn't too far away, and I saw the Corpse King attack with my own eyes. He annihilated the entire family and interrogated them for some information. Out of curiosity, I wanted to know what he was interrogating, and I was discovered by the Corpse King. We fought, and it was definitely a Corpse King with a power level of 1,000,000. How did you get exposed as well? Luine was dissatisfied. The second Night King gritted his teeth. I would have died if I hadn't used my full strength against a Corpse King of that level. Even if that corpse king wasn't at the level of the 7 sky gods, he wasn't far from it. The second Night King clearly did not understand the 7 sky gods. From what Louis knew, the 7 sky gods were definitely not as simple as they seemed. There were 12 marquises on the other side of the astral tree domain, and the witch spirit god was able to make them listen to his arrangements. One could only imagine the status of the 7 sky gods. Louis looked to the west, where another corpse king had appeared at the Autumnfrost family residence. Even an idiot would know that there was something that the Neo-Human Alliance wanted there. The 6th mainland must be having a headache right now. Both the Corpse King and the Second Night King had appeared at the Autumnfrost family residence, and this news had shaken the entire 6th mainland. After the 4 venerables discussed this matter, Old Man Xianxia personally headed to the Autumnfrost family residence to investigate. They had naturally guessed that the Autumnfrost family had something important, and it was easy to find the problem with the device by investigating the Autumnfrost family's past deeds. Old Man Xianxia had also headed to the Autumnfrost family residence to find out what the device was for. The celestial imprint descended upon the Autumnfrost family residence, causing all the cultivators in the area to tremble. Old Man Xianxia was like a sun that illuminated the entire Autumnfrost family's territory. However, the 4 venerables were still 4 venerables, and it was easy for them to overlook what was beneath their feet. For example, Old Man Xianxia could casually crush the black crystal fragment, so he did not care about it at all. The Neo-Human Alliance had clearly not come for the black crystal fragment, or else they would not have taken it away. They had plenty of time to spare. Many people had also thought of this, and Louis was even more clear on the Neo-Human Alliance's goal. He estimated that the Neo-Human Alliance was frantically searching for anyone who had visited the Autumnfrost family residence, as they were afraid that the Neo-Human Alliance would find them. Louis stared at the black crystal fragment for a while before activating his gadget. Lin Dong was a self-respecting person. He had been born into an ordinary family, and he had cultivated as an ordinary person. However, he had accidentally learned a cultivation method and embarked on the path of cultivation. After 100 years, he had finally joined the Autumnfrost family as a Lamiter. To be honest, he had only reached the Lamiter realm after 100 years, and his aptitude was very ordinary. He did not have any status in the Autumnfrost family, and he was only a minor character who did odd jobs. This was especially true when the Autumnfrost family had become the hegemon of the Bloodburn realm and recruited many experts. Lin Dong had been sent to a corner, where he had to watch over the creation of a giant device every day. He was not allowed to leave, and there was no one he could communicate with. Lin Dong believed that he had his own self-respect, and he firmly believed that he would one day break through to become an explorer and become a space-exploring powerhouse. Once he took that step, his future would be limitless. Thus, when the device was destroyed, various top-notch powerhouses clashed in outer space, and everyone fled in all directions. Lin Dong had taken a spacecraft to return with a giant black crystal fragment. Lin Dong didn't know what it was used for, but if Elder Autumnfrost valued it, then it had to have unimaginable effects. But a few days later, he realized that he had been wrong. The battles between the top experts had ended, and countless black crystal fragments had floated around in space. Many people had obtained them, but no one cared about them at all. They were just trash. In the end, they were destined to become works of art. The black crystal fragment that Lin Dong had obtained was actually quite symmetrical. It was a hexadecagon. Beep beep beep. His gadget beeped rapidly. Lin Dong sat in his spacecraft and looked outside in a daze. He didn't know when he would be able to roam the universe again, even though he was confident in himself. Lin Dong glanced at his gadget, and his eyes narrowed. His breathing quickened as he stared at the message on his gadget in disbelief. "Are you selling your black crystal fragments?" 1,000 star essences. Lin Dong was stunned. 1,000 star essence? He rubbed his eyes. Yes, there was no mistaking it, it really was star essence. To a low-level Lamiter like him, star essence was an unattainable cultivation resource. He had always used star crystals, so when had he ever seen star essence before? 1 cube of star essence was equivalent to 100,000 cubes of star crystals, so wouldn't 1,000 cubes of star essence be equivalent to over 100 million cubes of star crystals? Lin Dong was excited. More than 100 million star crystals? What kind of astronomical sum was that? Lin Dong's wealth had never been more than 200,000 star crystals. This couldn't be a scammer, right? Lin Dong was on guard, but then again, that shouldn't be the case. Why would a scammer try to trick him? Just for these black crystal fragments? There were so many of them in the universe. Hold on. Lin Dong's expression changed. If there were so many black crystal fragments in the universe, why would this person spend so much money to buy them? Something wasn't right. At that moment, his gadget beeped again. Not enough? How about 2,000 star essence? Lin Dong's eyes widened. 2,000? 200 million star crystals? This. He didn't know what to think. He looked at the number on the message and really wanted to reply, did you make a mistake? Star crystals and not star essences? Still not enough? 3,000? Lin Dong was enraged, and his expression turned sinister as he gritted his teeth. He was sure that this person was definitely a scammer who was deliberately trying to trick him. There were so many black crystal fragments in the universe, so why would this person spend so much money to buy them? And so much money? Something was wrong. He was just a puny Lemmeter, and yet someone had dared to toy with him like this. It was like a normal person who had been told that he had won a grand prize, only to be told that it was all a scam. This roller coaster of emotions made Lin Dong want to vomit blood. He was so angry that he wanted to send a long greeting to the other party's parents to vent his anger. At that moment, another message appeared. Such a symmetrical shape is indeed rare. How about this? 4,000 star essence. Lin Dong stared blankly at the message. Symmetry? He took out the black crystal shard. Yes, it was indeed symmetrical. Could this be the purpose of the other party's purchase? At this moment, another message appeared. It seems like you're an expert. Alright, I won't waste any more time. My price is 50,000 star essence. If you can do it, then I'll find someone else. There should be someone else who can obtain such a symmetrical black crystal fragment. Lin Dong replied without hesitation, deal. 50,000 star essence. In less than 10 seconds, the cold winter passed. He stared at his bank account for a long time, and with a soft beep, he stared blankly at his account information. His account had been upgraded to the highest level, and at the same time, he had received an invitation from the Mavis Bank to become their VIP guest. Lin Dong felt as if he was in a dream. Everything had happened too suddenly and unexpectedly. Had he become a super-rich person in an instant? Even a hunter would find it difficult to obtain so many star essence, let alone a Lemmeter. He remembered that a senior who had just become an enlighter had once said that he needed to absorb more than 60,000 star essence to complete a single cycle of star energy. Did that mean that his 50,000 star essence was equivalent to the total amount of star energy in an ordinary enlighter's body? Becoming an enlighter was an unreachable dream. Lin Dong had his pride and believed that he could become an explorer, but he had never thought of becoming a hunter, let alone an enlighter. Send the black crystal fragment to this address. Don't play any tricks, or else I have a way to find you. The other party had offered 50,000 star essence, so Lin Dong did not dare to play any tricks. If the Autumn Frost family had still been around, he would not have been afraid, as no one would have dared to cause trouble there. But now that the Autumn Frost family was gone, and he had become an independent cultivator, no one cared. Contact me if you have any more black crystal fragments that are as symmetrical as this one. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the price. Happy cooperation. Lin Dong ended the call, as he needed time to digest what had just happened. Was this a dream? He slapped himself in the face, as he was too excited. This was not a dream. He stared at his account balance for a long time, as if he could see it until the end of time. The next day, Lin Dong packed up his things and headed to the galaxy where the black crystal fragments had been found. The Cape Solar System was a place that he had once despised, but now, it had become a treasure trove in his eyes. No one wanted the black crystal fragments, so he decided to go pick them up. There were so many fragments that he did not believe that he would not be able to find a symmetrical one. Lin Dong had thought that he had silently made a fortune, but he had forgotten a truth: there was no free lunch in the world. While he was heading to the Cape Solar System to search for the black crystal fragments, his transaction records had already been posted on the network. Suddenly, countless people boiled over. 50,000 star essence. If Lin Dong could go crazy over this, then so could everyone else. Many people would never see a single star essence in their entire lives, but now, such a huge benefit had been placed right in front of them. As long as they went to the Cape Solar System and found a symmetrical black crystal fragment, they would be able to obtain at least 50,000 star essence. This was a great deal, and everyone was willing to do it. Suddenly, regardless of whether it was the 6th mainland or the 5th mainland, countless people flocked to the Cape Solar System. This was especially true after another successful transaction, which made countless people even crazier. There were also some people who saw the value behind the symmetrical black crystal fragments. Since someone was willing to pay such a high price for them, they would definitely be useful, and those families who did not lack money would think of ways to obtain them and research them. The Cape Solar System became famous. First, there had been a battle between absolute experts that had caused the entire system to collapse. Then, there had been a sky-high transaction, and now, it was rumored that even the 4 sovereigns were there. Countless people looked towards the Cape Solar System, which had become a treasure trove for countless adventurers and rogue cultivators. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Luin put down his gadget. He had been the one who had purchased the black crystal fragments at such a high price. He wanted to lure people to the Cape Solar System and disrupt the Neo-Human Alliance's line of sight to prevent them from finding out that he was the culprit. That bubble would definitely be useful, and if it was discovered that he had it, then his future days would not be peaceful. The purchase of the black crystal fragments was just a prelude, and Luin erased all information about the payment to prevent the Neo-Human Alliance from finding out about it. At the same time, he also informed Big Pow and Little Pow to hide and not reveal themselves. If Luin represented the Neo-Human Alliance, he would not only investigate those who had visited the Cape Solar System during this period of time, but he would also investigate everyone who knew about the device and the black crystal. Those people were all suspects, and since Big Pow and Little Pow had recently escaped, it was very likely that they would be investigated. Fortunately, they were hiding in Astral 10, and the Autumn Frost family probably did not have any specific information about them. After all, they were too weak to be recorded. As long as they did not appear and were not recognized as having participated in the construction of the device in the Cape Solar System, they would be fine. Besides that, Luin also ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to speed up their retreat to the Innerverse. He had once wanted the Great Eastern Alliance to stand tall in the east of the Outerverse and think of a way to negotiate with the 6th mainland. However, he had overestimated himself. At present, he still did not have the qualifications to negotiate with the 6th mainland, and the 4 sovereigns would not appear to negotiate with him. The only thing he could do was relocate the Great Eastern Alliance and try his best to preserve Frostwave Weave. Not far from the Autumn Frost family, there was a small family in the same weave that lived between the cracks of the Autumn Frost family's territory. They paid tribute to the Autumn Frost family all year round and served them. Following Elder Autumn Frost's death and the revelation of his identity as a corpse king, the Autumn Frost family had completely declined, and they had even been investigated by the Dowsor sect. This small family had taken this opportunity to absorb some of the people who had escaped from the Autumn Frost family and strengthen their family. The news of the sky-high price for the black crystal fragments had also filled them with enthusiasm, and they had mobilized their family's resources to head to the Cape Solar System to collect the fragments. One day later, the family's blood flowed like a river, and not a single person was left alive. Many people had experienced terrifying things before their deaths, and it was as if they had been interrogated. Some people's bodies had even been torn apart in an extremely cruel manner. Similar incidents continued to occur in the Western Weaves, and many people were massacred. These people all had one thing in common: they had more or less interacted with the Autumn Frost family. However, these were all small powers and did not attract much attention. Several days later, however, a piece of news spread that shook the entire region. Regardless of whether it was the 5th mainland's Hall of Honor or the 6th mainland's Dowsor sect, they were all shaken. Even the Astral Beast domain and the technocracy were shocked. Old Man Songqiong had died. The 6th mainland's Dowsor sect's 4 reverends had a lofty status, great strength, and a celestial imprint. No one had expected that such an absolute expert would suddenly die. His death was extremely strange, and it could even be considered bizarre. It did not seem like he had experienced a battle, as his body stood in outer space motionless. It did not seem like he had experienced a battle, but he had died just like that. Even if a celestial imprint powerhouse died, it would be a spectacular death. Aside from a progenitor, who else could silently kill a celestial imprint powerhouse? However, there were only 3 progenitors in the current universe, and all of them were from the 6th mainland. They could not have killed Old Man Xianxia, and even if they had, they would not have done it silently. When news of Old Man Xianxia's death spread, it completely shocked everyone. Luin could not believe it when he heard the news. Master Xianxia's expression turned grave, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It's true. Old Man Xianxia has indeed died, and he died peacefully. Lu Yin's hair stood on end. A celestial imprint had died just like that without even causing a splash. How was this possible? You can't find the culprit? Master Xianxia looked at Luin. We can't find any clues, but we all suspect that it was done by the Neo-Human Alliance. It should be the 7 sky gods. Luin moved his finger. 7 sky gods? It wasn't impossible, but even the 7 sky gods wouldn't be able to kill Old Man Xianxia without anyone noticing. Even though Old Man Xianxia might not be a match for a half-martial ancestor, he should still be able to put up a fight. How could he be killed so silently? Today, Old Man Xianxia had been killed silently. Did that mean that he would follow in his footsteps the next day? Old Man Xianxia's death didn't just bring them shock, it also brought them terror. The Neo-Human Alliance had stood tall in the 5th mainland for countless years, and its strength was formidable. Now, it was showing its ferocious side to the 6th mainland. The corpse kings that had appeared so far were Patriarch Autumnfrost, who had single-handedly challenged the Cosmic Imprinter, and the corpse king that had fought against the 2nd Night King and injured him. If Old Man Xianxia had truly died at the hands of the Neo-Human Alliance, then the hidden strength of this dark power would truly make the 6th mainland apprehensive. No matter who killed Xianxia Old Man, the 6th mainland wouldn't let the matter rest. After all, he was one of the 4 venerables. If no one cared about his death, the 6th mainland couldn't afford to lose face like this. In the southern weaves, an old man walked out of a spatial tear. He looked to the east and sighed. I can't even cultivate in peace. The patriarch will be angry, right? With that, he took a step forward and vanished. Not long after, the elder arrived at the Horn Star system. He looked at the black crystal fragment in his hand with a strange expression. What use could this thing have? To think that the Eternals would appear. Not far away was Old Man Xianxia's corpse, and no one dared to touch it. A group of cultivators from the 6th mainland had gathered around Old Man Xianxia's corpse. When some of them saw the old man appear out of nowhere, they hurried forward to say something, but a person suddenly appeared in front of him. When the cultivators saw who it was, they were shocked. Greetings, Venerable One. All around him, many cultivators from the 6th mainland bowed in unison. Greetings, Supremacy. This person was none other than one of the 4 venerables, Mr. Guanxing. He had rushed over as soon as he received news of Old Man Xianxia's death. Master Guanxing did not pay any attention to these cultivators. He went straight to the old man who was deep in thought and slowly bowed. Guanxing from the temple greets Senior Jiao San. The cultivators and the surroundings were stunned. According to their knowledge, the 4 venerables were figures second only to the 3rd ancestor. Yet, they were actually bowing to that old man. Could it be that the old man was in the ancestor realm? They dared not imagine. The old man put down his hand and looked at Master Guanxing. Long time no see. Master Guanxing and the old man looked at each other. I didn't expect Senior Jiao San to come out. The old man shook his head. It's normal for me to come out. My 6th mainland suffered a calamity, and many of my old brothers and sisters died in battle. If I can live on, it's better for me to come out and take a look. Who knows, I might die one day because I haven't seen enough of this universe. Master Guanxing said seriously, Senior Jiao San is destined to break through to the progenitor realm. How could he die so easily? The old man burst into laughter as he looked at Old Man Xianxia. Didn't he die as well? Since he died so peacefully, it seems like he didn't suffer. That's quite lucky. Mr. Guanxing had a bitter look in his eyes. It should have been done by the Neo-Human Alliance. The elder nodded. One of the 7 sky gods, the Forgotten Ruins deity. You know? Mr. Guanxing was surprised. The old man's gaze was deep. The power of the meditative oblivion state hasn't completely dissipated. Mr. Guanxing's gaze turned gloomy. Even if the 7 sky gods were to take action, it would still be impossible for them to render him completely helpless. The most terrifying thing about the 7 sky gods is not only their strength, but also their disguise. You will never know who is around you. Humans are the 7 sky gods, and since ancient times, the 7 sky gods have been eternal enemies, just like the Eternals. To many people, the 7 sky gods are the Eternals. They're only half-ancestors. In this universe, they're only half-ancestors, the old man corrected. Mr. Guanxing's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The old man shook his head. There's no need to say more. We rarely experience the 7 sky gods taking action, but the 5th mainland has experienced many. The most recent incident was the assassination of the top 10 after the Sovereign Tournament. It's time for us to have a chat with the 5th mainland. In Iron Blood Weave, the Sword Valley Master's expression was gloomy. Recent events had exceeded his expectations. From the moment Elder Autumn Frost had abandoned Iron Blood Weave, many things had spiraled out of control. Now, even Old Man Songqiong had died. Forcing the Great Eastern Alliance had been Old Man Songqiong and Mr. Guanxing's intentions. Now that Old Man Songqiong was dead, the Sword Valley Master did not know what to do next. A month had passed, but Mr. Guanxing did not have the energy to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. The Sword Valley Master could only stabilize the situation in Iron Blood Weave for now. It was not just the Sword Valley Master, Lu Yin had also been caught off guard. Old Man Songqiong's death had caused the Horn Star Systems incident to escalate, and it was no longer something that Lu Yin could control. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Once the Neo-Human Alliance discovered that he was the one who had killed Xianxia and destroyed the device, Lu Yin was not sure how the Neo-Human Alliance would react. Would they kill him? Or would they snatch his bubble and give him a warning? If the 7 sky gods appeared, should he hand over his bubble? Lu Yin's thoughts were in a mess. It just so happened that Wei Rong had contacted him and asked if he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to do something. Lu Yin immediately rejected the idea. Wei Rong had not been exposed to Lu Yin's blade, so he could not understand what Lu Yin was feeling. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was afraid that the Neo-Human Alliance would suddenly come looking for him. The 7 sky gods were all half-ancestors, and Lu Yin did not have any half-ancestors by his side to protect him. Lu Yin could not decide which was more important between the Witch Spirit God scheme and the Horn Star Systems incident, and he did not dare to take the risk. It would be best if he could leave right now. Yes, leave. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he did not care about anything. He did not know anything either. Lu Yin immediately contacted Elder Chan. Even if he had to leave, he could not abandon the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance needed to retreat to the Innerverse, which was already very fast. However, the Great Eastern Alliance's territory was enormous, and there were many great powers within it. Retreating to the Innerverse was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Lu Yin wanted to ask the Hall of Honor to help him buy some time. Although the Great Eastern Alliance was Lu Yin's power, they were also from the 5th mainland. When Elder Chan heard Lu Yin's request, he agreed. I'll try my best to negotiate with the 6th mainland to give them more time to retreat. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you, Elder Chan, because Lu Xiaoshuan's identity had been exposed. Elder Chan's attitude towards Lu Yin was no longer as sincere as it had been at the beginning. He cared less for Lu Yin and gained more benefits. This was normal, and Lu Yin could understand it. From Elder Chan's perspective, Lu Yin was a descendant of the Lu family in the Cosmic Tree realm, and the Lu family had been the first to leave the 5th mainland. They were the hated primeval surnames, not the legitimate ones that had been left behind in the 5th mainland. Lu Yin was already very grateful that Elder Chan had not turned hostile. Under normal circumstances, he should have been chased out of the 5th mainland, just like how the 10 arbiters had issued a trial with the surname Lu. No one could find fault with it. The Neo-Human Alliance has caused a huge commotion this time, and this is different from their usual style. You should be careful. There might be another assassination attempt after the Autarchus competition, Elder Chan warned. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. If the 7 sky gods try to assassinate me, I won't be able to avoid them. Elder Chan was silent for a moment. A half-ancestor will not always protect you. Take care of yourself. Lu Yin grunted. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Chan. The 6th mainland just sent someone to contact me. It wasn't just 4 venerables, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin was curious. Not 4? Could it be that it was an elder? Elder Chan answered seriously, the Daosor sect's hidden powerhouses do not participate in the secular world. They are all at the half-ancestor level. Lu Yin was not surprised, as old man Xianxia was a celestial imprint. However, that did not mean that a celestial imprint was a half-ancestor. In fact, the current 4 venerables were not even half-ancestors. Half-ancestors were hidden within the Daosor sect, just like how the 5th mainland's Elder Jioshan and Realm Mountain's first seat could fight against the 6th mainland's 4 venerables, but they could not fight against Elder Chan and the others. The Inquisitor could not be sure, as he was too mysterious. Half-ancestors focused on cultivation because they were only one step away from the progenitor realm. Once they crossed that step, they would be able to change the world and truly transform. To cultivators, they would be like gods. Most half-ancestors did not participate in secular affairs, and Elder Chan was no different. The Hall of Honor left many matters to the Interstellar Court and the Board of Governors. How many half-ancestor powerhouses are there in the 6th mainland's Daosor sect? Lu Yin asked curiously. Elder Chan answered, I'm not sure, but there shouldn't be many. The 6th mainland has suffered a calamity, and the Daosor's sect's true mountain gate has been destroyed. The 3 progenitors are standing guard outside, and many half-ancestors have died. The person who contacted them is known as Jiao 3. Jiao is the surname of the 6th mainland's martial ancestor, and the martial ancestor's name is Jiao Xiang. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air, as this person was actually the martial ancestor's great-grandson. This was truly an important person, and even the martial ancestor's grandson had appeared. I'm telling you this so that you can be prepared. I'll talk to him, and the Great Eastern Alliance is also on the agenda. If this person comes to you, don't be discourteous, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin nodded. This junior understands. No one knew about the conversation between Elder Chan and Jiao 3 until one day later, when Lu Yin received a notification from Elder Chan that the Great Eastern Alliance would be given 3 years to relocate. Lu Yin relaxed, as 3 years was more than enough. He hurriedly asked Elder Chan what the price was. Elder Chan had only said that they would share information on the Neo-Human Alliance. Regardless of the 6th mainland's initial attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance, from the moment that the Eternals had invaded the 6th mainland and forced them to come to the Outerverse, their hatred towards the Eternals and the Neo-Human Alliance would only surpass that of the 5th mainland. Sharing information on the Neo-Human Alliance would be beneficial to both sides. As for the Great Eastern Alliance, the 6th mainland did not care much about it, and 3 years passed by very quickly for cultivators. Without the threat of the 6th mainland, Lu Yin left the Outerverse with the 2nd Night King and Emperor Lu. Within 3 years, not only would they relocate the Great Eastern Alliance to the Innerverse, but they would also unify the Innerverse. At the very least, they would ensure that there would be no more enemies in the Innerverse. Lu Yin did not know anything about the Neo-Human Alliance, as the Cape Star incident had nothing to do with him. The Astral River Arc headed towards the Innerverse, and the entire vessel was packed with people. Even the cabins, decks, and fishing areas where the spacecraft was docked, were filled with people from the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin could have followed the 2nd Night King and Emperor Lu to cross the Astral River Arc, but he did not do so. Instead, he chose to take the Astral River Arc and head towards the Innerverse. This was the only time that the Astral River Arc had been filled with people since it had been built, and this situation would continue for the next 3 years. Next to the fishing platform, someone sighed. It was the Black Uncle whom Lu Yin had met on Night King Planet and the Chaos God sect. Don't push. Follow the rules. Don't move back, or you'll fall. Where are you from? We're from the Mordor Weave. Isn't the Mordor Weave on the other side? That's the Tiamo Palace, and we belong to it. Don't push, or you'll fall. What about you? We're from the Vast Earth sect. The black uncle was helpless. I never thought that I'd see so many people on the Astral River Arc one day. Did I disturb your fishing? A voice asked. The black uncle subconsciously nodded, but then he suddenly came to his senses and turned around. As an enlighter, he hadn't noticed that someone had approached him from behind. He saw an unfamiliar man. Who are you? The man's lips curled up. Aren't you supposed to be on Chaos God Mountain? The black uncle's pupils shrank, and he stared at the man in disbelief. Lu? The man raised a finger and silenced the black uncle. This man was naturally Luin, and he had disguised himself so that no one would recognize him. Otherwise, it would cause a huge commotion. You don't want to answer? Aren't you supposed to be on Chaos God Mountain? Luin asked as he looked at the Astral River. Rune lines streaked across it, covering the entire river. He didn't know what was in its depths. The black uncle's face turned ugly. I got lost and accidentally walked out. Luin laughed. Is that so? Since you came out, why didn't you disguise yourself? Aren't you afraid that I'll bump into you while you're fishing? The black uncle dryly replied, so what if I bump into you? I'm not your prisoner. Luin nodded. How's your harvest? What harvest? The black uncle didn't understand. Luin pointed at the astral river. I want to eat fruit fish. The black uncle was speechless. I don't have any. Then fish. It's not convenient. No matter how you look at it, there's still a place to fish. It's just enough room for one person, Luin said casually. The fruit fish had a familiar smell, and he wanted to use this smell to recall Lu Xiaoxuan's memories. Whether it was the smell or the divination, it was fine as long as he could recall Lu Xiaoxuan's memories. Lu Xiaoxian was someone who had probably died once, but Kue Luo's words had caught his attention. Lu Xiaoxian had created his own overturning heaven palm, which had become an ultimate technique of the Lu family, and had even attracted the Lu ancestors' attention. It would be great if he could recall the overturning heaven palm. The overturning heaven palm sounded very powerful. The Astral River Arc traveled for a day and a half before arriving at the Innerverse. Someone from the Innerverse had arranged for the members of the Great Eastern Alliance to enter the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Wang Wen and the others had already allocated places for the various great powers. Of course, there were also some who were unwilling to leave the Outerverse and would rather accept the Sixth Mainland's rule. Luin did not plan on taking these people with him, but there was no need to force them. The Great Eastern Alliance had no worries about not being able to recruit people since the Innerverse was so vast. It was time to settle some things. When Luin returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold, the first thing he did was send Lu Huang to the Sword Sect to deal with them. He did not have any methods to restrain Lu Huang, but Lu Huang was a smart person and knew that his identity was the greatest threat. Even if revealing his identity would damage the Hall of Honor's reputation, Lu Huang himself would be in trouble, and so would the Sword Sect. This was not something Lu Huang wanted to see, or else he would not have followed Luin for so long. After arranging for Lu Huang to head to the Sword Sect, Luin went to the botanical garden and saw the sapling. When the sapling saw Luin, it happily jumped over and wrapped its branches around Lu Yin's fingers in an affectionate manner. Luin was like a parent to it. The tree that only knew how to run wanted to escape even more. There were many strange plants in the garden, and the caretaker looked familiar to Luin. It was a young man who was 2 meters tall and covered in green. When the person saw Luin, he hurriedly bowed. Balor greets the alliance leader. Luin was puzzled, but then he remembered, it's you, the one who followed Jerlin. Balor respectfully replied, yes, I am Balor. I was recruited to take care of the garden. Luin nodded and smiled, then I'll leave it to you. I'm willing to serve the alliance leader, Balor hurriedly replied. When Earth had ended, Balor had been in the same group as Jerlin. Luin recalled that Balor was a student from the Great U Empire Space Academy. He hadn't expected to meet him here in this lifetime. How are things here? Are you used to it? Luin asked as he patted the sapling. Balor glanced at the sapling. Everything is fine, I'll take good care of the garden. Luin nodded, that's good. He then took the sapling out to spend some time with it. There was a soft thud, and Luin turned around to see the tree crashing to the ground. Balor's head hurt. This tree was the most troublesome in the entire garden, and all it did was run away. He didn't know where this obsession came from, nor did he understand the point of running away. Who had sent this thing here? If not for the tree, it would have been much easier for him. Luin smiled and left with the sapling. While Luin and the sapling were cultivating their relationship, the kingdom of eternity was no longer silent as corpse kings walked out one after another. On the streets, the tyrannical monkey was left speechless. Why are there so many monsters? They're all popping out. I don't know what's going on, but I hope it doesn't affect little Seven. I'm still waiting for him to prostrate himself before me. Little Seven Lu, Brother Ho is coming, ha 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 ha. The shamanic god's voice rang out from the dark tower. Wang Su was too impulsive. Killing old man Xianxia is equivalent to telling the entire universe that we care about something. This will only make it harder to find. More and more people are gathering in the Hornstar system. Killing old man Xianxia is also a warning to some people. Otherwise, with so many people going, how long will it take to find it? We have to find that thing. Someone's causing trouble, deliberately luring people to the Hornstar system. It's a pity that we haven't found anything yet, or else we would have been able to find out who's behind this. Have you investigated everyone who's in contact with the Autumnfrost family? We've already started investigating, and the Sixth Mainland is also becoming more vigilant. Even a half-ancestor has appeared. This is troublesome. We won't be able to find it even after 1,000 years. What else can we do? After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly spoke up, the Starsabil sect. Divination? That's right. Anyone who's touched the crystal is suspicious. Go and find the Starsabil sect immediately. We can't afford to lose them. The massacre on the Sixth Mainland was still ongoing. Anyone who was related to the Autumnfrost family or had possibly visited the Autumnfrost family had been dealt a devastating blow. Even the suppliers of materials for the Autumnfrost family's equipment and the fleets that transported the equipment had been hit. The Neo-Human Alliance was frantically searching for something, but the Sixth Mainland did not remain silent either. The 4 10th Elders moved out together, using those who were related to the Autumnfrost family as bait to engage the Neo-Human Alliance. Lin Dong stared blankly at the scarlet eyes outside the spacecraft. His entire body was numb, and he could not move. An immense fear enveloped his heart. This was a corpse king. This was the corpse king of the Fifth Mainland's Neo-Human Alliance. Why had something like this found him? The corpse king shattered the spacecraft with a single punch, and the immense pressure pushed Lin Dong out into space. Lin Dong could not even react. He was only a Lemmeter, and he could not adapt to the environment of the universe. If he left the spacecraft, he would definitely die. The corpse king raised a hand and grabbed Lin Dong's neck with a cold, hard palm. It spoke in a hoarse voice, "Who is it? Here's your money." Address. Lin Dong's pupils shrank. Sure enough, it was because of the black crystal fragment. He regretted it now, as he should not have been so greedy. The symmetrical black crystal fragment was definitely very useful, or else no one would have paid such a high price for it. Now, even the corpse king had been lured out. I don't know who he is. The transaction was done online, Lin Dong said with difficulty. The corpse king stared into Lin Dong's eyes, and those scarlet eyes were frighteningly cold. Lin Dong despaired as he felt the hand around his neck tighten, and his body gradually turned cold. All of a sudden, another palm appeared in front of him and slammed into the corpse king's head, shattering it into pieces. The corpse king's hand fell from his neck, and Lin Dong slowly turned to look to the side. A middle-aged man with a cautious expression pulled back his hand and met Lin Dong's gaze. Lin Dong recognized this person. It was the head of the Huang family in the Bloodburn realm, Huang Li, an enlighter. The Huang family had once produced an imprinter, but as that imprinter died, they gradually weakened. Lin Dong recognized Huang Li because the Huang family had produced a Huang San, who had abducted a girl from the Yen family who had flirted with the Autumnfrost family's young master. This had caused the Autumnfrost family to target the Huang family, and no one in the Bloodburn realm dared to associate themselves with the Huang family. As a member of the Autumn Frost family, Lin Dong naturally had to recognize those from the Huang family. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior Huang," Lin Dong said gratefully as he bowed respectfully. Huang Li replied, "There's no need to thank me. The crisis isn't over yet." Lin Dong was terrified. Will another corpse king appear? Huang Li looked off into the distance. They won't give up until they find what they want. The Neo-Human Alliance has been keeping a low profile in the Fifth Mainland for so many years, but now they've made a high-profile appearance. That thing is far too important. Lin Dong's heart turned cold. "Senior, what should we do?" He was extremely regretful, as 50,000 star essence might cost him his life. Huang Li glanced at Lin Dong. "Go to the Daosor sect. There's a chance that you won't die." These words were not just for Lin Dong, but also for himself. Everyone knew about the conflict between the Huang family and the Autumn Frost family, and anyone who was related to the Autumn Frost family, regardless of whether they were friendly or hostile, would be attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance. His Huang family was no exception. The Daosor sect had ordered that all enlighters from the Sixth Mainland would try their best to find and protect anyone who was related to the Autumn Frost family. This was not to protect the Autumn Frost family, but rather to protect the Sixth Mainland's honor. Huang Li glanced into the distance. There were people protecting him as well, and he and the entire Huang family were bait to lure out the Neo-Human Alliance. In order to avoid being involved in the Hornstar system incident, he did not inquire about anything related to the Sixth Mainland in order to prevent the Neo-Human Alliance from finding him. The reason why the Neo-Human Alliance did not look for him was because they had not thought of him yet. If they did, they might be able to find some clues, so Lu Yun was trying his best to reduce his presence. Half a month passed, and the slaughter in the Outerverse Western Weaves never stopped. More than 100 Corpse Kings had died, and they were all space-exploring Corpse Kings. Some of them were even envoys, and the Sixth Mainland's losses were not light either. Even the battlefield in Iron Blood Weave was affected, as many of the cultivators fighting against the Astral Beast domain were from the Autumn Frost family. In the Innerverse Sword sect, Lu Qianjue calmly fished when Elderly walked over. "Sect Master, are we just going to let the Great Eastern Alliance enter the Blazing Mist Flow Zone? What else can we do?" Lu Qianjue replied. Elderly fell silent, as he did not know what to do either. However, the Great Eastern Alliance was in a rare state of decline, and he felt that something should be done. "All right, you may leave," Lu Qianjue said. Elderly bowed and then retreated. Lu Qianjue raised his hand and hooked up a huge, strange fish. He glanced at it and frowned before tossing it away. This fish did not taste good. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had been forced to withdraw from the Outerverse, Lu Qianjue wanted to do something, but the Sixth Mainland was the one forcing the Great Eastern Alliance to withdraw. If he did anything now, it would be akin to cooperating with the Sixth Mainland. With Lu Yin's influence in the Hall of Honor, it was very likely that the Sword sect would be accused of colluding with the Sixth Mainland. The Hall of Honor represented the Fifth Mainland's power, and Lu Yin controlled this power. He could not make any mistakes when it came to matters of right and wrong. Lian Xian had already gone to the Gu Flow Zone, and no matter how much the Divine Gu dynasty avoided the world, they could not ignore the Great Eastern Alliance and Lu Yin. The Divine Gu dynasty, the Sword sect, the Lingling clan, the Day-Night clan, the Divine Grade Hall, the Wen family, and the various flow zones of the Innerverse. If these powers worked together, they would be able to suppress the Great Eastern Alliance within the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. These powers represented the Innerverse's power, and the Hall of Honor could not interfere. This was the rule, or else the Hall of Honor would have long since unified the entire universe. These are troubled times. Even the Neo-Human Alliance has appeared in such a high-profile manner. It's best to avoid them, Lu Qianjue lamented as he continued to fish. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. "Unfortunately, you can't avoid them." Lu Qianjue's body stiffened. The fishing rod in his hand turned into a sword. His body was still in the same place, but a sword tip pierced through the stellar source universe. Sword chi descended, causing the entire sword sect to tremble. All of the long swords hummed softly. Calm that. What shocked him the most was that the other party's battle prowess was not stronger than his. For Cardinal Sword spell, you've actually mastered it. you're very determined. Unfortunately, this sword spell has obvious flaws. Every direction has a point that you can't break through. That point is the flaw. ID thump. The sword hummed as it stabbed into Lu Qianjue's body. It was a green sword with a hilt that was half the length of the blade. There were spiral patterns intertwined between the hilt and the blade that resembled a strange beast. They also resembled water droplets that formed the shape of a trident. Lu Ying had once transformed into this sword, which had caused Lu Qianjue's expression to change. This sword belonged to only one person, Lu Huang, the most outstanding genius in the history of the sword sect. Lu Qianjue suddenly turned around and saw Lu Huang standing less than 100 meters away from him. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. You. Impossible. You can't be alive. Lu Huang clasped his hands behind his back, a complicated expression on his face. Yes, I can't be alive. How can an existence that the Hall of Honor views as a calamity be alive? But I'm alive, and I'm living under the Kuan swamp. Lu Qianjue's fingers trembled. The Kuan swamp? Lu Huang nodded. Yes, the Kuan swamp. Lu Qianjue frowned. Impossible. You clearly died back then. There's someone in the Hall of Honor with an innate gift of faking death. He was the one who locked me in the Kuan swamp. I've never heard of him, Lu Qianjue said. Lu Huang helplessly replied, I've never heard of him before that, either. What proof do you have that it's him? Lu Qianjue asked as he stared at Lu Huang. Lu Huang looked in a certain direction. My Lu clan's ancestor in this region of space is buried there. He then pointed with his finger and drew a very inconspicuous ravine. Lu Qianjue's eyes narrowed. Many people knew where the Lu clan's ancestor was buried, but what they knew was a lie. Only the successive heads of the Lu clan knew the true location of the burial. The location of the burial was not a huge secret, and no one would go out of their way to investigate it. The reason they had created a fake location was because the ancestor himself had wanted to be buried in that ravine, but his descendants felt that the ravine was too undignified, so they had created a fake burial location. This was not a huge matter, but it was the Lu clan's biggest secret. You still don't believe me? Then. Lu Huang pointed out the location where he had once cultivated, as well as the people from his generation who had interacted with him. These people had all died of old age, but a list of names could be found. If you still don't believe me. Lu Huang's finger moved, and the green sword flew into his hand. He raised his hand. The 13th sword. Lu Qianjue's body trembled, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He slowly knelt down. The 13th sword. This was indeed the 13th sword. Junior Lu Qianjue greets Senior. Lu Qianjue slowly bowed. The location of the Lu clan's ancestors' burial, his own life, and the 13th sword had left him with no doubts. Lu Huang put away his sword and slowly walked to the side of the lake. Lu Qianjue looked up. What happened back then? Lu Huang sat down. My sword sect's sharpness is unparalleled. Once an absolute expert appears, the heavens will no longer be peaceful. That's why I was imprisoned in Earth's swamp, unable to leave for the rest of my life. Lu Qianjue clenched his fists. Same as the Day-Night clan. Lu Huang was amused. Luckier than the Day-Night clan. The first and third Night Kings were forced into the Astral Beast domain. One died, and the other's whereabouts are unknown. As for me, even though I was imprisoned, I still had a chance of escaping. Earth's Swamp Rebellion? Lu Qianjue blurted out. Lu Huang looked at him. Throughout the history of the sword sect, there was no lack of ambitious individuals. However, most of them focused on the way of the sword. Which type do you belong to? Lu Qianjue's eyes flashed. This junior doesn't understand. Lu Huang looked at the calm lake. Someone told me that you have too many distracting thoughts. You clearly abdicated, but you took over again. Your dedication to the way of the sword is not as great as your ambition. Lu Qianjue sighed. Lu Ying? Lu Huang nodded. Lu Qianjue smiled wryly. I should have known. Lu Ying was present during the Earth's Swamp Rebellion, and based on my understanding of him, even if he wasn't the one who planned it, he still had something to do with the outcome. However, this junior doesn't understand. Did Luin participate in the Earth Swamp Rebellion because of you? Hold on. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lu Qianjue's expression changed. The second Night King. Lu Huang remained calm, and he did not interrupt. Lu Qianjue's face paled, and his limbs turned cold. Right, the second Night King. If Luin had participated in the Earth Swamp Rebellion and released Lu Huang, then how could he have let the second Night King escape? He was Luin, and his actions were watertight. It was impossible for him to release such a huge problem like the second Night King. Either the second Night King had been killed, or... Lu Qianjue did not dare to think about it. He stared blankly at Lu Huang, hoping for a negative answer. However, Lu Huang shook his head. That's right. The second Night King was also brought out by him. Why? The second Night King can't possibly submit to him, so why would he trust him? Lu Qianjue could not understand, as this did not make sense. Lu Huang answered, I don't know about their situation, but the second Night King has always been by Lu Yin's side. Lu Qianjue's heart sank. If the second Night King had submitted to Lu Yin, then that meant that the Day-Night clan had already submitted to him. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been so willing to leave the Day-Night flow zone. He had not needed to stay behind. The Day-Night clan was his, and the Day-Night flow zone was his. But why would he control the Day-Night clan? Why would he trust the Day-Night clan? Lu Qianjue's thoughts raced as he thought about the second Night King. He then looked at Lu Huang again. You're here because you want the Sword Sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Huang met his gaze. Smart. Why? You can take over the Sword Sect when you return, and the entire sect will be yours. Why do you want to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Qianjue asked. Lu Huang's tone was gloomy. Do you think I can show my face? Lu Qianjue immediately understood. The Hall of Honor would not let Lu Huang off, so he could only hide in the shadows. Are you worried that Lu Yin will report you? Lu Huang looked at Lu Qianjue. I can't compare to you in terms of scheming, but I'm better at reading people. Regardless of whether I appear or not, the Sword Sect will not be able to escape the fate of joining the Great Eastern Alliance. My appearance will only make it easier for the Sword Sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance has been chased out of the Outerverse, and they can't even take care of themselves. My Innerverse also has the power to suppress Lu Yin. The power is the Hall of Honor, not the Innerverse. Lu Huang barked. He had been imprisoned in Kuan's swamp, so he could see things more clearly than anyone else. Even though he hated the Hall of Honor, he had to admit that the Hall of Honor had the power to dominate everything. Lu Yin could influence the Hall of Honor. Lu Qianjue retorted, even the Hall of Honor cannot decide the power structure of my Innerverse. It has been like this for many years. Then why am I in Kuan's swamp? Lu Huang countered. Lu Qianjue was stunned, but he could not refute Lu Huang's claim. The Hall of Honor had not openly decided the power structure of the Innerverse, but they were actually secretly controlling it. The Day-Night clan had given birth to the first Night King, second Night King, third Night King, and White King, which was why the first Night King had died and the third Night King had been trapped in the Astral Beast domain. White King had died, and Lu Huang had appeared in the Sword Sect, which was why he had been imprisoned. It was not just the Day-Night clan and the Sword Sect. The Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and even the Neoverse were all under the Hall of Honor's control. That's the Hall of Honor, not Lu Yin, Lu Qianjue replied. Everyone had a selfish side to them. Lu Qianjue did not want the Sword Sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance, as he did not want to become a sinner for all eternity. Lu Huang had agreed to Lu Yin's conditions in order to leave Kuan's swamp. Regardless of whether it was because he wanted to inherit the 14th sword or for other reasons, he was essentially selfish. Some people did it for fame, some for profit, and some for inheritance. Since I'm here, you should know what this means. Emperor Lu's tone was unquestionable. Lu Qianjue closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again. Please forgive my rudeness, but if you insist on pushing the Sword Sect into the abyss, then you are the enemy of the Sword Sect and the enemy of my Lu clan. After saying that, he raised his sword and pointed it at Emperor Lu. Emperor Lu and Lu Qianjue looked at each other, unsurprised. You can attack first. Lu Qianjue did not hold back. Back when Emperor Lu had created the 14th sword, his strength had already caused the Hall of Honor to be wary of him. He had surpassed the current Lu Qianjue, and after being imprisoned in Earth's swamp for so many years, even if his strength had decreased, he was still not someone Lu Qianjue could easily deal with. Lu Qianjue stepped forward and stepped into Astral Source Universe, then slashed out with the 13th sword. Emperor Lu shook his head. The 13th sword could not be avoided, but why should he? He had created the 14th sword, which surpassed the 13th sword in essence. Suddenly, Emperor Lu was stunned, and he looked at where Lu Qianjue had been standing. Another sword had appeared there, and it was also the 13th sword. How could there be two? The double 13 swords slashed through Emperor Lu without any surprise, but he stood in place with a stunned expression. Lu Qianjue's silhouette appeared and stared at Emperor Lu. He clenched his longsword tightly. The 13 swords double was his ultimate technique, a technique that belonged solely to him. That was because his talent allowed him to use another 13 swords double. The sword sect had produced many geniuses throughout its history, and although Lu Qianjue was not the most talented and could not compare to Emperor Lu and Lu Guai, he was confident that he was not inferior to them in terms of actual combat ability. The double 13 swords could cause multiple damage, so who could block it? His power level was over 800,000, and after using the double 13 swords, he could even fight someone with a power level of 1,000,000. Emperor Lu moved. He raised his head and looked at Lu Qianjue, then coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only was Lu Qianjue not happy, but his expression became even more unsightly. He had expected the double 13 swords to heavily injure Emperor Lu, but Emperor Lu had only spat out a mouthful of blood. Was the difference that great? Emperor Lu smiled, his teeth covered in blood. Not bad at all. Although it can't compare to the 14th sword, in actual combat ability, it is close to the 14th sword. Lu Qianjue was shocked. The 14th sword? Emperor Lu slowly raised his hand, and the green longsword appeared in his palm once again. Yes, the 14th sword. You created it yourself? Lu Qian didn't dare believe it. How many people in the history of the sword sect had created their own 14th sword? The closest was Lu Guai. However, Lu Guai had gone crazy because he had created the 14th sword. His 14th sword could only be considered an alternative 13th sword. Lu Huang had actually succeeded in creating his own 14th sword? Let's give it a try. The 14th sword is called Bitterness. Emperor Lu slowly waved his sword. It was an unavoidable sword. That was what Lu Qianjue thought when he saw the 14th sword. Immediately after, an incomparable bitterness almost crushed him. His entire life became gloomy, without any light. The darkness of his past flooded him, followed by intense pain. The 13th sword transformed emotions into swords. As long as there were emotions, everything could be transformed into swords. The 14th sword transformed bitterness into swords. The despair and loneliness was even greater than the 13th sword. With a clang, the sword fell to the ground. Lu Qianjue clutched his chest as his limbs trembled. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as his pupils dilated. This was the 14th sword strike. Emperor Lu hadn't used much strength in this strike, and he had only wanted to let Lin Feng experience it. His mastery of the 14th sword had made him almost immune to the 13th sword. If not for Lu Qianjue's dual 13 swords, Emperor Lu wouldn't have been injured at all. Agreeing to Lu Yin's conditions and leaving Earth's swamp just for this 14th sword strike. Do you think it was worth it? Emperor Lu asked in melancholy. He looked at Lu Qianjue, waiting for an answer from a fellow sword cultivator and a member of the Lu family. Lu Qianjue sighed as he thought of the Wen family. They had been willing to accept Lu Yin's threats for the sake of the literary prison. For powers like them, a moment's success or failure could not determine their fate forever, but their inheritance was endless. If their inheritance was gone, then their future would be gone as well. Someone had finally created the 14th sword. If it disappeared just like that, then who would be the true sinner of the sword sect? It was worth it, Lu Qianjue replied bitterly. As soon as he said that word, the burden in his heart was suddenly lifted. He no longer had to think about how to deal with Lu Yin or the Hall of Honor. Emperor Lu nodded. I believe you understand, which is why I came. What if I say it's not worth it? Lu Qianjue looked up and asked. Emperor Lu smiled. There are no ifs. You're a member of the Lu family, and the blood of swords flows in your veins. Lu Qianjue looked at Emperor Lu and saw the coldness in his eyes. If Emperor Lu said it was not worth it, then perhaps he would find someone else who was worth it to become the sword sect master. Everyone had their own obsession, and Emperor Lu's obsession was to inherit the 14th sword that he had created himself and leave his name in history so that no one could stop him. It could not be said that he was wrong, but rather that he had coincidentally bumped into Luin. Within the Ross Empire's stronghold in the blazing mist flow zone, Luin looked at the green liquid in front of him and pursed his lips. Zhao Ran had arrived with a drink that she had specially made. It was delicious, but Luin did not dare to drink it. Forget it. He looked at Zhao Ran's hopeful expression and drank it. Beep 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 beep. Luin looked at his gadget, and his eyes flashed as he accepted the call. The Sword Sect has officially joined the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Qianjue's voice rang out, but it did not sound as helpless as Luin had expected. Luin smiled. Congratulations, Senior Lu, for obtaining the 14th sword. The Sword Sect will rise to the next level. Lu Qianjue replied, I hope so, Alliance Leader Lu. I can only represent the Sword Sect. I know, but now is not the time to announce it. Senior Lu, please wait for a while, Luin said. Lu Qianjue knew that Luin was going to deal with the Lingling clan and the other powers. The Day-Night clan had done so, and now, the Sword Sect was doing the same. No one in the Innerverse could escape. The Innerverse would soon be unified. Since the Sword Sect has joined the Great Eastern Alliance, can Senior Lu tell me more about the situation in the Gu Flow Zone? I heard that Elder Lianqin went to the Divine Gu Dynasty, Luin said. Lu Qianjue had not hoped that Elder Lianqin's whereabouts would remain a secret. Now that his mentality had changed, he no longer had any thoughts of hiding. That's right. Alliance Leader Lu should have already guessed that the Innerverse cannot compare to the Neoverse. Even when facing the 4 hegemons of the Cosmic Sea, the 8 Great Flow Zones cannot gain the upper hand if they act alone. In fact, they might even be at a disadvantage. Thus, the 8 Great Flow Zones of the Innerverse have a tacit agreement to verify each other's authenticity every once in a while. Luin obviously knew this, as he had already thought of this when he had secretly taken control of the Chaos Gods sect. The Divine Gu Dynasty is the same, but they have a special characteristic, which is that they do their best not to participate in the conflicts between the Innerverse powers. As long as they do not face any danger, they will not interfere. This time is the same, as young Empress Qing has never thought of allying with us. Thus, I had no choice but to send Elder Lianqin. How was it? Luin asked. Lu Qianjue shook his head. It's still not ideal. Young Empress Qing was persuaded, but there's another large faction within the Divine Gu Dynasty. Grand Tutor Yuan strongly opposes it, as he does not wish for the Divine Gu Dynasty to face the Great Eastern Alliance. Luin was puzzled. Why? Grand Tutor Yuan's ancestors were born in the Gu Flow Zone, and they adhere to the principle that the Gu Flow Zone should be independent and not be connected to the outside world. He does not wish for the Divine Gu Dynasty to participate in anything, and in reality, the Divine Gu Dynasty does indeed have the ability to do so. The cultivators of the Divine Gu Dynasty not only cultivate their bodies, but also their Gu. Grand Tutor Yuan is not an emissary, but his ancestors left behind an envoy-level Gu. Grand Tutor Yuan used this Gu to become the second powerhouse in the Divine Gu Dynasty who could contend against an emissary, and even young Empress Qing had to give the Yuan family face. The Gu Flow Zone itself is a poisonous ecosystem. Aside from the people of the Divine Gu Dynasty, outsiders who enter will find it difficult to leave. Lu Qianjue told Luin quite a bit about the Divine Gu Dynasty. Finally, he said, there are too many people in the Divine Gu Dynasty who favor Grand Tutor Yuan. Even if young Empress Qing wants to ally with us, she will have some misgivings. Thus, in the near future, she will use her breakthrough as an excuse to invite the various powers of the universe to the Divine Gu Dynasty. Alliance Master Lu was also invited. Luin laughed. He's not thinking of assassinating me in the Gu Flow Zone, is he? Of course not, but Elder Lianqin is not sure how to do it. Luin nodded. Thank you for telling me, Sect Master Lu. There's one more thing. Luin paused. How is the Yo Court? The Yo Court? Lu Qianjue had not expected Luin to ask about this. Why would Alliance Master Lu think of the Yo Court? Madame Yu has contacted me many times. She wants to join the Great Eastern Alliance and obtain my protection, Luin said. Lu Qianjue shook his head. The Yo Court has hidden themselves too well. Even now, I don't know why they split from the Yu family. During the Sovereign Tournament, Yo Year's battle technique was strange, and it was chilling. It was definitely not a battle technique from the Yo Court or the Yu family. As for the Yo Court, even though we've trapped them, we haven't forced them too much. It's strange. Luin said, continue to force them. You can force them a little harder. When Luin had asked the Star Sibyl sect to divine Undying Yushan, he had obtained information about the Nether Lord. The Nether Lord was the ancestor of the Yu family, and the Yo secret art had been passed down from him. Thus, even though Luin had not actively contacted the Yu family, he had always been concerned about them. Now that the Sword Sect had submitted, he wanted to have the Sword Sect force the Yo Court and see what they could do. He actually hoped that Madame Yu would contact him. Lu Qianjue understood Lu Yin's intentions, but he did not ask. Right now, he was more interested in learning more about the 14th sword and everything related to the Lu Emperor. At a fort in the Ross Empire, Luin put down his gadget and smiled as he waved at the sapling. The sapling hopped over happily. The moment he had rescued the Lu Emperor from Earth's swamp, the Sword Sect would not be able to escape. This was all within Lu Yin's expectations. 4 of the Innerverse 8 great flow zones had already been united, so who would be next? Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and when he looked at it, he was shocked. Madame Red? Madame Red had disappeared without a trace ever since the exchange. Even the people from the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa did not know where she had gone. He answered the call. Kid, are you surprised? Ha 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 ha. A maniacal laughter rang out, giving Luin a fright. Madame Red's posture was graceful, and her voice was enchanting. Luin had expected to hear her voice, but he had not expected to hear a burst of laughter the moment the call connected. You are? Luin was confused, but then he exclaimed, Kue Luo? Ha 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 ha, it's me. Surprised, right? Kue Luo laughed. Luin was speechless. Why do you have Madame Red's gadget? Kue Luo laughed. I happened to see this woman being trapped, so I rescued her. It's on her. Yes, it's called a gadget. Since your name is on her gadget, this old man decided to give it a try. Where's Madame Red? Luin hurriedly asked. Who trapped her? Hey, girl, I'm talking to you. Who kidnapped you? Kue Luo asked in an unfriendly tone. Soon after, a weak voice answered, Alliance. Alliance Master Lu. Luin immediately started a video call, and a screen popped up. The first thing he saw was Kue Luo's old face, which was wrinkled with pride. Madame Red's face was pale, and she was bleeding from her 7 orifices. Both of her arms were missing, and it was obvious that she had suffered unimaginable torture. She was a world imprinter, and an extraordinary one at that. Her power level exceeded 900,000, and she stood above countless people. She was also a protector of the Daosor sect, someone who had the qualifications to promise 5 weaves to Luin, but she had ended up like this. What happened? Luin was curious. Madame Red stared at Luin with hatred and confusion in the depths of her eyes. It was Old Man Songqiong. Old Man Songqiong captured you? Why? Luin was curious. Madame Red's eyes narrowed. I don't know. He forced me to give him progenitor Wushang's hide, but I don't have it. Luin was stunned, but he soon understood. Back then, in order to move Madame Red away and save the giant bloodline, he had purposely used Qingtan to fabricate a story about progenitor Wushang's hide in exchange for Madame Red's promise to give the Great Eastern Alliance 5 weaves. Old Man Songqiong had investigated the matter at the time, and Madame Red had actually agreed to give the Great Eastern Alliance 5 weaves in order to scheme against Qinghua. From Old Man Songqiong's point of view, the deal had already begun long ago, and the condition had been progenitor Wushang's hide, not Qinghua. Back then, he had only casually mentioned the 5 weaves, and he hadn't expected that Madame Red would have to pay such a painful price for it. He hadn't expected that Xianxia old man would covet progenitor Wushang's hide and would actually attack Madame Red. The Red Madam had caused the 5th mainland to suffer a blood debt, and Luin had always wanted to take revenge. She had captured the Sea King and the giant bloodline, and she had even nearly killed him in the Starfall Sea. All of these debts were still fresh in his mind, and he had never thought that he would unintentionally scheme against her. After old man Xianxiang had interrogated Madame Red about progenitor Wushang's hide, she had also thought things through. She knew that she had been tricked by Luin, and her hatred for Luin surpassed old man Xianxiang's. But now, she could only hide it. She had fallen into Kuei Luo's hands, which was equivalent to falling into Lu Yin's hands. "Hey, brat, what should we do with this girl? You know each other, don't you?" Kuei Luo leaned over and asked. Luin smiled. "Senior, she's my enemy." Madame Hong's expression changed. Kuei Luo's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew much colder. "Is that so? If that's the case..." "Wait." Madame Red cried out. She stared at Luin with pleading eyes. "We're not enemies, Luin. I've never hurt you. Back in the Starfall Sea. We're enemies. I have no personal grudges against you, and I didn't cause you any harm back then. About the giant bloodline. When I captured them, I didn't know that they were your people. Once I found out, I wanted to talk to you. About Guru Qinghua. That was a deal." Luin beamed at her. "You don't think we're enemies? Actually, in my dictionary, we can only be friends if we're not enemies. Which one do you belong to?" Madame Red gulped and subconsciously glanced at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo raised his brows and glared at her fiercely, causing her heart to tremble. This old man's strength was unfathomable. She had been imprisoned in old man Xianxiang's secret cultivation room, but he had dared to enter such a place. This old man was at least at the celestial imprint realm. "Friends, we're friends," Madame Red said bitterly. Although they were friends, they were actually subordinates. Luin was satisfied. "Not bad, we're friends. I treat my friends warmly, but we're too far apart, so it's not convenient for me to entertain you. Senior Kuei Luo is my senior, so I'll ask him to take care of you for now." "Hey, kid, I don't have time to take care of this little girl." Kuei Luo was dissatisfied. Luin replied with 4 words, "Origin item." Kuei Luo grinned and rolled his eyes. This old man still wants to explore the universe's mysteries. Madame Red knows a lot about the 6th mainland, especially since she's a Daosaur sect protector. She should be able to help you, Luin urged. What was Kuei Luo's greatest strength? Exposing other people's secrets was his weakness, but being hunted down by the Cosmic Tree sect was also his strength. At least, that was how Luin saw it. Luin did not know where Madame Red had been imprisoned, but it was definitely a secret location. After all, a Daosaur sect protector had been captured, and if her identity was exposed, even old man Xianxiang would be put in a difficult position. Even so, Madame Red had still been rescued by Kuei Luo, which proved that this old man had a unique talent for exposing other people's secrets. Luin hoped to learn more about the 6th mainland through Kuei Luo. The Daosaur sect? Kuei Luo's eyes lit up. Since ancient times, the Daosaur sect had ruled over the human continent, and the only remaining Daosaur sect was the 6th mainland. Truth be told, Kuei Luo was very interested. It's not just the Daosaur sect. The 6th mainland has imprints, bloodlines, martial seals, and so on. They all have cultivation methods that are different from my 5th mainland's, which is very interesting, Luin continued. Kuei Luo looked at him with a deep gaze. An origin item's favor isn't enough to make this old man do anything for you. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Senior, what are you saying? Aren't these the things that you like? Kuei Luo smiled, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Madame Red's heart sank. What had she just heard? Bloodlines, martial seals, imprints, Daosaur sect. She felt that this development was a little strange, and she glanced at Kuei Luo. What was this old man trying to do? Alright, this old man won't waste any more words with you. Kuei Luo was about to end the call. Luine hurriedly said, "Wait, I still have some questions for Madame Red." "Hurry up, the master is coming back," Kue Luo urged. Luine pursed his lips. How many times had this old man done such things? "Don't worry, old man Songqiong is dead." Kue Luo was confused. "What do you mean? Old man Songqiong is dead?" Madame Red's eyes widened in disbelief. Luine explained, "The master of that house is old man Songqiong, and he's dead. No one knows how he died, but since he's dead, that place won't be visited for the time being." Kue Luo was unhappy. Then there's no sense of accomplishment. What happened to old man Songqiong? How did he die? Madame Red asked anxiously. She was both excited and regretful. She had been tortured for so long that her hatred for old man Songqiong had reached the heavens. She had originally planned to report this to the Daosor sect and destroy old man Songqiong's reputation in the Sixth Mainland, but she had never expected that he would actually be dead. "I told you that I don't know, so he's dead." "Alright, let me ask you this, did you take anything when you destroyed Astral 3? For example, Stargazing Deck." The 8 Star Masters of the Astral Combat Academy were not present. Luine had asked around, and it seemed that they had gone to search for Astral 3's lost Stargazing Deck. Astral 10 Star Masters were unable to lead due to special circumstances. Back in Astral 10, Luine still remembered the strange events that had occurred when his Fatezen had come into contact with Stargazing Deck. That moment had triggered destiny, and Stargazing Deck was related to destiny. Madame Red thought about it. When Astral 3 was destroyed, the entire academy was dragged to the Sixth Mainland. After all, the Astral Combat Academy's battleships had been greatly affected when the two mainlands went to war. When the Eternals invaded, Astral 3's battleships weren't able to be brought over, so they were left behind in the Sixth Mainland. Left behind in the Sixth Mainland? Even Stargazing Deck? Luine frowned. Madame Red nodded. They didn't have the ability to bring Astral 3 over at that time. Luine felt that it was a pity. Astral 3 was gone, which meant that Stargazing Deck was gone as well. The 8 Star Masters had been busy for nothing. He wanted to remind them about this, but he decided against it. "Alright, that's enough. Don't delay this, old man. I want to talk to this girl about life," Kue Luo said impatiently. Luine nodded. "That's all." Luine was speechless when he saw Kue Luo end the call and Madame Red's horrified expression. He hadn't misunderstood the situation. Kue Luo's so-called life goals were things that would expose other people's secrets. He wanted to brainwash Madame Red, and Luine believed that the Sixth Mainland was going to be in trouble for some time to come. Madame Red must have misunderstood something. Luine stared at his gadget in a daze. Madame Red was under Kue Luo's control, which meant that he had a lot of room to maneuver from now on. A few days later, someone from the Gu Flow Zone paid Luine a visit and sent him an invitation. Luine looked at the invitation in his hand and put it away. Xiao Huangqing had really invited him. Alliance leader, the Divine Gu dynasty has invited many powers this time. Aside from the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, the Neoverse, and even the Hall of Honor have sent people, Wei Rong reported. "Do you think I should go?" Luine asked. Wei Rong replied, "Some people don't think so. Someone from the Gu Flow Zone just came and asked me to tell you not to go." "Someone from the Grand Preceptor's faction," Luine confirmed. Wei Rong nodded. "That's possible. Then all the more reason to go. I want to know what Xiao Huangqing plans to do." Luine was interested. He had even dared to go to the technocracy, let alone the Gu Flow Zone. The second Night King's strength was constantly recovering, and he was now able to rival Grand Preceptor. A single Gu Flow Zone would not be able to stop him. Back when the Sixth Mainland had invaded the Fifth Mainland, they had not been able to break into the Gu Flow Zone because the Gu Flow Zone itself was special, and Xiao Huangqing was not weak. More importantly, the weather had changed, and it was not that the Sixth Mainland could not break into the Gu Flow Zone. A cosmic imprinter could freely enter and exit the Gu Flow Zone. With the second Night King by his side, Luine did not believe that Xiao Huangqing had the ability to assassinate him. He himself was not weak, and Xiao Huangqing was not that stupid. Since that was the case, there was no harm in making a trip to the Gu Flow Zone. After all, it was one of the 8 great flow zones, and it would be his territory in the future. When Luin decided to head to the Gu flow zone, the battle between the Outerverse Neo-Human Alliance and the 6th Mainland had slowed down. This was mainly because too many people had been implicated in the Hornstar System incident. It wasn't just the Autumn Frost family that had been implicated, but also because of the sky-high price of the black crystal fragments. No matter how many corpse kings the Neo-Human Alliance had, they would not be able to find all of them. At the same time, the Divine Gu dynasty had sent out invitations to all of the Innerverse major flow zones, especially the 8 great flow zones. Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora Corporation, Mavis Bank, Windrift Hall, and so on were also invited. The Gu flow zone was mysterious, and it rarely interacted with the outside world. This time, young Queen Qing had acted out of the norm and invited many people, which attracted a lot of interest. Luin took the second Night King to a spacecraft and headed towards the Fennel flow zone. The Fennel flow zone was the entrance to the Gu flow zone, and it was controlled by the Great Eastern Alliance. If not for his agreement with the Divine Gu dynasty, Luin would have wanted to use the Fennel flow zone to do something. How much do you know about the Divine Gu dynasty? Luin suddenly asked. Behind him, the second Night King leaned against the wall. When he heard Lu Yin's question, he knew that Luin was telling him, "I don't know much." Luin looked at him. "But I heard that the third Night King was a great help in establishing the Divine Gu dynasty." The second Night King replied, "It wasn't a great help. The 8 great flow zones weren't decided at the start, and there was competition. Back then, Third Bro went to the Gu flow zone and helped the Divine Gu dynasty's imperial family eliminate their enemies. In return, the imperial family had to support the Day-Night clan, but that condition was lost when Third Bro went missing. Do you know that I've died more than once? I almost died at the hands of your descendants once," Luin said. The second Night King looked up. "Night King Zhenwu." Luin nodded. The second Night King had not understood much about the universe when he had first left the Frozen Immortal sect, but after such a long time, he had learned a lot, especially about Luin. However, he had no choice but to learn about Luin. Over the past 10 years, the universe's development had not escaped Lu Yin's influence. Luin looked at the sky. "To be honest, ever since I started cultivating, I've encountered many dangers, and I've even been attacked by a half-ancestor. Right, there were also progenitors, but none of them can compare to my battle with Night King Zhenwu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Night King Zhenwu is the strongest enemy I've ever faced in my generation." The second Night King's eyes flickered. "During the Sovereign Tournament, the Prime Clear One was very strong, and the ancestral chi of the 3 Yangs forced me to use my Reaper transformation. There were also the Neoverse and the 4 young ancestors of the Cosmic Tree. They were all very strong, but none of them gave me the same sense of danger that Night King Zhenwu had. What Night King Zhenwu gave me was a true contest between 2 people of the same generation, and it was also the first time that I felt helpless against him." "But he still lost to you," the second Night King said. He also felt that it was a pity, as he had seen the battle between Lu Yin and Night King Zhenwu. Night King Zhenwu was the greatest genius after the first Night King. He lost to himself. He lost to his narrow-mindedness and selfishness, as well as his desire to control everyone. He lost to his innate humanity. The second Night King did not want to discuss this with Luin, as Night King Zhenwu's death was a great pain for the Day-Night clan. "Do you know why I'm telling you this?" The second Night King did not understand. "It's because Night King Zhenwu clearly had the strength to fight me, but he poisoned me instead. He almost poisoned me to death, and I was really close." The second Night King frowned. "That poison is called Anika, and it comes from the Divine Gu dynasty." The second Night King's eyes flashed. "Are you saying that my clan is still connected to the Divine Gu dynasty?" Luin replied, "Not at the moment. The Day-Night clan is under my control, and I know that they aren't. Their only connection was severed when they sent Anika to Night King Zhenwu, but that only applies to ordinary Day-Night clansmen. You are the second Night King, and aside from a few people, no one else knows that you're following me. The Hall of Honor has a bounty on your head, so where do you think you can hide without being discovered?" The second Night King understood. "You want me to find the Divine Gu dynasty. The third Night King's gift isn't something that can be offset by Anika's poison," Luin said. The second Night King nodded. "I understand. Regardless of whether he was willing to do it or not, he had no right to refuse. Fennel Flow Zone had a green light forest, and the green light fruits that grew there could resist the poisonous gas in Fennel Flow Zone. It was an essential item to enter Fennel Flow Zone. Ever since the Divine Gu dynasty had sent out invitations, people from all over the universe had come to Fennel Flow Zone and landed in the green light forest. Spacecraft after spacecraft descended from all over the universe. The more people there were, the more conflicts there would be. This was especially true when the price of the green light fruits skyrocketed, which caused many people to become dissatisfied. The green light fruits are now at this price. Do you want them or not? The entrance to the green light forest was blocked by many people. Someone was dissatisfied. The price of the green light fruits has increased by 1,000 times. How can you do business like this? We want to go in and pick them ourselves. That's right, we want to go in and pick them ourselves. Move aside, let us in. The clamor grew louder and louder, and finally, someone made a move. An intense battle broke out at the entrance to the green light forest, and many people were involved. The fierce battle lasted for less than half an hour before it was suppressed. Experts from the Great Eastern Alliance appeared and quickly suppressed the situation. No one dared to make a move again. In a corner, a man with a cold expression stared at the Great Eastern Alliance's troops with a fearful gaze. His name was Xianxia, and he was a disciple of the Tempest Flow Zone's Fire Scorpion sect. The Fire Scorpion sect specialized in rearing astral fire scorpions and extracting their poison to fuse with battle techniques. He was the one who had started the battle. The Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Fifth Mainland had resulted in the death of all the astral fire scorpions raised by the Fire Scorpion sect. They could only enter the Gu Flow Zone in search of a replacement poison. It had been easy to enter the Gu Flow Zone, but after the Great Eastern Alliance had entered, the price of the green light fruits had skyrocketed. The Fire Scorpion sect had been greatly weakened by the previous battle, and they could no longer afford the price. Actually, not many people had entered the Gu Flow Zone, and the Fire Scorpion sect had not been able to find anyone to join forces with to stop the situation. Now that so many people were causing trouble, the price of the green light fruits would definitely plummet. However, Xianxia was overthinking things. The price of the green light fruits had not plummeted, and he had been captured instead. The one who had recognized him was naturally Luin. Luin had been passing by the Fennel Flow Zone, and he had coincidentally seen Xianxia make a move just as he was about to leave with the green light fruits. Xianxia wanted to escape, but this was the green light forest, where the Great Eastern Alliance's troops were stationed. The entire Fennel Flow Zone and the surrounding flow zones were under the Great Eastern Alliance's influence. Back then, the Northern Seal Flow Zone had obeyed the Sword Sect's orders and sealed off all of Fennel Flow Zone's tributaries to the outside world, but they had been destroyed by a giant. Here, no one dared to offend the Great Eastern Alliance. Xianxia was a nobody, and Luin did not remember him. Wasn't that Ling Ke? In the distance, a spacecraft flew steadily towards the Gu Flow Zone. It was marked with the Lingling clan's insignia. The Gu Flow Zone had always been mysterious, and unless absolutely necessary, most people were not willing to enter. However, Qin Xiaohuang's invitation had attracted a large group of people. Aside from those who had been invited, there were also many who tried to follow the person who had been invited in, all for the sake of witnessing the Divine Gu dynasty. After all, it was one of the leading powers of the 8 great flow zones, and many were envious of the Divine Gu dynasty's viciousness. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase some items to protect themselves. Let me tell you, back then, Luin was just a lackey in front of me. He didn't even have the right to join my support group. At his peak, he was only on par with me. If that idiot Murong hadn't challenged him to a duel and given him experience, he still wouldn't be my match. His smug voice echoed throughout the spacecraft as he faced the group of representatives from the various Interverse powers who had followed the Lingling clan into the Gu Flow Zone. After Ling Ke finished speaking, a row of beautiful women behind him shouted, Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. Applause rang out, and the stunned representatives quickly cheered when they saw Ling Ke's smug expression. They were afraid that Ling Ke would see through them and chase them out of the spacecraft. If they did not follow the Lingling clan, they would not have the ability to enter the Gu Flow Zone. It would be too dangerous for them to enter by themselves. Ling Ke was satisfied. Cough, cough. Alright, don't be so boastful. I'm not telling you this for you to clap. I'm just telling you how important it is to have a qualified opponent. Luin is the greatest opponent I've ever faced, and he once said that I'm the most dangerous opponent he's ever faced. Sigh, he's thinking too much. Actually, I'm more willing to see him as a friend. After all, when we fight and hurt each other, it will only benefit others. The representatives from the various powers were stunned. How could there be such a shameless person? Luin could drown Ling Ke with just a spit of saliva. Applause rang out once again. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, you're the most invincible. No one noticed that there was an additional person among the representatives, and they all looked at Ling Ke strangely. At this moment, the spacecraft stopped, and someone reported. Reporting, a Beast Tamer's Flow Zone spacecraft has been spotted ahead. Ling Ke's brows rose. Beast Tamer's Flow Zone? That group with pets? Who did you see? A screen opened, revealing a giant spacecraft in outer space with the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone symbol. There were many other spacecraft in front of it, and they all came from various parts of the Innerverse. Ahead of them was the entrance to the Gu Flow Zone, and they could see all sorts of poisonous gases in outer space. Once they entered, they would be considered to have entered the Gu Flow Zone. At some point in time, Ling Ke had walked out. Welcome to the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. What's there to talk about with those pet owners? Ling Ke grumbled. Ling Ke's gaze turned cold, and he stared at Ling Ke before sweeping his gaze across the support group. He was furious. Get them out of here. Ling Ke was startled, and he grinned. That's not necessary. The spacecraft is so big, and we don't need them. Get out. Ling Ke barked, and Ling Ke hurriedly chased the support group away. The representatives from the various powers heaved a sigh of relief, as the support group had given them too much pressure. Once they started to express their support, they would have to applaud, which was very tiring. My apologies, everyone. Please go back and rest, Ling Ke said apologetically. The representatives from the various powers hurriedly exchanged a few polite words before leaving. They did not even dare to look at Ling Quebec. Ling Gong looked at Ling Quebec. If you dare to cause trouble in the future, I'll confine you, and you won't be allowed out until you reach the Enlighter realm. Ling Ke's expression turned bitter. Sis, I'm not like you. He had wanted to call them perverts, but when faced with Ling Gong's fierce glare, he did not dare to say it out loud. He could only stand to the side, feeling wronged. Not long after, a few figures walked in. One of them was a rock, and it was the little mountain god. Senior mountain god didn't come? Ling Gong asked. The little mountain god replied, Senior Lingqiu didn't come either. Senior mountain god, what are your plans? Ling Gong asked. The little mountain god floated in the air and wobbled. We'll see how things go. The main thing is young Empress Qing's attitude. What does young Empress Qing want to do? Attack Luin directly? That's unlikely. Ling Ke rolled his eyes. Of course it was impossible. Putting aside the question of whether or not Luin could succeed, even if he did, the monsters behind Luin were enough to topple the Divine Gu dynasty. Xiao Huangqing was no fool. He took a good look at the spirit palace and wondered if his sister had lost her mind. The little mountain god replied, it should be poison. That's the Divine Gu dynasty's ultimate technique. The Great Eastern Alliance has fully entered the Innerverse, and it's putting too much pressure on the Innerverse. Tell Senior Lingqiu that they must work together, or else the Innerverse will truly belong to Luin. I don't need you to tell me that. Ling Gong's tone was cold. The Lingling clan did not have a good relationship with the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance, they would never have joined forces. The Lingling clan was silent back then, and we still don't know why, the little mountain god said coldly before turning to leave. Suddenly, he paused and slowly turned around to look at a corner. He was stunned. Is there anything else? Ling Gong asked. She looked at the little mountain god and saw him staring blankly in a certain direction. She frowned and looked over as well, but her eyes narrowed. At some point in time, someone had been standing in the corner, and that person was Luin? Ling Ke looked over, and his mouth fell open. Luin? Everyone looked at the corner, as they had never imagined that Luin would be standing there. Furthermore, it seemed like he had been standing there for a long time. This was awkward. They had never encountered such a situation in their lives, and they did not know how to react for a moment. Luin chuckled. Accident? We've all gone to the Gu flow zone, so it's normal for us to run into each other. How long have you been standing there? Ling Gong's tone was unpleasant, and he sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Luin thought about it for a moment. I was already here before the support group left. Eavesdropping now? Luin casually replied, I wasn't eavesdropping, and I wasn't even hiding. You guys just weren't looking in this direction and didn't see me. Look, the little mountain god saw me, and his eyesight is pretty good. Is this a problem with the look in his eyes? You were eavesdropping. The little mountain god was furious. He thought back to the dangers he had encountered in the blazing mist flow zone, which had all been brought about by the Great Eastern Alliance. That assassination attempt had been etched into his memory, and he had almost died. Luin frowned and immediately appeared behind the young mountain god. He reached out to grab it, but the two cultivators from the Beast Tamers flow zone who had been following the young mountain god all this time hurriedly tried to stop him. However, they were only enlighters, and one of them was quite strong, with a cultivation level of over 400,000. In front of Luin, however, he was no different from a child. Luin easily brushed aside the two who were blocking him, using his immense strength to push them aside. He then placed a hand on the top of the mountain god's head, which should be its head. Anyway, the little mountain god was just a rock. No one had expected Luin to suddenly make a move, and Ling Gong shouted, Luin, don't be rash. The little mountain god did not dare to move, and he just stood there in a daze. He stared at Luin, who was right in front of him, and his eyes were filled with terror. Luin drew closer, and his lips curled up. Little guy, didn't your master tell you to be polite to me? Forget about you, even if your master wanted me to kill him, I would still kill him. The little mountain god did not dare to move, and he just stared blankly at Luin. The two cultivators who had been protecting the young mountain god stared at Luin. One of them had a strange bird behind him, while the other had layers of balls wrapped around his arm. Both were tamed beasts. Alliance Master Lu, the young sect master didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive him this time for the sake of the Divine Grade Hall. Please have mercy, Alliance Master Lu. Luin gently patted the young mountain god, and the little mountain god fell to the ground with a soft thud. It's just a greeting. There's no need to be so nervous. Luin smiled and then looked at Ling Gong. Let's chat. Ling Gong waved his hand, and everyone left the room. The little mountain god was carried away, and he was clearly frightened. Ling Ke was very low-key, as he was afraid that Luin would come after him. He had said a lot of bad things about Luin, and Ling Ke had probably not heard everything. What did you want to say? Ling Gong asked coldly. Luin frowned. Is that how you plan to talk to me? What else? Make you tea? Ling Gong mocked. Luin suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Ling Gong. Ling Gong's expression changed, and he subconsciously split himself into three, trying to get away from Luin. However, there was a Luin in front of each clone. It was not that Luin could split himself, but that he was just too fast. Ling Gong watched as Luin removed the mask from his face, but he did not react. There was only anger in his eyes. How dare you? Luin held the mask in his hand and looked at Ling Gong's delicate and gentle face. He smiled. That's more like it. Talking face to face is basic etiquette. Ling Gong was furious, and a spear appeared in her hand. She thrust it at Luin, but he easily dodged it. He raised his hand and grabbed the spear with 2 fingers. He exerted a bit of force, causing the spear to vibrate as overlaying stacks spread through it. Ling Gong felt a huge force coming from her palm that almost crushed her hand. She had no choice but to let go. The spear spun around, but Luin sent it flying and stabbing it into the ground. Ling Gong glared at Luin. You dash. At that moment, she saw that Luin was right in front of her. A finger appeared between her eyebrows, and with a light flick, Ling Gong's body flew out uncontrollably and smashed into the wall. It was not heavy, but she could not resist at all. Ling Gong knew that Luin was very strong, and it was even rumored that he could take on an emissary by himself. However, she had not expected that she would not even be able to retaliate. The difference between them was too great. And she looked at Luin in disbelief. Luin looked at Ling Gong's flushed face and the red mark between her eyebrows. He felt like he was bullying a little girl. Do you still want to fight? Luin asked with a smile. Ling Gong panted heavily, and a sense of powerlessness spread throughout her body. Not too far away, her spear was still stuck in the ground and swaying. She could not even hold her own weapon. The first time she had met Luin in the ruins of the Daosor sect was still fresh in her mind. How long had it been since then? How could the difference between them be so great? If she had been able to retaliate during the Supreme Tournament, then she had no chance at all now. Not even a sliver of hope. Ling Gong slowly stood up and rubbed her eyebrows. She looked at Luin. What are you trying to say? Luin sighed. The Great Eastern Alliance welcomes the Lingling clan. Ling Gong's eyes narrowed. Are you going to convince us like this? I'm not trying to convince you. I'm threatening you. Luin did not avoid the topic. If you don't join us, then there's no need for the Lingling clan to exist. Ling Gong's gaze turned cold. The Lingling clan does not fear death. The prerequisite is that you don't die in vain. Back then, the Innerverse was unreachable to me, but now, the Day-Night clan has completely collapsed, the Chaos God sect has sealed itself, and Song Zhou is dead. The Wen family does not dare to openly turn against me, and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone has been unified by me. You've already fallen to the point of asking for reinforcements from Gu Flow Zone. Have you ever thought about the meaning of this? Is it just to deal with me? Luin asked. Is it not enough? You're too ambitious, Ling Gong retorted. The Great Eastern Alliance is an alliance, and I have not directly interfered with the changes in power within the various great powers. Without the Great Eastern Alliance's call, the Outerverse resistance against the Sixth Mainland's invasion would not have been so smooth. In the future, humanity's enemies will only grow stronger. A loose Innerverse cannot compare to a unified Innerverse, Luin said. Ling Gong sneered. Nonsense. We haven't seen any danger in the Innerverse for countless years. Do you think that there is? Luin shook his head. That's because your level is not high enough. Go back and ask Ling Qiu if the Eternals are a threat. There's no point in telling me that, Ling Gong said coldly. Luin nodded. It was a coincidence that we met. You are the future of the Lingling clan, and I do not wish for the Lingling clan to disappear. Anyone who stands in my way is an enemy. Most importantly. Luin looked at Ling Gong seriously. You are a friend that I feel I can befriend, and you are also Wendy's friend. Friend? Ling Gong's gaze relaxed, as those two words seemed to have triggered something. She looked at Luin. She had not had any friends for many years, and she had never had any. These two words were very common, but they seemed very distant to her. Luin left. His conversation with Ling Gong had truly been a coincidence. He truly did not wish to become enemies with the Lingling clan, but if the Lingling clan insisted on opposing him, then he would not show any mercy. Not long after, Lu Yin's spacecraft entered the Gu Flow Zone. The Gu Flow Zone was filled with poisonous gas, and poisonous insects occasionally roamed about in outer space. These insects were not explorers, and there were always strange creatures in the universe. Some of them could even live forever, while others could survive in outer space. It was very normal. Only explorers could travel through outer space, and this only applied to humans. Luin chatted with Lu Qianjue and also investigated the Gu Flow Zone situation. He was not unfamiliar with the Gu Flow Zone, but when he actually entered it, he felt completely different. The Gu Flow Zone could be considered a cave that was filled with poisonous gas. All sorts of poisonous insects and monsters lived here, and it was a strange biological chain that was filled with poison. Poison was like oxygen to humans here, and it was a necessity. The second Night King left, following Lu Yin's orders to make contact with the Divine Gu dynasty. Lu Yin had only brought the second Night King with him to the Divine Gu dynasty this time. Lu Huang was currently in the Sword sect, and the other emissaries had been sent elsewhere. The Gu flow zone was one of the 8 great flow zones, and it covered a large area. Lu Yin's spacecraft headed towards the core of the Divine Gu dynasty, the Divine Gu continent. Ling Gong and the other spacecraft avoided Lu Yin's route and took a different route towards the Divine Gu continent. One day later, Lu Yin stopped his spacecraft and looked in front of him in surprise. He saw an elder carrying a bamboo basket in outer space as he walked through a green poisonous gas that had strange flowers blooming within it. In Lu Yin's eyes, the number of rune lines in the poisonous gas surpassed that of an enlighter, which meant that it was a very dangerous thing. The old man's rune lines surpassed the poisonous gas, so he had no problem walking on it. However, the old man seemed to be researching something. What interested Lu Yin the most was the old man's identity, as there was a symbol on his robes, Windrift Hall. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and headed towards the old man. The old man was dressed in a white robe, and he was focused on the strange flower within the poisonous gas. Lu Yin did not disturb the old man and simply stood behind him. He waited for more than 20 hours until the flower began to shrink. The old man suddenly reached out and grabbed it before putting it away with a satisfied smile on his face. "Senior, what are you doing?" Lu Yin asked. His voice was not loud, but it still startled the old man in this silent space. The old man turned around with an ugly expression, but when he saw Lu Yin's curious gaze, he relaxed and patted his chest. "Kid, don't you know that you can scare me to death?" Lu Yin apologized. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." The old man waved a hand. "I know. You've been here for a long time." "More than 20 hours, Lu Yin replied. The old man sighed in admiration. "You've been here for more than 20 hours, and you've waited with me without disturbing me. You're pretty good." "Hey, kid, have we met before? You look familiar to me." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm Lu Yin." The old man thought for a moment before coming to a realization. "Lu Yin, I remember now. You're the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. You're a big shot." Lu Yin replied, "I'm not a big shot. May I ask for Senior's name?" "I'm Green Grass." The old man beamed. Lu Yin was surprised. "Windrift Hall's Hall Master, Master Green Grass?" The old man smiled and waved his hand. "It's not worth mentioning." Lu Yin was filled with respect, as he had not expected this old man to be the Windrift Hall's Hall Master. Although Windrift Hall was not a large organization, the people there were highly respected. This was because the people there were all cultivators who could heal and save people. They did not have any conflicts of interest with any other organization, and they often did things to help the world. If Shamrock Enterprises was said to have created medicine for profit, then Windrift Hall was said to have a kind heart. Actually, the path of cultivation was cruel and merciless, and Lu Yin had never believed that such a power existed. Even if it had been established with such intentions, it would have changed over time, but Windrift Hall had never changed. This was also why Lu Yin had not left when he saw that the elder had come from Windrift Hall. He had stayed behind because he hoped that he could help this group of elders. After all, Windrift Hall's Tsing Dai had saved Shude Knight at the pirate port. Coco and Zora were all very good people, so Lu Yin had a good impression of Windrift Hall. Windrift Hall deserved respect. The Windrift Hall has saved the world, and I'm indebted to them. Master Grass has been of great help to the world, and I'm very grateful, Lu Yin said sincerely. Master Qingqiao smiled, "Don't mind it too much. Windrift Hall does heal and save people, but part of the reason is because they like to study medicine. Plus, they don't lack money, so they often help for free. If they lack money, it's a different story, haha." Lu Yin smiled, "If Windrift Hall ever needs money, I'm willing to help." "Then I'll have to thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. I've heard that you have plenty of money, so I won't stand on ceremony," Master Grass said frankly. Lu Yin looked at the poisonous gas to the side. "What were you doing, Master?" Master Grass replied, "The Gu flow zone is sick, and I'm treating it." Lu Yin was stunned and blinked, not understanding. "Master? What are you talking about?" Master Grass smiled, the Gu Flow Zone is sick, and I'm treating it. Luin looked around, so that's how it is. Master Green Grass laughed. You can understand? Not at all. Master Grass smiled, life is a very mysterious state. It can repair itself and repel substances that are harmful to it. For example, when a person falls sick, some minor illnesses can be healed on their own. The Gu Flow Zone is also a life form that uses poison as its blood and planets as its meridians. Now that it's sick, I want to find the cause. Now that you've explained it, I understand. But how do I treat the illness? That's right. Master Grass shook his head, I'm not sure. I've been studying here for over 100 years, but I still haven't found the cause. How can you tell that the Gu Flow Zone is sick? It's very simple. There's an abnormality in the poisonous gas circulation, just like how there's an abnormality in a person's breathing. You can tell from that? You can't tell? Luin was speechless. Fine, everyone had their own areas of expertise, and even a normal person would not be able to tell from looking at the rune lines. Master Grass's observation of the Gu Flow Zone was definitely different from Lu Yin's observation of the Gu Flow Zone. I know you can't tell, Master Grass said softly. Luin pursed his lips. At first, he had thought that Master Grass was straightforward, but now, he felt like this old man was actually stupid. If he knew that Luin could not tell, then why did he still ask? Here's something for you. Master Grass took out a blade of grass from his cosmic ring and handed it to Luin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Grass? He thought back to Master Grass's title. Could this be the power vessel that had made him famous? Although Luin was pleasantly surprised, he did not look forward to it. Master Grass was just an enlighter with a power level of less than 400,000. He was respected mainly because of his research on medicine and his spirit of saving lives, not because of his strength. Even if this blade of grass was a power vessel, it did not have many powerful uses. Luin took it and looked at it seriously. He frowned, as there were no rune lines on it. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary blade of grass. Senior, what's this? Luin did not understand. Master Grass solemnly replied, Grass. This junior knows. Then why are you asking? Luin paused. Why are you giving me this blade of grass? Master Grass said seriously, look, when the day comes when you can see that this grass is looking at you, you'll be able to see that the Gu Flow Zone is breathing. Or rather, in the universe, any natural state or any operating order can breathe, and they all have life. Luin blinked. This sounded very sophisticated and logical, but why did he feel that something was off? Suddenly, Luin thought of something and asked, do battle techniques breathe as well? Master Grass looked at Luin in shock and praised, Kid, you're very perceptive. So, battle techniques breathe as well? Are you asking me? I thought you were very sure. Continue to work hard, Master Grass sighed. Luin left, as Master Grass wanted to continue his research. There was no need to worry about his safety since he had been in the Gu Flow Zone for over 100 years. Before leaving, Luin asked about Coco and the others. It had been a long time since they had met, and Master Grass was at a loss. He had completely forgotten who they were. There was a huge continent at the center of the Gu Flow Zone that was enveloped in poisonous gas. Rumor had it that the most primitive and powerful creatures of the Gu Flow Zone lived beneath it, but no one knew exactly what they were. There was a city at the center of the Divine Gu continent called Gu King City, which was the capital of the Divine Gu dynasty. The Qing family had been established in this city and ruled over the entire Divine Gu dynasty. It was not easy for outsiders to enter the Divine Gu continent, as they had to pass an identity check. In order to travel on the continent, one had to have a token issued by the Divine Gu dynasty. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to resist the countless poisonous insects and beasts beneath the continent. Of course, this was only limited to ordinary cultivators. To the Second Night King, the Divine Gu continent, Gu King City, and even the Divine Gu dynasty's imperial palace were all transparent and easy to enter. The Second Night King? Young King Qing blurted out in surprise as he stared at the man quietly drinking in the emperor's garden. Although the Divine Gu dynasty was sealed off, it was not completely isolated from the rest of the world. They still paid attention to major events in the outside world, but their focus was different. They were more concerned about events that might affect the Gu flow zone. For example, the battles between envoy-level powerhouses, the war between the Day-Night clan and the Great Eastern Alliance, and so on. The Day-Night clan was especially important, as the Divine Gu dynasty was inextricably linked to the Day-Night clan. Young King Qing had always been paying attention to the Second Night King. Ever since he had left Xianxia's ruins, escaped during the Kuan Swamp Rebellion, and was now wanted by the Hall of Honor, young King Qing knew everything. The Emperor's garden was beautiful, and all sorts of strange flowers and plants bloomed. It was not as poisonous as many people thought. The Second Night King put down his cup and calmly looked at young King Qing. "You look just like your ancestor." Young King Qing looked around and saw that the guards in the Emperor's garden were normal, which meant that the Second Night King must have controlled them. Otherwise, there would have been a reaction. The entire palace could not detect the Second Night King's presence, and the Second Night King himself was the same. This made young King Qing's heart sink. If the Second Night King wanted to attack him, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Junior young King Qing greets senior Second Night King. Young King Qing stepped forward and bowed respectfully. His attitude was very proper. The Second Night King stood up. "The one who helped you was the Third Night King, but we all know what he did, and we allowed him to do it." Young King Qing was grateful. "Thank you for the Day-Night royal family's help to the Qing bloodline." Back then, the Qing bloodline only had one cultivator who had barely reached the level of an emissary, and that was the first emperor of the Qing bloodline, Qing Fan. But now, your cultivation has far surpassed Qing Fan's. If it weren't for the fact that I'm also improving, I might not even have been able to meet you. The Second Night King sighed. Young King Qing's expression was solemn. The Day-Night clan's kindness to the Qing bloodline will never be repaid. Senior, you are an ancestor of the Qing bloodline. All right. The Second Night King stared at young King Qing. I thought that the Qing bloodline had already forgotten the oath, but since you still remember, can you help me? After this, our two clans will no longer owe each other anything. Young King Qing earnestly replied, Senior, please speak. The Second Night King's eyes were filled with hatred. I want Luin dead. Young King Qing was shocked. Senior, this dash what, is there a problem? The Second Night King stared at young King Qing with a cold glint in his eyes. Young King Qing replied, Luin came to the Divine Gu dynasty at my invitation. If he dies here, the Divine Gu dynasty will lose its trust in the entire universe. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and Windborn would like to thank everyone for their support and encouragement over the past year. Thank you for your support, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The Second Night King laughed at Xiao Huangqing's words. Are you saying that you won't act against Luin without me? Xiao Huangqing's expression changed, and she looked at the Second Night King. Senior, what do you mean? The current situation in the Innerverse is obvious. The Sword Sect has been looking for you for a long time, and you wouldn't have invited Luin here for no reason. Since you've invited him, you must have your reasons. Although I don't know what you're planning, I'm sure it's related to poison. Since that's the case, why don't you act openly since your Divine Gu dynasty has no plans to interact with the outside world? Xiao Huangqing was put in a difficult position, and her mind raced. She knew how much the Second Night King hated Luin. Luin had defeated the Day-Night clan, destroyed their ancestral land, and freed the enslaved Day King bloodline. Every single one of these was enough to make the Day-Night clan hate him to the core. Furthermore, Luin was the reason why the Second Night King had been imprisoned in Kuanzai. These reasons were enough for the Second Night King to kill Luin 1,000,000 times over. However, he could not kill Luin within the Divine Gu dynasty, and he could not act either. Although the Divine Gu dynasty was isolated from the outside world, it was not completely cut off from contact. Luin had a group of experts backing him, and if they came looking for trouble, they would not be as easy to deal with as the Second Night King. If the Divine Gu dynasty did not fear these powers, then the Second Night King would not have planned to cooperate with the Sword Sect. It was precisely because he felt threatened by Luin that he wanted to cooperate. Xiao Huangqing looked at the Second Night King and did not know how to refuse. She could only try to appease him. Senior, I will do my best to help you. The Second Night King nodded. that's good. I don't want Luin to leave Guflozone alive. If you act, then your identity will be exposed. Is that? Xiao Huangqing probed, but the second Night King sneered. The fifth mainland is huge. It won't be that hard to find a place to hide. Senior, you can live in seclusion in the Divine Gu dynasty. The second Night King looked at Xiao Huangqing coldly. We'll see. A few days later, Lu Ying boarded a spacecraft and saw the Divine Gu continent. From a distance, the continent looked like a monster that was emitting a strange gas that lay in space. Lu Ying looked down at the continent. It was rumored that there was a terrifying poisonous creature there, but he did not know whether that was true or not. Lu Ying was very interested in poisons, as Elder Wu's poison had been of great help to him. There were definitely poisons in the Divine Venomous dynasty that could help him reach a level where he could threaten powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,000, such as Wu Chang. It seemed like he would have to pay a visit to the Prince of Harem. Given Lu Yin's status, the person who received him was none other than Prince Bei. As young Empress Qing's younger brother, Prince Bei's status was one of the top 3 in the Divine Gu dynasty. Even the eldest princess, Qing Long Long, had to address him as royal uncle. He was one of the few people who had the qualifications to know about the Anika poison. The cunning prince did not want to receive Lu Ying at all, but young Empress Qing had given the order. Either he or young Empress Qing would have to go, and there was nothing the cunning prince could do. Lu Ying smiled when he saw that it was the wretched prince who welcomed him. When he saw Lu Yin's smile, the cunning prince felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He recalled how he had been forced to tell Lu Ying about his tragic experience of wetting his bed as a child, and he forced a smile onto his face. Welcome to the Divine Gu dynasty, Alliance Leader Lu. Your presence brings light to Gu King City. Lu Ying smiled. So it's Prince Ruinous. This isn't our first time meeting. The cunning prince smiled. Of course not. Alliance Leader Lu, please. Lu Ying followed the cunning prince into the Divine Gu continent. The sky was misty, and from above, one could see the landscape of the Divine Gu continent. The Divine Gu continent did not look any different from ordinary mountains and rivers, but some of the mountains and rivers formed strange patterns, while others were actually the corpses of poisonous creatures. Along the way, the cunning prince introduced the Divine Gu continent to Lu Ying, which piqued Lu Yin's interest. From what he knew, this place would be his sooner or later, so there was no harm in learning more about it. Your Highness, do you still remember what I told you before? Lu Ying suddenly asked. The two of them traveled through the skies of the Divine Gu continent, and they were not too far away from Gu King City. The cunning prince's eyes flashed. I'm not interested in the outside world. Thank you for your kind intentions, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Ying felt that it was a pity. No matter how beautiful the Gu Flow Zone is, it's still too small. The outside world is different. There are the Innerverse, Outerverse, Cosmic Sea, Neoverse, and the 3,000 major realms. There are also the vast regions beyond the fifth mainland that are fascinating. With your Highness's strength, it would be a pity if you didn't explore them. The regions beyond the fifth mainland? Is Alliance Leader Lu talking about the sixth mainland? The cunning prince asked. Before the sixth mainland's invasion, not even young Empress Qing knew about the sixth mainland, let alone the cunning prince. However, after the sixth mainland's invasion, almost every cultivator from the fifth mainland knew about it. Outside of the fifth mainland, there was only the sixth mainland. Lu Ying shook his head. The sixth mainland has already been occupied by the Eternals. I'm talking about another part of the heavens. The cunning prince was stunned. Another part of the heavens? Louis was astonished. Didn't Brother Ling tell you? Another part of the heavens where one can become a progenitor. The cunning prince's eyes narrowed, and he froze in place. Becoming a progenitor was the ultimate dream of all cultivators. Even someone who had just started cultivating would dream of becoming a progenitor, even if the chances were less than 1 in a billion. The cunning prince was the same. He was the cultivator closest to becoming an emissary in the Divine Gu dynasty, so he naturally hoped to become a progenitor one day. However, this dream was too far away. Lu Ying left, and the cunning prince hurriedly chased after him. Alliance Leader Lu, what's the location of becoming a progenitor? Lu Ying replied, ask Brother Ling. He definitely has his reasons for not telling you. The cunning prince's eyes flickered. Was Luin trying to sow discord? When he saw Lu Yin's serious expression, he was certain that Luin was trying to sow discord between him and his brother. However, the temptation of becoming a progenitor was too great. Did his brother really know about this? If he did, why didn't he tell him? Guqing City is right in front of us. Your Excellency, can you show me around? Lu Yin's voice traveled over, and the cunning prince caught up to him again. That's right, Guqing City is right in front of us. Alliance leader Lu, please. Guqing City was surrounded by tall walls, and water poured down like a waterfall. Mist covered the river, and this mist was not the normal white color. Instead, it was rainbow-colored, and it was spat out by the giant toads that were squatting on the walls. Luin stared at the city's walls in shock. Above the city walls, giant toads would spit out rainbow balls at regular intervals. These balls would collide with a pillar at the top of the city and shatter, turning into mist that descended along with the rainbow-colored mist. Many giant toads spat out rainbow-colored mist, and it was enough to envelop the entire city. What are these toads? Luin was surprised. The cunning prince replied proudly, they're not toads. They're rainbow toads, and they're non-aggressive creatures that are extremely poisonous. They're bred by the divine Gu dynasty, and the rainbow-colored balls they spit out collide with Guqing City's poison heart pillar. The resulting mist is something that even emissaries fear. Luin stepped into Astral Source Universe and tried to enter Guqing City through it. However, he was surprised to find that Astral Source Universe, where Guqing City was located, also had a thin layer of rainbow mist. Emissaries can indeed enter Guqing City through Astral Source Universe, but they'll also be contaminated by the rainbow mist. They'll be immediately discovered upon entering Guqing City, and only peak powerhouses can avoid it. Those powerhouses can easily enter Guqing City even if they want to, so there's no need to sneak in. Guqing City will treat you with respect, the cunning prince explained. Luin nodded and exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen such a defense. The cunning prince smiled. It's not really a defense, it's just a warning method. Those below the level of emissary cannot force their way in, as they'll be discovered. How do ordinary people enter? You just need to have the token that Guqing City distributes. That token repels the rainbow mist, and anyone with it can enter at will. What if an enemy obtains the token? Everyone has a unique token, the cunning prince said. He raised his hand, and an ordinary-looking token with the word Gu engraved on it appeared in his palm. He passed it to Luin. This is yours, Alliance Master Lu. Luin took it and saw that there were 9 numbers on it. The first number you enter must be the same as the next number you enter in order to open the token's secret compartment and release the substance that repels the rainbow mist. Otherwise, the token will be useless. Right, you can only enter a single number, the cunning prince explained. Luin was speechless. Wasn't this just a password? What an ancient method. He had thought that it would be something like a blood binding, even though he would have been unwilling to do so. Guqing City's defenses seemed to be very high-end, but when combined with this token, it was clearly inferior. With the cunning prince leading the way, Luin easily entered Guqing City. Guqing City was very lively, and the divine Gu dynasty's attire was unique, which made Lu Yin's eyes light up. Regardless of how the divine Gu dynasty looked to the outside world, the people here were still very happy, and everyone had a sincere smile on their faces. Luin now understood why the Grand Tutor did not want the divine Gu dynasty to interfere with the outside world. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, it would disrupt the peaceful life here. Not long after entering the divine Gu dynasty, Luin ran into someone familiar. 1 million star energy cubes. Deal, when Xianxia's voice rang out from a shop in Guqing City. When Xianxia was standing beside her. The shop sold all sorts of poisons, which were very common in the divine Gu dynasty. Everyone here needed poisons. No, this is a hypertoxic snake. How can 1 million star energy be enough to buy it? It has to be 1,500,000, the shop owner said decisively. When Xianxia shouted, 1,200,000 at most. 1,500,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. Boss, are you stupid? That's not how you do business. You should at least take a step back. The price is 3 million, but you cut it to 1,500,000. You still want to cut it? That's too much. Cough, cough. 1,400,000. Give me some face. Who are you? Why should I give you face? Xianxia was furious, and her eyes widened. Luine walked in and attracted everyone's attention. Xianxia turned around and was shocked. Luine? Luine nodded at Xianxia and then looked at Xianxia. You like snakes? She looked down on him. Of course not, but since we're already here, we should at least bring some specialties back. Luine found it funny. On New Year's Eve, the whole family is reunited. I wish my brothers fortune in the new year. Fortune. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Specialty product? Miss, you must be joking. This is a jade snake. Go ask around, how many people in the Divine Gu dynasty can afford it, the shopkeeper cried out. Xianxia glanced at him. You really don't know how to do business. For the average person, the currency used was universal currency, or even the currency produced by the empire itself. For example, the Great Yu Empire's Yushan currency could be exchanged for 10 Yushan dollars, and 1,000,000 star crystals could be exchanged for 10 trillion Yushan dollars. Luine didn't know the exchange rate between the Divine Gu dynasty's own currency and universal currency, but even if the Divine Gu dynasty's currency was equivalent to universal currency, 1,000,000 star crystals could be exchanged for 1 trillion. A single jade snake was worth 1 trillion, and it couldn't be described as a specialty product. Of course, that wasn't how the universe's currency was calculated, and that was only for ordinary people. To cultivators, universal currency was nothing more than scrap paper. Even so, 1,000,000 star crystals was still quite a lot. Alright, I'm not buying any more. Let's go, Xianxia said unhappily as she walked out. The shopkeeper was furious. Miss, you've been bargaining with me for so long and delayed so much of my business. How can you just leave like that? What? You still dare to force a sale? Xianxia turned around and glared at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and glanced at Xianxia and Luine. He felt that he couldn't afford to offend the Saint Prince, so he snorted and slammed his fist on the counter, causing the shop to shake. Outside, fine powder sprinkled down, but Xianxia didn't care and allowed it to land on her body. Suddenly, Xianxia pulled her back. Xianxia was startled. Xianxia stared at the shopkeeper coldly. You dare to poison me? The shopkeeper was confused. Poison? What? Xianxia frowned and tossed the powder at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper didn't dodge and allowed the powder to land on his body and face. Sir, what are you doing? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Luine was shocked. This was the custom of the Divine Gu dynasty. The shopkeeper clearly wasn't afraid of poison, and that move had been a form of revenge. Xianxia hadn't noticed, so it was a good opportunity for her to suffer a bit. If she did, he could pretend that he didn't know anything. This was the Divine Gu dynasty. The Saint Prince watched from the side without any intention of interfering. The Divine Venomous Worm dynasty was indeed close to the outside world, but that didn't mean that they were easy to bully. Xianxia could be considered to have suffered a loss. He had the ability to easily deal with the shop owner, but this was the Divine Venomous dynasty after all. He had already made his move once, so it wouldn't be good for him to make his move a second time. Thank you, Xianxia said indifferently. He was about to leave with Xianxia. At this time, a few people entered the shop. It was Balsam, Yan, and Mr. Wright of the Hall of Honor's board of directors. They bumped into Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia recognized Mr. Yu and was surprised. Director Yu? Why are you here? Mr. Yu glanced at everyone in the shop, and his gaze changed when he saw Luine. He then smiled at Xianxia and said, I received an invitation from the Divine Gu dynasty, so I came to take a look. I just happened to pass by and seemed to have missed something. Xianxia replied calmly, It's nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. Xianxia did not recognize Balsam, but he recognized Yan, who was the secretary to the president of the Interverse. Balsam looked at Luine and smiled. I never thought that I would run into Alliance Master Lu here. How have you been? Luine smiled. I'm alright. Was Shamrock Enterprises invited as well? Yes, we're here to deliver a congratulatory gift, Balsam replied. Mr. Yu looked at Luin and said indifferently, I never thought that Alliance Master Lu would be here as well. It's been a while. Luin raised a brow. Do I know you? When Xianxia, Balsam, and the others were astonished, as this tone was very unfriendly. Even though everyone knew that Mr. Yu and Luin were not on the same side, it was still unexpected that they would run into each other upon arrival. Luin did not care about Mr. Yu at all. Although he was a director, it was almost over. If not for Nan Yuan's constant protection, he would have retreated even faster than Knight King Jing. With Lu Yin's current status and ability, there was no need for him to pretend to be polite with such a person. Mr. Yu sneered. Alliance Master Lu is a big shot, so it's normal that you don't recognize a small fry like me. You can introduce yourself. Name, origin, background, power, and occupation. Tell me, and I might remember you, Lu Yin said casually. Mr. Yu's expression turned ugly. This was not a self-introduction, but rather an interrogation. Lu Yin's tone made him sullen. The man behind Mr. Yu spoke up. This is one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, Mr. Yu. No one had expected this person to speak, and Balsam looked at him in astonishment. She recognized this person, it was sure, one of the cultivators who guarded the Realm Mountain for the Hall of Honor. He had a good relationship with Shamrock Enterprises and was also a friend of Yan's. She had thought that this person was someone important, but she had not expected him to be so stupid as to interrupt at this time. Yan's expression changed, and he hurriedly shot Sher a look. Even Mr. Yu's expression turned ugly. If he revealed this person's identity now, it would only give Lu Yin an opportunity to humiliate him. Sure enough, Lu Yin spoke up. One of the 9 directors? There seems to be such a person, but that's only for now. It's hard to say how long he can stay in this position. Who knows? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He might be demoted tomorrow. Mr. Yu was furious, and he glared at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, be careful with your words. The board is not something you can control. If you speak like this, the board will hold you accountable. Lu Yin did not mind. You can try. Mr. Yu's face turned red with anger. Sher also felt that he had said something wrong. How could Lu Yin not know Mr. Yu? Mr. Yu had come to the Divine Gu dynasty, and he had offered to protect Mr. Yu in order to get closer to the director of the Southern Origins Academy. He should not have interfered, but now, he had given Lu Yin an excuse to mock Mr. Yu. It would be fine if Mr. Yu abdicated, but if he did not, then Sher would not have an easy time in the future. Who are you? Lu Yin suddenly asked Sher. Sher's heart sank, but he braced himself and replied, I am Sher, and I was ordered to protect Mr. Yu on this trip to the Divine Gu dynasty. Whose orders? Lu Yin asked. Sher bitterly replied, the board. Lu Yin did not understand. The board specifically convened to protect Mr. Yu, who was about to step down, on this trip to the Divine Gu dynasty. That's not possible. I remember you, a cultivator who guards the Realm Mountain. I know the Realm Mountain's head senior, and I should ask him if I have the chance. Why would someone who guards the Realm Mountain protect a director? Sher's face went pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. He had not expected Lu Yin to know the Realm Mountain's head. How did he know that person? Balsam tried to smooth things over. Alliance Master Lu, have you prepared any gifts for this trip to the Divine Gu dynasty? It can't be too expensive, or else we won't be able to bring anything out. Lu Yin smiled. I don't have any gifts. I'm just choosing. Balsam was speechless. Choosing now? And at Gu King City? Was this a joke? This must be the Wolf Prince, Balsam said as she looked at the man beside Lu Yin who had not spoken since the beginning. The Wolf Prince had not expected Balsam to know him, and he had been watching the show from the sidelines. I am. Are you the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, Balsam? Balsam smiled. I didn't think that your highness would recognize me. The Wolf Prince smiled. Of course. Who doesn't know Miss Balsam's great name? The shop owner was stunned when he heard the exchange of pleasantries. Alliance Master Lu? A director of the Hall of Honor? Even though he did not know much about the outside world, he had heard these 2 words more than once, so how could he not know them? He had not expected these people to be important figures. Suddenly, he heard the Wolf Prince's name, and he stared at the man in the Divine Gu Dynasty's uniform in disbelief. This person was the Wolf Prince? When he thought of this, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Wolf Prince." The Wolf Prince waved a hand. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. Go about your business." "Busy?" The shop owner was confused. Busy with what? Busy listening to these people mock each other? Could he even listen? "Boss, do you have anything special?" "I want to buy something for your emperor," Luin said with a smile as he looked at the shop owner. The shop owner was stunned, and he did not know how to respond. When Xianxia rolled her eyes. What could he possibly have? Mr. Yu snorted. "Alliance Master Lu is looking down on the Love Emperor. Don't you think it's rude to buy a random gift for him?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I actually wanted to give the Longevity Squadron to the Love Emperor, but it was destroyed." "You." Mr. Yu was furious. At that moment, a strange voice came from outside the door. "How impressive. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Alliance Leader Luin." After that, many people appeared outside the shop and surrounded it. A man with a snow-white face and cold eyes slowly walked in. It was hard to tell how old he was, but his voice was shrill and sharp, and it also carried a trace of vicissitudes of life. Luin frowned, as this person stared at him with a vicious gaze that felt like needles. There was also a strange smile on the man's face, which made Luin feel very uncomfortable. "Who are you?" Luin asked. The man stepped into the shop and bowed to the Wolf Prince. "Greetings, Your Highness." The Wolf Prince grunted in acknowledgement. "This is Manager Yi of the Imperial Palace, a trusted aide of my brother." Manager Yi hurriedly smiled. "What are you saying, Your Highness? I wouldn't dare call myself a trusted aide. I'm just a servant that serves His Majesty and Your Highness." Luin looked at him. "Were you the one who spoke just now?" Manager Yi looked at Luin and maintained his strange and sinister smile. "Alliance Master Lu, is it? I'm here on His Majesty's orders to welcome you. However, I saw your might as soon as I came in, and I was terrified. How has Gu King City offended you?" Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, but he didn't say anything. Someone else had entered the shop, and it was a woman. It was Qing Longlong. The shop owner knelt down and didn't even dare to raise his head. "Luin, Mr. Yu, and the others were outsiders to the Divine Gu Dynasty, and no matter how powerful they were, they had nothing to do with the shop owner. The Wolf Prince had a good reputation, so he didn't bother with the shop owner. However, Manager Yi's appearance scared the hell out of him. Manager Yi was one of the top figures in the Divine Gu Dynasty, second only to one person. It's New Year's Eve. Brothers, have fun. This was especially true for ordinary people like them, as Iguan could directly control their life and death. This was not only because of his strength and status, but also because he was greedy for money. The entire street was his business, and the boss of the boss behind this shop was Iguan. It was one thing for Iguan to come, but even the Empress, Qing Longlong, had come. The shop owner trembled in fear. "Iguan, who gave you the right to speak to Alliance Leader Lu like that?" Qing Longlong reprimanded him without any trace of politeness. Iguan's smile did not change, and he bowed slowly. "This old servant greets Your Highness." Qing Longlong stared at him with disgust. "Father sent you here to welcome Alliance Leader Lu and the others. What were you doing just now?" Iguan smiled. This old servant was just admiring Alliance Leader Lu's might and couldn't help but praise him. There's no other meaning. He then turned to Luin and bowed. "Alliance Leader Lu, you won't blame me, right?" Luin smiled. Iguan was also smiling, but his smile was sinister and disgusting. "Actually, you're from the Divine Gu Dynasty, so even if I did blame you, I wouldn't blame you. I can only say that your master is too benevolent and doesn't teach his servants well," Luin said. Iguan's smile disappeared, and his eyes narrowed as he stared at Luin. "It looks like Alliance Leader Lu has some skills." Luin smiled. "You asked me if I would blame you, so I'll teach you a lesson on your master's behalf. Consider it a congratulatory gift for the Empress breakthrough." He then waved his hand and sent Iguan flying with a slap, crashing heavily outside the shop. Everyone was shocked, as they had not expected Luin to act so decisively without giving Iguan any face. The werewolf prince's brows rose in shock. The group of people who had followed Iguan all rushed towards the shop to attack Luin, but they were stopped by Qing Long Long. "Get out!" Iguan hurriedly stood up, half of his face swollen, and stopped his guards. "Back down. Her Highness and the Empress are here, so you can't act so impudently." The guards hurriedly retreated. Yi Qing's eyes were filled with hatred, and when he met Lu Yin's gaze, there was a deep chill in the depths of his eyes. He had never thought that someone would dare to beat him up in the Divine Gu dynasty, and he had been caught off guard. However, Lu Yin's status meant that he could not afford to offend him. This old servant spoke wrongly. "Does Alliance Master Lu feel better now? Tell the Love Emperor that I've already sent him a congratulatory gift, and I hope he'll be satisfied." Eunuch Yu once again revealed a sinister smile. "Understood. This servant will take his leave." After saying that, he left without bidding farewell to Prince Huan and Qing Long Long. Everyone could see the resentment in the depths of his eyes. Qing Long Long looked at Luin with a complicated expression and smiled bitterly. "Alliance Master Lu, why do you have to do this?" Luin frowned. "I don't like him." What a straightforward reason. In this enormous Gu King city and the entire Divine Gu dynasty, the only person who could treat Iguan in such a manner was Lu Yin and young Empress Qing. Not even Prince Qian could treat Iguan in such a manner. This was not only because of Iguan's status, but also because Iguan was famous for being sinister. Although Qing Long Long had said this, Lu Yin's slap had also helped her vent her anger. Yi Qing had been courteous to her, but he did not care about her at all. Casanova had been forced away by Yi Qing, and both Qing Long Long and Prince Huan knew about this, but no one could say anything about it. Lu Yin's unbridled and tyrannical nature had been vividly displayed in that palm strike. He did not care about Yi Qing at all, and neither did he care about Prince Huan. Whether they were friend or foe had already been determined. "Alliance Master Lu, we'll take our leave now. See you at the banquet." She spoke politely to Luin. Mr. Yu also left without saying goodbye to Luin. Before when Xianxia left, he whispered to Luin, "You shouldn't have come." Prince Huan left as well, leaving the task of entertaining Luin to Qing Long Long. The two were close in age, so it was more appropriate for them to interact. Everyone left one by one, leaving only Luin, Qing Long Long, and the shop owner. The shop owner was still kneeling there, his head as low as it could be. He did not even dare to raise his head, but he had seen Yi Qing being sent flying with a single slap. He knew that the youth known as Alliance Master Lu was the most ruthless in this group. Fortunately, he had not offended him. "Alliance Master Lu," Qing Long Long said to Luin, but before she could finish, Luin raised a hand. "We're of the same generation, so there's no need to call me that." "Are we close?" Qing Long Long wanted to say this, but she did not say it out loud. "All right, Brother Lu. I'll take you to a place to rest." Luin nodded and followed Qing Long Long out. It was a small shop, but it had attracted the attention of the entire Divine Gu dynasty. The shop owner would definitely not be at peace for a period of time, and every single word and detail that had happened in the shop would be interrogated. Prince Huan had arranged for Luin to stay in his own palace, which was also in Gu King City. However, almost no one knew about this palace, as Prince Huan Qing had only stayed there when he wanted peace. As he listened to Qing Long Long's introduction of the palace, Luin asked, "Is your father hoping that I'll be more peaceful in the future?" Qing Long Long smiled. "Brother Lu, you're overthinking things. Father doesn't have that intention. It's just that the palace is located in a remote area, and few people disturb it. The environment is also good, which is why he made the arrangements for you." Luin nodded. The two were in no hurry to leave, so they strolled around the streets of Gu King City. Gu King City was very lively, and it was filled with the hustle and bustle of a city. There were people fighting from time to time, and all sorts of poisons were brought out. If one did not count the cultivators, this place would be like an ordinary ancient imperial city. "Is that Iguan someone your father trusts?" Luin asked. Qing Long Long nodded. "He's been serving father since he was very young, and he's done his best over the years." "He's not dead yet?" Luin was astonished. Prince Huanqing was not weak, and he had only invited them because he had broken through. He should be able to fight against someone with a power level of 800,000 and had lived for a long time. Iguan had not broken through to become an emissary, so how had he been able to keep up with Prince Huanqing? That's why Iguan is so special. Every once in a while, he'll freeze his vitality with poison to keep him alive, Qing Longlong explained. Her voice was soft, but it carried a lot of weight. As an emperor, Prince Huanqing had no lack of people serving him, but he was still willing to wait for this Iguan. This relationship was no longer that between a master and a servant. It was no wonder that even Prince Huan and Qing Longlong were so courteous to Iguan. It seemed that Luin had slapped Prince Huanqing. Qing Longlong looked at Luin nonchalantly, but there was no change in his expression. Did he not care? But then again, the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan were both more powerful than the Divine Gu dynasty. The Divine Gu dynasty's uniqueness lay in its geographical location and environment. Without these factors, even the Wen family might not be able to compare to the Divine Gu dynasty. Luin had led the Great Eastern Alliance to destroy the Day-Night clan, suppress the Sword Sect, and force the Wen family into submission. He naturally did not care about the Divine Gu dynasty, much less a mere Iguan. After walking around the busiest streets of Gu King City for almost an hour, Qing Longlong finally stopped in front of a very imposing restaurant. This restaurant was the tallest on the entire street, and it took up a large area that extended in all directions. 2 rows of attendants stood at the entrance, and they were all cultivators who had reached the Melder realm. "Brother Liu, I'll take you to meet someone," Qing Longlong said with a smile. Luin nodded. "All right." He stepped into the restaurant, and to his surprise, the interior was different from the outside. It was not as extravagant as he had expected, but rather simple and elegant. He followed Qing Longlong to the top floor, where 2 beautiful maids bowed. Due to their attire, Luin could almost see the snowy white of their breasts, and he quickly turned away. "Brother Liu, please." Qing Longlong was amused. Who would believe that the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance had such a side to him? Luin entered a private room, and he saw a woman dressed in a black muslin robe and wearing an exquisite petal-shaped mask. She stood up and bowed to Luin. "I'm Yuan Miao Miao." "Greetings, Alliance leader Liu." Although she was wearing half a mask, it could not hide her absolute beauty. Luin could clearly see the alluring curve of her lips, and her eyes were as bright as the stars. "Your tutor Yuan's granddaughter?" Luin was astonished when he heard the woman's name. Yuan Miao Miao bowed again. "I never thought that Alliance leader Liu would know of me." Luin looked at Qing Longlong. Qing Longlong replied, "Miao Miao and I are best friends, and she asked me to help her arrange a meeting with you." Luin was confused. The tutor Yuan had advocated not participating in any external affairs, but young Empress Qing was biased towards the Sword Sect and the other powers, and she had been thinking of ways to contain the Great Eastern Alliance. They had different standpoints, and although they were not enemies, the Divine Gu dynasty treated the Great Eastern Alliance with 2 different factions. Under such circumstances, Qing Longlong had arranged a meeting with Luin on behalf of Yuan Miao Miao. What was she trying to do? Longlong doesn't have any other intentions. Please don't misunderstand, Alliance leader Liu. She just couldn't accept my request, so she brought you here, Yuan Miao Miao said in a gentle voice. Luin sat down. Miss Miao Miao, please speak your mind. Qing Longlong looked at her. Yuan Miao Miao looked at Qing Longlong. Go out. It's best if you don't listen to what we have to say. Qing Longlong pursed her lips, nodded, and walked out. Luin looked at Yuan Miao Miao with interest. Your relationship isn't ordinary. She's the empress of the Divine Gu dynasty, but she went against her father's wishes to help you arrange a meeting with me. She didn't even ask for the reason. I'm very curious. Yuan Miao Miao smiled. This is our friendship. Ever since we were young, I've interacted with Longlong much more than my parents or grandfather. Longlong has also interacted with me longer than His Majesty. Kinship is destined by the heavens, but friendship is something that we have to find ourselves. We both believe that friendship is more precious than kinship. This was the first time Luin had heard of such a theory. All right. Why are you looking for me? Yuan Miao Miao stood up and bowed solemnly. Luin did not avoid it. With his status, even if the tutor Yuan bowed, he would not need to avoid it, let alone Yuan Miao Miao. He had the qualifications to do so. Alliance leader Lu, please leave the Gu Flow zone, Yuan Miao Miao said in a low voice. There was a moment of silence. Yuan Miao Miao bowed, but she did not raise her head. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What does the tutor mean? Yuan Miao Miao replied, the divine Gu dynasty should not interfere in the disputes of the outside world. This is my grandfather's lifelong wish. The people here live very affluent lives, and there are no wars. Once they interfere, the future outcome will be unpredictable. The divine Gu dynasty cannot be gambled on. Luin smiled. How can you be so sure that the divine Gu dynasty will interfere in the disputes of the outside world if I'm here? Does the divine Gu dynasty want to do something to me? Or does young Empress Qing want to do something to me? On the first day of the new year, Windborn wishes his brothers a happy new year. He will be updating at 5 p.m. Thank you for your support. Yuan Miao Miao looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Her eyes were very beautiful, and Luin could see his own reflection in them. Alliance leader Lu. Why ask when you already know the answer? Grandfather said that with your cautiousness, there's no way you don't understand the current situation, especially since you ignored the warning and insisted on entering the Gu Flow zone. Grandfather said that all of His Majesty's schemes are useless against you. You think too highly of me and underestimate young Empress Qing, Luin said casually. Yuan Miao Miao shook her head. Even if His Majesty can do what he wants, the result will be an unpredictable disaster for the divine Gu dynasty. There was a knock on the door, followed by Qing Longlong's voice. Eat first. Yuan Miao Miao stared at Luin. Luin stood up. There's no need. I've said all that needs to be said. He then prepared to leave. Yuan Miao Miao suddenly took off her mask, and Lu Yin's gaze was drawn to her. He had seen far too many beauties in his life, whether it was Starsabil, Ming Yan, Bai Shui, or Madame Nailin. All of them were absolute beauties, and this Yuan Miao Miao in front of him was just as beautiful as any of them. The most unique thing about her was the demonic flower that was branded on her face. Although it only had a shape and no color, Lu Yin's mind naturally imagined the scene of the flower fluttering in the wind. It was red and enchanting, and when paired with Yuan Miao Miao's beautiful appearance and soul-stirring eyes, she was indescribably beautiful. This was bewitchment, not through words, but through her appearance and the flower on her face. The flower was Yuan Miao Miao's Gu, and this was the true form of bewitchment. Luin was moved, but not by his emotions, but by his heart. He was truly moved, as if he had been tempted. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. It was that flower. The flower on this woman's face was too tempting, and when paired with Yuan Miao Miao's appearance, even he could not resist it. Those with weak willpower would definitely fall for it. Miao Miao, you dashed. Qing Longlong opened the door and was shocked to see Yuan Miao Miao. Yuan Miao Miao had been staring at Luin the whole time. She saw that he was only stunned for a moment when he saw her appearance, but he soon returned to normal. She was quite disappointed. Ever since she was possessed by the love flower Gu, no man had been able to resist her temptation. She had attracted countless suitors when she was only 5 years old. If it wasn't for her grandfather, she didn't even dare to imagine what would have happened to her. As she grew older, she concealed her appearance and concealed the emotion flower Gu, causing those men to stop, otherwise, every time she went out, it would cause a commotion. She covered her face for a long time. She had once told Qing Longlong that only the man she approved of could see her face. Now, her face was revealed, but the man she approved of didn't care. Luin sized her up and asked calmly, is there anything else? Yuan Miao Miao bowed once more, pursed her lips, and said in a melancholic voice, I was born in the Gu King city, and I can't bear to see the divine Gu dynasty suffer a calamity. Alliance Master Lu, as long as you're willing to leave the Gu Flow zone, I'm at your disposal. What are you talking about, Miao Miao? Qing Longlong was shocked and rushed in to support her. She looked at Luin warily, thinking that he had threatened her. Luin shook his head. If Grand Tutor Yuan heard what you said, he would probably be very disappointed. Yuan Miao Miao was sorrowful. Grandfather was also born in the Gu King city and has lived here his entire life. Now that he's old, I hope that he can enjoy his old age and not worry about the Divine Gu dynasty's matters. Since grandfather thinks that you should leave, then I hope that you can leave and never step foot in the Gu flow zone again. I'll be at your disposal, and I'll keep my word. Qing Longlong pulled Yuan Miao Miao back and scolded, "Do you know what you're saying, Miao Miao? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought Brother Lu here." Luin suddenly raised a hand, his fingertips landing on Yuan Miao Miao's face. It was smooth to the touch. Qing Longlong was furious and glared at Luin. "Stop." Yuan Miao Miao stubbornly stared at Luin and did not back down. She allowed Lu Yin's hand to land on her face until it covered her entire face. "This is a gu? What kind of gu?" Luin asked. He wasn't trying to take advantage of her, but he was curious about that flower. It was very strange that it could move. His heart. Qing Longlong frowned. "It's a passion flower. It only blooms for the person it loves." Luin pulled his hand back. "Go back and tell Grand Tutor Yuan that I don't like to kill for no reason, but everything has a bottom line. He'd better help young Emperor Qing protect this bottom line. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He then walked out of the restaurant. Yuan Miao Miao's body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qing Longlong caught her. "Miao Miao, you were too impulsive. How could you?" Yuan Miao Miao was bitter. The Divine Gu dynasty should not experience such a disaster. "Why are you so sure that Luin can cause a disaster for the Divine Gu dynasty? No one has been able to do anything to us for so many years." Qing Longlong was confused. Yuan Miao Miao shook her head. "Longlong, he's waiting for you outside. Go." Qing Longlong looked at her worriedly. Yuan Miao Miao smiled. "It's fine." Qing Longlong sighed and walked out. Yuan Miao Miao looked out of the restaurant, her gaze filled with bitterness and complexity, as well as indescribable sorrow and fear. Elsewhere, an old man stood in the study of the Divine Gu dynasty's young Emperor Qing. He had a bitter expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. In front of him, Director Yi was whispering something to young Emperor Qing. His voice wasn't loud, but the old man could still hear him. When young Emperor Qing saw the slap on Director Yi's face, his expression darkened. This old man was the Grand Tutor Yuan, the most senior official of the Divine Gu dynasty. Even young Emperor Qing had to give him face. Without him, the Divine Gu dynasty would never have reached its current prosperity. "Your Majesty, the nimble prince requests an audience," someone reported. Young Emperor Qing replied, "Let him in." The nimble prince quickly entered and bowed to young Emperor Qing. Young Emperor Qing waved a hand. "What do you think of Luin?" The nimble prince was not surprised by this question, and he directly replied, "Brother, Luin is not an easy person to understand." "What do you mean?" Young Emperor Qing frowned. The nimble prince deliberated for a moment before replying, "This person is a little too ruthless." He had thought about this problem on his way here, but he couldn't find the right words to describe it. If he hadn't been captured by Luin, then he would have been able to judge Luin without restraint. However, he had revealed the existence of a Hell Guard, so he didn't dare casually criticize Luin for fear of retaliation. The existence of a Hell Guard was young Emperor Qing's greatest secret, and not even the Grand Tutor Yuan or Qing Longlong knew about it. "I told you to receive him, and this is the conclusion you came up with?" Young Emperor Qing was in a bad mood. The slap mark on Director Yi's face had yet to disappear, and with his cultivation, he could have easily erased it. However, he had intentionally left it there, which showed that he hated Luin. The nimble prince was helpless. "Brother, I haven't interacted with Luin much, and I didn't receive him as long as Linglong did." "This? Linglong? She went to see Luin?" Young Emperor Qing was confused. The nimble prince was stunned. "Brother, you don't know? Weren't you the one who sent her?" Young Emperor Qing's expression turned even uglier. Director Yi whispered, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince is a kind person, and he doesn't think badly of others. His Highness might not be able to tell Lu Yin's character." "He slapped you, and you still can't tell?" Young Emperor Qing barked. Director Yi hurriedly knelt down. "It was this servant's mistake. Please don't be angry, Your Majesty." The nimble prince coldly watched Director Yi's act, but he didn't interrupt. He didn't want to provoke either Lu Yin or Director Yi. "Alright, you may rise," young Emperor Qing said. Director Yi hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Young Emperor Qing looked at him. "What do you think of Lu Yin?" Director Yi bowed. "Lu Yin is ruthless, arrogant, and supercilious. He's not someone who's easy to get along with, and he's also extremely ambitious. Even the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan are wary of him, so it's not appropriate to get close to someone like him. You should either stay far away from him, or..." His gaze turned vicious. "Impudent." Grand Tutor Yuan couldn't take it anymore, and he glared at Director Yi. "What does a servant know? How dare he talk about state affairs?" Young Emperor Qing looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. "There's no need to be angry, Grand Tutor. I was the one who told him to speak." Grand Tutor Yuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, my divine Gu dynasty has never interacted with the outside world. No matter what Lu Yin's character is or how ambitious he is, it has nothing to do with us. Why should we get involved with him? Regardless of whether we become friends or foes, it will not benefit the divine Gu dynasty." "Grand Tutor, your words are incorrect. If Lu Yin unifies the Innerverse, would you still dare to say that it has nothing to do with our divine Gu dynasty?" Director Yi coldly retorted. Grand Tutor Yuan was enraged. "That's my opinion." Director Yi's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. "I'm only thinking for your Majesty's sake. If the Great Eastern Alliance really isn't a threat, then why would the Sword Sect send someone to my divine Gu dynasty? They're trying to use us. Are you afraid, Grand Tutor?" "Alright, Grand Tutor, you may leave. I'm tired." Young Emperor Qing interrupted the two's argument and waved for Grand Tutor Yuan to leave. Grand Tutor Yuan glared fiercely at Director Yi, but he had no choice but to leave. Director Yi's status was too high, and he was also deeply trusted by young Emperor Qing. He was also very strong, or else the Grand Tutor would have already made a move against this person. "You may leave as well," young Emperor Qing said to Director Yi. Director Yi bowed and left, leaving only young Emperor Qing and the haggard prince in the study. Young Emperor Qing looked at the haggard prince. "Do you think that an Anitya Hellguard can deal with Lu Yin?" The haggard prince's fingers trembled, and he shook his head. "No. Back then, Night King Zhenwu used an Anitya Hellguard to poison Lu Yin, but Lu Yin neutralized it." "Brother, you should know." "I know, but the Anitya Hellguards have changed. They've become even more poisonous and ruthless," young Emperor Qing coldly stated. The haggard prince lowered his head, not knowing how to respond. He was hesitating over whether or not he should tell young Emperor Qing that Lu Yin already knew about the Anitya Hellguards. He did not want to, but if he used an Anitya Hellguard to deal with Lu Yin and failed, then not only would young Emperor Qing suffer, but he would also suffer. Even if young Emperor Qing was fine, Lu Yin would still expose that he knew about the Anitya Hellguards, and young Emperor Qing would not let him off. The haggard prince was caught between a rock and a hard place. There was also the possibility that an Anitya Hellguard might be able to deal with Lu Yin. After all, it was impossible for Lu Yin to detect the Anitya Hellguard's poison in advance, and the haggard prince still held on to a sliver of hope. "Thank you for your support, brothers. A new year has begun. Everyone is going to be rich. This is the simplest and most sincere blessing." Young Emperor Qing had told the prince about Impermanence's existence, but he had not told him that the second Night King had come as well. He did not plan to deal with Lu Yin openly either, as there were too many people supporting Lu Yin from behind the scenes. If that was the case for Lu Yin, then there was no need to mention the second Night King, who was wanted by the Galactic Arbitration Center. Once news of the second Night King's presence in Gu King City spread, then young Emperor Qing would no longer be facing the power behind Lu Yin, but rather the entire Hall of Honor. Young Emperor Qing had been hesitant, but the slap to Eunuch Yi's face had strengthened his resolve. Lu Yin had not slapped Eunuch Yi, but young Emperor Qing himself. This was still in Gu King City, which showed just how arrogant Lu Yin was. He did not even consider the divine Gu dynasty worthy of his attention. Perhaps it was just as the Sword Sect had said, once Lu Yin unified the Innerverse, the divine Gu dynasty would not be an exception. Unfortunately, Grand Tutor Yuan and the others were too stubborn and conservative. the divine Gu dynasty sent out invitations, and people continuously entered Gu King City. There was still some time before the banquet to celebrate young Emperor Qing's breakthrough. Lu Yin stayed in young Emperor Qing's palace for 2 days before leaving again. This time, he went to see elder Xianxia. He was not sure what sort of strange surveillance methods the divine Gu dynasty had, so he did not leave in secret. Instead, he went to see elder Xianxia openly. Lu Yin's whereabouts had always been under young Emperor Qing's control, as the divine Gu dynasty's surveillance methods came from underground. On the divine Gu continent, every piece of land was poisonous, and every drop of poison could record a creature's daily activities. The moment Lu Yin stepped out of the palace, young Emperor Qing would definitely see him. Elder Xianxia lived in a residence not far from young Emperor Qing's palace, and when Lu Yin arrived, she immediately avoided meeting him. Lu Yin frowned. The Sword Sect had already secretly pledged their allegiance, but elder Xianxia still maintained this attitude. Either she was apprehensive of the divine Gu dynasty, or she was unwilling to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin had to enter. Whether or not he could meet elder Xianxia, he had to at least meet Li Zimo. Only then would he know elder Lianxin's true attitude. There was a bang as the residence's door was smashed open, and the divine Gu dynasty's guards fell to the ground. Lu Yin easily entered the residence. The commotion alerted the nearby palace, as well as young Empress Qing. She was furious, as Lu Yin was too arrogant. This was Gu King's city, not the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, and yet he dared to act so recklessly. The commotion also alarmed the other people in Gu King City, and they all stared at Lu Yin's actions. He was simply too brazen. Li Zimo stared at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, what are you trying to do? I heard that elder Lianxin is here. I'd like to meet her. Li Zimo raised his sword in an attempt to block Lu Yin, but Lu Yin didn't even move. Li Zimo's sword shattered, and in the next moment, the void distorted as Xiao Huangqing walked out and blocked Lu Yin's path. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen young Master Qing in person, but he had seen images of her many times. Alliance Lord Lu, if there's anything you want to say, I can convey it on your behalf. You and elder Lianxin are both honored guests of my divine Gu dynasty, so please stop fighting, young Empress Qing said indifferently. Her expression was calm, and she didn't show any hostility towards Lu Yin, even though she was exceptionally angry. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. I didn't expect Her Majesty to come out of seclusion. Logically speaking, with Lu Yin's status, he could have been welcomed by Prince Bei or Qing Longlong. However, as soon as he entered Gu King City, young Empress Qing would have to meet him out of courtesy. However, young Empress Qing had always used seclusion as an excuse to not meet with Lu Yin or anyone else. I just came out of seclusion. You're the master, young Empress Qing said with a smile. Lu Yin smiled. Since Her Majesty has spoken, then let's forget about it. Many thanks. The banquet will be held in a few days, so Alliance Lord Lu can rest for a few days. Although Gu King City isn't considered a bustling place, it still has its unique characteristics. All of Alliance Lord Lu's expenses will be covered by me, young Empress Qing. Young Empress Qing smiled. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as these words sounded familiar. Right, the Sea King's Dome. Back then, the Sea King's Dome had rewarded everyone who had participated in the son-in-law selection, and all of the expenses had been covered by the Sea King. Are you sure? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Young Empress Qing was stumped, as she had a bad premonition. However, Lu Yin was still the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance lord, so how could young Empress Qing be so shameless as to blame the Great Eastern Alliance's expenses? Thus, she did not think too much about it. Have fun, Alliance Lord Lu. Lu Yin smiled. Continue your seclusion, Your Majesty. Right, congratulations on your breakthrough. He then turned to leave. After watching Lu Yin leave, Li Zimo stepped forward and bowed to young Empress Qing. At this moment, elder Lianxin also stepped forward. Thank you, Your Majesty, for stopping this person. Young Empress Qing nodded. Both Elder and Alliance Lord Lu are honored guests, so it's best if there is no conflict. I'll have to trouble Elder to stay in the residence for the next few days. Elder Lianxin had a complicated look in her eyes. Young Empress Qing had assumed that Luyin had come to cause trouble because the sword sect had sent her to ask for reinforcements from the Divine Gu dynasty. Little did she know that the sword sect had secretly sided with Luyin. She was a calm person, but the calmer a person was, the more stubborn they would be. Regardless of whether it was inheritance or life and death, they would always be indifferent to things like right and wrong. Li Zimo had left Shenwu continent because of Luyin, and Luyin had done him a favor by sending him to the sword sect. Thus, he would not betray Luyin. This was his understanding. Elder Lianqin was also unwilling to see the sword sect submit to the Great Eastern Alliance. Thus, she did not want to see Luyin. Even if Lu Qianjue had submitted to the Great Eastern Alliance, she would not be willing. At worst, she would just live in seclusion. However, although she was unwilling to submit to Luyin, she would not expose him, and she would not tell young Empress Qing about the sword sect. Young Empress Qing left, and Elder Lianqin sighed. "Master, is this your decision?" Li Zimo asked in a low voice. Elder Lianqin looked at Li Zimo. "Remember, only by maintaining your original heart can you be calm. Master is unwilling to join the Great Eastern Alliance and will not help Luyin. This is Master's path." "This disciple understands," Li Zimo replied. Elder Lianqin nodded. Li Zimo looked at Elder Lianqin's departing figure and sighed to himself. "Master, you have your own path, and this disciple has his own path as well." That night, Elder Lianqin suddenly collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Young Empress Qing came to check on her, and she was surprised to find that Elder Lianqin had been poisoned. The poison is ordinary, but its effects are very strong. It can perfectly display the poison's characteristics, and it can even be said to be extremely perfect. Every bit of the poison's medicinal strength has been amplified by 10 or even 100 times. Young Empress Qing frowned and looked at Li Zimo. "Who has Elder Lianqin been in contact with during this time?" Li Zimo respectfully replied, "Master has always been in the residence, and she has not come into contact with anyone other than this disciple." Young Empress Qing was puzzled. This poison was very ordinary, but its toxicity was quite strong. It had actually caused an emissary like Elder Lianqin to fall into a deep sleep. Who had poisoned her? Could it have been Luyin? But when? She then looked at Li Zimo and shook her head. It could not have been this person, as Li Zimo was Elder Lianqin's disciple and had been in the sword sect for many years. Elder Lianqin had even mentioned this person when she had spoken with him. Elder Lianqin trusted this disciple more than anyone else, and it was unlikely that this person would possess such a poison. It was clearly an ordinary poison, but its effects were terrifyingly strong. Where had it come from? "Your Majesty, how is my master?" Li Zimo asked with an anxious expression. Young Empress Qing replied, "Don't worry, Elder Lianqin is only unconscious. She's fine, and she'll wake up after a while." Li Zimo relaxed and clenched his fists. "Who poisoned my master?" Young Empress Qing did not understand either, but this matter had to be investigated thoroughly. This was Gu King City, and someone had poisoned Elder Lianqin in a way that he could not immediately neutralize. This was not a simple matter. Was there such a poison expert in Gu King City? Li Zimo suddenly thought of the Grand Preceptor. That old man had never approved of dealing with the Great Eastern Alliance, so it was normal for him to have poisoned the sword sect. If it was this old man, then it was not impossible. Young Empress Qing suppressed her suspicions and comforted Li Zimo once more before leaving. Li Zimo bowed deeply to Elder Lianqin. "I'm sorry, Master." He was the one who had poisoned Elder Lianqin. Luyin had barged into the residence and passed the poison to Li Zimo when they had brushed past each other. He had also told Li Zimo that if Elder Lianqin was unwilling to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then he could poison her. He had also told Li Zimo about the effects of the poison, which was why Li Zimo had agreed. Luyin knew about the relationship between Li Zimo and Elder Lianqin, which was why he had not planned to poison her to death. She had simply fallen into a coma. This poison had come from Elder Wu, and it was a very ordinary poison. However, when Luyin had upgraded it, he had used it all up. He still had 3 vials left, and they were the ones that were not as poisonous. Now, he only had 2 vials left. Elder Lianqin was dissatisfied with the Great Eastern Alliance, And even though the sword sect had submitted, she was not willing to join. She was an unstable factor, so Luine had no choice but to put her to sleep for now. Luine had originally planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with the Wen family after leaving elder Lianqing's residence. He wanted to threaten them and make Wen Zizai realize the importance of the inheritance. However, Xiao Huangqing had given him a special privilege that allowed him to spend money to offset the damage. This made Luine excited, and he decided to go shopping. The first thing he did was to find the shop that he had visited before. He had not looked at it carefully before, but on his second visit, Luine deliberately looked at the shop's name. Poison comes, poison returns. It was a good name. When he entered the shop, the owner was greeting a group of customers. When Luine entered, the owner and the group of customers saw him, and they all went limp at the same time. The 5 people in the shop almost collapsed. My lord. Alliance Master Liu. Luine looked at the group of customers strangely. You know me? The man at the front respectfully replied, who in the universe doesn't know Alliance Master Liu? To be able to meet Alliance Master Liu here, this lowly one is willing to die. Luine smiled. I have some matters to discuss with the owner. Please take your time, Alliance Master Liu. This lowly one will take his leave. He then quickly led the others away. The owner of the shop lowered his head in fear and bowed respectfully. My lord, this lowly one was in the wrong and should not have schemed against your friends. Please forgive this lowly one, and this lowly one swears that this lowly one will never do it again. Luine rubbed his ears. Alright, that's enough nonsense. The shop owner was even more terrified, and he immediately prostrated himself. Luine glanced at him. Let me ask you, where's the most expensive place in Guqing City? The shop owner was confused. The most expensive place? Luine squatted down and beamed at him. Your shop's location is very good, and it's quite large. You must be quite wealthy, so you must be very familiar with the cost of living in Guqing City. In the new year, Windswept will work even harder to bring even more exciting stories to everyone. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. The shopkeeper stared blankly at Luine for a while before suddenly realizing something. He subconsciously smiled, I understand now. You're looking for the most expensive place? Luine nodded and looked at the shopkeeper expectantly, it has to be the highest. No problem, I'll show you the way. It'll definitely be the best. The shopkeeper was very enthusiastic, as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Luine was astonished, but then he praised his own wisdom. He had not thought of asking a local to show him the way back at the Sea King's Dome, as only locals would know the most expensive places. Just going to the auction house was too low level. Although the items sold there were very expensive, there were many good things that could not be found there. What a pity. Sir, I'll show you the way. The shopkeeper's smile was warm, but it seemed a little wretched. They went out and called for a strange beast carriage. The shopkeeper led the way, and it did not take long for them to arrive at another street. Luine blinked as he looked at the various girls playing around and the luxurious lights. Where are we? He asked. The shopkeeper came over and tried to curry favor. This is the most enjoyable place in Guqing City. Here, you can experience all of the highest pleasures in the world. There's nothing you can't imagine that can't be done here. We have everything that you like. Luine smacked the shopkeeper's head, this is the most expensive place you were talking about? The shopkeeper was terrified, the innermost part is the largest brothel in Guqing City, and the prices there are sky high. I heard that the Casanova Crown Prince came here before. Are you not satisfied? Luine was speechless, I want to buy something. He thought about it, just say it. Poisons, power vessels, weapons, etc. I want the best and most expensive. The shopkeeper's face twitched, and he gulped. Do you understand? Luine asked fiercely. His every move was being watched, so how would he explain himself if word got out that he was here? Right, why did he need to explain himself? The shopkeeper hurriedly nodded, I understand, I understand. I'll take you to E-Pavilion. E-Pavilion? E-Pavilion sells almost all of the poisons in the Divine Gu dynasty. That's where the greatest poisons, weapons, and all sorts of precious items are gathered. Sir, you'll definitely be satisfied. Let's go to Yi Pavilion. In the imperial palace, young King Qing looked at the report in surprise. Qing Longlong was standing in front of him. He went to Beauty Street. Qing Xiaohuang threw away the report and said indifferently. Qing Longlong was confused. Beauty Street? Then, she suddenly remembered, and her face turned red. She snorted, shameless. Young Master Qing did not intend to talk about this with Qing Longlong. He looked at her and asked, "You brought him to see Miao Miao?" Qing Longlong knew that she couldn't hide it from Qing Xiaohuang, so she nodded. Miao Miao wishes to see him. Young Empress Qing frowned. Don't bring Luyin to meet the Zhen family in the future. Leave. Qing Longlong looked at Qing Xiaohuang. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she didn't say anything. News of Lu Yin's visit to Beauty Street quickly spread throughout Guqing City. Here, the one who received the most attention was Lu Yin, not Qing Xiaohuang. Beauty Street? Where is it? Wen Sansi was curious. The cultivator from Guqing City who received the Wen family said, Brothel Street. Wen Sansi nodded. He didn't mind, but when Xian'er snorted and left after calling him shameless. Mr. Yu soon found out about Lu Yin's whereabouts. As long as Lu Yin did not hide anything, everyone would know. If he did, then only Qing Xiaohuang would know. Beauty Street? Humph, Mr. Yu's gaze turned cold. He had not come here just because he had been invited, but also because he wanted Qing Xiaohuang to cooperate with the sword sect to deal with Lu Yin. This was his mission. Balsam also learned that Lu Yin had gone to Beauty Street, and she was puzzled. Lu Yin's deeds were too obvious, and everyone knew about them. The only thing that could possibly be related to brothels was the brothel in the Neoverse. She had never heard of this person having any other dealings. Why had he changed after coming to Guqing City? Had he done it on purpose? In the Grand Tutor's residence, the Grand Tutor remained calm. He went to Beauty Street? How strange that he can remain so calm in front of Miao Miao. Similarly, on the other side of Beauty Street, the nimble prince hurriedly turned around. Your Highness, aren't you going to look for Miss Tang? The nimble prince was unhappy. No, it's bad luck. Miss Tang has been waiting for you for a long time. The nimble prince's mouth twitched. He wanted to go, but when he thought about the possibility of bumping into Lu Yin, he immediately lost interest. No, no. Cut the crap. He then paused. You go, but don't let Lu Yin see Miss Tang. I'll go right away. The nimble prince had a helpless expression. Why was this bastard still haunting him? He had originally wanted to go to Beauty Street to vent, but now that he had bumped into Lu Yin, his days were getting worse. Lu Yin walked around Beauty Street once before heading to another street. Yi Pavilion occupied half of the street, and Lu Yin could see it from afar. Yi Pavilion, Yi Pavilion. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What does this Yi Pavilion have to do with Director Yi? The shopkeeper respectfully replied, the boss behind Yi Pavilion is Director Yi. Lu Yin was astonished. He's doing business? Does Qing Xiaohuang not care? Qing. The shopkeeper was about to reply, but then he suddenly realized that Qing Xiaohuang's name was not something he could use. I don't know if His Majesty cares, but Yi Pavilion has been open for many, many years, and its reputation is guaranteed. Lu Yin did not care if the shop's reputation was guaranteed, as long as the items were good. What did reputation have to do with him? Would anyone dare to steal from him? Yi Pavilion occupied half of the street, and it had an antique exterior. Half a street meant that a normal person would not be able to walk to the end of it in an entire day, and even cultivators could experience the joy of strolling around. It also meant that there was an endless supply of goods. Yi Pavilion had 9 floors, which did not seem like much, but each floor was very tall. From the top of the building, one could overlook the entire street and even the imperial palace. As they approached Yi Pavilion, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There was actually more than one enlighter overseeing this place, which was quite impressive. The core of the Divine Gu dynasty is the Divine Gu continent, and there are over 100 cities there. Every city has an Yi Pavilion, and its height is second only to the city lord's mansion. This Yi Pavilion is the headquarters, and its height is second only to the imperial palace, the shopkeeper explained as he led the way. The entrance to E Pavilion was rather imposing, and there were a total of 20 explorers standing there. Just their aura alone was enough to scare away most people. Before Luin even entered, someone came forward to welcome him. "Greetings, Alliance Leader Lu. I'm E Pavilion's shopkeeper, Kai Lai." A skinny old man bowed respectfully in front of him, followed by a group of people from E Pavilion. There were both men and women, and they all bowed respectfully to Luin. Luin was astonished. "You know me?" Kai Lai respectfully replied, "Who doesn't know Alliance Leader Lu? It's an honor for Alliance Leader Lu to visit E Pavilion." Luin chuckled and stepped into the room. The shopkeeper smiled at Kai Lai, who glared at him coldly before following Luin in. The shopkeeper thought for a moment before following Luin in as well. Luin had gone to E Pavilion, and everyone else had received the same news. When Xianxia and the rest were curious as to why Luin had left Beauty Street so quickly. However, Manager Yi's expression changed. The moment he found out that Luin had gone to E Pavilion, his entire being had turned gloomy. He knew that all of Lu Yin's expenses would be charged to Xiao Huangqing. In other words, everything Luin bought in E Pavilion would be charged by Xiao Huangqing. Asking Xiao Huangqing for money? Just thinking about it made Manager Yi feel as if the sky had collapsed. Xiao Huangqing's expression was just as strange when she found out that Luin had gone to E Pavilion. Of course, she knew that E Pavilion had been established by Manager Yi, and everyone had their own hobbies. There was nothing wrong with Manager Yi liking money, and Xiao Huangqing did not mind. However, everything Luin spent in E Pavilion would be charged to him. He did not care about money, but would Manager Yi dare to accept it? Everyone's attention was drawn to Luin, and Manager Yi's greatest hope was that Luin would not buy anything too expensive. He also hoped that the people in E Pavilion would not let Luin know that there was anything too expensive. If possible, he wanted to warn them, but it was already too late. Luin stepped into E Pavilion and looked around. The interior was very large and spacious. "Alliance Leader Lu, this is the first floor, and the items here are all worthless. I'm sure they won't catch your eye. Our E Pavilion's valuable items are all concentrated on the 8th and 9th floors," Manager Kai Lai said. "Let's go take a look," Luin said and released his domain. There was indeed nothing worth paying attention to on the first floor. Most of the items here were all kinds of poisons and goo bugs, as well as some weapons and defensive items. They were all useless, but they would definitely be useful to explorers. If the first floor contained items that were useful to explorers, then this E Pavilion truly had a deep foundation. They passed through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and all the way to the 7th floor. Luin swept through the 7th floor with his domain. There were some items on the 7th floor that were useful to enlighters, but he wanted the best and most expensive items. The shop owner followed behind Luin. In the past, when he had visited E Pavilion, he had only been able to reach the 4th floor at most. He had never been to the 5th floor, let alone the 7th. Who would have thought that he would be able to reach the 8th floor one day? Today, he had benefited from following Luin. The E Pavilion shrank with each floor, and the 8th floor was already close to the top. The interior was not very large, and a normal person could easily explore the entire floor. Luin wandered around the 8th floor. The poisons here were quite good, at least more powerful than Elder Wu's poison. However, although the toxicity was strong, it was very obvious, unlike Helgard's poison, which was so fierce that it did not even have rune lines. There were not many items on the 8th floor, and Lu Yin's gaze landed on a small bottle that was only about the size of a palm. The words Vajra poison were written on it. Alliance Leader Lu really has good taste. This poison is not meant to harm others, but rather to be used on oneself. The poison makes one's skin indestructible, and even an enlighter would find it difficult to damage it. It's considered a precious item on the 8th floor, Kai Lai introduced as he looked at Luin with sparkling eyes that were filled with hope. Luin nodded and did not mind. He looked at the other items. This is the poison fire Sirius, and it's concentrated in a small tube. Once fired, it can shoot out tens of thousands of poison fire pearls. Even an enlighter with a power level of 400,000 would find it difficult to defend against them. Once touched by the poison fire pearls, the poison will spread throughout the body, and one's movements will definitely become sluggish. It's very useful when fighting in lighters. This is. Luin looked around and was a little disappointed. The 9th floor. Kailai was astonished. Alliance Master Lu doesn't like the items on the 8th floor? Too bad. Luin did not hold back. Kailai's expression changed. Alright, please follow me. He then led the way. There were many items that could be used as long as they were upgraded, but Lu Yin's standards were too high. Even if he wanted to upgrade them, he wanted the best items, and he did not have that much money to upgrade them. The shopkeeper's breathing quickened. The 9th floor was rumored to be the 9th floor of the Reliance Pavilion, and there were probably less than 10 people in the entire Divine Gu dynasty who had the qualifications to do so. Even Empress Qing Longlong had been barred from entering because she did not have enough money to purchase them. One could imagine how precious the items on the 9th floor were. Going from the 8th floor to the 9th floor did not require stairs, but rather a teleportation device. Do you want to go? Kailai asked coldly as he stared at the shopkeeper. This sort of person did not have the qualifications to enter the 9th floor. The shopkeeper had no choice but to step back. Luin glanced at him. Follow me. Kailai had not expected Luin to allow a shopkeeper to follow him, and he could not help but feel troubled. Alliance Master Lu, the Reliance Pavilion has its own rules. This sort of person does not deserve to enter the 9th floor. Luin shook his head. Wait until your Reliance Pavilion has something that interests me before you talk to me about the rules. He then stepped into the teleportation device. Kailai stared at the shopkeeper coldly and snorted. Let's go. The shopkeeper's face went pale. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Kailai coldly replied, You want me to offend Alliance Master Lu? Follow me. He then stepped into the device as well. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and looked at the device. He had never expected that a minor character like himself would one day be able to step into a place that even the Empress did not have the qualifications to enter. This experience was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. With that thought in mind, he stepped into the teleportation device with excitement. The 9th floor was not as magnificent as he had imagined. It was as if the more precious an item was in this world, the more it would flow backward with time. The 9th floor was like a world from billions of years ago, filled with a barbaric aura. Luin looked around and saw the distorted void. Everything around him was remote and desolate, and he was stepping on ancient rocks. If not for the shopkeeper Kailai's appearance, he would have thought that he had been teleported to a desolate planet. Alliance Master Lu, this is the 9th floor of my Reliance Pavilion. What you see now is the most primitive view of the Xingu continent, Kailai introduced. The shop owner entered and looked around in shock. A huge shadow loomed over the sky as a monster passed by. Its entire body was covered with thick tumors. It was clearly filled with poison. The shop owner's face turned pale with fright. Kailai was satisfied with Lu Yin's reaction. These were all built in imitation of the divine venomous insect continent's original style. What you see now is just an illusion. Luin was puzzled. Why did you build the 9th level like this? Kailai had a sincere expression on his face. Because Her Majesty the Empress Qing remembers her ancestors and often longs for how difficult it was for her ancestors to survive on the divine venomous insect continent, Lord Chief Steward decided to restore the 9th level to its original state so that Her Majesty the Empress Qing could occasionally reminisce about her past. Luin sucked in a breath of cold air, as he finally understood why young Emperor Qing liked Directory so much. Directory had been bootlicking for a very long time. Even Ku Wei and Elder Tan could be pushed to the side. Compared to Directory, those two were nothing. Directory had directly bootlicked Luin on a spiritual level, which had already reached such a high level. Luin was stunned. It was no wonder why Qing Longlong had been blocked outside. This was a show of strength, and he was using the momentum of blocking Qing Longlong to curry favor with young Emperor Qing. Even his subordinates could enter a bootlicking state at any time. Even Luin was envious of young Emperor Qing. With such a person by his side, his days would be much more comfortable. Luin was not interested in the divine venomous insect continent's original style. Isn't there supposed to be something precious on the 9th level? Take it out and let me see. Shopkeeper Kailai acknowledged the order and clapped his hands. Not long after, the teleportation device distorted, and a beautiful woman walked over. She held a crystal tray that was covered with a gray cloth. "Alliance Master Lu, please open it." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he casually opened it, only to see a strange long worm coiled up on top of the crystal tray. It was as withered as a tree branch, and its segments made it seem like it was in a deep slumber. There were no rune lines on it. "What's this?" Lu Yin was confused. Shopkeeper Kai Lai smiled. "A segmented worm." "A segmented worm?" The shop owner was shocked, and his face went pale. Lu Yin looked at him. "You know about it?" The shop owner looked at the segmented worm in horror. "It's the treasure of the Jia cult that caused chaos in my divine venomous insect dynasty." The Jia cult was a behemoth that flourished for a period of time, and at its peak, it could even contend with my divine venomous insect dynasty's army. Even Her Majesty, the Qing Empress, was almost unable to destroy the Jia cult several times because of this segmented worm. This type of insect is extremely sinister, and once it comes into contact with a person, it will burrow into their body and devour their flesh and blood. Even the legendary envoys have been devoured before. Kai Lai looked at the shop owner in admiration. This guy was still useful after all, and his introduction would not have been as shocking. Lu Yin was astonished and looked at the segmented worm. He had not expected it to be so powerful that it could even deal with envoys. There were many strange things in the universe. Normal people cultivated star energy, while the Spectre clan cultivated death chi. The Sixth Mainland also cultivated bloodlines and imprints, while the divine venomous insect dynasty cultivated goo. For example, Qing Long Long had a type of goo called the limitless worm. As long as it burrowed into an enemy's body, it would not leave until the enemy died. It looked similar to this segmented worm, but Qing Long Long's limitless worm could only deal with enlighters at most. This segmented worm could even deal with envoys. Weren't the segmented worms all destroyed? Because they're too insidious, even a normal cultivator can pose a great threat to them. That's why Her Majesty, the Empress of Love, did not allow them to appear in the world, the shop owner asked in shock. Kai Lai ignored the shop owner. Her Majesty, the Empress of Love, did not allow the segmented worms to appear in the world, but only ordinary people were allowed to possess them. The Reliance Pavilion and the Imperial family were not included in this list, but because the segmented worms were too insidious, very few people were willing to use them. He looked at Lu Yin. Although the segmented worms were powerful, they were also harmful to the user. Many people from the dynasty had come here before, but no one had bought them. He did not know if Alliance Master Lu would be willing to buy them. "No." Next, Lu Yin said indifferently. Kai Lai was stunned. "Alliance Master Lu, you don't like it?" Lu Yin replied, "I'm not that interested in goo. It's strange to have something in my body that's still alive." Kai Lai was helpless, and he waved a hand. "Next." Lu Yin's words basically put an end to the existence of goo in front of him. Kai Lai took out the second item that had been tailor-made for Lu Yin, a source box. Lu Yin was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, so this source box was the most suitable item for him. As he looked at the source box in front of him, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good item. In front of him was a 7-colored source box. The source box was dazzling, and it was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. This was the danger of a source box. Normal people will go blind after just one look at it, and even cultivators won't be able to take it for more than a few seconds. There was once an enlighter who was also a lockbreaker, but he was also blinded after staring at this source box for less than 10 seconds. No matter how he was treated, he could not be cured, Kai Lai reminded Lu Yin. As he spoke, he looked to the side, not daring to look at the 7-colored source box. Lu Yin felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and he hurriedly retracted his gaze. "I'll take it. Wrap it up." Kai Lai smiled. This source box had been left in the Reliance Pavilion for a long time, but no one had wanted it. Many lockbreakers had tried it, but they had all given up. A source box that could blind people was very strange. Everyone knew that this source box might contain something good, but if one could not unlock it, then it would be useless. Kai Lai had heard that this alliance leader Lu was rather rich, so he was thinking about how to charge him. "Thank you for your support, Alliance Leader Lu. Today, all your purchases in the Reliance Pavilion will be sold at a 30% discount, Kai Lai said loudly. He did not have the final say on whether or not the sourcebox would be sold at a 30% discount. These items were not clearly priced, so he decided to double the original price. After all, the director had been beaten up by this person, and he wanted to avenge the director. The seven-colored light disappeared, and the sourcebox was wrapped up. Luin looked at Kai Lai with a solemn expression. Kai Lai felt a chill run down his spine, and he carefully asked, "Lu, Alliance Leader Lu, do you have any questions?" Luin answered seriously, "This sourcebox is very precious." Kai Lai blinked. What did he mean? "It's such a precious item, and it will be a loss for your Reliance Pavilion if I sell it. I'm very clear about that, so there's no need to give me a discount. Just charge me as much as you want." "I'm not lacking in money," Luin said solemnly. Kai Lai's eyes widened as he felt a strong sense of wealth. Lu Yin's words had even made him think that this person was from the Mavis family. The shop owner was stunned as well. Was he really that rich? "If there's a discount, then I don't want it. I don't take advantage of others," Luin barked. "Do you understand?" Kai Lai straightened his back. "I understand. Rest assured, Alliance Leader Lu. I definitely won't disappoint you." He decided to increase the price by 5 times. Luin patted Kai Lai's shoulder and praised him. "Good, that's the attitude of a qualified businessman. I hope that your stock won't disappoint me for the next item. Money isn't an issue, and as long as I'm satisfied, I won't mind adding another layer to your price." Kai Lai was encouraged, as this person was just too rich. There were some items that he hadn't planned on taking out, as they were all the Reliance Pavilion's core treasures. The manager had also warned him not to take them out unless it was absolutely necessary, unless he met someone with a lot of money. Kai Lai knew that he had met someone with a lot of money. "Manager, I've met someone with a lot of money. This person even offended you in the past, so I'll take revenge for you." With the mentality of wanting to rip off the customer and take revenge, as well as the pride of not wanting to be looked down upon by others, shopkeeper Kai took out the third item. It was a drop of liquid that was suspended in the bottle. It looked like a teardrop and was colorless. "Alliance Leader Lu, this is poison. It's called benevolent tears," Kai Lai said solemnly. At the same time, Manager Yi couldn't hold himself back and contacted the Reliance Pavilion's people in front of Xiao Huangqing to ask what Luin had purchased. When he heard that Luin hadn't bought anything from the first 8 floors, his heart sank. When he found out that Luin had entered the 9th floor, he gritted his teeth and ordered someone to tell Kai Lai not to take out anything precious. But the next moment, he found out that Kai Lai had taken out a 7-colored sourcebox, and his heart began to bleed. The manager knew that Luin would definitely want that item. If he could get paid for it, then so be it. If he sold it, then so be it. He was going to sell it anyway, but everything that Luin bought had to be paid for by the Empress of Love. This was equivalent to saying that he would lose out on whatever Luin bought. He ordered Kai Lai to not take out anything precious and hoped that it would come in time. However, he soon learned that Kai Lai had taken out the tears of the benevolent. Eunuch Yi's face paled. On the 9th floor of the Reliance Pavilion, Luin was confused. The tears of the benevolent? Kai Lai looked at the shopkeeper, who promptly spoke up. After doing business for so many years, he often had to be discerning. The tears of the benevolent are the most poisonous things in the Divine Gu dynasty. Legend has it that a single drop can kill a powerful emissary. Luin raised his brows. "Are your emissaries that worthless? There was the knuckle worm, and now there's this tears of the benevolent that can kill an emissary." The shopkeeper did not understand the emissary level at all, so he could not answer. Kai Lai said, "Alliance Master, emissaries are very powerful. The Empress of Love might be the only emissary in the Divine Gu dynasty, but both the knuckle worm and the tears of the benevolent have been recorded as being able to kill emissaries. This is absolutely true, and the tears of the benevolent aren't just any ordinary emissary." His gaze turned cold. "It's a powerful emissary with a power level of over 700,000. "Impossible," Luin was resolute. "Aside from young Empress Qing, there hasn't been anyone in the Divine Gu dynasty with a power level of over 700,000. Kai Lai said, that's what the records say, but I don't know if it's true or not. However, the tears of the benevolent are indeed the most poisonous things in the Divine Gu dynasty. Outside of the Reliance Pavilion and the Imperial Palace, they can't be found anywhere else. Lu Ying pondered this. Could young Empress Qing have used the tears of the benevolent to deal with him? Is this poison colorless and tasteless? Lu Ying asked. Kai Lai lamented, although the tears of the benevolent are extremely poisonous, they can be detected. The colorless liquid has a force that can be seen with the naked eye, so as long as one is prepared, they won't be poisoned. This is the greatest weakness of the tears. Lu Ying nodded. The Anitya Hellguard's toxicity was far inferior to that of the virtuous man's tear, but it was superior in that it was colorless and odorless, and even its rune lines could not be seen. On the other hand, the virtuous man's tear could be easily seen. There were gains and losses, and this was the cycle of karma. I'll take this as well, Lu Ying said proudly. Regardless of its flaws, as long as its toxicity was real, he was fine with it. Most of the time, he would only use poison in battle, not in secret. He could still upgrade it, and he didn't know how powerful the philanthropist's tear would be if he upgraded it to its peak. Shopkeeper Kai Lai smiled. He had sold another one. The philanthropist's tear was very precious and was a true treasure of the pavilion. If he hadn't met someone as rich as Lu Ying, he wouldn't have taken it out. Next? Lu Ying called out loudly, as if he had no lack of money. At this time, a maid from the e-pavilion entered, wanting to say something to the shopkeeper. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is the e-pavilion so unruly? I just got excited, so I don't want to be disturbed. Shopkeeper Kai Lai frowned and glared at the maid. Why haven't you left yet? The maid was anxious. Shopkeeper, manager dash. A cold snort came from Lu Yin's mouth, accompanied by a spiritual force pressure. The maid couldn't withstand it and fainted. Shopkeeper Kai Lai didn't understand, as he hadn't felt any spiritual force fluctuations and couldn't sense anything. Hurry up, next. I still have things to do, Lu Ying said impatiently. Shopkeeper Kai Lai didn't think too much about it and assumed that something had happened to the maid. Alliance Master Lu, the next precious item is a goo. Lu Ying frowned. Shopkeeper Kai Lai hurriedly explained, this goo is different from others. It isn't absorbed into the body, but rather branded on the surface of the body. Its function is to substitute for death. Life-extending butterfly? The shopkeeper cried out in disbelief. Shopkeeper Kai Lai looked at the shopkeeper in admiration again. The shopkeeper had cooperated perfectly at the right time. Shopkeeper Kai Lai found the shopkeeper more and more pleasing to the eye, and he could promote him after this. That's right, a life-extending butterfly. A life-extending butterfly? Lu Ying was confused. There were so many strange things in the Divine Gu dynasty. This time, there was no physical object. Shopkeeper Kai Lai clapped his hands, causing the sky to change and the surroundings to become a sea of flowers. It was exceptionally beautiful, and at the center of the sea of flowers, a beautiful butterfly flapped its wings and slowly flew up. It carried a dreamy color as it flew into the distance, leaving behind a strange arc that slowly disappeared. Lu Ying blinked. That's it? As the name suggests, a life-extending butterfly can give a person an additional life as long as it's engraved on the surface of the body. No matter how powerful the attack is, it will only destroy the butterfly and not harm the person. Another explanation is that the human body is embedded into a parallel spacetime by the butterfly, Shopkeeper Kai Lai explained, looking enviously at the disappearing arc in the distance. Anyone who understood the life-extending butterfly would want to obtain it, but how could they have the qualifications to do so? In the entire Divine Gu dynasty, there were only a handful of people who possessed it, such as young Empress Qing, Eunuch Yi, and the wretched prince. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and this time, he was truly serious. The Divine Gu dynasty actually had such a treasure, and the outside world hadn't even heard of it. This didn't make any sense. Did the Hall of Honor not know? This treasure that could give an additional life was much more important than the giant's technology. Can anyone use the life-extending butterfly? Lu Ying asked. Shopkeeper Kai Lai nodded. Anyone can, but the life-extending butterfly also has a flaw. Once used, one's cultivation will never increase. Lu Ying was astonished. You just said that young Empress Qing has a life-extending butterfly. How did her cultivation increase? Shopkeeper Kailai replied, Her Majesty Empress Qing did not increase her cultivation, but rather her gu. My divine gu dynasty uses gu to conquer the world, and as long as the gu is improved, her cultivation will increase as well. Personal strength is not that important. Luin understood. No wonder, even if the Hall of Honor had a life-extending butterfly, who would be willing to use it? Elder Chan? That was impossible. He still wanted to break through to the progenitor realm. The chief of Realm Mountain? That was also impossible, as these people wanted to increase their cultivation more. Only those from the divine gu dynasty valued the life-extending butterfly more. The outside world had items that could extend one's life, and no matter how precious the life-extending butterfly was, this flaw was enough to erase most of its value. The life-extending butterfly is extremely rare in my divine gu dynasty, and we can't even count them on one hand. Even within the dynasty, not many people understand this type of gu. It's also a treasure of my Reliance Pavilion, shopkeeper Kailai explained. Luin smiled. I'll take it. Kailai's eyes lit up. Alliance Master Lu is generous. Next? Luin called out loudly. The Reliance Pavilion did indeed have many good items. At this moment, another maid hurried over, her face pale. She opened her mouth to say something, but Luin glared at her and his spiritual force swept over her, causing her to collapse to the ground. You maids are too impudent. How can you casually disturb a guest? The experience is too poor. Kailai's expression changed. The maids naturally understood the Reliance Pavilion's rules, but for them to come looking for him again and again at such a critical moment, it was obvious that something big had happened. This time, he had seen clearly that Luin was the one who had caused the maid to faint. There was something fishy about this, and he was not stupid. Next? Luin looked at Kailai. Kailai's expression changed slightly, and he smiled fawningly. Alliance Master Lu, there's nothing else. Luin glared. What did you say? Nothing else? The 9th level of the Reliance Pavilion, and you're saying that there's nothing else? Kailai felt wronged. The 9th level of the Reliance Pavilion stores the absolute best. Even the Empress, Qing Longlong, can't afford it. Any one of these items would cause countless people in the Divine Gu dynasty to fight over them. There really isn't anything else. Luin snorted. You're too disappointing. This is the Reliance Pavilion? Any weave in my Great Eastern Alliance has more treasures than this. Kailai bowed respectfully, but he did not reply. Luin felt that it was a pity, as this was the end of the line. As the shopkeeper of the Reliance Pavilion, this person was quite astute. Alright, I've looked around enough. Pack up the items that I've taken a liking to, and then pack up the 8th level. Kailai was stunned, as he did not hear clearly. Alliance Master Lu, what did you say? Luin replied, pack up everything on the 8th level. I'll buy them all. Kailai's jaw dropped. Pack up? This was the first time he had seen someone buy things in such a manner. Why don't we pack up the entire Reliance Pavilion? Luin muttered to himself. Kailai's body went limp, and he almost collapsed. Alliance Master Lu, my Reliance Pavilion needs too many items to operate. If you want to pack up the 8th level, I'll have to ask the boss, Kailai said. Luin was disdainful. Idiot. One transaction is enough for your Reliance Pavilion to operate for over 100 years, and you still want to ask the boss? What's the point of being a shopkeeper? No matter what Luin said, Kailai remained unmoved. In any case, he would not sell anything else until he had a clear understanding of the situation. Luin pursed his lips, as this was really the end of the line. If he continued to buy, then even that old man Reliance Pavilion would be forced out, as well as young Master Qing. Alright, pack up the items that I've taken a liking to. Kailai wiped his forehead. How will Alliance Master Lu pay for them? Luin smiled and patted Kailai's shoulder. Are you looking down on me? Pack up the items for me first, and I'll check them before I pay. Or are you afraid that I'll renege on my debt? Kailai naturally did not dare to say such a thing, so he could only helplessly pack up the items for Luin. There was a rainbow source box, a philanthropist's tear, and a life-extending butterfly. These items were living creatures, but they had been sealed as specimens that could be stored in a cosmic ring. It was only at this point that Luin realized that he had bought too little. Alliance Master Lu, your items have been packed. The total value. Kai Lai had only just finished speaking when Luin raised a hand to interrupt him. Go ask Manager E. Everything that I, Luin, spend on the Divine Gu continent will be accounted for by young Empress Qing, who is also your Empress. Alright, thank you. He then left with the shop owner. Kai Lai stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. By the time he reacted, he had already collapsed to the ground, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Elsewhere, in the Divine Gu dynasty's imperial palace, Manager Reliance also felt as if the sky had collapsed. When he had learned that Kai Lai had taken out the life-extending butterfly, he had nearly gone crazy, and he had even lost his image in front of young Master Qing. Regardless of whether it was the 5-star Boundless Advanced Source Box or the Philanthropist's tier, they were all priceless treasures. The life-extending butterfly was even more priceless, and any one of them was not something that an ordinary enlighter could afford. Even Prince Beiqing was certain that he did not have the wealth to purchase all 3 items, and he could only buy one at most. Qing Longlong did not even have the qualifications to enter the 9th level. The top treasures of the 9th floor were comparable to Xiao Huangqing's personal collection, but now, even the best ones were gone. If it weren't for the money, Luin would have taken the entire 8th floor for himself. That shameless bastard. Xiao Huangqing knew this as well, and his expression turned ugly. Although it was just 3 items, their value was too high, and any one of them would cause a huge commotion. He hadn't expected Luin to be so shameless as to not give him a single cent and put all the blame on him. Xiao Huangqing subconsciously glanced at Yi, who happened to be looking at Xiao Huangqing as well. The moment he met Xiao Huangqing's gaze, he immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, everything I have was bestowed upon me by you. Please don't take this to heart, or I'd rather die. Xiao Huangqing's expression improved greatly. He had money and didn't care, but he didn't feel good about being taken advantage of like this. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. He'll have to cough up this debt one day. Yi's face was filled with grief, helplessness, and resentment. The slap on his face still hadn't faded. Your Majesty, there's still a few days until the banquet. Xiao Huangqing's heart sank. Given Lu Yin's shameless behavior, he definitely wouldn't be polite in the next few days. He would definitely spend like crazy. Xiao Huangqing's gaze turned cold. The banquet can't wait any longer. Yes, Your Majesty, I'll go make preparations. He hurriedly left. Xiao Huangqing sighed and clenched his fists. Luin was too shameless. Luin left the pavilion, feeling refreshed. He patted the shopkeeper's shoulder. You did well, not bad. The shopkeeper directly slumped to the ground, filled with despair. He finally reacted to the scene earlier. This person in front of him had tricked Ige, tricked Manager E, and he was the one leading the way. Everything was over. He would die for sure, no one would be able to save him. Luin glanced at the shopkeeper. Alright, don't look like you're about to die. I'll tell young King Qing to take care of you. He'll give me face, and he'll have to. I don't want to die yet. My life has just begun, and I'm still very young. I don't want to die. My life has just begun, and I'm still very young. I don't want to die. My lord, you were the one who wanted to go to the most expensive place. I didn't bring you here on purpose. I beg you, my lord, please save me, save me. Luin grew impatient. I told you that I'd save you. Alright, let's continue. Where else can we spend more money? The shopkeeper's face went pale. Spending money like this meant that one had a deep background. With Ige as an example, he no longer dared to bring Luin to that kind of place again. Going to a place meant offending a group of people. If he went to a few more places, he wouldn't even have a foothold in the entire Divine Gu dynasty, let alone the Divine Gu continent. When he saw the shopkeeper's expression, Luin knew that the man wouldn't dare bring him to another place. However, he didn't want to waste this rare opportunity, so he continued to threaten the shopkeeper. If you don't bring me to a place with high prices, then I won't care about you anymore. Ige won't let you off. Right, I think I slapped Ige in your shop, Luin said slowly. The shopkeeper trembled as he listened to Lu Yin's every word. It was as if he was listening to the voice of death. This person was too terrifying and ruthless. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry, and he just looked around. The shopkeeper was helpless. "Sir, I know a place." "Is it expensive?" "I know, but it shouldn't be too bad." Lu Yin looked at him. "You don't know? You haven't been there before? Where is it?" The shopkeeper replied bitterly, "It's a secret auction ground. I've been there once by chance, but I was chased out very quickly. My assets weren't checked." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "There's a need to check your assets?" "Yes. You need to take out at least 1,000,000 star essence to qualify for entry," the shopkeeper replied. "Take me there," Lu Yin said without hesitation. Although 1,000,000 star essence was not a lot to him, it was still an outrageous amount to ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators would only need 1,000,000 star essence to reach the Enlighter realm after 32 cycles, and cultivators who had just broken through to the Enlighter realm would only need 120,000 star essence per cycle. Lu Yin often faced the leading powers of the 8 great flow zones or the behemoths of the Neoverse, and he had come into contact with billions of star essence. However, in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, 1,000,000 star essence was enough to buy the life of an Enlighter. In other words, the requirements to enter that place were equivalent to an Enlighter's. Even in the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse, there weren't many Enlighters, so such a place naturally attracted him. In the Innerverse, in the Minor Thousand flow zone, there were 108 ring-shaped tributaries that wound around the entire Minor Thousand flow zone, creating a unique flow zone scene. At the very center of the Minor Thousand flow zone was the famous Starsabel sect. Every day, there were countless spacecraft parked outside the Minor Thousand flow zone, all vainly hoping to be divined by the Starsabel sect. There were also quite a few people who hoped to meet Starsabel, who dominated the universe. "Brother Liang, I heard that you sat at the same table as Starsabel back then. You'll definitely have a chance to meet her again this time, but we're different. We just want to enter the Starsabel sect and see its splendor." Many spacecraft were parked on a giant meteorite. This meteorite had long since been transformed into a space station, and there were even people selling goods here. A group of youths was drinking tea and chatting within the space station. From time to time, there would be people exchanging pointers and cheering for each other. "Brother Ping is too humble." Back then, Brother Ping also conversed with the explorer Starsabel. "Apparently, the duration of your conversation surpassed all of your peers. How enviable. Haha, none of us can compare to Brother Lu. As a disciple of the Sword Sex Lu family, you can chat about the universe with Starsabel, but we can only answer her questions." Not far away, a young man's lips curled up, and many people looked at him enviously. His name was Lu Dong, and he was a disciple of the Sword Sex Lu family. He was of the same generation as Lu Xiaoqiu, but he could not compare to Lu Xiaoqiu, Lu Xiaoyun, or even Lu Ling. However, because of his status as a disciple of the Lu family, he had indeed interacted with Starsabel before. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, Lu Dong modestly replied, "There's more than one Starsabel. I've only conversed with the Lemmeter Starsabel. I've never conversed with an explorer, cruiser, or even an Enlighter Starsabel." The man called Brother Liang was envious. Who doesn't know that this generation's Starsabel is different from the previous one? She's a clone that cultivates the 9 clones technique. "Brother Lu, you've conversed with the Lemmeter Starsabel, which means that you've conversed with all of the Starsabels. Even Starsabel has to give Brother Lu face. If Brother Lu is able to enter the Starsabel sect, please don't forget about us brothers." "Thank you, Brother Lu." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Dong laughed heartily. On the surface, he looked impressive, but only he knew the truth. Starsabel had never looked him in the eye. Starsabel. How was he different from these people? He was still not qualified to enter the Starsabel sect. If he could reach Lu Xiaoqiu's level, then things would be completely different. Although Lu Xiaoqiu could not compare to Starsabel or the 10 arbiters, he had comprehended the 13 swords, which meant that he would sooner or later become an expert who could dominate the universe. Even in his dreams, Lu Dong dreamed of comprehending the 13 swords, especially when an outsider like Lu Yin had grasped the 13 swords and used it to defeat Lu Tianmu's senior apprentice sister. This news had a huge impact on the Lu family, and outsiders could not even begin to imagine it. If he could reach Lu Yin's level, then even Star Sibyl would have to kneel before him. Lu Dong could not help but daydream about becoming Lu Yin. Suddenly, space exploded, and the space station was swept away by a powerful gale. Everyone was instantly obliterated, regardless of whether they were humans, spacecraft, or stars. Everything was destroyed in an instant, and the Lesser Thousand Flow realm was turned into a land of death. A black shadow stood in the center of the Lesser Thousand Flow realm and surveyed its surroundings. A pair of scarlet vertical eyes appeared, and then it disappeared. Not long after, news of the destruction of the Lesser Thousand Flow realm and the disappearance of the Star Sibyl sect spread throughout the universe and even the entire Fifth Mainland. The Star Sibyl sect had a huge influence in the universe, and regardless of whether one believed a divination or not, it would still have an impact on people. Star Sibyl herself was not weak, but she had actually disappeared in an instant. The Star Sibyl sect's disappearance had an even greater impact than the disappearance of the 8 Great Flow Zone's leading powers. In Guqing City, the shop owner led Lu Yin around until they arrived at a dark alley. After passing through it, they entered a gloomy area that required them to pass through a long corridor. The moment the two entered the corridor, oil lamps lit up on both sides. Each light distorted the void, indicating that they were definitely not ordinary items. Asset audit. 1 million star essence. Please present your items. A hollow voice rang out, and the shop owner panicked. He lowered his head, afraid that he would be recognized or remembered. The person beside him was clearly here to eat for free, and he was clearly here to cause trouble. Even if he had disguised himself before entering, the shop owner still did not have much confidence. Dark auctions referred to auctions that were hidden in the dark. The items sold were items that could not be seen or dared not be seen. This implied not only the items being auctioned, but also the people being auctioned. All of the people participating in dark auctions hid their identities, and no one knew who the items would end up in. This was to protect the auctioneers. Lu Yin naturally hid his identity as well. He glanced at the corner of his eye and raised a hand to retrieve Elder Wu's upgraded poison. He tossed it forward and instantly disappeared. Appraise it yourself. An asset audit could be done in the form of star essence or something of equivalent value. As long as it was worth at least 1 million star essence, it would suffice. Elder Wu's upgraded poison could even kill an emissary, so it was valued in the Divine Gu dynasty at a much higher price than 1 million star essence. Not long after, the bottle was returned, and Lu Yin accepted it. You've passed the audit. Please enter. The corridor ahead of them became gloomy again, and Lu Yin led the shop owner inside. The shop owner did not know whether to be happy or worried. He had followed Lu Yin to the 9th level of the Reliance Pavilion, and he had even entered the dark auction venue. He had seen places that he would never see in his entire life, but what had happened in the end? He could only pray that this person still had a conscience and would save him. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at the dark main venue. Only the stage was lit up, and there were over 100 cubicles around it. Each cubicle was dozens of meters apart, and no one could see what was going on inside. This was done to conceal the buyer's identity. Lu Yin was led by an attendant to a private room. There was only a single window that faced the stage. There was plenty of food and drinks prepared in the room, and there was a girl chained up in a corner. She was dressed in revealing clothing and had a vacant look in her eyes. However, she was exceptionally beautiful and had a hint of innocence to her, which was enough to attract the attention of any man. Lu Yin frowned. There were too many dark sides to the universe, and many people lived lives that were worse than death. This girl was no exception. He had the attendant take the girl away and then sat down quietly. The shop owner stood in front of him, and Lu Yin said, "Sit down." The shop owner trembled as he sat down. "What's your name?" Lu Yin asked, as he still did not know the shop owner's name. The shop owner respectfully replied, "My name is Chang Wu, but you can just call me Little Five. You even know where the secret auction is. You're doing pretty well." Chang Wu bitterly replied, "It's not that I want to know, but it's just a coincidence. Once, I was chased by someone and accidentally entered that dark alley. I entered the long corridor and was questioned about my assets. I thought that they were trying to rob me, and it was only after I was chased away that I remembered hearing about the secret auction. Louis nodded and did not ask any more questions. He then looked at the stage. Not long after, a man walked out from the stage. He wore a mask that obscured his face, but he was only an enlighter. His rune lines could not fool Louis. Everyone should be clear about the rules of this auction. We only provide the location and are responsible for the auction, but we are not responsible for the source of the items being auctioned. If you have any items that you wish to auction, please contact us. Next, let's welcome the first auction item, the 16 bottles that Old Poison Ghost created when he was alive. There is no starting bid. The void above the stage distorted, and a light barrier appeared. 50,000 star essence. Someone immediately called out the moment the 16 bottles appeared. His voice had clearly been processed, and it sounded very stiff. 60,000 star essence. 80,000. 90,000. Louis was curious. Old Poison Ghost? Changwu bowed. Old Man Poison Ghost was a powerful enlighter from my Divine Gu dynasty. He was a cruel person, and he once massacred a planet with his poison. In the end, he was exterminated by the Divine Gu dynasty. The poison that he left behind is extremely powerful, and it has high research value. Louis wasn't actually that interested in poisons, and he would be fine as long as he upgraded a few of them. He didn't expect to use poisons against his enemies, and he also didn't want the Great Eastern Alliance's army to be proficient in using poisons. Although there were thousands of cultivation methods, poison still gave people a sinister feeling, which made them unsuitable for the Great Eastern Alliance. In the end, Old Poison Ghost's 16 bottles were purchased for 200,000 star essence. Following that, the auction items appeared one after another. Most of them were poisons, which disappointed Louis. No matter how precious these poisons were, they could not compare to Tears of the Benevolent or Impermanence, which were already the pinnacle of poisons in the Divine Gu dynasty. After a while, Louis grew bored, and Chang 5 could tell that he was bored. My lord, the most expensive items in the Divine Gu dynasty are poisons and goo. If you're not interested in those two items, then there's nothing worth buying. My Divine Gu dynasty doesn't have much contact with the outside world, so what you need might not be available here. Louis could tell that power vessels were things that cultivators from the outside world coveted, and within the Divine Gu dynasty, poisons and goo were equivalent to power vessels. Aren't there any battle techniques? Louis was unwilling to give up. Chang 5 smiled bitterly. Battle techniques are also suitable for poisons and goo. This is the goo flow zone after all, and since ancient times, people from the outside world have known that there is a goo flow zone. Only goo and poisons can be found in the goo flow zone, and the goo flow zone is dangerous, so not many people are willing to come here. What a pity. Louis watched as the auction items appeared one after another. Forget it, he would just treat this as a pastime. The starting bid is 50 million star essence. Louis suddenly looked at the stage. 50 million star essence? He wasn't the only one. When the starting bid appeared, everyone looked at the stage as well. 50 million star essence? That's crazy. What kind of item is worth that much? Before the auction started, no one knew the auction item's price, including the auction venues. Only the auctioneer knew, and the auction venue had to follow the price set by the auctioneer. If Louis wanted to, he could also sell the item, and the price would be up to him. As for whether it was high or low, it had nothing to do with the auction venue, as the venue would only collect a commission. Whether the item was real or not, or whether it was worth anything, had nothing to do with the auction venue. At this moment, the person who had arranged the auction was clearly shocked by the price. He had been auctioning items for many years, but he had never seen such a high price. Most importantly, the auction item was not an actual item, but rather a piece of information. What's so expensive? Why aren't you showing it yet? Someone asked, not because they wanted to buy it, but because they were curious. Not everyone could afford such an expensive item. Hurry up and show it. I want to know what's so expensive. Hurry up and show it. Chang 5 also looked at the stage curiously, as such an expensive starting bid had only been recorded in books. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. 50 million star essence was quite a lot, even in his eyes. On the stage, the masked person walked out and gestured with his hand. Everyone, this auction is not an actual item, but rather a piece of information. Or rather, a piece of information. A piece of information is worth 50 million star essence? Could it be information about His Majesty's illegitimate child? Someone teased, as they were not afraid of being discovered by young King Qing. This auction venue had a huge backer, and they had also concealed their identities. Or could it be related to a certain poison that surpasses the tears of Good Samaritan in our Gu Flow Zone? It might not necessarily be from the Gu Flow Zone. Perhaps it has something to do with the outside world? That's possible. Could it be information about Luin? I heard that the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master is currently in Gu King City. Could it be related to his cultivation secrets? Then it's not just 50 million star essence. It's more like 500 million. Even if it's 500 million, it won't be your turn to buy it, ha 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 ha. Many people discussed the auction, but their eyes remained glued to the stage. There were also some who looked around, wondering where the person who was auctioning the information was. He was definitely in one of the cubicles. Luin listened quietly, while Chong 5 had a strange expression on his face. The person these fellows were discussing was right here, and if he knew, he would probably be scared to death. Although these people were tyrannical in the Gu Flow Zone, and even the imperial family had to give them face, they were still easily dealt with by this man. Ahem, I'm sure everyone knows that something huge has happened in the Outerverse recently. The Neo-Human Alliance has been crazily slaughtering the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland because of a murder case in the Cape Star system that implicated the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance is slaughtering so crazily because they're searching for something that has something to do with the Black Crystal, the masked man said. The entire venue fell silent. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. This incident actually involved the Neo-Human Alliance and the Black Crystal? This was the Gu Flow Zone, so how could that be involved? No one dared to underestimate the Neo-Human Alliance. Alright, 50 million star essence. You may begin the auction, the masked man said. However, there was still no one bidding. The incident in the Outerverse had happened not too long ago, and even now, the Neo-Human Alliance had calmed down a lot. However, there were still massacres taking place. The Neo-Human Alliance was one of the three Dark Hands, a great enemy of the Hall of Honor, and a public enemy of humanity. They were not people that the Outerverse could resist. Those who could sit here were not ordinary people, and they knew more than the average person. Naturally, they had more misgivings. The masked man shouted a few more times, but no one bid. In the end, this piece of information was left unsold. Within his cubicle, Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He had left the Outerverse and actively come to the Gu Flow Zone in order to avoid this incident. Now, he naturally could not bid, as his identity would be easily exposed. However, not being able to bid was one thing, and not being able to obtain this information was another. He had to obtain this information. Lu Yin used a spirit transformation domain to sweep through the entire venue. Only enlighters or envoys who were extremely proficient in domains could sense his presence, and no one else could. There were actually 3 enlighters in this venue, which was definitely not something an ordinary organization could possess. Even Chaos God Mountain did not have many enlighters. Aside from the enlighters, there were also all sorts of strange goo to prevent others from spying on them. Every cubicle had a goo, and because of these goo, Lu Yin had almost been discovered. Fortunately, his usage of his domain allowed him to avoid detection, and he kept a close eye on the masked man. The masked man was conversing with an attendant backstage, and he had no idea that Lu Yin was watching him. Once, twice, thrice. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at a cubicle diagonally across from him. The masked man had looked in that direction 3 times while speaking. Either there was an extremely important person sitting there, or it was the person who was auctioning off the information. Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that the masked man was the latter. Lu Yin's domain swept past the cubicle, and he saw the person inside. It was a dispirited old man who was only a hunter. His aura was unstable, and it was obvious that he had been injured. Since he had already discovered the masked man, Lu Yin was no longer in a hurry. Any movement at this time might attract attention. The Divine Gu dynasty's Gu were very strange, and Lu Yin's movements could not be hidden from Xiao Huangqing's eyes. He might not be able to hide from the owner of the secret auction venue either. He did not care about these people, but he was afraid that they would attract the attention of the Neo-Human Alliance. Half a day later, the secret auction finally ended, and the old man in the cubicle left. Everyone left at different times and along different routes to avoid bumping into each other. Luin used his domain to keep an eye on the old man until he left through another dark alley. Only then did he have Changwu return to the shop and wait for him while he chased after the old man. Changwu was apprehensive, and he did not dare to return to the shop. He did not even dare to return home until he was certain of his own safety. He felt like he had entered the darkest era of his life. Luin did not follow the old man for long, as the old man had already died. When he saw the old man collapse to the ground and turn into a puddle of blood, Luin hurriedly tried to save him, but it was too late. Luin looked in the direction of the secret auction venue. Based on the old man's expression when he had left, his information had probably been sold. Since the auction had failed, the only place that could be sold was the secret auction venue. As he thought about it, Luin turned back, only to find that the auction venue had collapsed and was on fire. Quite a few people had gathered around to watch the show, and there were even city guards from Gu King City who had sealed off the area. How had it ended so quickly? From the moment the old man had left and died to Lu Yin's return, the entire process had taken less than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea. They had killed the old man to silence him and erase all traces of him in that amount of time. This secret auction venue contained a lot of power, but it was still impossible for them to achieve perfection. Luin discreetly glanced at a man in the crowd. It was the masked man. As Luin scanned the area with his domain, he took note of the masked man's face, especially his hands. His fingernails were covered in black blood, making it difficult to mistake. The masked man watched for a while before leaving, as it was time to give up on the auction. Luin did not follow the masked man stealthily. Instead, he used his domain to observe the masked man from afar. Finally, the sky darkened, and the masked man entered a residence. Luin slowly raised his head and saw that it was actually the Yuan residence. If he wasn't mistaken, this was Grand Preceptor Yuan's residence. Luin did not alert anyone and returned to his residence. Xiao Huangqing had been watching Luin the entire time, and he found it strange that Luin had returned to his residence. If he continued walking forward, he would have reached Grand Preceptor Yuan's residence. He was not surprised that Luin had gone to look for him, but why had he stopped? Your Majesty, I've investigated thoroughly. That place was the auction venue, Eunuchy reported. Xiao Huangqing's eyes flashed. Whose? Grand Preceptor Yuan, Eunuchy replied. Xiao Huangqing was not surprised, as it was normal for both Eunuchy and Grand Preceptor Yuan to have their own businesses. Did anything precious appear in the auction? Eunuchy had not received any requests from Luin to pay, which meant that Luin had not purchased anything, which was very strange. Eunuchy thought back to the E-Pavilion's losses, and his entire body trembled with anger. I heard that there was a piece of information about something that the Neo-Human Alliance is searching for. Xiao Huangqing suddenly looked up with a sharp gaze. Something that happened in Cape Galaxy? Yes, but the information was leaked. Xiao Huangqing understood, it was obvious. That Grand Preceptor Yuan had obtained the information and destroyed his own auction venue. However, he had not expected Luin to find out that the Yuan family was behind it. After a moment of thought, Xiao Huangqing said, don't interfere in this matter, and don't ask too much about that information. Then, what about Grand Preceptor Yuan? He won't meddle in this matter. The Grand Tutor wants the Divine Gu dynasty to remain stable. If that information is leaked, it will bring a lot of trouble to the Divine Gu dynasty. He won't let Luin know about it, so let's just pretend that nothing happened. Capture everyone who participated in this secret auction and seal their mouths. Yes, Your Majesty. Young Empress Qing had agreed to the Sword Sex Alliance to deal with Luin because she was afraid that Luin would attack the Gu Flow Zone. However, reality had proven that Luin would definitely not let the Gu Flow Zone off the hook. She could see this clearly, and so could the Grand Tutor. However, the Grand Tutor did not believe that Luin had the ability to invade the Gu Flow Zone, which was a difference of opinion between him and young Empress Qing. However, they did not wish for the Gu Flow Zone to be disturbed. Once that information was exposed, it would definitely throw the Divine Venomous dynasty into chaos. Once the Neo-Human Alliance got involved, it would no longer be up to young Empress Qing or Grand Tutor Yuan. Even Luyin wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, young Master Qing was certain that Grand Preceptor Yuan would destroy that piece of information. No one else was allowed to know, and he didn't want to know. It was impossible for Luyin to obtain any information from the Grand Tutor. Not long after Luyin returned to his palace, he received news that the Starsabelle sect had disappeared. When he saw the news, he felt a chill run down his spine. The first thing he thought of was the Neo-Human Alliance. If that item was so important to the Neo-Human Alliance, then the only organization that could help them find it was the Starsabelle sect. From the looks of it, that item was even more important than he had imagined. Originally, the information had been obtained by the Grand Tutor, so he had already given up on it. After all, he could no longer obtain it in secret, and it would implicate the Grand Tutor. Perhaps young Empress Qing might know about it as well, and if that were the case, then Luyin would be targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance. However, something had happened to the Starsabelle sect, and the Neo-Human Alliance's attitude towards this matter was becoming more and more exaggerated. This made Lu Yin's heart beat faster. Suddenly, he recalled Musher's words, "Joie." It seemed that he couldn't stay out of this matter. He had to make a trip to the Grand Tutor family. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring with a solemn expression. No matter what, that item could not be exposed. While Lu Yin was thinking about the destruction of the Starsabelle sect, Eternal Kingdom was also thinking about him. The Autumn Frost family is in trouble. Lu Yin is also in the Outerverse, and he's not far from the Autumn Frost family's Cape Solar System. Are you saying that Lu Yin acted against the Autumn Frost family? It's not impossible. Lu Yin has the ability to do so. However, he has no motive. Even though he had some conflicts with the Autumn Frost family in the past, there's no need for him to make trouble for the Autumn Frost family at a critical time when the Great Eastern Alliance is about to be expelled from the Outerverse. Do you still remember Autumn Frost Qing's disappearance? The path that he took leads straight to Frostwave Weave. The Dark Tower fell silent. I'll investigate Autumn Frost Qing's motive for leaving the Autumn Frost family as soon as possible. No matter what, as long as there's even a sliver of a chance, we can't let it go. The same goes for Lu Yin. Lu Yin's existence is crucial to our grand plan. Don't act rashly before you're certain. Where is he now? Gu King City of the Divine Gu Dynasty. Then let that guy tell us. Lu Yin was notified that the banquet for Xiao Huangqing's breakthrough would be held in 3 days. Lu Yin had originally planned to visit Grand Tutor Yuan in 2 days, but it seemed that he would have to bring it forward. With Lu Yin's status, there was no need for him to visit anyone from the Divine Gu Dynasty. Before the incident at the secret auction, he had never thought of visiting the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was there for the benefit of the Divine Gu Dynasty, and he wasn't leaning towards Lu Yin. Such a person would never join Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin arrived outside Grand Tutor Yuan's residence, and he was quickly notified. The doors opened, and the guards and attendants bowed respectfully. Grand Tutor Yuan personally went out to welcome Lu Yin, and he even brought along Yuan Miao Miao. Alliance Leader Lu, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you in time. Grand Tutor Yuan was a spirited old man, and his eyes seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. Although his cultivation was not yet at the envoy level, he was still an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. He would be considered an expert in the Divine Gu Dynasty. There were not many powerhouses in Grand Tutor Yuan's residence, and they could not compare to the auction venue. Lu Yin smiled. I've wanted to visit Grand Tutor for a long time, but I never had the time. Gu King City is flourishing, and I don't have the time. Haha. Grand Tutor Yuan's eyes flashed. Junior? That was not the right way to address Lu Yin. If Lu Yin was just a junior, there would be no need for Grand Tutor Yuan to personally welcome him. Since Lu Yin was being so humble, Grand Tutor Yuan definitely had a request. This is my granddaughter, Miao Miao. Miao Miao greets Alliance Leader Lu, Grand Tutor Yuan introduced. Miao Miao bowed. We meet again, Alliance Leader Lu. You've met before? Grand Tutor Yuan was astonished. Lu Yin smiled, as this old man's acting was quite convincing. We've met once. Miss Meow Meow is devastatingly beautiful, and you truly stunned this junior. Grand Tutor Yuan laughed. Alliance Leader Lu's will is not something that an ordinary person can compare to. Alliance Leader Lu, please come in. Please, Grand Tutor. The group quickly entered the Grand Tutor's residence. Meow Meow's parents, who were Grand Tutor Yuan's sons, did not live with them. Instead, they had brought their granddaughter with them. There were rumors that Grand Tutor Yuan's son had died long ago, but no one could prove it. The Grand Tutor's residence was very large, and the group was not in a hurry. They walked slowly and chatted as they walked. Most of their topics were unimportant, and they did not mention the Great Eastern Alliance or the auction venue. It was only when the host and guests were seated that Luin brought up the topic. 2 days ago, this junior accidentally came across a strange place and entered through a dark alley. There's a secret auction venue inside. Does Grand Tutor know anything about it? Grand Tutor Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he had Meow Meow leave. He then looked at Luin. What does Alliance Leader Lu want to know? Since Luin had brought it up, it meant that he knew that the Yuan family was behind the auction venue, so there was no need to hide it. Luin answered seriously, there was a piece of information that appeared at the auction venue, and it was related to the Cape Galaxy incident. This junior is very curious about this information. Grand Tutor Yuan remained calm as he took a sip of tea and remained silent. Luin was not in a hurry, and he simply waited patiently. Alliance Leader Lu, are you not afraid of drawing trouble to yourself? Luin looked at him. Everyone at the auction venue knows about the information, but no one knows that it was obtained by Grand Tutor. At present, only Grand Tutor Yuan knows about it. I, and perhaps Her Majesty, the Empress of Love, know about it as well. As long as the Divine Gu dynasty does not want to attract the attention of the Neo-Human Alliance, they will not announce it to the public. This junior is just curious and will not reveal it either. Grand Tutor Yuan put down his teacup and looked at Luin. Alliance Leader Lu, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. Oh? Luin raised his brows. He had not wanted to be involved in the Cape Galaxy incident, but there was a possibility that it was related to Zhuo's plan that Musher had given him, so he could only follow the investigation. That information is fake, Grand Tutor Yuan said. Luin laughed. Grand Tutor, your words are not very convincing. Grand Tutor Yuan sighed. I know that Alliance Leader Lu does not believe it, but a fake is a fake. That person is full of evil, and he is being chased by his enemies. He knows that he will die, so he wants to counterattack and use fake information in exchange for benefits. He might even be able to escape death, and I have to say that this move is not bad. The outside world is abuzz about the Cape Galaxy incident, and no one wants to get involved. If not for the high price that he asked for, perhaps someone might have bought it. However, he is too black-hearted, and when I discovered that the information was fake, I silenced him. After all, regardless of whether the information is real or fake, once it gets out, it will be detrimental to the Divine Gu dynasty. Does Alliance Leader Lu understand this? Gossip is a fearful thing, and my Divine Gu dynasty cannot withstand the Neo-Human Alliance's torment. Grand Tutor Yuan's words made sense, and Luin had not believed that the Gu Flow Zone had any information regarding the Cape Galaxy incident. Then, what did the information say? Can you tell me, Grand Tutor? Grand Tutor Yuan tapped his fingers on the table as he recalled Lu Yin's past. He knew that if he did not tell Luin would not let him off so easily. Helpless, he said, the information said that the Love Empress of the Divine Gu dynasty obtained a symmetrical black crystal fragment, and it was the largest one. That was how she managed to break through. Luin frowned. The symmetrical black crystal fragment was a lie that he had made up, and he naturally did not believe it. However, others did not know about it, and using this lie as information could indeed fool some people. For a moment, he could not determine whether Grand Tutor Yuan was telling the truth or not. An hour later, Luin decided to bid farewell. He could only choose to believe Grand Tutor Yuan, or else he would not be able to prove that this person was lying. He finally understood how others felt when he had lied, and it made them rather unhappy. Alliance Master Lu, what did Meow Meow say to you when you first met her? The Grand Tutor suddenly asked. Luin recalled Meow Meow's beautiful face and the alluring passion flower, and his heart involuntarily swayed. The beauty beneath the flower was just too alluring. Nothing much. Why do you ask? The Grand Tutor replied bitterly, ever since Meow Meow met Alliance Master Lu, she's changed completely. She's lost a lot. Alliance Master Lu, I have a request that I hope you can agree to. Please speak, Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was placed in a difficult position, but he still gritted his teeth and said, please speak with Meow Meow and resolve the knot in her heart. I'll be eternally grateful. He then bowed to Luine. Luine hurriedly helped him up. You're being too serious. If Miss Meow Meow needs any help, I'll do my best to help. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Someone, bring Alliance Master Lu to Meow Meow, the Grand Tutor ordered. Luine bid farewell to the Grand Tutor and followed a maid to where Meow Meow was. He had to admit that he was looking forward to meeting her. That woman's charm was too irresistible, but he didn't like her either. Everyone loved beauty. There was a puddle of spring water with white mist rising from it. When Luine arrived, he was greeted by the sight of snow-white feet rising from the spring water and then lowering back down. She had the playfulness of a young girl as she occasionally splashed water onto the lotus blooming in the spring water. It was a beautiful scene, especially when Meow Meow looked at him from the side. Under the alluring passion flower, her beauty stunned even Luine for a moment. It felt like the first time he had met Madame Nailan or the first time he had seen Ming Yen in the wooden tub. It was enough to make him lose himself. When she saw Luine arrive, Meow Meow blushed and hurriedly stood up. Her white dress covered her feet as she stood with her back to Luine, looking embarrassed. Luine coughed and awkwardly stepped forward. Sorry to disturb you. Meow Meow softly acknowledged and put on her shoes. She took a few deep breaths before turning to Luine and bowing. Alliance Master Lu. We're about the same age. Just call me Brother Luine. Meow Meow's face was still flushed, but it wasn't obvious because of the veil covered her face. However, her eyes were mesmerizing and as beautiful as the stars. When she looked at Luine, saw her shyness. Brother Luine, why are you here? The Grand Tutor asked me to come. He said that Miss Meow Meow wasn't in a good mood and wanted me to chat with you. Luine suddenly thought of this phrase, and he hurriedly corrected himself. I meant to ease the tension. Explain what? Yuan Meow Meow blinked her eyes in confusion. Luine didn't know what to say. It didn't matter how high his cultivation was in front of a girl like her. Miss Meow Meow seems to be in a good mood. Meow. I see. Then I'll take my leave, Luine said. Brother Lu. Yuan Meow Meow called out. She pursed her lips and fell silent for a moment before saying softly, drink with me. I actually like drinking, but Grandpa won't let me. Luine thought about it and then nodded with a smile. All right. Sake and side dishes were served on both sides of the stone table, and the surroundings were filled with white mist. It was very relaxing to chat with Meow Meow. She no longer brought up the Great Eastern Alliance or the Divine Gu dynasty. She only talked about trivial matters and interesting things that had happened in Gu King City, which gave Luine a rare moment of relaxation. When the sky darkened, Luine left Yuan Mansion. The day passed quickly, and that night, Luine contacted Qing Long Long and asked her to meet with Meow Meow. Qing Long Long immediately found Yuan Mansion and stared at her. You met with Luine again? Or was it about that matter? Meow Meow shook her head, somewhat absent-minded but also somewhat happy. No. No? Then why did Luine ask me to meet you? It was that restaurant from last time. He's interested in you. Meow Meow looked at Qing Long Long and blinked. You don't agree? Qing Long Long sighed. What right do I have to disagree? But Luine is too difficult to grasp. Do you know how much he did to unify the outerverse? Now, the entire innerverse is his enemy. Meow Meow rolled her eyes. We've only met twice. What are you thinking? Qing Long Long poked Meow Meow's forehead. You've only met twice, and you're already like this. What will happen if we meet again? Then why did you ask me out for him? Meow Meow giggled. Qing Long Long was helpless. I didn't want to, but... Her tone turned bitter. You haven't been this happy in a long time. Meow Meow paused and looked at Qing Long Long sincerely. Thank you, Long Long. Qing Long Long smiled wryly. I'm your older sister. Right, I haven't asked the Grand Tutor yet. Will he agree? Miao Miao's smile disappeared. He can't wait to send me to Lu Yin's bed right now so that he can withdraw from Guflo's zone. Qing Long Long opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. What could she say? Everything the Grand Tutor had done was for the Divine Gu dynasty. He had sacrificed Miao Miao and the Miao Miao family, but the entire Divine Gu dynasty had benefited. Miao Miao, I can't help you. I'm sorry, Qing Long Long apologized. Miao Miao smiled. What are you apologizing for? I don't dislike it. It's better than marrying me off to some old man. Qing Long Long felt much better after hearing this. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. No need, I'll go myself. What? You don't need me anymore? Why are you so impatient? Miao Miao, you have to stick to your bottom line. Some things can only be done after marriage. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? There were still 2 days until young Emperor Qing's banquet. Lu Yin sat in a restaurant where he had met Miao Miao for the first time. Not long after, he smelled a familiar fragrance that reminded him of the beautiful figure in the misty spring. Brother Lu, sorry to keep you waiting, Miao Miao said gently. Lu Yin was confused. Where's Qing Long Long? She didn't come, Miao Miao replied. Alright, Lu Yin said and closed the door, staring at Miao Miao. He then looked at the table and saw 2 words written on it, save me, written with wine. These 2 words weren't originally there, but Lu Yin had just written them. Miao Miao had also written them in the pavilion yesterday. It was because of these 2 words that they had agreed to meet today. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Miao Miao suddenly knelt down on one knee and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was surprised and didn't move. Alliance Master Lu, please save me. Save me from the Grand Tutor's residence, Miao Miao pleaded, her eyes red and tears dripping down. Lu Yin was confused. Grand Tutor is your grandfather, he's not my grandfather. Miao Miao looked up, her eyes filled with hatred and sorrow. He killed my parents. He's not my grandfather. Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean? For some reason, he thought of Patriarch Autumnfrost. Could it be such a coincidence that such a thing had happened here? Miao Miao continued, my parents were adopted by Grand Tutor. After I was born, he poisoned me with the passion flower poison. She then tore off her veil so that Lu Yin could see the passion flower goo clearly once more. She continued, he killed my parents because they discovered his huge secret. He's working with the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's expression changed. What did you say? Miao Miao looked up at Lu Yin. Grand Tutor worked with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop a poison within the Empire. My parents were killed because they discovered this secret. He thought that I didn't know about it, but I actually heard my parents mention it when I was very young, and I still remember it. After so many years, he appeared to be my grandfather on the surface, but in reality, he used the passion flower poison to control me. He was the one who arranged for my first meeting with Alliance Master Lu. He wanted to use me in exchange for your departure from Guflo Zone because he was afraid that you would discover that he was working with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop a poison. It wasn't for the sake of the Divine Gu dynasty. Those were all excuses. What poison? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Miao Miao thought about it. I think it's called Shang? Vitality poison. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Vitality poison started with Shang and had a serial number. Those who had not come into contact with the vitality poison would not know its name. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there were not many corpse kings who were qualified to possess it. Lu Yin could not doubt Miao Miao's words. Otherwise, with her abilities, she would not have been able to come into contact with the vitality poison. If what Miao Miao had said was true, then Grand Tutor Yuan might have prevented the Divine Gu dynasty from interfering in the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse because he was afraid that Lu Yin would be disturbed while he was developing a poison for the Neo-Human Alliance. That information about the Cape Star system might not have been false, and Lu Yin could not have told others the truth. Lu Yin had Miao Miao stand up and fall into deep thought. Miao Miao did not disturb Lu Yin. She stood to the side and occasionally looked at him hopefully. Your parents only said that Grand Tutor Yuan was working with the Neo-Human Alliance? They didn't mention anyone else? Luyin asked. Miao Miao shook her head. Luyin relaxed. He had been most worried that the young emperor was also working with the Neo-Human Alliance, which meant that the Gu Flow Zone would become the Neo-Human Alliance's base. It would not be easy for Luyin to leave safely. It was reasonable to develop a vitality poison in the Gu Flow Zone. This place was filled with all sorts of deadly poisons, and there was nothing to attract attention when researching poisons. More importantly, the Gu Flow Zone was isolated from the outside world, and the Neo-Human Alliance had found a good location. Why did he run into the Neo-Human Alliance everywhere he went? The Eternals were truly everywhere. Luyin looked at Yuan Miao Miao and was about to say something when his pupils suddenly shrank. Yuan Miao Miao had removed her veil while they were talking, and he could see the passion flower Gu clearly. Now that the two of them were so close to each other, not only could he see the passion flower, but he could also see every stroke and every detail. Through the passion flower, he could see another flower that was hidden beneath it. It was a very ordinary flower that was not as enchanting and eye-catching as the passion flower. There were 9 points around the flower, and although it looked ordinary, Luyin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He recognized that flower. It was Progenitor Chen's symbol. Back in Progenitor Chen's tomb, Luyin had seen Progenitor Chen's past deeds in his memory bubble. Most of them were battles, but there were also moments of rest where Progenitor Chen was drunk in a sea of flowers. 9 stars surrounded a small white flower that represented Progenitor Chen. Luyin stared blankly at Yuan Miao Miao. Why did she have Progenitor Chen's symbol on her face? It was hidden beneath the passion flower. Yuan Miao Miao thought that Luyin was infatuated with her face, so she lowered her head and her neck turned red. Alliance Master Lu. Luyin was startled awake and stared deeply at her. The moment she looked up, he turned his head away, not wanting her to see his expression. Alliance Master Lu? Yuan Miao Miao looked at Luyin in confusion. Lu Yin's expression returned to normal, and he turned to look at her with some embarrassment. My apologies, I was a little absent-minded and embarrassed myself in front of you. Yuan Miao Miao lowered her head again, not knowing how to answer. Right, Miss Miao Miao, is that the passion flower poison on your face? Yuan Miao Miao nodded. The passion flower poison is also in passion flower Gu, and it's very famous in the Divine Gu dynasty. However, this passion flower Gu has been modified by the Grand Tutor, and it's completely different from the original passion flower poison. He can control my life and death. Alliance Master Lu, please save me. I don't want to live under that person's nose and live in fear. Luyin hurriedly supported her and held her wrist. It was smooth and comfortable, but her cultivation was very low. Why would someone like her have Progenitor Chen's symbol? It was definitely not a coincidence, and Luyin was absolutely certain that it was Progenitor Chen's symbol that had been hidden beneath the passion flower. The passion flower could control her life and death, but it could also be used to hide Progenitor Chen's flower. Luyin looked deeply at Yuan Miao Miao again and helped her up. Don't worry, I'll definitely think of a way to save you. Yuan Miao Miao was grateful. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. There's still time. Let's sit down and chat, Luyin said, looking at her with a slightly infatuated gaze. He didn't want to be separated from her. Yuan Miao Miao was embarrassed by Lu Yin's stare. Okay. The two stayed in the restaurant for half a day until a man who was infatuated with Yuan Miao Miao disturbed them. Lu Yin then tossed him out, ending the meeting. Lu Yin did not send Miao Miao back, as she did not want to be the subject of gossip. Looking at Yuan Miao Miao's departing figure, Lu Yin's eyes were filled with unprecedented questions. What was the relationship between this woman and Progenitor Chen? He shouldn't be related to Progenitor Chen, but he had Progenitor Chen's emblem on his face. No matter how he thought about it, he was definitely not ordinary. There was also the fact that the Grand Preceptor had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance and that young Empress Qing was planning to deal with him. The Divine Gu dynasty was truly bustling with activity. When he returned to the palace, he was informed that there was a guest waiting for him. He went to the guest hall and was surprised to find that it was Yuehua Mavis. The two could be considered old acquaintances. Moonlight Mavis was one of the top experts that the Mavis family had sent to the Outerverse. Once she displayed the Mavis family's techniques, she would be able to contend against an envoy for a short period of time. It should be known that Moonlight Mavis' power level had not even reached 300,000 back then. That incident had left a deep impression on him. The Mavis family possessed an extraordinary item. Now that Yuehua Mavis' strength had increased again, her temperament was completely different. Alliance leader Lu, long time no see, Yuehua Mavis greeted him politely. Luin smiled. It's been a while, senior. Yuehua Mavis replied, aside from being a little older, I don't have the qualifications to be called a senior. With Alliance leader Lu's strength, a single palm strike should be enough to deal with me. Even without a single palm strike, his spiritual force or domain would be enough to sweep through her, Luin thought to himself, but he could not say it out loud. Senior is too humble. Please, have a seat. Yuehua nodded and did not stand on ceremony. She sat down. Luin looked at her. Senior, are you in some sort of trouble? He looked at Moonlight Mavis with a worried expression and asked. Yuehua Mavis's gaze turned serious. I'm here to formally invite Alliance leader Lu to be our guest. Luin was surprised. Why are you suddenly inviting me? Yuehua Mavis solemnly replied, the Mavis family has invited Alliance leader Lu several times, but you have never visited us. This time, we're inviting you with great sincerity, and we hope that Alliance leader Lu will accept our invitation. She then handed him an invitation. This was a very serious invitation, and if he did not accept, it would be disrespectful to the Mavis family. Luin solemnly accepted the invitation. Alright, I'll definitely pay you a visit once this trip to the Gu Flow Zone is over. Then, the Mavis family respectfully awaits Alliance leader Lu's arrival. Yuehua Mavis then took her leave. Luin looked at the invitation. He had not expected the Mavis family to be so serious. He had long since wanted to visit the Mavis family, but he had never put it on the agenda. He was far more interested in the Mavis family than any other organization, not for any other reason but for money. They were the wealthiest of all. However, why had the Mavis family invited him so solemnly? Could it be? Luin had a guess. That night, the second Night King arrived at Lu Yin's palace. Luin showed him an image. Investigate all traces of this person in the Divine Gu dynasty. The second Night King looked at the ordinary-looking old man on the screen. Just for this? He's already dead. I need you to investigate in secret. Don't tell anyone, and use the Divine Gu dynasty's power, Luin said solemnly. The second Night King left. With his strength, no matter how strange the Divine Gu continent was, it would be impossible to detect his presence. Luin wanted to use the second Night King's spiritual force control to find traces of the person who had sold the information and try his best to find clues related to the information. Now that he knew that Grand Tutor Yuan might be working with the Neo-Human Alliance, the authenticity of the information was intriguing. It could be fake, but it could also be true that Grand Tutor Yuan had purposely destroyed the information. The second Night King was very capable, and he did not dare to be careless when it came to Lu Yin's matters. It only took a day for him to investigate the person's whereabouts, and he handed the information to Luin the next afternoon. Luin was surprised, as it should not have been possible to investigate someone so quickly, not even an ordinary person. This person's whereabouts have already been investigated by the Divine Gu dynasty. He's a famous person, the second Night King said as he handed the information to Luin. Luin looked at the old man's introduction. The old man's name was Shui Pai, and he was a hunter. However, the Gu he cultivated had reached the Enlighter realm. In the Divine Gu dynasty, all Enlighters had to be recorded, and Shui Ping had become famous because he had slaughtered several families to avenge himself. However, he was now being hunted down, which had caused quite a stir in the Divine Gu dynasty. He had even attracted the attention of young Emperor Qing. This person's whereabouts had always been monitored, and almost half of the Divine Gu dynasty was looking for him. He had offended too many people because of his vengeance. Luin looked at Shui Pai's deeds and felt a sense of admiration. This person was a perfect example of someone who had carried a blood feud and succeeded in his vengeance. Unfortunately, this was the Gu Flow Zone, and even though he had succeeded in his vengeance, he could not leave. Although the Gu Flow Zone was huge, there was no place for him to stay. Many of Shui Pai's whereabouts could not be tracked down. In order to avoid his enemies, he was very good at concealing his whereabouts. Everything that could be found had been recorded, and Luin looked through the information, but there was nothing special about it. From the time that this person had become famous to the time that he had succeeded in his vengeance, his whereabouts were either unknown, or there was nothing special about him. The only exception was that he had survived the Gu Flozone's forbidden area when he was young. He had concealed his identity for several decades before becoming a cruiser and becoming famous in one fell swoop. After that, he had wiped out an entire family and embarked on the path of vengeance. His starting point had been that forbidden area. The Gu Flozone's forbidden area, the Deep Red Hell, was a place of death filled with a deep red fog. Anyone who entered would have to rely on luck to survive. 2 of the Divine Gu dynasty's emperors had died in the Deep Red Hell, and young Emperor Qing had not dared to enter. He had only staked everything on the verge of death in an attempt to obtain a chance of survival from the Deep Red Hell. Shui Pai's family had been wiped out, and he had hidden in the Deep Red Hell. Everyone had thought that he would definitely die, but who would have thought that after several decades, he would succeed in his vengeance and wipe out all of his enemies? Because of his deeds, the Deep Red Hell had attracted many people to their deaths. Luin looked away. The Deep Red Hell? On this day, the 5 gates of King Gu City's imperial palace opened, and a mighty bell rang out, shaking the entire city. In the history of the Divine Gu dynasty, it was rare for outsiders to be invited in. This time, young Emperor Qing had invited all of the 5th mainland's cultivators to King Gu City as guests, which was enough to go down in history. The Jackal Prince personally came to Lu Yin's palace to escort him to the imperial palace. The upper echelons of the Divine Gu dynasty welcomed the representatives from the various powers of the 5th mainland. Outside King Gu City's imperial palace, countless people from the Divine Gu dynasty gathered to watch the show. Xianxia, Wen Yao, Wen Sansi, Yuehua Mavis, and the others were all escorted into the palace through the 5 gates. The palace's central plaza was surrounded by clear water, and the Jackal Prince gestured for Luin to enter. Alliance leader Lu, please take a seat. Lu Yin's seat was almost at the same level as young Emperor Qing's. Among the Innerverse 8 great flow zones, young Emperor Qing was only the master of the Gu flow zone, which was the same status as Lu Qianjue and the others. Luin was also the master of the Blazing Mist flow zone, and he was the only master of one of the 8 flow zones present at young Emperor Qing's banquet. On the other side, there was another seat at the same level as Lu Yin's, Mr. Right. Mr. Wright represented the Hall of Honor's board of directors, and he was also a director himself. His status was extremely high, and if not for young Emperor Qing's home court, his position might have even been higher than hers. Mr. Wright sat down, and his cold gaze swept across the room. He glanced at Luin for a moment before looking away. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as he did not care about this person at all. After all, this person was just someone who was about to be crippled. He looked at the official behind Mr. Wright, who noticed Lu Yin's gaze. The official's heart sank, and his face paled. Luin sat next to the Jackal Prince. Every guest was accompanied by someone from the Divine Gu dynasty. The one next to Luin was the Jackal Prince, while the one next to Mr. Wright was Tutor Yuan. Tutor Yuan had arrived, and Luin subconsciously looked for Yuan Miao Miao. He discovered that she was seated below, and she was also looking at him. When she saw Lu Yin's gaze, she hurriedly lowered her head. Lu Yin's next guest was Yuehua Mavis. Logically speaking, someone from the Mavis family should be ranked higher than Lu Yin's, but Luin was a little special, and the person next to Yuehua Mavis was Qing Longlong. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Below Moonlight Mavis were the people from the Wen family, led by Wen Yao, Wen Sansi, and Wen Qianer. Below them were Balsam and Yen, and below Mr. Wright was the sword sex Li Zimo. Elder Lian Xian was still unconscious due to being poisoned, so Li Zimo could only take her place. Below the sword sect were Ling Gong, Ling Ke, Little Mountain God, and the others. Although they were from the 8 great flow zones, they were still juniors. Below them was Lyman Phoenix, a member of the Day-Night Flow Zone's Phoenix family, and Salati Phoenix had also come. She had once been one of the 10 arbiters, and Luin had looked up to her, but now, she was nothing in Lu Yin's eyes. Aside from these people, there were even more cultivators from the Innerverse and Cosmic Sea. Not many people from the Neoverse had come, and the Aurora Corporation had originally sent someone, but they had not appeared. Not long after Luin sat down, Xianxia arrived, and with his arrival, the banquet officially began. Gu King City's banquet only had one purpose, a competition of Gu. Strictly speaking, it could not be considered a banquet, it was more like a competition. Strange Gu from all over the Divine Gu dynasty were displayed one by one at this banquet. As guests, Luin and the others could choose any Gu to take away. Below the stage, a young man walked out with an arrogant expression. He took off his shirt, revealing a strange three-clawed insect branded on his back. This is a Gu that Lu City spent 130 years cultivating. It's called Ku, and its internal structure is unique. It can contain attacks that are several times stronger than its own. Simply put, as long as a Lemmeter has this Gu, they can easily escape from an explorer without being injured. Many people around him gasped in surprise, and even Luin was surprised. When he had been a Lemmeter, he had been able to resist an explorer at the border of the erudite flow zone. It was precisely because he had been able to do so that he knew how ridiculous this realm was. Ku, how long does it take to cultivate it? Someone suddenly asked from below the banquet table. This was a custom for Gu competitions, and some of the more prestigious people in the dynasty would ask questions to determine the strengths and weaknesses of the Gu. The young man replied, it can be cultivated in 26 years. 26 years? What kind of powerhouse's attacks can it contain? The young man did not hesitate. Lemmeter. If you were given 26 years, would you be able to reach the Lemmeter realm? Of course. The young man was proud. He was a genius of Lu City, so why would he need 26 years? If that's the case, is there still a need to nurture this Gu? The youth's expression turned ugly. But if you nurture it for another 30 years, it will be able to withstand an explorer's attack. If I give you 56 years, will you be able to become an explorer? This time, the youth hesitated. Becoming an explorer was a huge hurdle, and even though he considered himself to be a genius, he was not completely confident that he could break through. However, in front of so many people, he could only reply, of course. In that case, is there still a need to nurture this Gu? The corner of the young man's mouth twitched, and he left the stage dejectedly. Luin smiled. This Gu was not bad, but it required time to cultivate, so there was no point in it. Those who could afford such a Gu were not ordinary people. Those people had the resources and talent, so it would be more suitable to find another Gu. This Gu was a little useless. The next one to appear was a woman. She introduced a type of Gu that could produce 100 flowers, but it had no practical meaning. Following this, strange Gu continued to appear. There were hundreds of cities in Divine Gu continent, and each city was researching Gu. There were too many strange Gu, and even though some did not seem to have much use, it depended on where they were used. For example, that Gu that can bloom hundreds of flowers, give me some. People who studied poison were useful. Some poisonous flowers took too much time to bloom. In short, the Divine Gu dynasty's Gu were like innate gifts. There were no Gu that was absolutely useless, only people that were absolutely useless. Half a day's time broadened Lu Yin's horizons. The Divine Gu dynasty civilization truly had its own unique aspects. Gu seemed similar to the beast tamers' flow zones tamed beasts, but in reality, one was used for research while the other was used for control. The beast tamer's flow zone would never be able to research why an astral beast could unleash such an attack or how it could unleash a different type of attack. They were only there to control the astral beast and help it grow. However, Gu were different. They needed to be researched, and there were countless ways to use them. A youth stepped onto the stage. He was a little timid, and his clothes were very dirty. There was a large Xiao character embroidered on his chest. When she saw this youth step onto the stage, Xianxia frowned. Many people from the Divine Gu dynasty frowned as well. The youth grew even more nervous. I am from a small city. My name is Little Fa. Show your Gu, a stern voice shouted, startling Little Fa. He subconsciously raised his hand, but everyone stared at his arm and did not move. Everyone was confused. Where was the Gu? Little Fa looked at his arm and blinked. Eh? Where was the Gu? At that moment, someone whispered, "Under your feet." Under your feet. Little Fa turned around. What? He moved a little, but his right foot stepped on something soft. He jumped in fright and ran a few meters away. Everyone was speechless. Was this some sort of performance? Xianxia's frown deepened. Little Fa hurriedly ran back and looked at the soft object that he had stepped on. He carefully picked it up and sighed in relief. Thank goodness I didn't die. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. As he spoke, he seemed to sense that everyone was still staring at him. He gulped, and his face flushed red. He raised his hand. The goo is here. It's a goo that our small city spent a long time developing. It's called the wireless goo. Everyone looked at the object in Little Fa's hand. Wasn't that a tadpole? Furthermore, it was a tadpole that had been stepped on and had almost died. The atmosphere fell silent. Introduce it, someone in the audience shouted. Little Fa coughed again. The wireless goo's use is to ignore distance and allow instant communication. No matter where you are, even in the astral wilderness, you can instantly communicate without any hindrance. It's much better than a gadget. Little Fa then fell silent and looked expectantly at Xianxia, as if waiting for praise. Someone in the audience facepalmed, looking helpless. It's just communication? Someone asked. Little Fa answered, ignore distance, instant communication. Can we see a video? I haven't studied it yet. Can we talk? Little Fa pursed his lips. It's not good to talk directly, but we can use the wireless goo's frequency to know what the other party is thinking. Since you have a gadget, why do you need the wireless goo? Little Fa was anxious. Ignore distance, ignore distance. You were born in the goo flow zone, and you haven't even reached the Lamita realm. How can you be so sure that you can ignore distance? Do you know what the concept of distance is in the universe? Do you know about the astral source universe? Do you know that there's a sixth mainland in the distant astral wilderness? I know, but I can ignore distance. Little Fa stubbornly retorted. Back down. Little Fa wanted to say something, but the voice shouted again, back down. This time, Little Fa was almost sent flying. The people from the Divine Goo dynasty were either mocking or looking down on Little Fa and the city's goo. Luin was curious. Is this city very special? The Jackal Prince explained, it's the smallest city on the Divine Goo continent, but it can't really be considered a city. It was originally a place where a few extreme cultivators stayed to research goo that would benefit ordinary people. Gradually, more and more people gathered, especially ordinary people and merchants, and it eventually became a small city. The goo developed in this city is useless in battle, but it's very useful in the hands of ordinary people. Ordinary people can't buy a gadget, but they can buy wireless goo. Can it really ignore distance? Luin asked. The Jackal Prince shook his head and laughed. That's what they said. How can it ignore distance? These people aren't even explorers, so they don't understand distance at all. They can't even cross through the void. That wireless goo has already been reported, so it'll take time to learn how to read its frequency. It's far inferior to a gadget, so it's not very useful. Luin looked at the flustered Little Fa below the stage, and his eyes flickered. Ignore distance? If that was true, then it would be very useful. Gadgets were connected through signals, and if a huge battle broke out, especially with the Eternals' understanding of humans meant that there was no such thing as a signal, and it would definitely be destroyed. As for the Cosmic Tree's Cloudpath Stone, there must be a way to destroy it as well. Whether it was against the Eternals or the Cosmic Tree, Luin had to hold back. Instant communication was necessary, as it would have a huge impact on the battle. He had ordered Banjo to research it a long time ago, but there had been no results. As he thought about it, Luin looked at Little Fa with shining eyes. The competition lasted for 2 full days, during which a few powerful goo were revealed. Even Luin was interested in them, but he didn't care too much about them. Even if there were goo like the life-extending butterfly, the Divine Goo dynasty wouldn't take it out. The ones that appeared were not the most precious, especially in front of outsiders. The competition ended with Goo King City's victory. This was expected, as they had always been victorious for many years. The Gu King city's Gu was called the evasive bead, and it looked like a small bead that could be fused into the user's body. Once used, it would increase the user's speed by several times, and it was very effective in both battle and escape. Most importantly, it could be upgraded, and once it reached the peak, the user's speed would be even more exaggerated and far surpass their peers. The downside was that the production rate was too low, and it took too much time to cultivate. It was not suitable for mass production. The victorious evasive bead delighted young Empress Qing. My divine Gu dynasty produces dozens of types of Gu every year, but only one that can be used is produced every few decades. Most of them are useless, but this evasive bead is a rare all-around Gu. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Grand Tutor Yuan was the first to speak, and everyone from the divine Gu dynasty bowed. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Young Empress Qing laughed. Mr. Yu spoke up and smiled. The divine Gu dynasty's unique cultivation environment is truly eye-opening. If Your Majesty is willing, I would like to request an evasive bead and bring it back to the Hall of Honor for everyone to see. Little Mountain God smiled as well. If Your Majesty has an extra one, this junior would like to request one as well. When Xianxia hurriedly raised her hand. This junior would like to request one as well. Ling Ke raised his hand. You want that as well? Young King Qing laughed heartily. Since you all want them, it's an honor for my divine Gu dynasty. Since that's the case, everyone will have one. He then instructed Director Yi, who left with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Right, Your Majesty, can you give me one of those flowers? When Xianxia asked expectantly. Young King Qing smiled. Of course. If you're interested in them, feel free to bring them up. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Xianxia was very happy. Young King Qing looked at Luyin. Is there anyone you're interested in? Feel free to tell us. Everyone looked at Luyin. Luyin smiled. Cultivation is too complicated, and the path of Gu is too profound. It's not suitable for me. Mr. Yu spoke up. What, Alliance Leader Lu doesn't like any of them? Luyin looked at him expressionlessly. One more word, and I'll slap your mouth until it's broken. Mr. Yu slammed the table and stood up angrily, but the official behind him held him back. Director, please calm down. Young King Qing frowned and looked at Mr. Yu. An invisible force was suppressing him, preventing him from speaking or moving. Mr. Yu couldn't sense where this force was coming from, and he thought that Luyin had attacked him. Young King Qing wasn't helping Luyin, but he didn't want any problems to arise at this time. He knew Lu Yin's personality well, and he was someone who would do what he said. Mr. Yu sullenly was suppressed by young King Qing. The official didn't even dare to look at Luyin. Luyin sneered and looked at young King Qing. Since Mr. Yu said that not taking it would seem like he's looking down on the divine Gu dynasty, then I'll take the wireless Gu. Young King Qing smiled. Alliance Leader Lu, everyone's cultivation path is different. Gu is just for fun, so there's no need to take it seriously. Luyin smiled. Other Gu are inconvenient to carry around, so I'll take the wireless Gu. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Since Alliance Leader Lu has decided, then there's no problem. By the way, Your Majesty, have that youth teach me how to use the wireless Gu, Luyin said. Young King Qing was puzzled, as Luyin was really interested in the wireless Gu. Opposite him, Imperial Tutor Yuan smiled. Since Alliance Leader Lu is interested in wireless Gu, why don't you make a trip to the small city? Miao Miao is also going to the small city soon, she can lead the way for Alliance Leader Lu. Qin Xiaohuang glanced at Imperial Tutor Yuan. This old fox was trying his best to sell his granddaughter. Hearing Grand Tutor Yuan's words, Yuan Miao Miao blushed. Qing Longlong stared at Luyin, he had gotten off lightly. Luyin was delighted. If that's the case, then that's great. After the banquet, I'll head to the small city with Miss Miao Miao. Many thanks, Tutor Yuan. Of course, of course. Haha. Imperial Tutor Yuan was very happy. Prince Huan had been watching from the sidelines since the beginning, and no one understood the situation in the divine Gu dynasty better than he did. Young Empress Qing was wary of Luyin and wanted to help the sword sect and other powers deal with him. Grand Tutor Yuan, on the other hand, was doing everything he could to rope in Luyin for the sake of the Divine Gu dynasty. Then, he banished Luyin so that he would never be able to enter the Divine Gu dynasty again. The most painful ones were the outstanding youths of Gu King City, who were all staring at Yuan Miao Miao. Every year, people would line up outside the city to propose marriage, but not a single one had ever succeeded. And now, Yuan Miao Miao was going to belong to an outsider. Yuan Miao Miao was the #1 beauty of the Divine Gu dynasty, but she had no choice but to marry an outsider. This made the youths grit their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Not long after, a bead appeared. An evasive bead was placed on Luyin's desk, and as he looked at it, Luyin glanced at the wolfish prince. The wolfish prince's expression was slightly unnatural. Luyin thought of Anika. Perhaps this bead had been poisoned with Anika, and this bead was young Empress Qing's method of dealing with him. Anika's poison was colorless and odorless, and it did not even have rune lines. This was the safest method to deal with him. Young Empress Qing had been staring at Luyin the entire time, and when she saw him put away the bead, she smiled in satisfaction. "Come, everyone. Welcome to the Divine Gu dynasty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The wireless Gu was also brought to Luyin, along with the youth called Little Fa. The youth was terrified, and he did not dare to look at Luyin. Luyin had only casually said a few words before sending him away. He didn't pay too much attention to him, and it was more like he was just brushing him off. Next up was the gift-giving segment, and each of the representatives of their respective families presented their gifts. Luyin gave a bottle of pills that didn't improve his strength, but it was still better than the slap that Xiao Huang had given Yi Zongguan. Yi Guan's eyes flashed with a cold light when he saw Luyin's gift. That slap was something that would never be forgotten. Soon, it was Balsam's turn, and she gestured for Yan to present the gift. "Your Majesty, Shamrock Enterprises' gift is also a pill, but it's not something that can be consumed. It's similar to an escape bead and can help you avoid certain dangers," Balsam explained with a smile. Young Empress Qing was curious. "Avoid certain dangers?" Balsam took out a pill from her cosmic ring and tossed it out. The void tore apart, revealing another part of space. This was the astral source universe. Prince Huan and Grand Tutor Yuan were shocked, and they blurted out, "The astral source universe?" Young Empress Qing was shocked. A pill could actually break through the astral source universe? It was inconceivable, as that was something that could only be achieved by someone whose power level exceeded 500,000. Luyin's eyes narrowed. Shamrock Enterprises was no longer hiding the astral source pills, so what were their plans? Everyone was shocked by the pill's effects, and young Empress Qing was no exception. Even though she had a power level of over 800,000 and was one of the top powerhouses of the Innerverse, she was still shocked by the pills. Everyone had always known that Shamrock Enterprises was a colossus, and even the isolated Gu Flow Zone knew this. That was why they had invited Shamrock Enterprises, but no one had expected them to develop such a pill. Grand Tutor Yuan immediately asked, "How's the production of these pills?" Balsam smiled politely. "They can be mass-produced, and the technology is being simplified. I believe that in the near future, the astral source universe will no longer be a legend." Grand Tutor Yuan's expression changed. "What's the current production?" Balsam smiled politely. "It's a trade secret. Can anyone use them?" The astral source universe isn't something that ordinary people can come into contact with. Balsam replied, "Currently, only a hunter can use them, as only a hunter's physical body can barely work with the astral source pill to travel through the astral source universe. However, we're already in the process of developing even more effective astral source pills, and we're confident that even explorers can use them." Everyone was shocked. If this was true, then the future of battle would change drastically. The escape bead only increased one's speed, but the astral source pill could allow one to instantly enter the heavens. Even a hunter would find it difficult to kill an explorer. Mr. Yu leaned forward with a cold expression. "Why didn't we know about this astral source pill?" Balsam looked at Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu was referring to the Hall of Honor and the Board of Governors. Once a peerless item like the astral source pill was successfully developed, it was reasonable to inform the Hall of Honor first. It's probably because the news spread slowly. We've already submitted the information about our successful research in advance, Balsam replied. Mr. Yu's eyes narrowed. This woman's answer was obviously perfunctory. Shamrock Enterprises? Fine, he would remember that. Young Empress Qing looked at Balsam solemnly. Many thanks to Shamrock Enterprises for thinking so highly of my divine Gu dynasty. I'll accept your gift. Balsam bowed slowly. I wish Your Majesty Empress Qing the best of luck in breaking through to a power level of 1,000,000 and standing at the peak of the universe. Young Empress Qing smiled. I'll be counting on your auspicious words. Miss Balsam, do you have any extra astral source pills that you can sell to my Wen family? Wen Yao asked as he looked at Balsam with a burning gaze. In the spirit palace, the little mountain god and the rest were all staring at her. Balsam smiled. The astral source pills will become the star product of Shamrock Enterprises, and a batch will be sent to each family before the official sale. They should be on their way to each family now, including. She then looked at Lu Yin. The Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's expression changed. Shamrock Enterprises had sent astral source pills to the Great Eastern Alliance. He had a bad premonition. Balsam had tried to probe his usage of the astral source pills several times, and she had suspected that something had happened to the pills in his hands. However, she had been unable to find any clues. Lu Yin had directly handed the matter of contacting Shamrock Enterprises to Xianxia, but he had not been able to tell her the real reason. If Shamrock Enterprises directly sent a batch of astral source pills to the Ross Empire's stronghold, what would the consequences be? Would the sapling be discovered? Lu Yin did not know what Balsam was thinking. He was certain that this was Shamrock Enterprises probing, and they had grasped the perfect opportunity to do so. Balsam stared at Lu Yin, and when she saw that his expression had changed, she moved her fingers. There was indeed a problem. The astral source pills that had gone out of control were related to Lu Yin. Lu Yin and Balsam exchanged glances, and both of them seemed to be able to read each other's intentions. No one was truly stupid, and Lu Yin had never believed that others were stupider than him. He had merely relied on certain advantages that allowed him to take the initiative and predict events with godly foresight. However, Balsam was the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, and her schemes were far from ordinary. This included the sword sex Lu Qianjua's plan. If not for his destiny and background, he would have been played to death a long time ago. Scheming against others would eventually lead to being schemed against. Lu Yin was certain that he had been schemed against by Balsam at this moment. No matter what had happened at the Ross Empire's stronghold, Balsam had already confirmed something the moment his expression had changed after hearing Balsam's words. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at Balsam with a much sharper gaze that was completely different from before. Since that was the case, then let's play it out and see who could outplay the other. Balsam frowned and stared at Lu Yin for half a minute. She only reacted when someone coughed and returned to her seat. Next, it was the others' turn to present their congratulatory gifts. At the Ross Empire's stronghold, the astral source pills that Shamrock Enterprises had sent had already arrived. The person in charge of delivering the pills was the Xianxia king, the successor of Shamrock Enterprises. He had participated in the Star Tower contest and possessed the battle technique shifting stars and leaves, but it was not particularly outstanding. I'm sorry for taking the liberty to visit. My father has instructed me to present a new batch of astral source pills to the Great Eastern Alliance, the Xianxia king said to Xianxia. Xianxia was surprised. We haven't reached an agreement with Shamrock Enterprises regarding the purchase of astral source pills. What is the meaning of this? Xianxia king smiled. The astral source pills have been improved, and they will soon be sold to the entire Fifth Mainland. Before that, I'll gift a batch to the Great Eastern Alliance, the Sword Sect, the Wen clan, the Lingling clan, and the others as a gesture of goodwill from Shamrock Enterprises. Xianxia understood. To put it bluntly, Balsam was trying to establish a good relationship with Lu Yin. Even though Shamrock Enterprises didn't need to do so, it was still a good idea to establish a good relationship with Lu Yin. This was an unspoken rule, but for some reason, Xianxia felt that something wasn't quite right. She thought back to her conversation with Balsam, and the topic that had been brought up the most was how Lu Yin had used the astral source pills. This was normal. What was the problem? With Xianxia's keen senses in the business world, she was certain that there was a problem wherever she felt there was a problem. After thinking about it for a while, she said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Little Leaf King. We'll accept the astral source pills, but the alliance leader isn't here. He has gone to the Gu Flow Zone as a guest. How about this? When he returns, we'll personally pay a visit to Shamrock Enterprises to express our gratitude." At the same time, the alliance leader is very interested in working with Shamrock Enterprises to research immortality, so we can discuss it together. The Little Leaf King's eyes flashed. That's fine. He then paused for a moment before continuing, "Aside from completing my father's orders, I also want to stay here and wait for Alliance Head Lu. Back when we participated in the Star Tower contest, Alliance Head Lu's strength was shocking. I've also recently made some breakthroughs, so I want to ask Alliance Head Lu for some guidance." "Don't worry, I won't disturb Alliance Head Lu." Xianxia was in a difficult position. The Xiaoya King frowned. "Miss Qiang, is there something inconvenient? Or is it that the Rossi Empire's fortress does not allow outsiders to enter?" Xianxia obviously could not refuse the Little Leaf King. In the distance, there was a continuous stream of people entering the Ross Empire's stronghold from the space station. "Of course not, Director Little Leaf, please." The Little Leaf King nodded with a smile and followed Xianxia inside. With Little Leaf King's status, he was qualified to visit some areas that were not open to ordinary people. "I've heard that Alliance Master Lu is fond of collecting strange plants. I have the same hobby as well. Can you bring me to take a look?" Xianxia subconsciously refused. Even though she didn't know what the problem was, she knew that it was right to refuse the Little Leaf King's request. A cry of surprise came from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a big tree running crazily towards them. The tree branches were like a human's legs. It took large strides and ran around recklessly, causing chaos. Cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance continued to arrive, but they were apprehensive about something and didn't attack. "Quick, catch it. Catch that big tree that's running away. That's the Alliance Master's pet." Balor shouted as he chased after the big tree. With his shout, no one dared to make a move for fear of hurting the tree. Zhao Ran was still chasing after him. "Don't run so fast. Big tree, stop. Stop." The Little Leaf King stared blankly at this scene. The giant tree was getting closer and closer, and it looked like it was about to break through all obstacles. Xianxia was speechless. She had heard of the big tree in the botanical garden. It was a tree that did not know fatigue and always wanted to escape. It was very famous here. She did not expect it to really escape. "Director Yi, I'm sorry you had to see this," Xianxia said helplessly. Just as the Xiaoya King was about to say something, the astral origin pills in his bosom trembled. They tore open his clothes and charged toward the tree. The Xiaoya King's expression changed drastically, but he did not stop them. He allowed the astral origin pills to charge toward the tree. Soon after, a small sapling emerged from the crown of the tree and swallowed all the astral origin pills. The Little Leaf King's pupils shrank as he stared blankly. Xianxia saw it as well, and her heart sank. Something was wrong. Even though she did not know what the problem was, the Little Leaf King's expression. Furthermore, the scene of the sapling swallowing all the pills he had on him indicated that something was wrong. "Director Yi, what's wrong?" Xianxia hurriedly shouted as she moved forward to block the Little Leaf King's line of sight. The Little Leaf King looked past Xianxia at the approaching tree. He looked at the sapling that had clearly grown larger in the crown of the tree and said indifferently, "Nothing. It's very interesting." The banquet in Gu King City's imperial palace was still going on. There was an endless stream of congratulatory gifts, but apart from Shamrock Enterprises' astral origin pills, there was nothing special. It was not long before the banquet ended. Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling everyone present. Everyone looked in the direction of the scream and saw a pool of blood on the ground, as well as a person who had been beaten beyond recognition. Young Empress Qing frowned. "What happened?" The steward reported in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this person was wandering outside the palace, and it was obvious that he was up to no good. I captured him and interrogated him. I wanted to bury him, but I didn't expect him to wake up and disturb your Majesty." Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Young Empress Qing waved her hand in disgust. Take him away. Yes, Your Majesty, Eunuchy replied. Wait, Luin called out. Everyone looked at him, and their expressions changed. Lu Yin's expression was rather ugly, and it could even be said that he was emitting killing intent. Luin rarely showed such an expression, but at this moment, even when Xianxia and the rest were shocked. Even Ling Ke subconsciously wanted to flee. Young Empress Qing looked at Luin. Alliance leader Lu, what is it? Eunuchy coldly glanced at Luin. Luin looked at Eunuchy. That person is Chong 5. Chong 5? Young Empress Qing did not understand, and she looked at Eunuchy. Eunuchy was confused. Alliance leader Lu, how do you know this person? That's right, after interrogation, this person is indeed called Chong 5. Why, is he related to Alliance leader Lu? Lu Yin's tone was icy, and there was an intense killing intent in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Eunuchy. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, many people have provoked me, including the young master of the Day-Night clan, who was once the uncrowned king of the Innerverse. However, all of them have died. Eunuchy sneered. What does Alliance leader Lu mean by telling me this? I don't have the guts to provoke Alliance leader Lu. Young Empress Qing spoke up. Is there some sort of misunderstanding, Alliance leader Lu? Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he suddenly attacked. A hollow palm traversed the void and descended in front of Eunuchy. Eunuchy did not react at all, and even with Eunuchy's abilities, he could not see the hollow palm. Young Empress Qing raised a hand and blocked the attack. Eunuchy's personal strength exceeded 700,000, and when combined with his gu, his power level exceeded 800,000. Even so, blocking the hollow palm caused his hand to go numb, and he was shocked. Luin was clearly not even an envoy, but his physical strength was too terrifying. Even if Eunuchy did not specialize in physical strength, he was still not someone who could deal with someone who was not even an envoy. However, the difference was still too great, and even though his hand felt numb, Eunuchy was unable to move a single step. Eunuchy only reacted after young Empress Qing blocked the hollow palm. He had not expected Luin to attack just like that. If not for young Empress Qing, he would have died. In that instant, Lu Yin's cold gaze and murderous intent filled Eunuchy with unprecedented fear. He had been acting like a tyrant in the Divine Gu dynasty, and he had never experienced such a thing before. An indescribable fear rose in his heart. This person really wanted to kill him. Young Empress Qing's eyes were filled with rage, and her voice was loud and clear. Alliance leader Lu, no matter what happens, this is still my Divine Gu dynasty, and this is my palace. If you attack just like that, then you're looking down on me. Her shout shattered Lu Yin's spiritual force. Just now, Lu Yin had used his spiritual force to intimidate Eunuchy, planting a brand of fear in the man's heart. Lu Yin met young Empress Qing's gaze. If this wasn't the Divine Gu dynasty, then this person wouldn't have lived to this day. He then waved his hand, and the half-dead Chongwu was brought over. Although Lu Yin was callous and had done many ruthless things when he had unified the Outerverse, he had rarely implicated others. Chong 5 had been implicated because of Lu Yin, as Chong 5 had been careless and had not settled down early enough, which had caused Chong 5 to suffer. The others watched as Lu Yin fed the pill to Chongwu, and they all began to speculate about his relationship with Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, you need to give me an explanation for this, young Empress Qing said in a low voice. She did not stop Lu Yin from saving Chongwu. No matter the reason, Lu Yin had killed Eunuchy right in front of her, which was equivalent to slapping her in the face. Lu Yin turned to look at young Empress Qing. Your Majesty, you know my whereabouts like the back of your hand. Don't you know that this person brought me around Gu King City? He's the person I've interacted with the most in the city. This person is naturally timid and would never dare to approach the imperial palace. Yet, he was captured and tortured by a servant for the crime of loitering around the palace. This is a slap to my face. Young Empress Qing looked at Eunuchy and asked sternly, is that true? Eunuchy wanted to quibble, but when he looked up at Lu Yin, the panic in his heart surged. He was so frightened that he went limp and did not dare to argue. Many people were disappointed, as this person was too useless. If he had denied it in front of everyone, would Lu Yin have been able to force a confession out of him? This was the Divine Gu dynasty, not the Great Eastern Alliance. As long as there was no evidence, either Lu Yin or young Empress Qing would not be able to get out of the situation. Many people sighed inwardly. What a pity. The Great Eastern Alliance had entered the Innerverse, and the Sword Sect and other powers had responded to it because they did not wish to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Many of the people who had been invited to the Divine Gu dynasty had come from those flow zones, and they all hoped that Lu Yin and young Empress Qing would completely fall out. However, when they saw Uniki's cowardly appearance, many shook their heads. There was no hope. Young Empress Qing shouted angrily and glared at Uniki. Impudent! How dare you offend Alliance Leader Lu? He is an esteemed guest of the Divine Gu dynasty, and he's not someone you can offend. She then waved her hand, and Uniki was sent flying. No one knew what poison or goo he had been poisoned, but the man frantically clawed at his skin as he screamed miserably. Lu Yin looked on coldly, as this was just an act. Anyone else would have died long ago. This Uniki was truly favored by young Empress Qing, or rather, this incident had been arranged by young Empress Qing in the first place. Lu Yin took a sip of wine. The screams were still mournful, and young Empress Qing looked at Lu Yin. She stood up and apologized. Alliance Leader Lu, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly, which led to such an evil incident. I apologize to Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Yin was indifferent. It doesn't matter. I've seen many, and there's one on the other side as well. Mr. Yu raised an eyebrow, as Lu Yin was referring to him. The Weasel Prince was speechless, as this guy's ability to provoke others was not small. No matter what, this incident was my fault. As an apology, Alliance Leader Lu can choose any item from the treasury as compensation. I hope that Alliance Leader Lu will not refuse, young Empress Qing said sincerely. End of chapter 1773. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.